Only the Dead Know Jokertown by John J. Miller. Brennan, moved through the autumnal night as if he were part of it, or it were part of him. The fall had brought a coolness to the air that reminded Brennan, however palely, of the Catskills. He missed the mountains more than almost anything, but as long as Cian was free, they were as unattainable as the ghosts of dead friends and lovers that had lately come to haunt his dreams. He loved the mountains as surely as he loved all the people he'd failed down through the years. But who could love the dirty sprawl of the city? Who could even know the city? Could even know Jokertown? Not him, certainly. But Cian's presence bound him to Jokertown as solidly as chains of adamantine steel. He crossed the street, entering the half-block of urban debris that bordered the Crystal Palace. With the sixth sense of the hunter, he could feel eyes follow him as he passed through the wreckage. He shifted the canvas bag that carried his broken-down bow to a more comfortable position, wondering, not for the first time, what sort of creatures chose to make the mounds of junk their home. Once or twice he heard twittering rustles that weren't the wind, and glimpsed flashes of movement that weren't shifting moonshadow. But no one interfered as he swung up onto the rusted fire escape hanging down the palace's rear wall. He climbed silently to the roof, went through the security system that would have given him pause if Chrysalis hadn't keyed him to it, and entered through the trap door that opened on the palace's third floor, Chrysalis' private domain. The corridor was totally dark, but he avoided by memory the delicate stands cluttered with antique bric-a-brac, and let himself into her bedroom. Chrysalis was awake. Sitting naked on her plush wine-colored fainting couch, she was playing solitaire with a deck of antique playing cards. Brennan watched her for a moment. Her skeleton, her ghostly musculature, her internal organs, and the network of blood vessels that laced through it all were delicately lit by rosy light from the Tiffany lamp hanging above the couch upon which she'd spread her cards. He watched the articulated skeleton of her hand flip through the deck and turn over the ace of spades. She looked up at him and smiled. Her smile, like Chrysalis herself, was an enigma. Difficult to read because her face was only lips and smudges of ghostly muscle on her cheeks and jaw, it could have meant any of the thousand things a smile could mean. Brennan chose to interpret it as a welcome. "It's been some time." She looked at him critically. "Long enough for you to start a beard." Brennan closed the door and set his bow case against the wall. "I've had business," he said, his voice soft and deep. "Yes." Her smile continued until Brennan could no longer ignore the edge in it, some of which interfered with mine. There was no doubt as to what she referred. Several weeks ago, on Wildcard Day, Brennan had broken up a meeting at the palace at which Chrysalis was brokering a very valuable set of books that included Cian's personal diary. Brennan, hoping that volume had enough evidence in it to nail Cian's damnable hide to the wall, had eventually gotten it for himself, but it had proven to be worthless. All the writing in it had been destroyed. "I'm sorry," he said. "I needed that diary." "Yes," she repeated. Ghostly muscles bunched, indicating a frown. "And you've read it?" Brennan hesitated a beat. "Yes." "And you'll not be adverse to sharing the information in it?" It was more of a demand than a request. It would do no good, Brennan thought, to tell her the truth. She probably would think he was trying to keep it all to himself. Possibly. "In that case, I suppose I could forgive you," she said, in a not very forgiving voice. She gathered her cards together slowly, careful of their age and value, and set them aside on a spider-legged table that stood next to the couch. She leaned back languorously, her nipples bobbing on invisible pads of flesh whose warmth and firm texture Brennan knew well. "I've brought you something," Brennan said conciliatorily. "It's not information, but something you might like almost as well." He sat down on the edge of the couch, reached into the pocket of his denim jacket, and handed Chrysalis a small, clear envelope. When she reached out to take it, her warm, invisible thigh touched, then rested on, Brennan's own. "It's a penny black," he said, as she held the glassine envelope up to the light. "The world's first postage stamp. Mint, in perfect condition. Rather rare in that state, rather valuable. The portrait is an engraving of Queen Victoria. Very nice." She smiled her enigmatic smile. "I won't ask you where you got it." Brennan smiled in response, said nothing. He knew that she knew perfectly well where he'd gotten it. He'd asked Wraith for it when they were inspecting the stock books full of rare stamps she'd heisted from Kian's safe, the same safe from which she'd removed his diary during the early hours of Wildcard Day. Wraith had felt bad that Brennan hadn't gotten what he'd wanted from the worthless diary and had gladly given him the stamp when he'd asked for it. "Well, I hope you like it." Brennan stood and stretched as Chrysalis set the envelope aside on her stack of cards. It had been a long day, and he was tired. He went to the side table by Chrysalis's canopied four-poster bed and lifted the decanter of Irish whiskey that she kept there for him. He looked at it, frowned, and put it down. He rejoined Chrysalis on the couch. She edged forward lithely and covered his body with hers. He drank in the musky, sexual scent of her perfume and watched the blood rush through the carotid artery in her neck. "Change your mind about the drink?" she asked softly. The decanter was empty. Chrysalis drew back a little, stared into his questioning eyes. "You only drink amaretto." It was a statement, not a question. She nodded. Brennan sighed. "When I first came to you, I only wanted information. I didn't want anything personal between us. You started that. If it's to continue and become meaningful, I have to be the only one in your bed. It's the way I am. It's the only way I can give myself to anyone." Chrysalis stared at him for several seconds before replying. "Whomever else I sleep with is no concern of yours," she finally drawled in the British accent that Brennan, with his ear for languages, knew was faked. He nodded. "Then I'd better be going." He stood and turned. "Wait." She stood too. They looked at each other for a long moment, and when she spoke, it was in a conciliatory voice. "At least have your drink. I'll go downstairs and fill the decanter. You can have your drink, and we can talk." Brennan was tired, and had no other place in Jokertown he wanted to be. "All right," he said softly. Chrysalis wrapped herself in a silk kimono spattered with wisps of smoke shaped like galloping horses, and left him with a smile that was more shy than enigmatic. Brennan paced the room, watching his image shift across the myriad antique mirrors that decorated the walls of Chrysalis's bedchamber. He should get out, he told himself, and leave well enough alone. But Chrysalis was as fascinating out of bed as in it. His best intentions to the contrary, he knew that he needed her companionship and, he admitted to himself, her love. It had been more than 10 years since he'd allowed himself to love a woman, but as he'd been discovering since his arrival in Jokertown, the emotions that he allowed himself weren't the only ones he felt. He couldn't live on hate alone. He didn't know if he could love Chrysalis as he'd loved the French-Vietnamese wife whom he'd lost to Kian's assassins. He didn't even want to love a woman while he was on Kian's trail. But despite all his fixity of purpose, despite his Zen training, what he wanted and what actually happened were often two entirely different things. He stood in the silence of Chrysalis's bedroom, studiously not thinking about his past. Long minutes passed, and he suddenly realized that Chrysalis should have returned. He frowned. It was almost inconceivable that something could happen to Chrysalis in the Crystal Palace, but the habitual caution that had saved Brennan's life more times than he cared to remember made him assemble his bow before going after her. He would feel foolish if he bumped into her in the dark, but he had felt foolish before. It was preferable to feeling dead, a sensation he was more intimately acquainted with than he liked. Chrysalis wasn't in the corridors of the 3rd floor, nor on the stairway leading down to the taproom, but he heard murmuring voices as he crept down the stairs. He drew an arrow, placed it on the string of his bow, and peered around the edge of the stairwell where it opened up into the back of the taproom. He gritted his teeth. He had been right to be cautious. Chrysalis was standing before the long, polished wood bar that ran almost the entire length of the tap room. The whiskey decanter, still empty, was forgotten on the bar next to her. Her arms were crossed and her jaw was clenched. Her lips were compressed in a thin, angry line. Two men bracketed her, and a third sat facing her at a table in front of the bar. Brennan could discern few details in the dimness of the nightlight that burned above the bar, but the men all had hard, tough faces. The one facing her drummed his fingers on the tabletop next to a chrome-plated pistol. "Come on," he said in a soft but dangerous-sounding voice. "We just want some information, that's all. We won't even say where we got it." He leaned back in his chair. "Soon there's going to be war, but we don't know who to hit." "And you think I do?" Brennan recognized the edge anger put in Chrysalis' drawl, but he also recognized the fear under the anger. The seated man smiled. "We know you do, babe. You know everything about this Jokertown shithole. All we know is that someone has put together these nickel and dime gangs into something called the Shadow Fists. They're moving into our territory, taking our customers, and cutting into our profits. It's got to stop." "If I knew a name," Chrysalis said, coming down hard on the if, "it would cost you more than you can pay to learn it." The man sitting at his table shook his head. "You don't understand," he said. "This is war, babe, and it's going to cost you more than you can pay to keep your mouth shut." He let his words sink in while he drummed his fingers on the tabletop. "Sal," he said after a moment, nodding at the man who stood to Chrysalis' right, "I wonder if her famous invisible skin would scar?" Sal considered the question. "Let's see," he finally said. There was a loud snick, and Brennan saw light off a shiny blade. Sal waved it in Chrysalis' face, and she shrank back against the bar. She opened her mouth to scream, but the man standing on her left clamped his gloved hand over it. Sal laughed, and Brennan stood and loosed the arrow he'd been holding. It struck Sal in the back and catapulted him over the bar. No one had any idea what had happened, except possibly Chrysalis. The man seated at the table snatched his pistol and leaped to his feet. Brennan calmly shot him through the throat. The thug holding Chrysalis let out a startled stream of obscenities and fumbled under his jacket for a pistol that he carried in a shoulder rig. Brennan shot him through the right forearm. He dropped his gun and spun away from Chrysalis, staring at the aluminum-shafted hunting arrow skewering his arm and mumbling, "Jesus, oh Jesus." He stooped to pick up his pistol. "Touch it," Brennan called from the darkness, "and I'll put the next arrow through your right eye." The thug wisely stood up and backed against the bar. He clutched his bleeding arm and moaned. Brennan stepped forward into the diffuse light cast by the night lamp burning over the bar. The man stared at the razor-tipped arrow knocked to his bowstring. "Who are they?" Brennan asked Chrysalis in a harsh, clipped voice. "Mafia," she replied, her voice cracking with tension and fear. Brennan nodded, never taking his eyes off the thug who stared at the arrow that was pointed at his throat. "Do you know who I am?" The mafioso nodded violently. "Yeah, you're that yeoman guy, the bow and arrow killer. I read about you all the time in the Post." The words tripped out of his mouth in a fear-filled torrent. "That's right," Brennan said. He spared the man who'd been sitting at the table a quick glance and saw that he was curled on the floor in a widening pool of blood, a foot of arrow sticking out from the nape of his neck. He didn't bother checking Sal. He'd had a clean heart shot on him. "You're a lucky man," Brennan continued in his same dead voice. "Know why?" The mafioso bobbed his head vigorously side to side, sighing in relief when Brennan relaxed the tension on the top bowstring and set the bow aside. "Someone has to deliver a message for me. Someone has to tell your boss that Chrysalis is off bounds. Someone has to tell him that I have an arrow with his name on it, an arrow I would not be slow in delivering if I heard that something had happened to Chrysalis. Do you think you could tell him that?" Sure I could." "Good." Brennan reached into his back pocket and showed the thug a playing card, a black ace of spades. This is so he knows you're telling the truth. He grabbed the man's wounded arm by the elbow and yanked it straight. The thug groaned as Brennan stuck the card on the era tip. And this, Brennan said through gritted teeth, is to make sure you don't lose it. With a sudden, forceful jerk, he impaled the man's other arm on the arrow point. The mafioso screamed at the sharp, unexpected pain. He sagged to his knees as Brennan bent the aluminum shaft of the arrow under and around both of his arms, pinning them together as tightly as handcuffs would. Brennan yanked him to his feet. The man was sobbing in fear and couldn't look Brennan in the eye. "If I ever see you again," Brennan said, "you'll die." The thug staggered away, sobbing and gibbering incomprehensible protestations. Brennan watched him until he tottered through the front door, then turned to Chrysalis. She was looking at him with fear in her eyes, more than some of which, he was sure, was directed toward him. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. Yes, I think so." "You'll have to answer a lot of questions," Brennan said, "unless we get rid of the bodies." "Yes," she nodded sharply, suddenly decisive, suddenly in control again. "I'll call Elmo. He'll handle it." She looked him straight in the eye. "I owe you." Brennan sighed. "Does your entire life have to consist of rigidly tabulated credits and debits?" She looked a little startled, but nodded. "Yes," she said firmly. "Yes, it does. It's the only way to keep track, to make—" Her voice trailed away, and she turned and went around the bar. She looked down at Sal's body, and when she spoke again, she voiced a totally different thought. "You know, Tachion invited me to go on that world tour of his. I think I'll take him up on it. No telling what information I'll pick up rubbing elbows with all those politicians. And if there's going to be street warfare between the Mafia and Kian's shadow fists," she looked into Brennan's eyes for the first time, "I would be safer elsewhere." They looked at each other for a long moment, and then Brennan nodded. "I'd better be going then." "Your whiskey?" Brennan let out a long sigh. "No." He looked at the body at his feet. "Drink brings memories, and I don't need any tonight." He looked back at her. "I'm going to be indisposed for the next few weeks. I probably won't see you before you leave. Goodbye, Chrysalis." She watched him go, a crystalline tear glistening on her invisible cheek, but he never looked back. He never saw. The Twisted Dragon was located somewhere within the nebulous boundary of an interlocking Jokertown and Chinatown.
One of Brennan's street sources had told him that the bar was the hangout of Danny Mao, a man who had a moderately high position in the Shadow Fist Society and was said to be in charge of recruitment. Brennan watched the entrance for a while. The swirling snowflakes that missed the brim of his black cowboy hat caught on his thick, drooping mustache and in his long sideburns. A fair number of werewolves — they were wearing Richard Nixon masks this month — were going into and out of the place. He'd also seen a few egrets, though for the most part the Chinatown gang was too picky to hang out in a joint frequented by jokers. He smiled, smoothing the tips of his mustache in a gesture that had already become habitual. Time to see if his plan was a stroke of genius, as he sometimes thought, or a quick way to a hard death, as he more frequently thought. It was warm inside the Dragon, more, Brennan guessed, from the press of bodies than the bar's heating system, and it took a moment for him to spot Mao, who was, as Brennan's source had told him he'd be, sitting in a booth in the back of the room. Brennan threaded his way between crowded tables and the shuffling barmaids, staggering drunks, and swaggering punks who crossed his path as he headed toward the booth. A girl, young and blonde and looking vaguely stoned, sat next to Mao. 3 men crowded the bench across the table from him. One was a werewolf in a Nixon mask, one was a young Oriental, and the one in the middle was a thin, pale, nervous-looking man. Before Brennan could say anything, a street punk stepped in Brennan's path, blocking his way. He was a lean 6'4" or 5", so he towered over Brennan despite the cowboy boots that added an inch or two to Brennan's height. He wore stained leather pants and an oversized leather jacket that was draped with lengths of chain. His spiked hair added several inches to his apparent height, and the scarlet and black scars crawling on his face added apparent fierceness to his appearance, as did the bone, a human finger bone, Brennan realized, that pierced his nose. The scars that patterned his cheeks, forehead, and chin were the insignia of the Cannibal Headhunters, a once feared street gang that had disintegrated when Brennan had killed its leader, an ace named Scar. Gang members not slain in the bloody power struggle after Scar's demise had for the most part gravitated to other criminal associations, such as the Shadow Fist Society. "What do you want?" The headhunter's voice was too reedy to sound menacing, but he tried. "To see Danny Mao." Brennan spoke softly, his voice pitched in the slow drawl that he remembered so well from his childhood. The headhunter bent lower to hear Brennan over the cacophony of music, manic laughter, and 100 conversations that washed over them. "'Bout what?" "'Bout what's not your business, boy." Brennan saw out of the corner of his eye that conversation in the booth had stopped and that everyone was watching them. "I say it is." The headhunter smiled a grin he fondly thought savage, showing filed front teeth. Brennan laughed aloud. The headhunter frowned. "What's so funny, asshole?" Brennan, still laughing, grabbed the bone in the headhunter's nose and yanked. The headhunter screamed and reached for his torn nose, and Brennan kicked him in the crotch. He fell with a choking moan, and Brennan dropped the bloody bone he'd ripped from his nose onto his curled-up body. "You?" Brennan told him, then slid into the booth next to the blonde girl, who was staring at him in stoned astonishment. Two of the three men sitting across the table started to rise, but Danny Mao waved a negligent hand and they sat back down, muttering at each other and staring at Brennan. Brennan took his hat off, set it on the table in front of him, and looked at Danny Mao, who returned his gaze with apparent interest. "What's your name?" Mao asked. "Cowboy," Brennan said softly. Mao picked up the glass in front of him and took a short sip. He looked at Brennan as if he were some kind of odd bug and frowned. "You for real? I ain't never seen a Chinese cowboy before." Brennan smiled. The epicanthic folds given his eyes by Dr. Tachyon's deft surgical skills had combined, as he had known they would, with his coarse, dark hair and tanned complexion to give him an oriental appearance. This slight alteration of his features, his newly grown facial hair, and his Western manner of speaking and dressing all added up to a simple but effective disguise. It wouldn't fool anyone who knew him, but he wasn't likely to run into anyone who did. And the irony of his disguise, Brennan thought, was that every aspect of his new identity, except for the eyes given him by Tachyon, was true. His father had been fond of saying that the Brennans were Irish, Chinese, Spanish, several kinds of Indian, and all American. "My Asian ancestors helped build the railroads. I was born in Mexico, but found it too limiting." That, too, was true. "So you came to the big city looking for excitement?" Brennan nodded. "Some time ago." "And found enough so that you have to use an alias?" He shrugged, said nothing. Mao took another sip of his drink. "What do you want?" "Word on the street," Brennan said, his intense excitement buried under his southwestern drawl, "is that your people are going to war with the Mafia. You've already hit them once. Don Piccietti was assassinated 2 weeks ago by an invisible ace who shoved an ice pick in his ear while he was eating dinner at his own restaurant. That was certainly a Shadow Fist job. The Mafia will undoubtedly retaliate, and the Shadow Fists will need more soldiers." Mao nodded. "Why should we hire you?" "Why not? I can handle myself." Mao glanced at his erstwhile bodyguard, who had managed to drag himself to a hunched position on his knees, his forehead resting on the floor. "Fair enough," he said thoughtfully. "But do you have the stomach for it, I wonder?" He looked at the three men crowded together on the bench across the table, and Brennan, too, looked at them closely.
The werewolf sat on the outside, and the Oriental, probably an immaculate egret, was on the inside. The man they sandwiched, though, didn't look like a street tough. He was small, thin, and pallid. His hands looked soft and weak, his eyes were dark and bright. Many street toughs had a streak of madness in them, but even on first sight, Brennan could see that this man was more than touched by insanity. "These men," Danny Mao said, "are going on a mission. Care to join them?" "What kind of mission?" Brennan asked. "If you have to ask, maybe you're not the type of man we're looking for." "Maybe," Brennan said, smiling. "Caution is an admirable trait," Mao said blandly. "But so is faith and obedience to your superiors." Brennan put his hat on. "All right, where are we headed?" The pale man in the middle laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. "The morgue," he said gleefully. Brennan looked at Mao with a lifted eyebrow. Mao nodded. "The morgue, as Deadhead says." "Do you have a car?" the werewolf asked Brennan. His voice was a mushy growl behind the Nixon mask. Brennan shook his head. "I'll have to steal one," the werewolf said. "Then we can go to the drive-up window," the man called Deadhead enthused. The Asian sitting next to him looked vaguely disgusted but said nothing. "Let's go!" Deadhead pushed at the werewolf, urging him out of the booth. Brennan lingered to glance at Mao, who was watching him carefully. "Whiskers," Mao said, nodding at the werewolf, "is in charge. He'll tell you what you need to know. You're on probation, cowboy. Be careful." Brennan nodded and followed the unlikely trio onto the street. The werewolf turned and looked at Brennan. "I'm Whiskers," he said in his indistinct growl. "This is Deadhead, like Danny said, and this is Lazy Dragon." Brennan nodded at the Oriental, realizing his initial assessment of the man had been wrong. He wasn't an egret, he wasn't wearing egret colors, and he didn't have the demeanor of a gang member.
He was young, maybe in his early 20s, small, about 5'6" or 7", and slender enough so that his baggy pants hung loosely on his lean hips. His face was oval, his nose slightly broad, his hair longish and indifferently combed. He didn't have the aggressive attitude of the street punk. There was a reserve about him, an air of almost melancholy thoughtfulness. Whiskers left them waiting on the corner. Lazy Dragon was silent, but Deadhead kept up a constant stream of chatter, most of which was nonsensical. Lazy Dragon paid him no attention, and neither did Brennan after a while, but that seemed to make no difference to Deadhead. He burbled on, and Brennan ignored him as best he could. Once, Deadhead reached into the pocket of his dirty jacket and pulled out a bottle of pills of different sizes and colors, shook out a handful, and tossed them into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed noisily and beamed at Brennan. "Take vitamins?" Brennan wasn't sure if Deadhead was offering him some or asking if he took vitamins himself. He nodded noncommittally and turned away. Whiskers finally showed up with a car. It was a dark, late-model Buick. Brennan hopped into the front seat, leaving the back for Deadhead and Lazy Dragon. "Good suspension, smooth drive," Whiskers commented as they pulled away from the curb. Brennan looked into the rearview mirror and saw Lazy Dragon nod and reach into his pocket for a small clasp knife and a block of soft white material that looked like soap. He opened the knife and began to whittle. Deadhead kept up a stream of running chatter that no one listened to. Whiskers drove smoothly, cursing potholes, spotlights, and other drivers in his muffled voice, continually glancing in the mirror to follow Lazy Dragon's progress, as he carefully carved the small block of soap with delicate, skillful hands. Brennan didn't know where the morgue was or what it looked like, but the dark, forbidding structure that they finally stopped before met all of his expectations. "Here it is," Whiskers announced unnecessarily. They watched the building for a few moments. "Still looks busy." Occasional lights illuminated scattered rooms throughout the multi-storied structure, and as they watched, people occasionally entered or left by the main entrance. "Ready yet?" Whiskers growled, glancing into the mirror. "Just about," Lazy Dragon said without looking up. "Ready for what?" Brennan asked, and Whiskers turned to him. "You gotta take Deadhead to the room they use for long-term body storage. It's in the basement.
Deadhead will take it from there. Dragon will go first and scout. You're Muscle in case anything goes wrong. And you? Whiskers may have grinned under his mask, but Brennan couldn't be sure. Now that you're here, I just wait in the car. Brennan didn't like it. This wasn't the way he liked to do things, but he was obviously being tested. Equally obviously, he had no choice. He made one more try for information. What are we looking for? Deadhead knows, Whiskers said, and Brennan heard a disquieting titter from the back seat. And Dragon knows the general layout. You just deal with anyone who tries to interfere. He glanced back into the mirror. Ready? Lazy Dragon looked up. Ready, he said calmly. He folded his knife, put it away, and stared critically at what he had carved. Brennan, mystified and curious, turned around for a better look, and saw that it was a small but credible mouse. Lazy Dragon studied it carefully, nodded as if satisfied, set it on his lap, settled back comfortably in his seat, and closed his eyes. For a moment nothing happened. Then Dragon slumped, as if asleep or unconscious, and the carving began to twitch. The tail lashed, the ears perked up, and then, creakily at first, but with increasing fluidity, the thing stretched. It stopped for a moment to preen its fur, then it leaped from Dragon's lap to the shoulder of the driver's seat. Brennan stared at it, and it stared back. It was a goddamn living mouse. Brennan glanced back at Lazy Dragon, who seemed to be sleeping, then looked at Whiskers, who was watching impassively beneath his Nixon mask. Nice trick, Brennan drawled. It's okay, Whiskers said. You carry him. Lazy Dragon, who seemed to be vitalizing and possessing the little figurine he had carved, climbed up on Brennan's shoulder, scurried down his chest, and popped into his vest pocket. He peeked out, holding the pocket top with his little clawed paws. This was, Brennan thought, more than passing strange, but he had the feeling that things would get stranger before the night was over. Okay, he said, let's do it, whatever it was. They entered the morgue through an unlocked service entrance in a side alley and took the stairway to the basement. Lazy Dragon popped out of his pocket, ran down his vest and pant leg, and scurried down the poorly lit corridor in which they found themselves. Deadhead started after him, but Brennan held him back. Let's wait until Lazy Dragon gets back. Deadhead's eyes were shiny, and he was even more jittery than usual. His hands shook as he took out his pill bottle, and he dropped a dozen capsules on the floor as he gulped down a mouthful. The pills scattered on the concrete floor, making loud skittering noises. He grinned maniacally, and the corner of his mouth kept twitching in a torturous grimace. What the hell, Brennan thought, am I doing in a morgue corridor with a madman and a living mouse carved out of soap? Lazy Dragon came scampering back before Brennan could think of a satisfactory answer to this disturbing question, his tiny feet moving as if he were being chased by the hungriest cat in the world. He stopped at Brennan's feet, dancing with excitement. Brennan sighed, bent over, and held out his hand. Lazy Dragon jumped up on his palm, and Brennan, still hunkered down, lifted the mouse close to his face. Lazy Dragon sat up on his haunches, his beady eyes bright with intelligence. He drew his tiny right front paw over his throat repeatedly. Brennan sighed again. He hated charades. "What is it?" he asked. "Danger? Someone in the corridor?" The mouse nodded excitedly and held up his paw. "One man?" Again the mouse nodded. "Armed?" The mouse shrugged, a very human-looking shrug, looked doubtful. "Okay." Brennan let the mouse down, then stood up. "Follow me." He turned to Deadhead. "You wait here." Deadhead nodded a jittery nod, and Brennan went off down the corridor, Lazy Dragon scurrying at his heels. He had no confidence in Deadhead, and wondered what part in the mission he could possibly play. It's hard, he thought to himself, when your most dependable man is a mouse. Around the bend of the corridor, a man was sitting in a metal folding chair, eating a sandwich and reading a paperback. He looked up as Brennan approached. "Can I help you, buddy?" He was middle-aged, fat, and balding. The book he was reading was Ace Avenger 49, Mission to Iran. "Got a delivery?" The man frowned. "I don't know nothing about that. I'm the night janitor. We usually get deliveries during the day." Brennan nodded understandingly. "This is a special delivery," he said. When he was close enough, he reached behind his back and drew the stiletto he carried in a belt sheath under his vest, touching the tip of its blade lightly against the janitor's throat. The janitor's lips made a round O of astonishment, and he dropped his book. "Jesus, mister, what are you doing?" he asked in a strangled whisper, trying to move his throat as little as possible. "Where's the long-term storage room?" "Over there, over that way." The janitor made little jerking motions with his eyeballs, afraid to move even a muscle. "Go get Deadhead." "I don't know no one with that name," the fat man pleaded, sweat beading his forehead. "I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the mouse." "Oh, Lord." The janitor started to mumble an incoherent prayer, sure that Brennan was a crazed maniac who was going to murder him. Brennan waited patiently until Lazy Dragon returned with Deadhead.
"Anyone else on this floor?" he asked, urging the janitor up with a slight flick of his knife wrist. The janitor, catching on quickly, stood immediately. "No one. Not now." "No guards?" The janitor looked as if he wanted to shake his head, but the proximity of the knife to his throat stopped him. "Don't really need them. No one's broke into the morgue for, months now." Okay. Brennan eased the knife away from the janitor's throat, and the man visibly relaxed. "Take us to the storeroom. Be quiet and no funny business." By way of emphasis, Brennan touched the tip of the janitor's nose with the tip of his knife, and the janitor nodded carefully. Brennan squatted and held out his palm, and Lazy Dragon climbed onto it. He put the mouse in his vest pocket, holding back a smile at the janitor's bug-eyed stare. He looked as if he wanted to ask Brennan a question, then thought better of it. "It's this way," the janitor said, and Deadhead and Brennan, with Lazy Dragon peering from his pocket, followed him. The janitor let them into the room with his key. It was a dark, cold, depressing room, with floor-to-ceiling body lockers in the walls. It was where the city kept all the corpses that no one wanted, or that no one could identify, before their pauper burials. Deadhead's jittery smile widened when they entered the room, and he hopped from foot to foot with ill-suppressed excitement. "Help me find it," he commanded. "Help me find it." "What?" Brennan asked, truly mystified. "The body! Gruber's fat, cold body!" He looked frantically at the lockers, capering in a macabre dance as he went along the wall. Brennan frowned, herded the janitor in front of him, and started searching the opposite wall. Most of the name tags set into the little metal holders on the locker doors simply had anonymous ID numbers. A few had names. "Say, this what you looking for?" The docile janitor, who was preceding Brennan, looked back helpfully. Brennan stepped to his side. The locker he was pointing at was third up from the floor, about waist high. The tag on it said Leon Gruber, September 16. "Here it is," Brennan called softly, and Deadhead scuttled across the room. There had to be, Brennan thought, some sort of message on the corpse, something that only Deadhead could decipher. Perhaps this Gruber had smuggled something into the country in a body cavity. But surely, he thought, anything like that would have been found by the morgue technicians. "The body's been here a long time," Brennan commented, as Deadhead opened the locker door and pulled out the retractable table on which the corpse lay. "Yes, it has. Yes, indeed," Deadhead said, staring at the dingy sheet that covered the body. "They pulled strings to keep it here, until I could get out." "Get out?" Deadhead pulled the sheet down, exposing Gruber's face and chest. He had been a fat young man, soft and pasty-looking. The expression of fear and horror pasted on his face was the worst that Brennan had ever seen on a corpse. His chest was puckered with bullet holes, small caliber from the look of them. "Yes," Deadhead said, but he never looked up from Gruber's dead, staring eyes. "I was in prison. Hospital, really." From somewhere on his person, he had produced a small, shiny hacksaw. His lips twitched in incessant, spasmodic jerks, and a line of spittle ran from the corner of his mouth to drip off his chin. For corpse abuse. "Are we taking the body with us?" Brennan asked, through tightly clenched lips. "No thanks," Deadhead said brightly. "I'll eat it here."
He began to saw Gruber's skull. The blade cut through the bone easily. Brennan and the janitor watched, horrified, as the top of the skull came off, and Deadhead, with maniacal, somehow furtive glee, scooped chunks off Gruber's brain and stuffed them in his mouth. He chewed noisily. Brennan felt Lazy Dragon dive into his vest pocket. The janitor vomited, and Brennan fought off the rising tide of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him, holding on with grim, tight-lipped self-control. 3. Brennan gagged the janitor with his handkerchief and bound him at wrist and ankle with packing tape Lazy Dragon found in a corner of the storage room. He had to do all the work himself because Deadhead, mumbling incoherently, had sagged against the wall after wolfing down Gruber's brain. After Brennan took care of the janitor, he guided the mumbling maniac out of the storeroom. Brennan wished that Lazy Dragon could tell him what the hell was going on. "How'd it go?" Whiskers asked when Brennan threw open the Buick's rear passenger door and pushed Deadhead in. Brennan slammed the door and slid onto the front seat before answering. "Fine, I think. Deadhead had a snack." Whiskers nodded, started the car, and pulled away from the curb. Lazy Dragon climbed from Brennan's pocket, balanced precariously on the shoulder of the car seat, then leaped onto the lap of his human body, which, after a moment, awoke, yawned, and stretched. The mouse, undergoing a transformation somewhat analogous to that of Lot's overcurious wife, turned back into a block of soap. "How'd it go?" Whiskers mumbled again, glancing up into the rearview mirror as he dove. Lazy Dragon dropped his mouse sculpture in his jacket pocket and nodded. "As planned. We found the body, and Deadhead dined. Cowboy did fine." "Great! We'd better get Deadhead to the boss while he's still digesting." "Now that we're all buddies," Brennan drawled, "maybe you can tell me what's going on." Whiskers flipped off a driver who'd cut in front of them. "Well, I suppose it'd be all right. Deadhead there," he snickered, "is an ace, sort of. He can get people's memories by eating their brains." Brennan made a face. "Jesus, so Gruber knew something that Mao wants to know?" Whiskers nodded and gunned the Buick, running a red light. "We think so. We hope so, anyway. You see, Danny Mao's boss is this guy named Fade Out, who wants to find some ace who calls herself Wraith. Gruber was her fence before she bumped him off. Mao figures Gruber probably knew enough about her, so we can use his memories to track her down." Brennan pursed his lips, suppressing a smile. He knew more about this than these guys did. Fade Out was one of Keen's aces, who had tried and failed to capture him and Wraith on Wildcard Day. And Wraith had told him that someone, not her, had killed her fence that very day. "Why'd you wait so long to get to Gruber's corpse?" Brennan asked. Whiskers shrugged. "Deadhead was in some kind of hospital. Cops caught him doing his thing with a body he'd found on the street back on Wildcard Day, and it took the lawyers a couple of months to spring him." Brennan nodded, and, to stay in his role as bewildered newcomer, he asked a question he already knew the answer to. "So why does Fade Out want to find this Wraith?" "Because she'd lifted Keen's private diary in the early morning hours of the wildest Wildcard Day," Brennan thought, but the werewolf evidently didn't know that. He shrugged. "Hey, you think I'm Fade Out's confidant or something?" Brennan nodded. He wasn't, at least he tried not to be, introspective. His memories of the past were frequently painful, but Wraith, Jennifer Malloy, had often been on his mind since their meeting in September. It was more than the adventure they'd shared on Wildcard Day, more than the easy comradeship and grudging confidence between them, more than her tall, athletic-looking body. Brennan wouldn't admit why, but he knew that he'd try to get himself on the Shadow Fist task force that had been given the job of hunting her. In that way, he'd be in position to help her if the Fists got too close. Not, he thought, that they'd be able to use Gruber's memories to track her down. Although Wraith had never told Brennan his name, should mention that she hadn't trusted her fence, and had, in fact, never even told him her real name. They drove on in silence. Whiskers finally pulled over and killed the engine in front of a 3-story brownstone in the heart of Jokertown. "Cowboy, you and Lazy Dragon help Deadhead."
He can't do much on his own while he's digesting. Brennan took his left arm, Lazy Dragon took his right, and they dragged him across the sidewalk and up the flight of stairs to the brownstone's entrance, where Whiskers was already talking with one of the egrets who'd been standing in the foyer. They passed them on into the interior of the building, where another egret guard spoke briefly into a house telephone and then told them to go upstairs. Getting Deadhead up 2 flights of stairs was like dragging a sack of half-set cement, but Whiskers didn't offer to help. Another egret nodded to them on the 3rd-floor landing. They went down a corridor with a threadbare carpet, and Whiskers rapped smartly on the door at the end of the hall. A masculine voice called out, "Come in," and Whiskers opened the door and preceded Brennan, Lazy Dragon, and Deadhead into the room. It was a comfortably appointed room, rather luxurious compared to what Brennan had seen of the rest of the house. A man in his 30s, handsome, well-dressed, and fit-looking, was standing in front of a well-stocked liquor cart, having just fixed himself a drink. "How did it go?" "Fine, Fade Out, just fine." Brennan didn't recognize him. He'd last seen him on Wildcard Day, but Fade Out had been invisible until Wraith had bashed him on the head with a garbage can lid, and he'd fallen unconscious to the street. Brennan had had his hands full of egrets at the time, and had only spared the fallen ace the briefest of glances. It was evident that Fade Out also didn't recognize Brennan, who'd been masked at the time. "Who's this?" the ace asked, nodding in Brennan's direction. "New guy, named Cowboy." "He's all right." "He'd better be." Fade Out stepped away from the cart, settled himself in a comfortable chair nearby. "Help yourself," he said, gesturing at the liquor. Whiskers stepped forward eagerly. Brennan and Lazy Dragon turned to dump the near-comatose Deadhead, who was now mumbling about excessive overhead and the price of cocaine, in a convenient chair, when a sudden, terrifyingly loud explosion boomed through the building, shaking it to its foundations. It seemed to come from the roof. Fade Out's drink sloshed over his suit, Whiskers fell into the liquor cart, and Lazy Dragon dropped Deadhead. "Jesus Christ!" Fade Out swore, lurched to his feet, and staggered to the door as the ratcheting roar of automatic gunfire came from below. Brennan followed Fade Out and found himself staring at 3 men armed with Uzis who'd come through a hole they'd blasted in the ceiling. Fade Out stood rooted in place by fear-induced paralysis. Brennan, acting instinctively, knocked the ace to the floor as a stream of slugs from their assailants' compact machine guns ripped into the wall above their heads. Brennan carried his Browning high power in a shoulder rig, and he knew that he couldn't draw it in time to return fire. He knew that he was going to be nailed to the floor by the next burst of slugs. Cursing the fate that had brought him to die among his enemies, he grabbed for his gun. Something tossed from the room behind them fluttered in the hallway, a small sheet of paper that had been intricately folded. Before Brennan could draw his automatic, before their assailants could trigger another burst, there was a twisting shimmering in the air as the paper changed, transformed, grew into a breathing, living, roaring tiger, charging down the corridor, its eyes red and glaring, its mouth full of long, sharp teeth. It caught a burst of slugs but didn't stop. It hurled itself at the 3 men at the end of the corridor, and Brennan heard bones splinter as it landed among them. Brennan got to his knees, drew, and aimed his Browning. Lazy Dragon was holding one man down with his front paws, and with a single quick motion, bit cleanly through his throat. Blood sprayed over the hallway as a panicked gunman put a long burst through Dragon from point-blank range. The red dot from the sighting mechanism of Brennan's pistol shone on the gunman's forehead, and Brennan shot him as the tiger collapsed, falling with all its weight on the 3rd assailant. Fade Out had faded. Brennan half stood and ran in crouching crab-like fashion down the corridor. He put a bullet through the head of the man who was trying frantically to pull himself out from under Lazy Dragon, then dropped to his knees before the gigantic cat. It was covered in blood, whether its own or from the slain men around it, Brennan couldn't tell. But it was perforated by scores of wounds and was panting heavily. Brennan had seen enough mortally wounded creatures to know that Dragon was dying. He had no idea what he should do or what this meant to Lazy Dragon's human form. He paused to pat the tiger sympathetically, then quickly moved on. Bursts of automatic gunfire still rattled below as Brennan cautiously made his way down to the 2nd-floor landing and carefully peered over the rail to the ground floor.
The foyer's double doors were open. Half a dozen egrets, shot to pieces by automatic gunfire, lay on the stained marble floor. As Brennan watched, the few living members of the assault team backed grudgingly through the wreckage of the front door, swapping gunfire with the egret guards and their reinforcements. Within moments, the firefight had moved into the street outside, where gunfire echoed loudly in the night. Brennan stood up. Goddamn wops. He looked over his right shoulder. A pair of blue eyes, nerve tendrils and connective tissue dangling eerily from them, were floating 5.5 feet above the floor. Fade Out blinked into existence, looking slightly rumpled and very, very angry. The Mafia? Brennan asked. That's right, cowboy. Rico Covello's men. I recognized what was left of their ugly faces from our dossiers. He paused, his anger replaced by sudden gratefulness. I owe you one. They would have had me if you hadn't knocked me down. Brennan shrugged. If not for Lazy Dragon, we'd both be chopped meat. We'd better see if he's okay. His tiger got shot to shit. Right. They went back upstairs. Brennan was relieved to see, then immediately angry at himself for the feeling, that Dragon was sitting calmly in one of Fade Out's comfortable chairs. He looked up as they entered the room. Everything is all right? He asked. I wouldn't say that, Fade Out replied, still angry. Those guinea bastards just waltzed in here and almost offed me. He looked angrily at Whiskers, who was standing uncertainly in the middle of the room. What are you doing about it, you Joker shitbag? Whiskers shrugged. I thought someone should stay with Deadhead. Take off that goddamn mask when you talk to me, Fade Out ordered angrily. I'm sick and tired of looking at Nixon's mug. No matter how ugly you are, it can't be worse. Lazy Dragon watched Whiskers with calculated interest, and Brennan's hand crept closer to his holstered Browning. Werewolves had been known to fly into killing rages when unmasked, but Whiskers, as indicated by his earlier action or lack of action, wasn't the fiercest of werewolves. He took off his mask and stood in the center of the room, uncomfortably shifting his weight from foot to foot. Every bit of his face, except for his eyeballs, was covered with thick, coarse hair. Even his tongue, which was nervously licking his lips, was furred. No wonder, Brennan thought, his voice was so mushy. Fade Out grunted, said something under his breath that Brennan didn't quite catch, but had Joker bastard in it, and turned away from the werewolf. We've gotta leave. The police will be here any minute. Dragon, you and Whiskers get that freak, he nodded at Deadhead, who was still slumped muttering in his chair, and bring him around back. Get the car and pick me up in front. Cowboy, come with me. I have to do a quick damage assessment. Dragon stood. Brennan stopped in front of him, and they looked at each other for a long moment.
There was something strange about Lazy Dragon, Brennan suddenly thought. Something hidden, something utterly unfathomable that went beyond his unusual ace power. But the man had saved his life. Lucky you had a tiger on you, Dragon smiled. I like to have a backup handy, something more deadly than a mouse. Brennan nodded. Am in your debt, he said. I'll remember that. Dragon turned to help Whiskers with Deadhead. Downstairs there were 5 dead egrets and half a dozen deceased mafiosi. The surviving egrets were buzzing like angry bees. Fade Out shook his head. Damn, it's escalating. Little Mother isn't going to like this. Brennan squelched the expression of sudden interest before it reached his face. He said nothing because he was afraid his voice would betray him. Little Mother, Siu Ma, was the head of the Immaculate Egrets. If Fade Out was a lieutenant in Keen's organization, she was at least a colonel. In all his months of investigation, he'd discovered only that she was an ethnic Chinese from Vietnam who'd come to the States in the late 1960s to become the wife of Nathan Chow, the leader of a penny ante street gang called the Immaculate Egrets. Her arrival corresponded with a quick rise in the fortune of the Egrets, little of which was enjoyed by Chow. He had died under unspecified but mysterious circumstances in 1971, and Siu Ma took over the gang, which continued to grow and prosper. Keen, then still an RAVN general, used it to funnel heroin into the States. There was no doubt that Siu Ma was very high in Keen's organization, very high indeed. We have to split before the cops arrive, Fade Out said. He turned to an Ingram-toting egret. Leave this place. Take all the files, all valuables. The egret nodded, sketched an informal salute, and started shouting orders in rapid Chinese. Let's go, Fade Out repeated, carefully picking his way among the bodies. Where to? Brennan asked as casually as he could. Little Mother's place in Chinatown. I've got to tell her what happened. A sleek limo pulled up to the curb. Whiskers was driving. Deadhead lolled in the back seat with Lazy Dragon. Fade Out got in, and Brennan followed him, excitement thrumming through his body like tautly stretched wire. He carefully noted the route that Whiskers took, but he had no idea at all where they were when the limo finally stopped in a small, ramshackle garage in a dirty, garbage-choked alley. His unfamiliarity with the area irritated him and upset his fine-tuned sense of control. He hated the helpless feeling that had been plaguing him lately, but there was nothing to do but swallow it and go on. Whiskers, his mask back in place, and Lazy Dragon dragged Deadhead from the limo on Fade Out's order. The significance of that wasn't lost on Brennan. He knew that he'd gone up a notch or two in Fade Out's estimation, which was exactly what he wanted. The closer he got to the core of Keen's organization, the easier it would be for him to bring it tumbling down like a house of cards. The door they approached wasn't as flimsy as it appeared. It was also locked and guarded, but the sentinel let them in after peering through a pee-hole when Fade Out knocked. "Siu Ma is asleep," the guard said. He was a large Chinese dressed in traditional baggy trousers, broad leather belt, and matching tunic top. The machine pistol holstered on his broad leather belt was a jarring anachronism with his antique style of dress, but, Brennan reflected, was a sensible compromise with what was apparently Siu Ma's strongly developed sense of tradition. "She'll want to see us," Fade Out said grimly. "We'll be in the audience chamber." The guard nodded, turned to a very modern intercom system, and spoke Chinese too quickly for Brennan to follow. The audience chamber was as luxurious as the outside of the building was dilapidated. The decorating motif was dynastic china. There were rich rugs, beautiful lacquered screens, delicate porcelain, a couple of massive green bronze temple demons, and undoubtedly valuable knickknacks of ivory, jade, and other precious and semi-precious stones set about on tables of teak and ebony and other rare woods. Wraith, Brennan thought, would love this place. Although it could have been overwhelming, the room's overall effect was actually quite pleasing. It was like a living museum exhibit that had been assembled with a discerning eye and in the utmost good taste. Siu Ma was already waiting for them. She was seated on a gilt chair that dominated the chamber's rear wall, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. She was short with a round, plump face, dark, long-lashed eyes, and black, glossy hair. She looked to be in her early 30s. She stifled a yawn with a puggy hand and frowned at Fade Out. "This had better be important," she said, glancing distastefully at Deadhead and his attendants, curiously at Brennan. Her English was excellent, with just a lingering trace of a French accent. "It is," Fade Out assured her. He told her of the mafia hit on his brownstone. As he spoke, a young girl bearing a tray came into the room and poured her a small cup of tea. Siu Ma sipped the tea as she listened to Fade Out's story, and her frown deepened. "This is intolerable," she said when he'd finished. "We must teach those comic book criminals a lesson they won't forget." "I agree," Fade Out said. "However, our spies have told us that Covello has withdrawn to his estate in the Hamptons. It's one of the Mafia's most heavily fortified strongholds. It has 2 walls around it, an armored outer wall that encircles the entire estate, and an inner electrified fence that protects the main building. Covello is entrenched there with a company of heavily armed Mafia thugs." Siu Ma looked at Fade Out coldly, and Brennan could see ruthless strength in her near black eyes. "The Shadow Fists have weapons too," she said. Fade Out bobbed his head. "I agree, but we don't want to expend our men in a futile attempt at revenge. And think of the unwanted attention such an assault would draw from the authorities." There was an uncomfortable silence as Siu Ma sipped her tea and stared coldly at Fade Out. Brennan saw his chance. "Excuse my interruption," he said in his soft drawl, "but one man can often go where many would be unwelcome." Fade Out turned to him, frowned. "What do you mean?"
Brennan shrugged depreciatingly. A one-man sortie might accomplish what a full-scale raid could never hope to do. Brennan felt Suma's eyes boring into him. "Who is this man?" she asked. "His name's Cowboy," Fade-Out said, distraction in his voice. "He's new." Suma finished her tea and set the cup down on the tray. "He sounds as if he has a head on his shoulders. Tell me," she said, speaking directly to Brennan for the first time, "are you volunteering to be this man?" He bobbed his head in a respectful bow. "Yes, Dama." She smiled, pleased as he'd hoped she'd be by the respectful form of address. "It will be dangerous, very, very dangerous," Fade-Out said cautiously. Suma turned her gaze to him. "Never," she said, "stop to count danger in a matter of revenge." Brennan suppressed a smile. Suma, it seemed, was a woman after his own heart. 4. It was bone-chillingly cold at the West 30th Street heliport. The wind was an icy whip that cut through the stained jumpsuit that Brennan wore. The smell of imminent snow was in the air, though Brennan could barely discern it through the grease and oil odors of the heliport, where, disguised as a mechanic, he waited patiently. Brennan was good at waiting. He'd spent 2 days and nights doing just that in a hidden observation post across the road from Covello's Southampton estate. It was apparent that Covello, choosing discretion over valor, had decided to go to ground for the duration of the Mafia Shadow Fist War. He was surrounded by a company of heavily armed Mafia goons and protected by walls that were safe to anything but a full-scale assault.
The only vehicles allowed inside the grounds brought supplies to feed the Don and underlings to consult with him, and even these were stopped and thoroughly checked at the front gate. The only other way into the estate was the helipad on the mansion's roof. Brennan had watched Covello's helicopter come and go several times each day, on different occasions ferrying in and out expensive-looking women and dark-suited men. The men, when identified by snaps Brennan took of them with a telephoto lens, were mostly high-ranking members of the other families. The women were apparently call girls. His reconnaissance over, Brennan waited patiently at the heliport that was the Manhattan base of Covello's chopper. Since, he decided, he couldn't go through Covello's walls, he'd go over them, in Covello's own chopper. Night had fallen before the chopper pilot showed up with a trio of shivering women dressed in fur coats. There was no one else near the chopper. As Brennan approached them, the pilot let down the ladder to the cabin. The first hooker was trying to climb aboard, but was finding it difficult to mount the metal stairs in her high-heeled boots. It was almost too easy. Brennan slugged the pilot, and he staggered backward, hit hard against the body of the chopper, and slid to the ground. The call girl who'd been clutching his arm teetered precariously, her arms windmilling vigorously. Then Brennan steadied her with a hand on her rump. "Hey," she complained, either at the placement of Brennan's hand or his treatment of the pilot. "Change in plan," Brennan told them. "Go on home." They regarded him suspiciously. The one on the stairs spoke. "We haven't been paid yet." Brennan smiled his best smile. "You haven't been killed yet, either." He reached for his wallet, emptied it of cash. "Cab fare," he said, handing the bills over. The three glanced at each other, at Brennan, then back at each other. The one climbed down the stairs and, hunched over against the cold, walked away muttering. The others followed. Brennan hauled the pilot into the chopper cabin. He was out cold, but his pulse was steady and strong. Brennan stared at him for a moment. The man, after all, was nothing to him, not even an enemy. He was just someone who happened to be in the way. Brennan took a ball of strong twine from his jumpsuit pocket, bound him, gagged him, and left him on the floor of the cabin. He stripped off his dirty jumpsuit, wadded it up, and flung it in a corner. He moved through the cabin into the cockpit and slid into the pilot's seat. "I'm off," he said to the empty air, but those listening on the chosen frequency heard him and started on their own way to Southampton. Brennan hadn't piloted a chopper in more than 10 years, and this was a commercial rather than a military model, but the old skills returned quickly to his hands.
He asked for and received takeoff clearance, and scrupulously following the flight plan he'd found on a clipboard in the cabin, soon left behind the million twinkling jewels that were New York City. Flying over Long Island in the cold, clear night gave him a fresh, clean feeling that he lost himself in. All too soon, however, Cavello's brightly lit private helipad was below him. As he settled down as gently as a feather, a guard carrying an assault rifle waved at him. Brennan sighed. He shook the clean feeling of the night sky from his brain. It was time to get back to work. The guard sauntered casually toward the chopper. Brennan waited until he was half a dozen steps away, then he leaned out the cockpit window and shot him in the head with his silenced Browning. No one saw him enter the mansion through the door in the roof. No one saw him flit from room to room, as quiet and purposeful as a haunting spirit. He found Cavello in a library that had rows and rows of unread books that had been bought by the mansion's interior decorator because of their matched bindings. The Don, whom Brennan recognized from his photo in Fade Out's dossier, was shooting pool with his consulare, while a man who was obviously a bodyguard watched silently. Cavello missed an easy cushion shot, swore to himself, then looked up. He frowned at Brennan. "Who the hell are you?" Brennan said nothing. He raised his gun and shot the astonished bodyguard. Cavello started to scream in a curiously high-pitched, womanish voice, and the consulare swung at Brennan with his pool stick. Brennan ducked out of the way and put 3 slugs in the consulare's chest, blowing him over the pool table. He shot the Don in the back as he was running for the door. Cavello was still breathing as Brennan stood over him. There was a pleading look in his eyes, and he tried to speak. Brennan wanted to finish him with a shot to the head, but couldn't. He had orders. He pulled a small black nylon sack from his back pocket and a knife, much longer and heavier than the one he usually carried, from the belt sheath at the small of his back. He was on the clock now. Cavello's screams had certainly aroused the household, and he had little time before more goons would arrive. He bent down. The dying Don closed his eyes in unutterable horror at the sight of the knife in Brennan's hands. The man wasn't his enemy, but neither would his death be a great loss to society. Still, as he cut through Cavello's throat, leaning hard on the blade to sever the spinal cord, Brennan couldn't help but feel that he deserved a cleaner death. That no one deserved a death like this. He lifted Cavello's head by his oiled hair and dropped it in the nylon bag. Moving quickly, he went back through the corridors that led to the roof and waiting chopper. He moved quickly and quietly, but he was seen. A mafia soldier let out a wild burst of gunfire and shouted to his companions. The burst didn't come close to hitting Brennan, but he knew now they were on his trail. He moved faster, running down corridors and upstairs. Once he blundered into a group of men. He had no idea who they were, and they looked surprised and not a little bewildered at the commotion. He emptied the Browning's clip at them as he charged, and they scattered without offering resistance as the sounds of pursuit drew closer and closer. He spoke aloud to unseen listeners without breaking stride. "I've got the package and I'm coming home. I need backup." He reached into his vest pocket, dropped something to the carpet, and ran on. A fluttering sheet of delicate paper, intricately folded into a small, complicated shape, fell from his hand. He didn't look back, but he heard the challenging roar of a big cat, terribly loud in the close confines of the corridor, reverberate and echo endlessly as it mixed with the sounds of gunfire and the screams of terrified men. The route he flew to the small Suffolk County airport was on no authorized flight plan, and the flight itself was not as exhilarating, with the stained and leaking black bag keeping him company on the co-pilot's seat. Fade Out and Whiskers were waiting at the airport. How'd it go? As planned. Brennan held out the bag, and Whiskers took it. Fade Out nodded. Wrap it up in a blanket or something and put it in the trunk. He caught Brennan's look of disgust as Whiskers hustled off. He shrugged. "Yeah, it gets to me, too, sometimes. Deadhead is a useful tool, though. Think of all the inside info he'll pick up from Cavello's brain." "I thought Deadhead was working on another problem," Brennan said casually. "Some ace named Wraith?" "Oh, that." Fade Out waved a hand. "He solved it. Wraith apparently didn't like Gruber too much, never even told him her real name. But she did let her birthday slip once. And Deadhead is a talented sketch artist. Hard to think of him as having any real human qualities. We have deep connections in a lot of government agencies, the DMV, for example. Her birthday and Deadhead sketch will be enough to nail that bitch to the wall. A wave of fear washed through Brennan, sweeping away the fatigue that weighed heavily on his body and spirit.
To hide it, he rubbed his face and yawned hugely. "Well," he said, desperately trying to sound casual, "it sounds pretty important. I'd like to be in on it." Fade-Out looked at him closely, but nodded. "Sure, cowboy, you earned it. It won't come down for a day or two, but you look like you could sleep that long." Brennan forced a grin. "I could at that." They dropped Brennan at his Jokertown apartment, where he slept around the clock, then worried for another day before he got the call. It was Whisker's mushy voice at the other end of the line. "We got her name, cowboy, and we got her address. Who's in on it? You, me, and 2 of my werewolf pals. They're watching her place now." Brennan nodded. He was glad that Lazy Dragon wouldn't be along. He had ample respect for the Ace's power and adaptability. "There's a problem, though." Whiskers hesitated. "She can turn into a ghost or something and walk right through walls and shit, so we can't even really threaten her." Brennan smiled. Jennifer was extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Fade-Out's got a plan, though. We break into her place and see if we can find this book he's looking for. If not, we can try to deal with her, buy it back or something. Then, Whiskers said, some satisfaction in his voice, "She can always catch a bullet in the back of her head sometime. She ain't always gonna be a ghost." "Good plan," Brennan made himself say. And it was. They knew her name. They knew where to find her. He had to do something, or she wouldn't live out the month, even if they turned over the diary. His mind raced. "I'll meet you in an hour, at her place. Give me the address." "Right, cowboy. You know, it's too bad she can turn into a ghost. She's real good looking. We could have a real party with her. Yeah, a real party." Brennan hung up after Whiskers gave him directions to the apartment. He stared at nothing for a moment, marshalling all his Zen training to calm his mind, to soothe his racing pulse. He needed calmness, not a brain drenched in hate, anger, and fear. Part of him wondered at his strong reaction to Whisker's news. Part of him knew the reason, but the biggest part told him to forget it for now, to bury it and examine it later. There was a way out of this mess. There had to be. He sunk his consciousness in the pool of being, seeking knowledge through perfect tranquility, and when he brought his mind back from Zazen, he had his answer. It was Kien, and what he knew of the man, his fears, his strengths, his weaknesses. Some of the details would be tricky and painful to work out. He picked up the phone, dialed a number. It rang, then he heard the sound of her voice on the other end of the line. "Hello?" He held the phone tightly, realizing that he had missed her voice, and despite the circumstances, he was glad to hear it again. "Hello?" "Hello?" "Jennifer, we have to talk." Snow was falling in blinding sheets, and the wind was roaring like lost souls through the gray city canyons. Somehow, winter seemed colder here than in the mountains, Brennan thought, colder and dirtier and lonelier. The maskless werewolves, dressed as maintenance men, were waiting in the lobby of Jennifer's apartment building. One was tall and thin with acne-scarred cheeks. His Joker deformities were hidden by the baggy coveralls he wore. The other was short and thin, his deformity evident in his sharply twisted spine that rotated his torso abnormally from his hips. Whiskers and Brennan, also wearing coveralls, stamped the snow from their boots. "Cold as hell," Whiskers offered. "She's gone?" he asked in a low whisper. The tall and thin one nodded. "She left no more'n 10 minutes ago. Caught a cab." "Okay, let's do it." No one saw them go up to Jennifer's apartment. Her front door yielded easily to the werewolf's burglary tools. Brennan told himself that he'd have to speak to her about that. If, he amended, they were both still around when this caper was finished.
"We'll toss the bedroom first," Whiskers said as they entered the apartment. He stopped and frowned at the bookshelf-lined walls. Shit, finding a book in this will be like looking for a needle in a goddamn haystack. He led the way into a small bedroom that contained a single bed, a nightstand with a lamp, an ancient wardrobe, and more bookshelves. "We'll have to check all those damn books," Whiskers said. "One might be hollowed out or something." "Geez, Whiskers," the short and thin werewolf said. "You've seen too many movies." He stopped, stared, as a tall, slim, good-looking blonde in a black string bikini stepped out of the wall. She wavered, solidified, and pointed a silenced pistol at them. She smiled. "Freeze," she said. They froze, more in astonishment than fear. Whiskers swallowed. "Hey, we just want to talk. We were sent by important people." The woman nodded. "I know." "You know?" Whiskers asked, bewildered. "I told her." Everyone turned to stare at Brennan. He had opened the drawer of the nightstand, and he, too, had a gun. It was a long-barreled, peculiar-looking pistol. He pointed it at Whiskers. The Joker's eyeballs bulged from his furry face. "What the hell are you doing, cowboy? What's going on?" Brennan looked at him with no expression at all. He flicked his wrist, squeezed the trigger twice. There were two small, nearly soundless explosions of air, and the werewolves stared in astonishment at the darts implanted in their chests. The tall, thin one opened his mouth to say something, sighed, closed his eyes, and slipped to the floor. The other didn't even try to speak. "Cowboy!" Brennan shook his head. "My name isn't Cowboy. It isn't Yeoman either, but that will do." Whiskers's face took on an almost comical look of terror. "Look, let me go. Please, I won't tell anyone. Honest, trust me." He sagged to his knees, his hands clasped imploringly, tears soaking his furry cheeks. Brennan's air pistol spat another dart, and Whiskers slipped face down on the carpet. Brennan turned to Jennifer. "Hello, Wraith." She dropped the gun on the bed. Can't you let them go?" Brennan shook his head. "You know I can't. They know who I am. It'd blow my cover. It'd also ruin our plan. They have to die." He approached within reach of her, but made his arm stay at his side. "This is deadly business you're involved in." He gestured at the drugged werewolves. "No one can walk away from this, except me, if you want to live." He stopped, looked troubled. "Even then, there's no guarantee." Jennifer sighed. "Their lives are on my head. They made the decisions and led the lives that brought them here. They were prepared to rape, maim, and kill you. Still," Brennan looked away from Jennifer, looked inward to himself. "Still." His voice ran down to silence. Jennifer put her hand on his cheek, and he looked up, his dark eyes haunted by memories of death and destruction that, despite his Zen training, despite his dogged concentration, were never far from the surface of his thoughts. Jennifer smiled slightly. "I like your new eyes." Brennan smiled back, and almost unwillingly covered her hand with his. "I have to get going. It'll be dark soon, and I have to take care of them." He nodded at the unconscious werewolves, and other details. Jennifer nodded. "Will I see you again? Soon, I mean." Brennan took his hand away, half-turned, shrugged. "Don't you have enough problems? Hey, the crime lord of New York City has marked me for death. How much worse could it get?" Brennan shook his head. "You couldn't even begin to guess. Look, you'd better disappear. I have to take care of things." Jennifer looked at him silently. "I'll call you. Promise?" she asked. Brennan nodded. She gave the werewolves a final troubled glance, then faded through the wall again. Brennan had no intention of keeping the promise. None, not at all. But by the time he'd hoisted the first unconscious Joker to his shoulders, his resolve was already fading. V Fade Out, Siu Ma, and Deadhead were in conference when Brennan was admitted to the audience chamber.
Deadhead was babbling lists of names, addresses, telephone numbers, bank accounts, and government connections. Everything that Covello had kept in the storehouse of his brain was Deadhead's. Everything that Don had known. A sudden insight struck Brennan. Only the dead, he thought, could know everything. They were finished and done with. Their lives were complete. Only the dead could know Jokertown, totally and completely, for they had no need of new knowledge. Like him, when he'd been in the mountains. His life had been peaceful, unchanging, and serene, and quite dead. Now he was living again. The sense of uncertainty and loss of control that had increasingly been plaguing him was the price he paid for living. It was a high price, but so far, he realized, he could afford it. Fade Out and Sue Ma exchanged concerned glances when Brennan entered the chamber alone. "What happened?" Fade Out asked. "Ambush. That crazy yeoman bastard. Killed Whiskers and the other werewolves. Pinned me to the wall by my damn hand." Brennan held out his right hand. It was wrapped in a bloody rag torn from his shirt. It had hurt like hell to drive the arrow through his palm. It'd been, Brennan reflected, penance of a sort for what he'd done since his arrival in the city. "He let you live?" Sue Ma asked. "He wanted me to deliver this. He said it was no good to him." He held up Keen's diary, which had been blanked when Jennifer had ghosted it from Keen's wall safe. He hated like hell to give it back and let Keen know that he was safe from the secrets he'd written therein. But he had to give Keen something concrete to get him off Jennifer's back. Fade Out took the diary from him and, mystified, riffled through its blank pages. Did Yeoman do this?" Brennan shook his head. "He said it happened when wraiths stole it." Fade Out smiled. "Well, that's great. That's really great." Even Sue Ma looked pleased. "There's one more thing." Brennan forced himself to speak like a dispassionate messenger when he really wanted to brand the words on Fade Out's forehead so Keen would be sure to understand the iron behind them. Fade Out and Sue Ma looked at him expectantly. He also had a message. He said to tell Keen, yeah, the name was Keen, that he knows where Keen lives, just as Keen knows where Wraith lives. He said to tell Keen that their feud goes beyond life and death, that it is one of honor and retribution, but that he will be satisfied with Keen's life if anything happens to Wraith. He says he has an arrow with Keen's name on it, waiting, just waiting. He delivered a similar promise a few months ago in behalf of another. But perhaps, justifiably, she had refused to accept his protection and chose instead to go away. Jennifer, though, had simply nodded when he'd told her his plan, had accepted it as if she truly, totally trusted him. "I see." Fade Out and Sue Ma exchanged worried glances. "Well, yes, I'll pass that on." Fade Out nodded decisively. "I will indeed." He pulled worriedly at his lower lip. Sue Ma stood up. "You have proven yourself worthy," she said. "I hope that your association with the Shadow Fists will be long and prosperous." Brennan looked at her. He permitted himself to smile. "I'm sure it will," he said. "I'm sure it will." All the king's horses. 4. "I need a mask," he said. The clerk towered above him, grotesquely tall and thin, with a manner as imperious as the pharaoh whose death mask he wore. Of course. His eyes were gold, like the skin of his mask. "Perhaps you had something specific in mind, sir." "Something impressive," Tom said. "You could buy a cheap plastic mask for under $2 in any Jokertown candy store, good enough to hide your face. But in Jokertown, a cheap mask was like a cheap suit." Tom wanted to be taken seriously today, and Holbrook's was the most exclusive mask shop in the city, according to New York Magazine. "If you'll permit me, sir," the clerk said, producing a tape measure. Tom nodded and studied the display of elaborate tribal masks on the far wall. "I'll be just a minute," the man said, as he vanished through a dark velvet curtain into a back room. It was more than a minute. Tom was the only customer in the shop. It was a small place, dimly lit, richly appointed. Tom felt acutely uncomfortable. When the clerk returned, he was carrying a half-dozen mask boxes under his arm. He set them on the counter and opened one for Tom's inspection. A lion's head rested on a bed of black tissue paper. The face was done in some soft, pale leather, as buttery to the touch as the finest suede. A nimbus of long golden hair surrounded the features. "Surely nothing is as impressive as the king of beasts," the clerk told him. "The hair is authentic, every strand taken from a lion's mane.
I couldn't help but notice your glasses, sir. If you'll provide us with your prescription, Holbrook's will be pleased to have custom eyepieces made to fit." "It's very nice," Tom said, fingering the hair. "How much?" The clerk looked at him coolly. $1,200, sir, without the prescription eyepieces." Tom pulled back his hand abruptly. The golden eyes in the pharaoh's face regarded him with condescending courtesy and just a hint of amusement. Without a word, Tom turned on his heel and walked out of Holbrook's. He bought a rubber frog face for $6.97 in a Bowery storefront with a newspaper rack by the door and a soda fountain in the back. The mask was a little too big when he pulled it down over his head, and he had to wear his glasses balanced on the oversized green ears, but the design had a certain sentimental value. To hell with being impressive. Jokertown made him very nervous. As many times as he had flown over its streets, walking those same streets was another proposition entirely. Thankfully, the funhouse was right on the Bowery. The cops avoided the darker alleys of Jokertown as much as any other sane person, even more so since the start of this gang war. But Knott still frequented the Joker cabarets along the Bowery, and where the tourists went, the prowl cars went as well. Knott money was the lifeblood of the Jokertown economy, and that blood ran thin enough as it was. Even at this hour, the sidewalks were still busy, and no one took much notice of Tom in his ill-fitting frog face. By the second block, he was almost comfortable. In the last 20 years, he'd seen all the ugliness Jokertown had to offer on his TV monitors. This was just a different angle on things. In the old days, the sidewalk in front of the funhouse would have been crowded by cabs dropping off fares and limousines waiting at the curb for the end of the second show. But the sidewalk was empty tonight, not even a doorman. And when Tom entered, he found the check room unattended as well. He pushed through the double doors. 100 different frogs stared at him from the silver depths of the famous funhouse mirrors. The man up on stage had a head the size of a baseball, and huge pebbled bags of skin drooping all over his bare torso, swelling and emptying like bellows or bagpipes, filling the room with a strange, sad music as air sighed from a dozen unlikely orifices. Tom stared at him with a sick fascination until the maitre d' appeared at his side. "A table, sir." He was squat and round as a penguin, features hidden by a Beethoven mask. "I'd like to see Xavier Desmond," Tom said. His voice, partially muffled by the frog mask, sounded strange in his ears. "Mr. Desmond only returned from abroad a few days ago," the maitre d' said. He added proudly, "I'm afraid he's quite busy." "It's important," Tom said. The maitre d' nodded. "Whom shall I say is calling?" Tom hesitated. "Tell him it's an old friend." When the maitre d' had left them alone, Des got up and came around the desk. He moved slowly, thin lips pressed together tightly behind a long pink trunk that grew from his face where a normal man would have a nose.
Standing in the same room with him, you saw things you could not see in a face on a TV screen. How old he was, and how sick. His skin hung on him as loosely as his clothes, and his eyes were filmed with pain. "How was the tour?" Tom asked him. "Exhausting," Des said. "We saw all the misery of the world, all the suffering and hatred, and we tasted its violence firsthand. But I'm sure you know all that. It was in the papers." He lifted his trunk, and the fingers that fringed its end lightly touched Tom's mask. "Pardon, old friend, but I cannot seem to place your face." "My face is hidden," Tom pointed out. Des smiled wanly. "One of the first things a Joker learns is how to see beneath a mask. I'm an old Joker, and yours is a very bad mask. A long time ago, you bought a mask just as cheap as this." Des frowned. "You're mistaken, I'm afraid. I've never felt the need to hide my features." "You bought it for Dr. Tachyon, a chicken mask." Desmond's eyes met his, startled and curious, but still wary. "Who are you?" "I think you know," Tom said. The old Joker was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly and sagged into the nearest chair. "There was talk that you were dead. I'm glad you're not." The simple statement and the sincerity with which Desmond delivered it made Tom feel awkward, ashamed. For a moment, he thought he should leave without another word. "Please, sit down," Des said.
Tom sat down, cleared his throat, tried to think how to begin. The silence stretched out awkwardly. "I know," Desmond said. "It is as strange for me as it must be for you, to have you sitting here in my office. Pleasant, but strange. But something brought you here, something more than the desire for my company. Jokertown owes you a great deal. Tell me what I can do for you." Tom told him. He left out the why of it, but he told him his decision and what he hoped to do with the shells. As he spoke, he looked away from Des, his eyes wandering everywhere but on the old Joker's face. But he got the words out. Xavier Desmond listened politely. When Tom had finished, Des looked older somehow and more wary. He nodded slowly, but said nothing. The fingers of his trunk clenched and unclenched. "You're sure?" Des finally asked. Tom nodded. "Are you all right?" Des gave him a thin, tired smile. "No," he replied. "I am too old and not in the best of health, and the world persists in disappointing me. In the final days of the tour, I yearned for our homecoming, for Jokertown and the funhouse. Well, now I am home, and what do I find? Business is as bad as ever. The mobs are fighting a war in the streets of Jokertown. Our next president may be a religious charlatan who loves my people so much he wants to quarantine them, and our oldest hero has decided to walk away from the fight." Des ran his trunk fingers through thinning gray hair, then looked up at Tom, abashed. "Forgive me, that was unfair. You have risked much, and for 20 years you have been there for us. No one has the right to ask more. Certainly, if you want my help, you'll have it." "Do you know who the owner is?" Tom asked. "A joker," Desmond said. "Does that surprise you? The original owners were gnats, but he bought them out, some time ago. He's quite a wealthy man, but he prefers to keep a low profile. A rich joker is, well, something of a target. I would be glad to help set up a meeting." "Yeah," Tom said. "Good." After they had finished talking, Xavier Desmond walked him out. Tom promised to phone in a week for the details of the meeting. Out front, on the sidewalk, Des stood beside him as Tom tried to hail a taxi. One passed, slowed, then sped up again when the cabbie saw the two of them standing there. "I used to hope you were a joker," Desmond said quietly. Tom looked at him sharply. "How do you know I'm not?" Des smiled, as if that question hardly deserved an answer. "I suppose I wanted to believe, like so many other jokers. Hidden in your shell, you could be anything. With all the prestige and fame the aces enjoy, why would you possibly hide your face and keep your name a secret if you were not one of us?" "I had my reasons," Tom told him. "Well, it doesn't matter. I suppose the lesson to be learned is that aces are aces, even you, and we jokers need to learn to take care of ourselves. Good luck to you, old friend." Des shook his hand and turned and walked away. Another cab passed. Tom hailed it, but it shot right past. "They think you're a joker," Des said from the door of the funhouse. "It's the mask," he added, not unkindly. "Take it off, let them see your face, and you'll have no problem." The door closed softly behind him. Tom looked up and down the street. There was no one in sight, no one to see his real face. Carefully, nervously, he reached up and pulled off the frog mask. The next cab screeched to a stop right in front of him. Blood Ties by Melinda M. Snodgrass. "I quit! I quit! He doesn't need a tutor, he needs a warden, a goddamn animal trainer, a stint in the pen." The slam of the door shook papers from the stacks that stood on his desk like the bastions of a white cellulose fortress. Tachyon, a rental contract hanging limply from long fingers, stared bemusedly at the door. It cracked open. A pair of eyes, swimming like blue moons behind thick lenses, peered cautiously around the door. "Sorry," whispered Dida. "Quite all right. How many does that make?" She eased one shapely buttock onto the corner of his desk. Tachyon's eyes slid to the expanse of white thigh revealed by the hitch of her miniskirt. 3. Maybe school? Maybe not. Tack repressed a shudder as he contemplated the havoc his grandchildhood would wreak in the dog-eat-dog world of public school. With a sigh, he folded the apartment lease and slipped it into a pocket. "I'll have to go home and check on him. Try to make some other arrangement.
These letters? We'll have to wait. But some have waited 6 months. What's another few days? Rounds? I'll be back in time. Dr. Quinn is not going to be happy with me. A common enough event. You look tired. I am. And so he was. He thought as he walked down the steps of the Blythe Van Rensselaer Memorial Clinic without bestowing his usual pats on the heads of the stone lions that flanked the stairs. In the week since his return from the World Health Organization tour, there had been little time for rest. Worry snapped at him from all sides. His impotence, which left him, one should forgive the pun, with a growing sense of pressure and frustration. The candidacy of Leo Barnett, the crime wars that were threatening the peaceful life of Jokertown, James Spector wandering loose and continuing to kill. But all of this seemed oddly distant, so unimportant, mere bagatelles, when compared with the arrival of a new presence in his life. An active 11-year-old boy playing havoc with his routines, making him realize just how very small a one-bedroom apartment could be, making him realize how long it took to find something larger, and how much more it would cost. And then there was the problem of Blaze's power. During his childhood, Tachyon had frequently railed against the strictness of his Takisian Psylord upbringing. Now he wished he could apply some of that same severe punishment to his wayward heir, who could not be brought to realize the enormity of his sin when he casually exercised his psi powers on the mind-blind humans that surrounded him. But to be honest, it was not simply a matter of sparing the rod. On Takis, a child learned to survive in the plot-ridden atmosphere of the women's quarters. Surrounded as they were by other mentats, children quickly became cautious about the unrestrained exercise of their power. No matter how powerful an individual might be, there was always an older cousin, uncle, or parent more experienced and more powerful. Upon their emergence from the harem, a child was assigned a companion servant from the lower orders. The intent was to instill in the young Psylord or lady a sense of duty toward the simple folk they ruled.
That was the theory. In actual fact, it generally created a sort of indulgent contempt for the vast bulk of the Takishian population, and a rather off-handed attitude that it really wasn't very interesting or sporting to compel servants. But there were tragedies. Servants forced to destroy themselves upon a whim or a fit of fury on the part of their masters and mistresses. Tachyon rubbed a hand across his forehead and considered his options. To blather on about kindness and responsibility and duty, or to become the most dangerous thing in Blaze's life. But I wanted his love, not his fear. The boy reminded him of some feral woodland creature. Coiled in the big armchair, Blaze warily eyed his grandsire and tugged fretfully at the long points of the lacy Vandyke collar that spilled over the white twill coat. Red stockings and a red sash at the waist echoed the blood red of his hair. Tack tossed his keys onto the coffee table and sat on the arm of the sofa, keeping a careful distance from the hostile child. Whatever he said, I didn't do it. You must have done something. They spoke in French. No, Blaze, don't lie. I didn't like him. Tachyon drifted to the piano and played a few bars of a Scarlatti sonatina. Teachers aren't required to be your friends, they're meant to teach. I know everything I need to know. Oh? Tachyon drew out the word in one long, freezing accent. The childish chin stiffened, and Takishan's shields repelled a powerful mind assault. That's all I need to know, at least for ordinary people. He blushed under his grandfather's level gaze. I'm special. Being an ignorant boor is unfortunately not terribly unique on this world. You should find yourself with plenty of company. I hate you. I want to go home. The final word ended on a sob, and Blaze buried his face in the chair. Tack crossed to him and gathered the sobbing boy into his arms. Oh, my darling, don't cry. You're homesick. That is natural. But there is no one for you in France, and I want you so very much. There's no place for me here. You're just fitting me in. Not true. You have given my life meaning. The remark was too obscurely adult to reach the child, and Tachyon tried again. I think I've found a new apartment. Well, go there this very afternoon, and you can tell me just how you want your room. Really? Truly? He scrubbed the child's face with his handkerchief. But now I must return to work, so I will take you to Baby, and she will tell you tales of your blood. Très bien. Tack felt a momentary flare of guilt, for this plan was designed less for Blaze's pleasure than to assure his good behavior. Locked within the walls of the sentient and intelligent Takeshian ship, Blaze would be safe, and the world at large would be safe from him. But only in English, Tachyon added sternly. Blaze's face fell. Tant pis. Back to the clinic for 5 hours of frenzied work, most of it, unfortunately, of the paper variety. With a start, he remembered Blaze, and hoped that Baby had been very entertaining. Collecting the child, Tachyon hurried him to his karate lesson. He then sat in the outer office reading the Times, a wary ear cocked toward the dojo. But Blaze was behaving. Wild Card AIDS benefit concert to be held at Funhouse. How like Des, Tachyon reflected. Interesting that this event was to take place in Jokertown. Probably no other forum in New York would host it. They would want to place plastic liners on the seats. There were a number of emotional similarities between the two scourges. As a biochemist, he saw a different correlation. Herpes to wildcard. But a herpes wildcard AIDS benefit would offer far too many unfortunate opportunities for sexual innuendo. Warning: the Surgeon General has determined that fucking may be hazardous to your health. Well, I ought to live to be 2000, muttered Tack, crossing his legs. Blaze bounced out looking adorable in his little white gi. There had been an initial tussle with the manager of the karate school over that gi. The standard color was black, but despite 40 years on Earth, Tack still held a stubborn bias against the color. Laborers wore black, not aristocrats. The boy thrust his clothes into Tack's arms. Aren't you going to change? No. He climbed onto a chair to investigate a display of shurikens, kusarigamas, and naginatas. Is the language barrier a problem? He asked Tupuola as he wrote out a check. No. Even in just the past few days, his English has improved remarkably. Yes, I am, said Blaze, walking across the chairs to hug Tachyon around the neck. Tupuola frowned, twiddled a pen. I wish you would show me some of this English improvement. It's easier to speak French with you, Blaze said, lapsing into that tongue. Tack ran a hand through his grandchild's straight red hair. I think I shall have to develop selective deafness. He suddenly chuckled. What? Blaze tugged at his shoulder. I was remembering an incident from my childhood. I wasn't much older than you, 15 or so. I had decided that physical workout was dull. Only the sparring really seemed to matter. So I had taken to ordering my bodyguards to do the workouts for me. Tupuola laughed, and Tack shook his head sadly. I was an unbearable little prince. So what happened? My father caught me. And? Asked Blaze eagerly. And he beat the crap out of me. I'll bet your bodyguards enjoyed it, chuckled Tupuola. Oh, they were far too well trained to ever show emotion, but I do seem to recall a few telltale lip twitches. It was very humiliating. He sighed. I would have stopped him, said Blaze, his eyes kindling. Ah, but I respected my father, and knew he was right to chastise me. And it would have violated the tenets of Pi to engage in a long, drawn-out mind battle with my sire in front of servants. Also, I might have lost. He flicked a forefinger across the tip of the boy's nose. Always a consideration when you're a Takeshian.
The Tenets of Pi sounds like a mystic book out of the 60s, mused Tack. Tack rose. Perhaps I'll write it. He turned to his grandchild. And speaking of the 60s, there is someone I want you to meet. Someone fun? Yes, and kind, and a good friend. The corners of Blaze's mouth drooped. Not someone I can play with? No, but he does have a daughter. Behold me! Mark, I am home! Tack announced, with a swirl of his plumed hat from the front door of the Cosmic Pumpkin, food for body, mind, spirit. Head shop and delicatessen. Dr. Mark Meadows, a.k.a. Captain Trips, hung stork-like over the counter. A freshly opened package of tofu balanced delicately on his fingertips. "Oh, wow, Doc. Good to see ya." "Mark, my grandson, Blaze." He pulled him from where the child had been hiding behind him and pushed him gently forward. "Blaze, je vous présente Monsieur Mark Meadows." "Enchanté, monsieur." Mark flashed Blaze a peace sign and Tack a sharp glance. "I can see you've got a lot to tell." "Indeed, yes, and a favor to ask." "Anything, man. Name it." Tachyon glanced significantly down at Blaze. "In a moment. First, I want Blaze to make Sprout's acquaintance." Sure." They climbed the steep stairs to Mark's apartment, left Blaze playing with Mark's lovely but sadly retarded 10-year-old daughter, and settled in the hippie's tiny, cluttered lab. So, like, tell all. Overall, it was a nightmare. Death, starvation, disease, but at the end, Blaze, and suddenly it all becomes worthwhile. Tachyon halted his nervous pacings. "He's the focus of my life, and I want him to have everything, Mark." "Kids don't need everything, man. They just need love." Tack laid a hand fondly on the human's skinny shoulder. "How good you are, my dear, dear friend. But you haven't told me anything. How you found him, and what's the real poop on that ship that came down in Syria. That's why I say it was a nightmare." They talked, Tachyon touching on his fears for Peregrine, all of the events leading to his discovery of Blaze.
He omitted his final confrontation with Le Miroir, the French terrorist who had been controlling the quarter-Talkesian child. He sensed that gentle, sensitive Mark might be shocked at Talkesian's cold-blooded execution of the man. It was something that, in retrospect, Talkesian wasn't very comfortable with himself. He reflected, a little sadly, that after an almost equal number of years on Talkesian and on Earth, he was still more of Talkesian than of Earth. He checked the watch set in his boot heel and exclaimed, "Burning sky! Look at the time!" "Hey, great boots!" "Yes, I found them in Germany." "Hey, about Germany, another time, Mark. I must be going." "Oh, what a fool I am. I came not only for the pleasure of seeing you, but to ask if I might occasionally borrow Dirg. He's virtually immune to the effects of mind control, and I can't keep Blaze with me constantly, nor can I continue to lock him away in baby every time I have other responsibilities." "Dirg as a babysitter? It sort of boggles the mind." "Yes, I know, and believe me, it goes very much against the grain to have Zab's monster guarding my heir, but Blaze is like a swarm mother among planets if I leave him unattended with normal humans. You see, he has no self-discipline, and I'm damned if I can see how to instill it in him." Trips dropped an arm over Talkesian's shoulders, and they walked to the door of the lab. "Time, give it time. And relax with it, man. Nobody's born a father. Or even a grandfather." Mark looked down into the delicate, youthful face and chuckled. "I think he's going to have a hard time relating to you as Gramps. You're going to have to settle for—" The sight in the living room knocked wind and words from Mark's throat. Sprout was down to her teddy bear panties, daintily dancing while she sang a little song. Giggling, Blaze bounced on the sofa and manipulated her like a puppet. "Kids, Dad, isn't she funny? Her mind is so simple."
Takisian's power lashed out, and Sprout, suddenly freed from this terrifying outside control, burst into frightened and disoriented tears. Mark gathered her in a tight embrace. "Simple! I will show you a simple mind!" The boy jerked about the room like rusty automaton under the brutal imperative of his grandfather's mind. "Is this pleasant? Do you enjoy? No, man, no! Stop it!" Takisian rocked under the hard shaking. "It's okay," Trips added in a more moderate tone as the devil's mask that had slipped over Takisian's normally pleasant features faded. "I'm sorry, Mark," Tak whispered. "So very sorry." "It's okay, man. Let's just all calm down." Takisian dropped into telepathy. "Can you ever forgive me?" "Nothing to forgive, man." Meadows dropped to one knee before the sobbing boy, took him gently by the shoulders. "You see, you're as scared as Sprout was. It's no fun to be in somebody else's power. And yeah, Sprout's mind is weak, but that's all the more reason for someone strong like you to be kind and to look out for people like her. You understand?" Blaze slowly nodded, but Takisian didn't trust the shuttered expression in those purple-black eyes. And sure enough, as soon as they were out on the street in front of the Cosmic Pumpkin, the boy said, "What a wimp! Get in that taxi!" Ancestors! Glass crunched under boot heels, and for a brief, breath-catching moment, time rolled back, and the past clung like a gnawing animal at his throat. Glass shattering and falling, mirrors breaking on all sides, silvered knives flying through the air, blood spattering against the cracked mirrors. Takisian shook himself free of the waking nightmare and stared at the carnage that filled the funhouse. A janitor with enough arms to handle 3 brooms was busily sweeping up the broken glass that littered the floor. Des, gray-faced and frowning, was talking with a man in a business suit. Takisian joined them. "I'm not entirely certain your policy." "Of course not. Why should I think that 24 years of premiums paid on time and no claims made should entitle me to any coverage now?" spat Des. "I'll check, Mr. Desmond, and get back to you." "What, by the purity of the ideal, is going on here? Do you want a drink?" "Please." Takisian pulled out his wallet, and Des stared down at the bills, a funny little smile twisting his lips, the fingers at the end of his incongruous trunk twitching slightly. The alien flushed and said defensively, "I pay for my drinks." "Now." "That was a long time ago, Des." "True." Takisian kicked at a sliver of mirror. "Though God knows this brings it all back. Christmas Eve 1963. Mal's been dead a long time. And soon you will be too. No, impossible to speak such words. But would Des ever speak? While Takisian, of course, respected the old Joker's desire for privacy as he prepared to die, it nonetheless hurt that he maintained his silence. "How am I to say farewell to you, old friend?" And soon it will be too late. The cognac exploded like a white-hot cloud on the back of his throat, banishing the lump that had settled there. Takisian set aside the glass and said, "You never answered my question." "What's to answer?" "Des, I'm your friend. I've drunk in this bar for over 20 years. When I enter and find it bustin' all to hell, I want to know why. Why? Maybe I can do something." Takisian tossed down the rest of his drink and frowned up into Des's faded eyes. Des swept away the glass and refilled it. "For 20 years, I've been paying protection to the Gambonis. Now this new gang is muscling in, and I'm having to pay off 2 of them. It's making it a little tough to meet overhead." "New gang? What new gang?" "They call themselves the Shadow Fists, toughs out of Chinatown." "When did this start?" "Last week. I guess they waited until they knew I was back in town." "Which means they made quite a study of Jokertown." A shrug. "Why not? They're businessmen. They're hoodlums." Another shrug. "That too. What are you going to do?" "Keep paying both sides and hope they let me live in peace." "However long that's going to be," Tak muttered, and drained the fresh cognac. "What? Oh, hell, Des, I'm not a blind man. I'm also a doctor." "What is it?" "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me?" The old man sighed. For a lot of complicated reasons, none of which I want to go into right now. Or ever? That too is possible. I count you a friend. Do you, Tacky? Do you? Yes. Can you doubt it? No, don't answer that. I've already seen it, in your eyes and your heart. Why not my mind, Tachyon? Why not read it there? Because I honor your privacy, and... His face crumpled, and he sucked in a sharp breath. Because I can't bear to face what I might read there, he concluded quietly. He tossed more bills on the bar and started for the door. I'll see what I can do to make your hope a reality. What? That you end your days in peace? It had been the same story at Ernie's and Gobbler's Delicatessen and Spot's Laundry and so many others that he dreaded to even recall them all. Frowning, Takisian tore the skin from an orange, the juice stinging briefly as it hit a hitherto noticed paper cut. Goons out of Chinatown, goons from the mob, and him with his big mouth promising to do something about it. Like what? He finished peeling the orange and popped a segment into his mouth. A light breeze ruffled his curls and brought the sound of Blaze's delighted laughter. A rumbling call from Jack Braun sent the little boy scampering across the park, his red stocking legs a blur of motion. Braun leaned back, the football cradled in his big hand, and threw. He looked like a movie star, sun-bleached blonde hair falling across his forehead, tan, sinewy legs thrusting out from a pair of safari shorts, a very attractive, brilliantly colored Hawaiian shirt. Tack threw crusts of bread to some interested pigeons. How ironic! Sunday in the park with Jack. Hated enemy transformed into, well, perhaps not friend, but at least a tolerated presence. It didn't hurt that Jack's visit had been prompted by a desire to see Blaze, which raised him in Tax's estimation. To love Blaze was to find favor.
The fists came cruising by and opened up car will be found and be stolen, so that'll be another dead end. Too bad about the kid, though. Talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The detective noticed Tachyon's continued silence and glanced down. I don't want dead ends, Masaryk. I want these men. We're working on it. Perhaps it is time I took a hand. No, for Christ's sake! The last thing we need are civilians getting in the way. Just stay out of this. Nobody kills my people in my town. Huh? The mayor's gonna be mighty surprised to hear he lost and you won the last election, he yelled after Tachyon's retreating back. Cognac, spat Tachyon to Sasha, the Crystal Palace's blind bartender. He threw his blue velvet hat, sewn with pearls and sequins, onto the bar and tossed back the drink. He extended the snifter. Another. A whiff of exotic frangipani perfume, and Chrysalis slid onto the stool next to him. The blue eyes, floating within their hollows of bone, stared impassively down at him. You're supposed to savor good brandy, not throw it down like a wino after a cheap drunk, unless that's what you're after. You sound like a recruiter for AA. Reaching out, Chrysalis wrapped one short red curl around her forefinger. So, what's the matter, Tacky? This senseless gang war. Today, an innocent caught in the crossfire. A Joker child. I think he lives on this block. I remember seeing him on Wild Card Day last September. Oh, she continued playing with his short-cropped hair. Stop that! And is that all you have to say? What should I say? How about a little outrage? I deal in information, not outrage. God, you can be a cold bitch. Circumstances have rather guaranteed that, Tachyon. I don't ask for pity, and I don't give any. I do what I have to do to survive, with what I am, what I've become. He reared back at the bitterness in her voice, for she was one of his bastard children, born of his failure and his pain. Chrysalis, we have to do something. Like what? Prevent Jokertown from becoming a battlefield? It is already. Then make it too dangerous for them to fight here. Will you help me? No. I take sides, and I've lost my neutrality. Willing to sell weapons to all sides, eh? If that's what it takes.
What is it you're after, Chrysalis? Safety. He slid off the stool. There is none this side of the grave. Go be a fire breather, Tachyon. And when you come up with something a little more concrete than an amorphous desire to protect Jokertown, let me know. Why? So you can sell me out to the highest bidder? And now it was her turn to rear back, the blood washing like a dark tide through the shadowy muscles of her face. Okay, let's come to order now, called Des, delicately tapping a spoon against the side of a brandy snifter. The shifting throng gave a final shudder, like a beast falling into sleep, and silence filled the funhouse. Mark Meadows, looking even more vacuous and absurd in the image-distorting mirrors of the funhouse, was conspicuous for his very normalcy. The rest of the room looked like a gathering of carnival freaks. Ernie the Lizard had his reel raised, and it was flushed a deep scarlet under the emotion of the moment. Arachne, her 8 legs catching at the thread of silk being extruded by her bulbous body, placidly wove a shawl. Shiner, with Doughboy huge and lumpish seated beside him, jiggled nervously in his chair. Walrus, in one of his loud Hawaiian shirts, fished a paper from his shopping cart and handed it back to Gobbler. Troll leaned his 9-foot length against the door as if ready to repel any outsiders. Doctor. Des dropped into a chair like a discarded suit. As Tachyon stepped forward to face the crowd, he wondered how much longer until the old man was forced to enter the hospital for that final stay. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all heard about Alex Weichman. There were murmurers of assent, sympathy, and outrage. I had the misfortune to stumble across that scene only moments after the Shadow Fists had made their hit and succeeded in killing not only their intended targets, but one of our own. I've only been back a few weeks. I've heard the stories of intimidation and vandalism, but I thought I could stay neutral. In the words of another, and perhaps more famous physician, I'm a doctor, not a policeman. That drew a couple of laughs. But the police are failing in their duty to us, Tachyon continued. Not perhaps out of deliberate neglect, but because this war far exceeds their capacity to keep the peace. So I'd like to propose today that we form our own peacekeepers. A neighborhood watch on a grand scale, but with a twist. Many of you fall into that uncomfortable category of Joker races. The alien nodded to Ernie and Troll, whose metahuman strength was well known. I propose that we also form response teams. Pairs of Jokers and Aces ready to respond to a call from any concerned citizen of Jokertown. Des has already offered the funhouse as the central axis, the switchboard if you will, for incoming calls. People who agree to be part of this effort will turn in times they would be available, and their work and home addresses. Whoever's on duty here will match a team to the problem spot, and send them out. Just a point, Tacky, called Jube. Those guys have guns. True, but they're also just gnats. And some of the captain's friends are impervious to bullets, piped up Mark Meadows. As are Turtle and Jack and Hammer. So you propose using aces as well? Asked Des, a slight frown between his eyes. Tack looked at him in surprise. Yes. May I point out that Rosemary Muldoon tried that back in March, and then it was revealed that she was a member of the Mafia herself. It's left rather a bad taste in people's minds where aces are concerned. Tachyon waved aside the objection. Well, none of us are likely to be revealed as secret members of the Mafia. So what do you think? Are you willing to work with me on this? Where does Chrysalis stand on this? Asked Gobbler. And is it a comment that she's not here? Well, began Tack, shifting uncomfortably. Yeah, called out Gills. If Chrysalis isn't here, it's gotta mean something. She may know something. Tachyon stared in dismay at the sea of faces before him. They were closing down like night-blooming flowers retreating from the touch of the sun. Chrysalis and Des have always been two of the top figures in Jokertown. If she's not in on this, I don't trust it, cried Gobbler, his red wattle bouncing on his beak. What about me? Cried Tachyon. You're not one of us. Never can be, a voice called from the back of the room, and Tachyon couldn't pick out the speaker. A grinding weight seemed to have settled into the center of his chest at the woman's words. "Look, we're not saying it's a bad idea," said the oddity. "We're just saying that without Chrysalis, it seems like we're missing a major part." "If I get Chrysalis," asked the Takesian a little desperately, "then we are with you." Digger Downs was trotting down the stairs from Chrysalis's private third-floor apartments. Tachyon glared at him and nodded shortly. He noted that the journalist was carrying the current issue of Time with Greg Hartman's picture on the cover and the caption, "Will he run?" and a copy of Who's Who in America. "Hey, Tacky." "Des, what's the good word?" "Beat it, Digger." "Hey, you're not still sore?" "Beat it. The public's got a right to know. My article on Peregrine's pregnancy did a valuable service. It pointed out the dangers of a wild card child. Your article was a sensational bit of garbage. You're just pissed because Perry got mad at you. You never are gonna get a crack at her, Doc. I hear she and that boyfriend are thinking about getting..." Tachyon mind-controlled him and marched him down the stairs and out the front door of the Crystal Palace. "I'd consider that an assault," said Des. "Let him prove it. You don't have a lot of sensitivity sometimes, Tachyon." The alien turned, leaned against the banister, and frowned down at the Joker.
Meaning what, Des? You shouldn't involve aces in what should be a Joker project. Or don't you think we're capable of handling it ourselves? Oh, burning sky, why are you so touchy? There was no implicit slur in my inviting in aces. I would say the more firepower we have, the better. Why are you doing this? Because they're hurting my people, and no one hurts my people. And Jokertown is my home. And what? You come from an aristocratic culture, Tachyon. Do you by chance view us as your own private fiefdom? That's not fair, Des, he cried. But he knew that his hurt was tempered with a sudden flare of guilt. He climbed a few more stairs, then paused and said, "All right, no aces." Chrysalis was waiting for them, seated in a high-backed red velvet chair. Victorian antiques littered the room, and the walls were filled with mirrors. Tack suppressed a shudder and wondered how she could stand it, and again felt a stab of guilt. If Chrysalis wanted to look at herself, who was he to judge her? He who, in many senses, was her creator. He frowned at Des, wishing the old Joker had not raised so many uncomfortable emotions. "So, without me, you've got no goon squad?" she drawled in her affected British accent. "I should have known that you had heard by now." "That's my business, Tacky. Chrysalis, please, we need you. What are you going to give me for it?" Des seated himself opposite her, hands clasped between his knees, leaned in intently. "Make a gift to yourself, Chrysalis." "What?" "For once in your life, put aside profit and margin. You're a joker, Chrysalis. Help your fellows." "I've spent 23 years fighting for jokers, for this little piece of turf. 23 years, with Jaddle, measuring my life by a few successes. Now I'm dying, and I'm watching it all erode away. Leo Barnett says we're sinners, and our deformities are God's judgment upon us. To the fists and the mafia, we're just so many consumers. The ugliest, most hateful consumers they've got, but consumers nonetheless. And our town is their central marketplace. We're just things to them, Chrysalis. Things who stick their dope in our arms and our cocks in their women. Things they can terrorize and things they can kill. Help us stop them. Help us force them to see us as men." Chrysalis stared at him out of that impassive, transparent face. The skull without emotion. "Chrysalis, you admire all things British. Then honor an old British custom of granting a dying man his last request. Help Tachyon. Help our people." The Takesian held out his hand and twined his fingers through the fingers at the end of Des's trunk. Drew him close and embraced him, said farewell. Concerto for Siren and Serotonin IV. When Croyd awoke, he pushed aside mop handles, stepped into a bucket, and fell forward. The closet's door offered small resistance to the wild forward thrust of his hands. As it sprang open and he sprawled, the light stabbing painfully into his eyes, he began to recall the circumstances preceding his repose. The centaur Dr. Finn and that funny sleep machine, yes. And another little death would mean another sleep change. Lying in the hallway, he counted his fingers. There were 10 of them all right, but his skin was dead white. He shook off the bucket, climbed to his feet, and stumbled again. His left arm shot downward, touched the floor, and pushed against it. This impelled him to his feet and over backward. He executed an aerial somersault to his rear, landed on his feet, and toppled rearward again. His hands dropped toward the floor to catch himself. Then he withdrew them without making contact and simply let himself fall. Years of experience had already given him a suspicion as to what new factor had entered his life situation. His overcompensations were telling him something about his reflexes. When he rose again, his movements were very slow, but they grew more and more normal as he explored. By the time he located a washroom, all traces of excessive speed or slowness had vanished. When he studied himself in the mirror, he discovered that, in addition to having grown taller and thinner, it was now a pink-eyed countenance that he regarded, a shock of white hair above the high glacial brow. He massaged his temples, licked his lips, and shrugged. He was familiar with albinism. It was not the first time he had come up short in the pigment department. He sought his mirror shades, then recalled that Demise had kicked them off. No matter, he'll pick up another pair along with some sunblock. Perhaps he'd better dye the hair too, he decided, less conspicuous that way. Whatever, his stomach was signaling its emptiness in a frantic fashion. No time for paperwork, for checking out properly, if indeed he'd been checked in properly. He was not at all certain that was the case. Best simply to avoid everyone if he didn't want to be delayed on the road to food. He could stop by and thank Finn another time. Moving as Bentley had taught him long ago, all of his senses extended fully, he began his exit. "Hi, Jube, one of each as usual." Jube studied the tall, cadaverous figure before him, meeting diminished images of his own tusked, blubbery countenance in the mirror shades that masked the man's eyes. "Croyd, that you, fella?" "Yep, just up and around. I crashed at Tachyon's clinic this time. That must be why I hadn't heard any Croyd Crenson disaster stories lately. You actually went gentle into your last good night?" Croyd nodded, studying headlines. "You might put it that way," he said. "Unusual circumstances. Funny feeling. Hey, what's this?" He raised a newspaper and studied it. "Bloodbath at Werewolf Clubhouse? What's going on? A fucking gang war?" "A fucking gang war," Jube acknowledged. "Damn, I've got to get back on the stick fast." "What stick?" "Metaphorical stick," Croyd replied. "If this is Friday, it must be Dead Nicholas. You okay, boy?" "No, but 20 or 30,000 calories will be a step in the right direction." "Ought to take the edge off," Jube agreed. "Hear who won the Miss Jokertown beauty pageant last week?" "Who?" Croyd asked. "Nobody." Croyd entered Club Dead Nicholas to the notes of an organ playing Wolverine blues. The windows were draped in black, the tables were coffins, the waiters wore shrouds. The wall to the crematorium had been removed. It was now an open grill tended by demonic jokers. As Croyd moved into the lounge, he saw that the casket tables were open beneath sheets of heavy glass. Ghoulish figures, presumably of wax, were laid out within them in various states of unrest. A lipless, noseless, earless joker as pale as himself approached Croyd immediately, laying a bony hand upon his arm. "Pardon me, sir, may I see your membership card?" he asked. Croyd handed him a $50 bill. "Yes, of course," said the grim waiter. "I'll bring the card to your table, along with a complimentary drink. I take it you will be dining here?" "Yes, and I've heard you have some good card games." "Back room. It's customary to get another player to introduce you." "Sure. Actually, I'm waiting for someone who should be stopping by this evening to play. Fellow name of I. Is he here yet?" "No. Mr. I was eaten. Partly, that is, by an alligator. Last September. In the sewers. Sorry." "Ouch," Croyd said. "I didn't see him often, but when I did, he usually had a little business for me." The waiter studied him. "What did you say your name was?" "Whiteout, I don't want to know your business," the man said, "but there is a fellow named Melt who I used to hang around with. Maybe he can help you, maybe he can't. You want to wait and talk to him? I'll send him over when he comes in." "All right, I'll eat while I'm waiting." Sipping his comp beer, waiting for a pair of steaks, Croyd withdrew a deck of bicycle playing cards from his side pocket, shuffled it, dealt one face down and another face up beside it. The 10 of diamonds faced him on the clear tabletop, above the agonized grimace of the fanged lady, a wooden stake through her heart, a few drops of red beside the grimace.
Croyd turned over the whole card, which proved a 7 of clubs. He flipped it back over, glanced about him, turned it again. Now it was a jack of spades keeping the 10 company. The flicker frequency switch was a trick he'd practiced for laughs the last time his reflexes had been hyped up. It had come back almost immediately when he'd tried to recall it, leading him to speculate as to what other actions lay buried in his prefrontal gyrus. Wing flapping reflexes? Throat contractions for ultrasonic whales? Coordination patterns for extra appendages? He shrugged and dealt himself poker hands just good enough to beat those he gave the staked lady till his food came. Along about his third dessert, the pallid waiter approached, escorting a tall, bald individual whose flesh seemed to flow like wax down a candlestick. His features were constantly distorted as tumor-like lumps passed beneath his skin. "You told me, sir, that you wanted to meet Melt," the waiter said. Croyd rose and extended his hand. "Call me Whiteout," he said. "Have a seat. Let me buy you a drink." "If you're selling something, forget it," Melt told him. Croyd shook his head as the waiter drifted away. "I've heard they have good card games here, but I've got nobody to introduce me," Croyd stated. Melt narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you play cards?" Croyd smiled. "I sometimes get lucky." "Really? And you knew I? Well enough to play cards with him? That all?" "You might check with Demise," Croyd said. "We're in a similar line of work. We're both ex-accountants who moved on to bigger things. My name says it all." Melt glanced hastily about, then seated himself. "Let's keep that kind of noise down, okay? You looking for work now?" "Not really, not now. I just want to play a little cards." Melt licked his lips as a bulge ran down his left cheek, passed over his jawline, distended his neck. "You got a lot of green to throw around?" "Enough." "Okay, I'll get you into the game," Melt said. "I'd like to take some of it away from you." Croyd smiled, paid his check, and followed Melt into the back room, where the casket gaming table was closed and had a non-reflective surface. There were 7 of them in the game to begin with, and 3 went broke before midnight. Croyd and Melt and Bug Pimp and Runner saw piles of cash grow and shrink before them till 3 in the a.m. Then Runner yawned, stretched, and turned out a small bottle of pills from an inside pocket. "Anybody need something to keep awake?" he asked. "I'll stick with coffee," Melt said. "Gimme," said Bug Pimp. "Never touch the stuff," said Croyd. A half-hour later, Bug Pimp folded and made noises about checking on the line of Joker films he hustled to straights, wanting jittery jollies. By 4 o'clock, the Runner was broke and had to walk. Croyd and Melt stared at each other. "We're both ahead," said Melt. "True. Should we take the money and run?" Croyd smiled. "I feel the same way," Melt said. "Deal." As sunrise tickled the stained glass window and the dusty mechanical bats followed the hologram ghosts to their rest, Melt massaged his temples, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Will you take my marker?" "Nope," Croyd replied. "You shouldn't have let me play that last hand then. You didn't tell me you were that broke." "Well, shit, I ain't got it. What do you want to do?" "Take something else, I guess." "Like what?" "A name." "Whose name?" Melt asked, reaching inside his jacket and scratching his chest. "The person who gives you your orders." "What orders?" "The ones you pass on to guys like Demise." "You're kidding?" "It'd be my ass to name a name like that." "It'll be your ass if you don't," Croyd said.
Melt's hand came out from behind his coat, holding a .32 automatic, which he leveled at Croyd's chest. I'm not scared of two-bit muscle. There's dum-dum slugs in here. Know what they do? Suddenly, Melt's hand was empty, and blood began to ooze from around the nail of his trigger finger. Croyd slowly twisted the automatic out of shape before he tore out the clip and ejected a round. You're right, they're dum-dums, he acknowledged. Look at the little flat-nosed buggers, will ya? By the way, my name's not Whiteout. I'm Croyd Crenson, the Sleeper, and nobody welshes on me. Maybe you've heard I'm a little bit nuts. You give me the name, and you don't find out how true that is. Melt licked his lips. The lumps beneath his glistening skin increased the tempo of their passage. I'm dead if they ever hear. Croyd shrugged. I won't tell them if you won't. He pushed a stack of bills toward Melt. Here's your cut for getting me into the game. Give me the name, take it, and walk, or I'll leave you in 3 of these boxes. Croyd kicked the coffin. Danny Mao, Melt whispered, at the Twisted Dragon over near Chinatown. He gives you a hit list? Pays you? Right. Who pulls his strings? Beats the shit out of me. He's all I know. When's he at the Twisted Dragon? I think he hangs out there a lot, because other people in the place seem to know him. I'd get a call, I'd go over, I'd check my coat, we'd have dinner or a few drinks. Business didn't get mentioned. But when I'd leave, there'd be a piece of paper in my pocket with a name or 2 or 3 on it, and an envelope with money in it. Same as with I. That's how he worked it. The first time? The first time we took a long walk, and he explained the setup. After that, it was like I just said. That's it? That's all. Okay, you're off the hook. Melt picked up his stack of bills and stuffed it into his pocket. He opened his distorted mouth as if to say something, thought better of it, thought again, said, Let's not leave together. Fine with me. Goodbye. Melt moved toward the side door, flanked by a pair of tombstones. Croyd picked up his winnings and began thinking about breakfast. Croyd rode the elevator to Aces High, regretting the absence of a power of flight on such a perfect spring evening. Arriving, he stepped into the lounge, paused, and glanced about. 6 tables held 12 couples, and a dark-haired lady in a low-cut silver blouse sat alone at a 2-person table near the bar, twirling a swizzle in some exotic drink. 3 men and a woman were seated at the bar. Soft modern jazz sounds circulated through the cool air, accompaniment to blender and laughter, to the clicks and splashes of ice, liquid, and glass. Croyd moved forward. Is Hiram here? He asked the bartender. The man looked at him, then shook his head. Are you expecting him this evening? A shrug. Hasn't been around much lately. What about Jane Doe? The man studied him. Then, she's taken off too, he stated. So you really don't know if either of them will be in? Nope. Croyd nodded. I'm Croyd Crenson, and I plan to eat here tonight. If Jane comes in, I'd like to know. Your best bet's to leave a note at the reservation desk before you're seated. Got something I can write on? Croyd asked. The bartender reached beneath the bar, brought up a pad and a pencil, and passed them to him. Croyd scribbled a message. As he set the pad down, his hand was covered by a more delicate one, of darker complexion, with bright red nails. His gaze moved along it to the shoulder, skipped to the silver decollage, paused a beat, rose. It was the solitary lady with the exotic drink. On closer inspection, there was something familiar. Croyd, she said softly, you get stood up too? As he met her dark-eyed gaze, a name drifted up from the past. Veronica, he said. Right, you've a good memory for a psycho, she observed, smiling. Tonight's my night off. I'm real straight. You look mature and distinguished with the white sideburns. Damn, I missed some, he said. And you're really missing a custom? A date? Uh-huh. Seems like we've both thought about getting together, too. True. You have dinner yet? She gave her hair a toss and smiled. No, and I was looking forward to something special. He took her arm. "I'll get us a table," he said, "and I've already got a great special in mind." Croyd crumpled the note and left it in the ashtray.
The trouble with women, Croyd reflected, was that no matter how good they might be in bed, eventually they wanted to use that piece of furniture for sleeping, a condition he was generally unable and unwilling to share. Consequently, when Veronica had finally succumbed to the sleep of exhaustion, Croyd had risen and begun pacing his Morningside Heights apartment, to which they had finally repaired sometime after midnight. He poured the contents of a can of beef and vegetable soup into a pan and set it on the stove. He prepared a pot of coffee. While he waited for them to simmer and percolate, he phoned those of his other apartments with telephone answering machines and used a remote activator to play back their message tapes. Nothing new. Finishing his soup, he checked whether Veronica was still asleep, then removed the key from its hiding place and opened the reinforced door to the small room without windows. He turned on its single light, locked himself in, and went to sit beside the glass statue reclining upon the daybed. He held Melanie's hand and began talking to her slowly at first, but after a time the words came tumbling out. He told her of Dr. Finn and his sleep machine, and talked about the Mafia and Demise and I and Danny Mao, whom he hadn't been able to run down yet, and about how great things used to be. He talked until he grew hoarse, and then he went out and locked the door and hid the key again. Later, a pallid dawn spreading like an infection in the east, he entered the bedroom, on hearing sounds from within. "Hey, lady, ready for a coffee fix?" he called, "and a little angular momentum? A steak?" He paused on observing the drug paraphernalia Veronica had set out on the bedside table. She looked up, winked at him, and smiled. "Coffee would be great, lover. I take it light, no sugar." "All right," he replied. "I didn't realize you were a user." She glanced down at her bare arms, nodded. "Doesn't show. Can't mainline, or you spoil the merchandise." "Then what?" She assembled a hype and filled it. Then she stuck out her tongue, took hold of its tip with the fingers of her left hand, raised it, and administered the injection in the underside. "Ouch," Croyd commented. "Where'd you learn that trick?" "House of D. Can I fix you up here?" Croyd shook his head. "Wrong time of month. Makes you sound raggedy. With me, it's a special need. When the time comes, I'll drop some Purple Hearts or do some bends." "Oh, bombitas," she said, nodding. "Speedballs. STP. High-octane shit. Crazy man's cooking. I've heard of your habits. Loco stuff." Croyd shrugged. "I've tried it all. Not Yog? Yeah, it ain't that great. Desoxen? Despotol? Uh-huh, they'll do. Cot? Hell yes. I've even done Wheelka. You ever try Pittery? Now that's some good shit. Routine's a little messy, though. Learned it from an abo. How's about Kratom? Comes out of Thailand. You're kidding. No. Geez, well, never run out of conversation. Bet I can pick up a lot from you. I'll see that you do. Sure I can't set you up? Right now, coffee'll do fine." The morning entered the room, spilling over their slow movements. "Here's one called The Purple Monkey Proffers the Peach and Takes it Away Again," Croyd murmured. "Learned it, heard of it, that is, from the lady gave me the kratom." "Good shit," Veronica whispered. When Croyd entered the Twisted Dragon for the third time in as many days, he headed directly to the bar, seated himself beneath a red paper lantern, and ordered at Tsingtao. A nasty-looking Caucasian with ornate scars all over his face occupied the stool 2 seats to his left, and Croyd glanced at him, looked away, and looked again. Light shone through the septum of the man's nose. There was a good-size hole there, and a patch of scabbed pinkish flesh occurred on the nose's tip. It was almost as if he had recently given up on wearing a nose ring under some duress. Croyd smiled. "Stand too near a merry-go-round? Huh? Or is it just the feng shui in here?" Croyd continued. "What the hell's feng shui?" the man said. "Ask any of these guys," Croyd said, gesturing broadly. "Especially, though, ask Danny Mao.
It's the way energy circulates in the world, and sometimes it gets you in a tricky bind. Lady from Thailand told me about it once. Like killer chi will come blasting in that door, bounce off the mirror here, get split by that bagua fixture there, and he chugged his beer, stepped down from his stool, and advanced, hit you right in the nose. Croyd's movement was too fast for the man's eyes to follow, and he screamed when he felt that the finger had passed through his perforated septum. "Stop it! My God! Cut it out!" he cried. Croyd led him off his stool. "Twice I've gotten the runaround in this joint," he said loudly. "I promised myself today that the first person I ran into here was going to talk to me. I'll talk to you. I'll talk. What do you want to know?" "Where's Danny Mao?" Croyd asked. "I don't know. I don't know any— Ah!" Croyd had crooked his finger, moved it in a figure 8, straightened it. "Please," the man whined, "let go. He's not here. I'm Danny Mao," came a well-modulated voice from a table partly masked by a dusty potted palm. Its owner rose and followed it around the tree, a middle-sized Oriental man, expressionless save for a quirked eyebrow. "What's your business here, pale-face?" "Private," Croyd said, "unless you want to stand out on the street and shout." "I don't give interviews to strangers," Danny said, moving toward him. The man whose nose Croyd wore on his finger whimpered as Croyd turned, dragging him with him. "I'll introduce myself in private," Croyd said. "Don't bother." The man's fist flashed forward. Croyd moved his free hand with equal rapidity, and the punch struck his palm. 3 more punches followed, and Croyd stopped all of them in a similar fashion. The kick he caught behind the heel, raising the foot high and fast. Danny Mao executed a backward flip, landed on his feet, caught his balance. "Shit," Croyd observed, moving his other hand rapidly. The stranger howled as something in his nose snapped, and he was hurled forward, crashing into Danny Mao. Both men went down, and the weeping man's nose gushed red upon them. "Bad feng shui," Croyd added. "You've got to watch out for that stuff. Gets you every time." "Danny," came a voice from behind a carved wooden screen beyond the foot of the bar, "I gotta talk to you." Croyd thought he recognized the voice, and when the small, scaly joker with the fanged orange face looked around the screen's corner, he saw it to be Line Tap, who had erratic telepathic abilities and often worked as a lookout. "Might be a good idea," Croyd told Danny Mao. The man with the bleeding nose limped off to the restroom, while Danny flowed gracefully to his feet, brushed off his trousers, and gave Croyd a quick burning glance before heading back toward Line Tap. After several minutes' conversation, Danny Mao returned from behind the screen and stood before him. "So, you're the sleeper?" Danny said. "Yup. St. John Latham, of the law firm Latham." "What?" "The name you're after. I'm giving it to you. St. John Latham." "Without further struggle? Free, gratis, and for nothing? No, you will pay. For this information, I believe that soon you will sleep forever. Good day, Mr. Crenson." Danny Mao turned and walked away. Croyd was about to do the same when the man with the nose job emerged from the restroom, holding a large wad of toilet tissue to his face. "Hope you know you've made the cannibal headhunter shit list," he snuffled. Croyd nodded slowly. "Tell them to mind the killer chi," he said, "and keep your nose clean." The Second Coming of Buddy Holly by Edward Bryant. Wednesday. The dead man slammed his fist through the pine door. No knuckles broke, but his skin tore. Blood streaked the wooden shards of door panel. It hurt, but not enough. No, it didn't hurt much at all, other things considered. Other things. What a euphemistic code for people and relationships, lovers and kin. The dirty little politics of rejections and betrayals. Jesus God, they hurt.
Real mature, my friend, Jack Robichaud thought. Going through the grieving process at Mach 10. Right past denial and directly to self-pity. Real grown-up for a guy into his 40s. Fuck it. He gingerly withdrew his hand from the shattered door. Naturally, the long wooden splinters faced the wrong way. It was like trying to extract his flesh from some sort of toothy trap. Jack turned and walked back into the shambles of his living room. It still looked like Captain Nemo's stateroom on the Nautilus after the giant squid had wrestled with the submarine in the middle of the Atlantic storm of a century. He loved this room. Love. Funny word to use anymore. Kicking aside a shattered antique sextant, Jack crossed to the outside door, the one opening on a passage leading to the subway maintenance tunnels, and bolted it. As he did so, he caught a last whiff of Michael's sharp citrus aftershave. The image of Michael's retreating back, shoulders slightly hunched with denial, flickered in the space the door occupied, vanished, slipped out of existence with not even a whimper. Jack stepped over the old-fashioned phone crafted as the effigy of Huey Long. Somehow it had miraculously ended on the floor upright, with the earpiece still cradled in Huey's upraised right hand. Old Huey had communicated like a son of a bitch. Why couldn't Jack? He couldn't call Vagabond. He wouldn't call Cordelia. There was no one else he wanted to talk to. Besides, he thought he'd talked enough. He'd spoken to Tachyon. An apple a day hadn't worked. And he had talked to Michael. Who was left? A priest? Not a chance. Atelia Karish was too far behind. Too many years. Too much memory. Jack stepped behind the carved mahogany bar with the brass fittings, smelled the dusty plush velvet hanging as he opened the cabinet. The brandy had cost close to $60. Expensive on a transit worker's salary, but what the hell? He'd always read in sea novels about brandies being administered to survivors of rack and storm. And besides, the cut crystal decanter fit this Victorian room beautifully. He poured himself a triple, drank it like a double, and filled the glass again. He didn't usually gulp like this, but there is an interesting fact about Mr. Kaposi, Tachyon had said. His medical smock shone an immaculate white with almost the albedo of an Arctic snowfield. His red hair seemed aflame under the examining room lights. Shortly before he discovered and named his sarcoma in 1872, Kaposi had changed his name from Cone. Jack stared at him, unable to form the words he wanted to say. What the fuck was Tachyon talking about? There was, of course, a pogrom, Tachyon said, slender fingers gesturing expressively. He reacted to the sort of ill-informed prejudice that has cursed both jokers, not to mention aces, of course, and AIDS patients alike. Exotic viruses might as well be the evil eye. Jack looked down at his bare chest, gingerly touching the blue-black bruise-like markings above his ribs. I don't need no double-barreled curse. One to a customer, no? I'm sorry, Jack. Tachyon hesitated. It's difficult to say when you are infected. The tumors are well advanced, but the biopsy and the anomalous workup results suggest there's a synergy going on between the wildcard virus and the HIV organism, attacking your immunosuppressant system. I suspect some sort of galloping accelerated process. Jack shook his head as though only half hearing. I had a negative test a year ago. It's as I feared then, said the doctor. I can't forecast the progress. I can, said Jack. Tachyon shrugged sympathetically. I must ask, he said, if you habitually use amyl nitrite. Poppers? Said Jack. He shook his head. No way. I'm not much on drugs. Tachyon marked something on Jack's chart. Their use is frequently connected with Kaposi's. Jack shook his head again. Then there is another matter, said the doctor. Jack stared at him. It was like trying to look out from the center of a block of ice. He felt numb all over. He knew the psychic shock would go away soon. And then? I must ask you this. I need to know about contacts. Jack took a deep breath. There was one. Is one. Only one. I should talk to him. Are you kidding? Said Jack. I will talk to Michael, and then I'll have him come see you. But I'll talk to him first. His voice dropped off. Yeah, I'll talk to him. He proceeded to remind Tachyon of the confidentiality of the doctor-patient relationship. Tachyon seemed affronted. Jack didn't apologize. Then he left. That was in the morning. This was a special occasion. He felt as if he were drinking after his own funeral. Cajuns do great wakes, he said aloud, pouring another brandy.
Had the decanter been full? He couldn't remember. Now it was down close to half. He glanced at the phone again. Why the hell did he want to talk to anyone? After all, no one wanted to talk to him. Now that he thought about it, for the last few months living with Michael had pretty much been living alone. Now he might as well die alone. Con the self-pity. But it was so easy. "So, what's up?" Michael had said, closing the door after him before giving Jack a squeeze. No other greeting, no preamble. As light as Jack was dark, tall and slender-limbed, Michael had always seemed to bring something of the sunlit street-level spring down with him to Jack's subterranean dwelling. Not today. Jack couldn't read him at all. "Huh?" Michael said. Jack turned his face away and disengaged himself from the other's arms. He stepped back. Something wrong? Jack scrutinized Michael's face. His lover's features were the very model of glowing health, of innocence. "You might want to sit down," said Jack. "No." Michael stared at him. "Just say whatever it is you want to say." Jack's mouth was dry. "I went to the clinic today." "So?" "The tests." He had to start over. "The tests were positive." Michael looked at him blankly. "Tests. AIDS." He said the hateful word. His stomach twisted. "No," said Michael. He shook his head. "Nah, not a chance." "Yes," said Jack. "But who?" Michael's eyes widened. "Jack, did you—" "No." Jack stared back. "There's been no one. No one else, mon cher." Michael cocked his head. "There has to be. I mean, I wouldn't— It isn't like immaculate conception, Michael. No miracle here. It has to be." "No," said Michael. He shook his head vehemently. "It's impossible." His eyes flickered, and he looked away. Then he turned on his heel, opened the door, and left. "No," Jack had heard Michael say one more time, to feel the rusty blade twisting in his gut. The brandy, it occurred to him, was like an emotional tetanus shot, except it wasn't working. All it did was make him feel worse, because it lessened his ability to control what he was feeling. He felt suddenly as if he had inhaled all the oxygen there was to breathe in his home. He wanted to get out, to go up to the streets. So he carefully, with what he realized were exaggerated motions, put away the brandy decanter. Then Jack left by the same door Michael had exited. He followed the ghost's footsteps to the tunnels and ladders that took him up to the streets. He walked. Jack could have taken the track maintenance car down below, but decided he didn't want to. The night was too chilly, but that was fine. He wanted something astringent to cleanse him, to cleanse the bruise marks, to clean out his flesh. He realized he was wishing there was now some overt pain. He walked uptown, not truly comprehending where he was until he saw the sign for Young Man's Fancy. "I shouldn't be here of all places," he thought. He'd met Michael here. He shouldn't be in the West Village at all, and not at this bar. But by now, it was too late. Shit. He turned to leave. "Hey, pretty boy, looking to get some tail? Are you the tail?" The voice was all too familiar. Jack looked up and saw the memorably over-muscled face, not to mention the body, of Bludgeon emerge from the shadowed downstairs entrance to the closed laundry below the bar. Jack turned and started away.
There was the smack of size 18 brogans on the sidewalk. Fingers like German sausages curled around his shoulder and spun Jack around. "The thing about them gorgeous eyes," said Bludgeon, "is that all I gotta do is dig my thumbs in there and they'll pop out like the green cherries on a Wop cookies." Jack shrugged the fingers away. He felt impatient and not terribly cautious. He just didn't give a damn. "Fuck off," he said. "You need one of these, too." Bludgeon put spurned fingers to his own cheek and touched the ragged, inflamed scar that ran all the way from the edge of his right eye to his bulbous chin. Jack remembered the triumphant shriek of Bagabond's black cat. The feline was old, but agile enough to have dodged Bludgeon's flailing fists after the claws had raked down the man's ugly features. "Cat scratches get infected," Jack said, continuing to back toward the street. "You ought to see to those. I know a real good doctor." "Chicken shit like you's gonna need an undertaker," Bludgeon threatened. Mr. Maz'll be real pleased if I bring in your cock in a sandwich bag. Them Gambonis love to make sausage, specially out of yellow dicks like you." "I don't have time for this," said Jack. "Gonna make time." Bludgeon's jaws split in a kind of smirk that can deform unborn babies. "You and me, I figure I can handle a little gator wrestling." The door of young man's fancy swung open, and a gaggle of about a dozen guys spilled out onto the street. Bludgeon stopped uncertainly in mid-stride. "Witnesses," said Jack. "Down, boy." "I'll take 'em all," said Bludgeon, surveying his prospective victims. He smacked the mace-like mutation of his right hand into the palm of his left. It sounded like dropping a beef roast off a stepladder onto a tiled floor. "A little gay bashing," said the man apparently leading the others. He grimaced at Bludgeon. "You still hanging around, dork breath?" His hand dipped inside his jacket and came out filled with blued steel. "Want to see my Bernie Goats impression?" he laughed. "It's a guaranteed killer." Bludgeon looked around the semicircle of faces. "I got a job to protect," he finally said to Jack. "Yo," he said to the man with the gun, "I'm gonna take out your guts with my thumb. Just wait." "And yo," he said back to Jack, "yo, I'm gonna really hurt." "But another time," said Jack. Fucking A. Bludgeon couldn't seem to find a better exit line. He lurched away from the growing crowd of onlookers and stomped down the street. "Pretty rough trade," the man with the gun said to Jack. He put the pistol back under his coat. "I hope you know what you're doing." "Thanks," said Jack. "I don't know the guy. He just stopped me for a light." He turned and headed the opposite direction, ignoring the murmurs. "So you're welcome, man," said the man with the pistol. "Good luck, buddy." Jack turned the corner and headed down a darker block. Christ, it was cold. He hugged himself. He hadn't worn a coat. The chill was making him sluggish. Bad sign. He tentatively touched the back of his left hand with the fingers of his right. The skin felt rough, scaly, beginning to transform. No! He started to run. He didn't need this too. Not tonight. Stress symptoms. He almost giggled. He looked for a subway entrance. It didn't matter which. Red globe, a green, BMT, IRT, a path, uptown, a downtown, just as long as the stairs led down. He searched for the telltale steam from a manhole cover. The sewers would do. That would be better. There'd be no people in the sewers. Those tunnels, warm and slimy, would lead toward the bay. Good hunting. Fine with Jack. He thought about his gator teeth ripping into albino gaw. That was okay. Vagabond didn't give much of a shit about mutant fish. Food, blood, death, exhaustion, blankness. Jack stumbled toward the deeper darkness, homing in on a warm grating. "I'm losing it," he thought. He saw Michael's face, Vagabond's, Cordelia's. Yeah, he'd lost it all right. Everything. Jack plunged into the night. Thursday. The volume of the bootleg mix of a new George Harrison album was sufficient to shiver the framed pictures on the office wall. But then the size of the office wasn't enough to provide much challenge to the cassette deck's amplifier. It wasn't a large office and didn't occupy the corner of the office tower, but it was a separate office regardless, with permanent walls, and it did have a window. Cordelia Chasen was happy with it. Her desk was old and wooden and held, besides the computer, stacks of albums, tapes, and press kits. The pictures on the opposite wall were photos of Peregrine, David Bowie, Fantasy, Tim Curry, Lou Reed, and other entertainers, whether aces or not. In the midst of the photographs was a framed cross-stitch sampler reading, "Damn, I'm good." Tacked to the wall behind and to Cordelia's right was a large rectangle of poster board. It held a list of names, copiously amended with cross-outs, question marks, and shorthand notes such as Czech film startup, Rel fanatic, and won't perform Brit Hall. Her phone beeped to her. It was a few moments before Cordelia noticed.
She thumbed down the volume control on the deck and picked up the receiver. Luz Alcala, one of her bosses, said, "My sweet Lord, Cordelia, do you think you could perhaps use the headphones?" "Sorry," said Cordelia. "I got carried away. It's a great album. I've already turned down the volume." "Thank you," said Alcala. "Any word yet on who'll cut the promos for us?" "I'm going down the list. Jagger, maybe?" The young woman hesitated. "He hasn't said no. Have you called him in the last week?" "Well, no." Alcala's voice took on a mildly reproving tone. "Cordelia, I admire what you're accomplishing with the benefit, but GFG has other projects to consider as well." "I know," said Cordelia. "I'm sorry. I'm just trying to juggle a lot of things." She tried to sound more upbeat and change the subject. "The clearances came through for China this morning. This means we'll be beaming to better than half the world. Not to mention Australia." Alcala chuckled. "Including Australia." "Call Jagger's agent," said Alcala. Okay. Cordelia hung up the phone. She picked up the small, intricately carved stone lizard shape from the desktop, where it had nearly been covered over with a heap of glossies. It was actually an Australian crocodile, but she had been assured that it was her cousin, and therefore appropriate as a fetish. She preferred to think of it as a gator. Cordelia replaced the figure, setting it in front of a small, framed black and white photo of a young Aboriginal man. He scowled seriously at a portrait. "Wiyungare," she whispered. Her lips formed a kiss. Then she swiveled her chair around to face the poster board on the wall. Taking a thick marker, she began crossing out names. What she ended up with was a list of U2, The Boss, Little Steven, the Coward Brothers, and Girls with Guns. Not bad, she thought, not damn bad at all. But, she chuckled with satisfaction, there was more. She reached up again with the marker. The three of them had eaten an early lunch at the Acropolis on 10th Street, just off 6th Avenue. Cordelia had offered to take them to a plusher place. After all, she had an expense account now. The Acropolis was a mere cafe, indistinguishable from thousands of hovers in the city. The Riviera's only a few blocks away, she'd said. It's an okay place. C.C. Ryder was having none of it. She wanted an anonymous meeting place. She asked that they meet well before the mealtime rush. She wanted Vagabond along. She got what she wanted, because Cordelia meted her. So they ended up in the Naugahyde booth with CC and Vagabond on the side facing both Cordelia and the door. Cordelia looked up from the menu and smiled. "I can recommend the fruit cup." CC didn't smile back. Her expression was serious. She took off her nearly shapeless leather pork pie cap and shook out her spiky red hair. Cordelia noticed that CC's brilliant green eyes looked very much like Uncle Jack's. "I've got to call him," she thought. She didn't want to, but she had to. "See the raccoon rings?" said CC,
pointing to her own eyes. Today, she didn't look much like one of rock's top lyricists and performers. The effect was deliberate. She wore jeans so old and worn they looked acid-washed. Her floppy John Hyatt sweatshirt appeared to have endured almost as many washings. "Nope," said Cordelia. CC's skin looked smooth and white, almost albino in its lightness. "Well, there ought to be." A bare smile ghosted across CC's lips. "I've been losing sleep over this whole thing with the benefit." Cordelia said nothing, kept looking the singer in the eye. "I know this is Dez's last hurrah," CC continued, "and I know the cause is a good one. A joint benefit for AIDS patients and the wildcard victims is something whose time is long since due." Cordelia nodded. This was looking good. CC shrugged. "I guess I gotta come out of the anxiety closet sometime and perform in front of live folks." She smiled for real. "So the answer is yes." "Super!" Cordelia leaned across the table and hugged CC fiercely. Startled, Vagabond half rose from her seat, ready, it seemed to Cordelia, who saw the motion from the corner of her eye, to tear out her throat if she were actually attacking CC.
Cordelia did hear a low snarl, much like one of Vagabond's cats, as she disentangled herself from Cece and settled back in her seat. "That's wonderful," said Cordelia. She stopped burbling when she saw Cece's face. She could read the expression. "I'm sorry," Cordelia sobered. "It's just that I've loved your music, loved you as a writer for so long. I've wanted to see you perform your songs more than just about anything." "It's not going to be easy," said Cece. Vagabond looked at her concernedly. "What have we got? 10 days?" Cordelia nodded. "Barely. I'm gonna need every minute. You've got it. I'm going to give you someone as a liaison with me who will get you whatever you want whenever you need it. Somebody I trust, and so do you." "Who's that?" said Vagabond with evident suspicion. The muscles of her gaunt face tightened. Her brown eyes narrowed. Cordelia took a deep breath. "Uncle Jack," she said. The expression on Vagabond's face was not pleasant. "Why?" she said. Cece glanced aside at her. "Why not me?" "You can help Cece as much as you want," said Cordelia hastily, "but I need Uncle Jack to be involved with all this. He's competent and he's level-headed and he's trustworthy." "I'm in over my head," she said candidly. "I need all the help I can scrounge." "Jack know about this?" said Vagabond. Cordelia hesitated. "Well, I've been waiting to tell him." She realized the Cajun was starting to creep through more as she got flustered. She took a mental grip on herself. "I've been leaving messages on his phone machine. He hasn't been answering." Vagabond leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. A minute went by. It seemed a long time. The Greek waiter came by to take their orders. Cece told him to come back shortly. When she opened her eyes again, Vagabond shook her head as though clearing it. "I don't know when the boy's going to answer your calls." "What do you mean?" Cordelia felt a listing feeling, as though her plans were papers sliding off a carefully leveled table. "It's all broken up," said Vagabond. "Jack's a ways off, probably about New York Bay, I'd judge. He's getting his rocks off, duking it out with the kind of critters you don't see in the Castle Clinton aquarium. As much raw meat as he's getting," she smiled humorously. "I couldn't say whether he's gonna get home for dinner anytime soon." "Kel damnation," Cordelia muttered. "In any case," she said to Cece, "call me at the office tomorrow morning, and I'll have something lined out. Either Uncle Jack or someone else." "Make it someone else," said Vagabond. Cordelia smiled placatingly. The waiter returned, and she ordered the fruit cup, and marked Cece down on the roster of benefit performers in bold black letters. "Doggone it," Cordelia said aloud to herself. "I'm good." Then she hesitated and glanced back at the copy of the Village Voice lying on the desk. A small events notice in microscopic type was circled in red. She scrawled one additional name on the board. Friday Maird. No two ways about it. That's what he felt like as he dragged into his home in the early morning. There was nothing welcome about entering the shambles of his living room. Jack stumbled through the debris. Ahead of him, he saw the shattered door to his bedroom. His hand still hurt, but now so did his teeth. His head, his hands, it seemed to him that every bone in his body ached. "And fair," he swore, as he saw the blinking red light of his answering machine. He almost managed to ignore the single-eyed demon. Then he bent and slapped the playback switch. 3 of the messages were from his supervisor. Jack knew he'd better call back later in the morning, or he'd have no job to return to. He liked living down here, and he enjoyed the privilege of gainful employment down in the darkness. The other 8 messages were from Cordelia. They were not very informative, but neither did they sound like emergencies. Cordelia kept saying it was important for Jack to get back to her, but the tone didn't indicate mortal peril. Jack rewound the message tape and turned off the machine, then went into the kitchen. He surveyed the refrigerator and didn't bother opening it. He knew what was inside. More, he simply wasn't hungry. He had some idea of what he had devoured over the past day and night, and didn't want to think about it. Blind albino gar? You wouldn't find that on the menu at any Cajun restaurant in New York. He went into the bedroom and flopped down on the bed. There was no question of undressing. Jack only moved sufficiently to wind the antique quilt around himself. He was out. The phone by the bed awoke him at 8 a.m. precisely. He knew this because the red LED numerals on the clock burned themselves into his retinas when he finally opened his eyes and reached over to stop the shrilling that was scraping his inner ear into shreds. Puck, yeah? Uncle Jack? Yeah, Cordy? He came a good deal more awake. It's me, Uncle Jack. I'm sorry if I woke ya. I've been trying to get ya for better than a day. He yawned and adjusted the receiver so the pillow would hold it snug. "'S-okay, Cordy. I gotta call the boss and tell him I'm down with something and been too sick to phone the last couple days." Cordelia sounded alarmed. "You really sick?" Jack yawned again. Remembered what he could have said. Pink of health. Just went off on a bender, that's all. Vagabond said? Vagabond? Yes. Cordelia seemed to be picking her words carefully. "I asked her to look for you. She said you were out in the bay, killing things." "That about describes it," said Jack. "Something wrong?" He waited a few seconds before answering. Took a breath. "Stress, Cordy, that's all. I needed to unwind." She didn't sound wholly convinced, but finally said, "Whatever you say, Uncle Jack. Say, listen, do you mind if I come by tonight after work and bring along a friend?" "Who?" Jack said guardedly. "Cece." Jack thought about her, remembered visiting her in Tachyon's clinic. He owned everything she'd ever recorded, albums and tapes both, shelved out in the next room. "I guess so," he said. "It'll give me an excuse to clean up the house." "No need," said Cordelia. He laughed. "Oh yeah, there is a need. 5:30 okay?" "Should be. By the way," he said, "what's this all about?" She was candid. "I need your help, Uncle Jack." She filled him in on how things were proceeding with logistics for the benefit. "I'm snowed," she said. "I cannot do everything." "You know rock and roll," she said. "Better, you can handle just about anything that happens." Almost anything, he thought. Tachyon's face floated in front of him. "Michael's." "Flatterer," he said. "Verite." A few moments went by. "One thing I gotta ask," said Jack. "We haven't been talking much, I know," she said. "I know. For now, I'm just not thinking much about it." "No resolution, then?" "Not yet." "Thanks for being honest." More seconds went by.
It seemed as though Cordelia wanted to say something, but finally all she said was, "Okay, thanks then, Uncle Jack. I'll be by with CC at 5:30. Bye." Jack listened to the silence until the circuit disconnected. Then he turned over and dialed his supervisor at the transit department. He wouldn't have to concentrate to sound convincingly sick. When he opened the door to Cordelia and CC late in the afternoon, Jack realized that cleaning up his living room probably had been the easier part of the day. Cordelia's eyes seemed to squint as she looked at him, as though she were actually seeing two images and trying to choose the one she would perceive. "Uncle Jack," she said. There was a stiff instant as she appeared to debate whether to give him a hug. The woman standing beside her diffused the moment. "Jack," said Cece, "it's good to see you again." She stepped past Cordelia into the living room, giving Jack a firm hug and a warm kiss on the lips. "You know something," she said. "Even though I didn't know what was going on for a long time, it really meant a lot. You're coming to visit me in the clinic. Anything ever happens to you, you know I'll be there every visiting period, okay?" She grinned. "Okay," he said. "Mon Dieu," said Cordelia, looking around Jack's home. "What happened here?" Jack's restoration efforts had not been totally successful. Some of the smashed antique furniture was stacked to one side of the room. He hadn't the heart to take it topside to a dumpster. There was still the chance of careful repair and restoration. "When I was coming in last night," he said, "I slipped." "Shot while trying to escape," said Cordelia ironically. "Whatever happened, Uncle Jack, I'm really sorry. This was such a beautiful place." "It still ain't shabby," said Cece, plopping down in a claw-footed love seat. She spread her arms as she sank into the overstuffed upholstery. "This is great," she smiled up at Jack. "Got some coffee?"
Sure, he said. It's all made. Vagabond was going to, CC started to say. She had some errands uptown, said Cordelia. I think she'd want me to say hello, said CC. Sure, right, he thought. Cordelia offered to help with the coffee, but he shooed her back to the living room. When everyone was settled with a steaming mug and a plate of scones with strawberry preserves, Jack said, So, said Cece, your niece is very persuasive. But so's my own ego. I'm going to come out of seclusion for the benefit, Jack. Back to public performance. Cold turkey. Nothing half-assed. A couple billion potential viewers. There I'll be, in front of God and everybody, she chuckled. Nothing like hitting acute agoraphobia head-on. Pretty gutsy, said Jack. I'm glad you're doing it. New stuff? Some old, some new, she said. Some borrowed, some blues. It all depends on what the boss here, CC gestured at Cordelia, gives me for time. 20 minutes, said Cordelia. That's what everybody gets. The boss, girls with guns, you. Equality's a great thing. CC looked back at Jack. So, you're gonna help me get ready for the big night? Said Jack. GFG can persuade the transit people to give you time off, said Cordelia quickly. I talked to one of their guys in community relations. They think it'd be terrific to have one of their own involved in something like this. Said Jack. With pay, Cordelia said. And GFG'll give you a fee too. I've got savings, Jack said quietly. Uncle Jack, I need you. I've heard that before. Gently this time, so I say it to you again. It seemed to him Cordelia's voice, her expression, her eyes were all one coordinated appeal. It would be good to work with you, said Cece. She winked one emerald eye. Free backstage pass. Rub shoulders with the stars. Jack looked from one woman to the other. Okay, he finally said. It's a deal. Great, said Cordelia. I'll start feeding you the details. But there's one more thing I want to mention now. Why do I have the feeling, said Jack, that I ought to be a gator at this very moment, looking up at the gaff? You have plans for tomorrow night? Cordelia said. Jack spread his hands. I thought I'd maybe refinish some chairs. You're coming with us to New Brunswick. New Jersey? Cordelia nodded. We're going to the Holly Dome. We're going to see Buddy Holly. Jack said, The Buddy Holly? I thought he was dead. He's been on the lounge circuit for years. I saw a note about his appearance in The Voice. She wants him for the benefit, said Cece. A nostalgia act? Said Jack. Cordelia was actually blushing. I grew up with his music. I worship the man. I mean, nothing's set with the benefit in him. I just want us to go see him and find out if he's anything like he used to be. You may be in for a rude shock, said Cece. Guitar of clay and all that. I'll risk it. Not Fade Away is one of my favorite songs ever, said Jack. Count me in. Tell him, Cece said to Cordelia. Vagabond's going too, she said reluctantly. I don't know about this, said Jack. He thought about his first encounter with Bludgeon when the black cat had saved him from having to tangle with the psychopathic gay basher. Had the cat been acting on his own or at Vagabond's suggestion? He'd never asked the woman. Maybe he would tomorrow night. Uncle Jack, said Cordelia. He smiled at her. Let's rock. Saturday? Oh my God, Cece said, sufficiently low that only Jack heard. He's covering Prince. God-damned Prince. And not very well, said Jack. Cordelia had worried because of glacial traffic in the Holland Tunnel that the four of them would be late for Buddy Holly's first set. She also fretted that Jersey youth would make off with the Mercedes she'd borrowed from Luz Alcala. It's a Holiday Inn, said Jack as they pulled into the entrance. So, the parking lot's illuminated, said Jack. There's an empty space close to the lobby, said Cordelia with relief. You want me to slip 10 to the clerk to keep an eye on the car? Would you? Said Cordelia seriously.
So they'd parked and secured the Mercedes and entered the New Brunswick Hollydome. The trip over from the city had been tense enough. Jack had ridden shotgun in front with Cordelia driving. Vagabond sat in back on the opposite side, as far from Jack as she could get. Both CC and Cordelia had done their best to keep a conversation going. Jack decided it was an inappropriate time to quiz Vagabond about whether his erstwhile rescuer, the black cat, had been acting autonomously or on his mistress' orders. "This is gonna be great," said Cordelia. She had slotted a cassette of Buddy Holly and the Crickets' greatest hits into the Blaupunk player. The speaker system was far, far better than adequate. "Cordelia," said Vagabond, "I like Buddy a lot, but maybe so he doesn't hurt my ears?" "Oh, sorry," said Cordelia. She turned the volume knob down to barely endurable. Then Saturday evening traffic slowed to a stop-and-go creep within the tunnel, the stench of auto exhaust rose up in visible clouds, and the four in the Mercedes listened to all of Cordelia's Buddy Holly tapes before they reached New Jersey. Cordelia had become more nervous the later it got. "Maybe there'll be a warm-up group," she'd muttered. There hadn't been, but it turned out not to matter. When the four walked through the door of the Hollydome Lounge, they saw there was no need to worry about seats. Perhaps half the booths and tables were vacant. Clearly, Saturday night bacchanalia in New Brunswick didn't center here. They took a table about 10 feet from the low stage, Jack and Vagabond on opposite sides, buffered by CC and Cordelia. And Buddy Holly covered Prince. Jack recognized Holly from the album portraits. He knew the musician was 49, close enough to Jack's own age. Holly looked older. His face carried too much flesh. His belly wasn't completely camouflaged by the silver lame jacket. He no longer wore the familiar old black horn rims. His eyes were masked by stylish aviator shades that couldn't quite hide the dark bags. But he still played the Fender Telecaster like an angel. The same couldn't be said for his sidemen.
The rhythm guitarist and the bass player both looked about 17. Their playing was not inspired. The muddy sound mix didn't help. The drummer flailed at his snares, the volume coming through at about the right level to completely mask Holly's vocal delivery. In rapid order, Buddy Holly segued from Prince into a bad Billy Idol and then a so-so Bon Jovi. "I don't believe it," said CC, drinking a healthy dollop of her Campari and tonic. "All he's doing is covering top 40 shit." Cordelia watched silently, her expression of initial enthusiasm visibly fading. Vagabond shook her head disapprovingly. "We shouldn't have come." Maybe, Jack thought, he's biding his time. Give him a little while. As the desultory clapping faded after a game attempt at evoking Ted Nugent, a voice from the back of the lounge yelled, "Come on, buddy, give us some oldies." A ragged cheer went up. Most of the clapping came from Cordelia's table. Buddy Holly took his Telecaster by the neck and leaned toward the audience. "Well," he said, the West Texas twang still pronounced, "I don't usually take requests, but since you've been such a terrific crowd..." He settled back and strummed out a rapid-fire sequence of opening chords that his backup group more or less followed. "Oh, Lord," said CC. She took another drink as Buddy Holly tore into Tommy Roe's Hooray for Hazel, then a quick verse of Sheila, finally a lugubrious, almost bluesy version of Bobby Vinton's Red Roses for a Blue Lady. Holly continued in that vein. He played a lot of music made famous by Bobbies and Tommies in the 50s and 60s. "I want to hear Cindy Lou, or That'll Be the Day, or It's So Easy, or T-Town," said Cordelia, distractedly swirling her gin and tonic. "Not this shit." "I'll settle for Not Fade Away," Jack thought. He watched Buddy Holly slog through the dismal pop retrospective and started getting real depressed.
It was enough to make him maybe wish that Holly had died at the height of his initial popularity and not survived to fall into this ghastly self-mockery. Inebriated conversation and drunken laughter escalated at the surrounding tables. It appeared that most in the lounge had completely forgotten that Buddy Holly was performing on stage. When Holly came to the end of his set, he introduced the final number very simply. "This is something new," he said. The sparse crowd was having none of it. They had turned actively hostile. "Fuck you!" somebody shouted. "Turn on the jukebox!" Holly shrugged, turned, walked off the stage. His backup guitarists quietly put their instruments down. The drummer got up and laid his sticks on an amp. "Why doesn't he do his classics?" said Cordelia. "Hang on," she said to her companions. Then she got up and collared Buddy Holly as he headed toward the bar. They saw her talking earnestly to the man. She led him back to the table, dragged up a vacant chair, appeared to be making him sit, through dint of sheer will. Holly looked bemused at the whole affair. Cordelia made introductions. The musician courteously acknowledged each name and shook hands in turn. Jack found the man's grip warm and firm, not flabby at all. Cordelia said, "We're 4 of your greatest fans." "Sorta sorry you're all here," said Holly. "I feel like I owe everyone an apology. This isn't a good show tonight." He shrugged. "Course, most nights in lounges are like that." Holly smiled self-deprecatingly. "Why don't you play your own music?" said Vagabond. "Your old music," said Cordelia. "The great stuff." Holly looked around the table. "I've got my reasons," he said. "It ain't a matter of not wanting to. I just can't." "Well," said Cordelia, smiling, "maybe I can help change your mind." She launched into her spiel about the benefit at the funhouse, about how Holly could go on early in the following Saturday's performance, that maybe, just maybe, the concert and the telecast could rejuvenate his career. "Just like when the boss found Gary U.S. Bonds playing in bars like this," she finished up. Buddy Holly looked honestly astonished by Cordelia's outpouring of enthusiasm. He put his elbows on the table, closely studying the club soda and lime the waitress had brought him, finally looking up at her with a slight smile. "Listen," he said, "I thank you. I truly do. Hearing something like this makes my night, hell, the whole year." He looked away. "But I can't do it." "But you can," said Cordelia. He shook his head. "Think about it. Won't do no good," he said. "It won't work." He patted her hand. "But thanks for the thought." And with that, he nodded to the rest of them, then got up and trudged through the smoke to the stage for his second set. "Damn," said Cordelia. Jack watched the musician's back as Holly hoisted himself up onto the stage. There was something familiar about how the man carried himself. It was the sense of defeat. Jack thought he'd last seen that slight slumping of shoulders and hanging of head when he'd looked in the mirror. Just this morning. He wondered how many years and what disasters had beaten Buddy Holly down. "I wish." At first, the thought didn't complete itself. Then he said to himself, "I wish I could help." "You want to go or stay?" said Cece to Cordelia. "Go," said Cordelia. Almost too low to be heard, she continued, "But I think I'll be back." "Like MacArthur?" said Vagabond. "More like Sergeant Preston of the Yukon," said Cordelia. "Sundays. So, who are you calling a chickie?" said Cordelia, voice colder than the ocean off Jones Beach. "What I be sayin'," said the Holiday Inn morning clerk, "is that we can't be giving out guests' room numbers to just any chickie what comes along." He smiled at her. "Rules." "You want to know how early I had to get up to catch a train out here?" Cordelia demanded. "Do you know how long I waited for a cab at the New Brunswick station?" The clerk's easy smile started to fray at the lips. "Sorry, I'm not a goddamned groupie." Cordelia slapped an expensively embossed business card down on the counter. "I'm trying to make Holly a star." "Already was." The clerk picked up the card and examined it. Below Cordelia's name it read, "Associate Producer." The escalated job title had been in lieu of a raise. No shit? You work with GFG, the folks would do the Robert Townsend show and all that Spike Lee stuff? He sounded halfway impressed. No shit, said Cordelia. She tried smiling. Honest. And you're gonna pull Buddy Holly out of this shithole? Gonna try. Okay, said the clerk, grinning. He glanced at the registration spinner. Room 8420. He looked at Cordelia significantly. So? With a tone of voice that suggested, don't you know nothing? The clerk said, the main road's leading out of Lubbock, the highway to Nashville. Oh, said Cordelia. Buddy Holly had been asleep when Cordelia knocked on the door of room 8420 at 9:25. That had been obvious when he opened the door. His gray-streaked black hair was in disarray. His glasses were slightly askew as he peered out into the hallway. It's me, Cordelia Chasen. Remember? From last night? Right. Holly seemed to gather himself. Can I help you? I'm here to take you to breakfast. I need to talk with you. It's quite important. Buddy Holly shook his head bemusedly. Are you the irresistible force or the immovable object? Shrugged. Give me 10, said Holly. I'll meet you down in the lobby. Promise? Said Cordelia. Holly smiled slightly, nodded, and shut the door. Buddy Holly came to the breakfast table in crisp denim jeans, a flowered western shirt, and a brown corduroy jacket. He looked somewhat the worse for wear, but comfortable. He seated himself and said, You gonna evangelize me again? If I can. We can talk about that after we get some coffee. Tea for me, he said. Herbal. I brought my own. The tea selection in the kitchen is pretty shabby. The waitress came and took their order. Around your neck, said Holly, pointing with his glance. That a fetish? I saw it last night, but I was preoccupied.
Cordelia unhooked the clasp and passed the fetish over. The tiny silver alligator and the fossil tooth were bound to the delicate oval of sandstone with a tough strand of dried gut. Holly turned the object over and over, examining it closely. Doesn't look American Southwest. Polynesian? Australia, maybe. Pretty good, said Cordelia. Aboriginal. What tribe? I know the Aranda pretty well, even the Wicmunkin and the Mernjan, but this just ain't familiar. It was made by a young urban aborigine, said Cordelia. She hesitated a moment. It both excited and hurt her to think of Wyungar, and how, she wondered, was the Central Australian Revolution, such as it was, going. She'd been too busy with the benefit to watch much news. He gave it to me as a going-away gift. Let me guess, said Holly. The sandstones from Uluru? Cordelia nodded. Uluru, true name of what the Europeans called Ayers Rock. And the reptiles your totem, of course. He held the object up to the light before passing it back over. There's considerable power here, not just a token. She refastened the chain. How do you know? He grinned crookedly at her. Just don't laugh too loud, okay? Cordelia felt puzzled. Okay. Ever since things went to hell, since they fell apart around 1972, he said hesitantly, I've been looking around. He contemplatively sipped his tea. For what? Cordelia finally said. For whatever. For anything that meant something. I was just searching. Cordelia thought for a moment. Spirituality? Holly nodded vehemently. Absolutely. The limos were gone, the homes, the private jet and the high living. He stopped in mid-sentence. All gone. There had to be something else besides hitting the bottle and the bottom. And you found it? I'm still hunting. He met her gaze and smiled. Lot of years and a lot of miles. You know something? I'm a lot more popular in Africa and the rest of the world than I am here. Back in '75, my agent gave me a last chance and booked me into this crazy Pan-African tour. Things fell apart. Well, I fell apart. I really got screwed up after I backed out of a gig in Joburg. Somehow I stole a Land Rover and ended up drinking 2/5 of Jim Beam way out in the bush. You know how alcohol poisoning works. Shoot, I was well on my way. Cordelia stared at him, held entranced by the flat West Texas twang. The man was a storyteller. Bushmen found me. Tribesmen from out of the Kalahari. First thing I knew was a Kung shaman leaning down over me and letting out the most ungodly screams you ever heard. Later, I found out he was taking the sickness into himself and then getting shed of it into the air. Holly contemplatively touched the pad of his thumb to his incisors. That was the beginning. And since, said Cordelia, I keep looking. I search everywhere. When I played a string of bars in the Dakotas and the Midwest, I learned about rolling thunder and the generations of black elk. The more I learned, the more I wanted to know. His voice took on a dreamy quality. When I was with the Lakota, I cried for a vision. The shaman took me through the Inipi ceremony and sent me up the hill to receive the Wakan, the holy beings. Holly smiled ruefully. The thunder beings came, but that was about all. I got wet and cold, he shrugged. So it goes. You keep searching, said Cordelia. I do that, said Holly. I learn. I've been off booze since South Africa. No more drugs either. As for what I'm learning, it ain't easy to work with a hard-shell Baptist growing up, but that's what I've tried to do. It occurred to Cordelia that, for all he'd been saying, Buddy Holly still seemed very anchored in the physical universe. She didn't have the same sense of ethereal dissociation that she'd gotten from spiritually transformed rock stars such as Cat Stevens or Richie Furay. She nibbled a bite from her neglected English muffin. Most of what I know about this I learned from my Aboriginal friend, but I've thought about it. Sometimes, in my job, I wonder whether rock stars, pop singers, entertainers in the public eye in America are sort of the contemporary equivalent of shamans. Holly nodded seriously. Men and women of power. Absolutely. They have the magic. Buddy Holly laughed. Fortunately, the ones who believe they do usually have nothing, and the ones who truly possess the power don't consciously know it. Cordelia finished her muffin. The performers at the benefit concert next Saturday all have the power. Holly looked wary. I'm changing the subject, Cordelia said lightly. I don't think things have changed since last night. You want me to play all my old standards? I just can't do that. Is this, Cordelia hunted for words, is this a crisis of confidence? That's probably part of it. Same thing happened with C.C. Ryder, said Cordelia, but she changed her mind. She's going to appear. Good for her. Holly hesitated. The truth is, I can't play the songs you want me to do. Why not? I don't own them anymore. Long about the time things went to hell, a New York outfit called Shrike Music bought up my entire catalog. They're real sweethearts. Ever see their logo? A quarter note stuck on a spike. They've been keeping my songs on ice. I hate it, but I can't do spit to get 'em back. Holly spread his hands helplessly. Well, see, said Cordelia without hesitation. GFG's got some pull. Is that the only other catch? You think you can do anything, don't you? Holly smiled as he shook his head. This time it was a genuine smile. His teeth were even and white. Okay, look, you spring some of my music loose, and maybe we've got a deal. Just for old time's sake. I don't understand, said Cordelia. Well, let me tell you something, said Buddy Holly. Animation filled his features and his voice. Back in high school in Lubbock, back when Bob Montgomery and I were first putting together a band and doing some crazy recordings, there was a girl. I thought she was, well... He took a deep breath and smiled shyly. You know the storyline. She never noticed me at all. Couple years later, she was still in my head when I recorded Girl on My Mind in Nashville. That was about the time Decca wanted me to sound like everyone else with a rock and roll hit in 1956. I sorta got out of the formula with Girl. He shook his head. So anyway, you remind me of her. She knew her own way too. He leaned back in his seat and regarded her. That's a great story, said Cordelia. It's just like rock and roll, Holly finished. They both laughed. Things, thought Cordelia, were back on track. Monday. First thing Monday morning, Cordelia sat at her desk and contemplated her sins while she waited on hold with the rights and permissions department at Shrike Music. The background tape for Shrike's hold circuit was classical, somber, and dirge-like. Cordelia suspected it was a deliberate psych-out tactic. It occurred to her as she examined her nails that she had not yet tried to contact Mick Jagger. Luz Alcala would not be happy. At least she had gotten the Mercedes back to Luz without a scratch or dent. Well, there were priorities. It seemed very important to secure Buddy Holly for the Funhouse benefit. She riffled through the phone messages that had been stacked on her desk. U2's manager wanted her to know that the Edge had got his fingers caught in a car door over the weekend. U2 just might be without the services of their guitarist. Maybe, she thought, she could convince Bono to do an acoustic set. The tech people had left a note alerting her that ShowSat 3 was acting up over the Indian Ocean. They were working on it. They were somewhat confident that malfunctioning relays could be cleared. Somewhat, she thought. Shit. Somewhat had better translate into absolutely. She knew damn well she didn't have the clout to get GFG to commission a shuttle repair flight with 5 days' notice. With any notice. Christ, what was she thinking? Cordelia gulped some coffee and glared down at the phone. How long was Shrike going to hang her up? Another note was from Tammy, the half-Eskimo lead guitarist of Girls with Guns.
The world's greatest all-woman neo-punker band was stranded in Billings? And could Cordelia wire just enough cash so that all the members of the band could get to New York by Saturday? Probably. Cordelia jotted a note. Talk to Luz. There was a double beep on the phone, and a voice said, Miss Del Vecchio, rights and permissions? Cordelia introduced herself, sounding as calm, self-assured, and in control as she could manage. She sounded good to her. I want to talk about Buddy Holly's catalog, Cordelia said. I understand Shrike holds the rights. Here at Global Fun and Games, we're very much looking forward to having Mr. Holly perform a selection of his past hits at this weekend's global benefit for medical victims. There was a brief silence. What sort of medical victims? Cordelia didn't like the sound of her voice. South Bronx, probably. AIDS and the wildcard virus. The live video feed will reach. Miss Del Vecchio interrupted her. Oh, right, that benefit. I'm sorry, Miss Chasen, but it will be quite impossible to cooperate with Global on this project. I am sorry. She didn't sound sorry. But surely, their strike owns Mr. Holly's music under an exclusive license? We just won't be able to release the permissions you need. The tone of her voice said, and that's final. Perhaps if I could speak with your department head. I'm afraid Mr. Lazarus isn't in today. Well, thank you for thinking of us, Miss Chasen, said Miss Del Vecchio. Have a nice day. And she hung up. Cordelia stared at the phone for a minute or two. Damn it. She hoped Miss Del Vecchio would have an extremely difficult period. After another minute, she switched on the desk terminal and pulled up the online variety. She flipped through a few electronic pages at random and then turned on the modem and dialed up Variety's index base. While there were quite a few keyword entries for Shrike Music, but not many for Buddy Holly, there was one story that flagged both. It was dated nearly 3 months before, while she had been in Australia. It seemed that Shrike Music had inked a megabucks deal with America's second-largest advertising firm. The advertising company was a client of a major evangelical organization that was looking to market its theme amusement parks and other commercial subsidiaries through what the article, quoting Leo Barnett, termed the innocent but energetic nostalgia of Buddy Holly's music. Oh, Cordelia thought. Oh no. No wonder Shrike wasn't eager to have Holly's songs associated with the benefit. This was going to be a problem.
Luz Alcala stuck her head through the office door and said, "Good morning, Cordelia. Did you have a good weekend?" Cordelia looked up. "Definitely. You get your keys okay? Thanks again for the car." Luz nodded. "You all right? You look a bit distracted." "It's just Monday morning." Luz smiled sympathetically. "By the way, did you reach our lycanthropic friend?" Cordelia shook her head. Thought fast. "Still can't find him." "Let me give you a suggestion. After you try their management, call the presidents of the companies they record for. When you can't get satisfaction, go upstairs. It almost always works." "Aha," thought Cordelia. "Thanks," she said. After Luz chatted a little more and then left, Cordelia dialed Shrike back and asked for the president's office. After 2 layers of secretaries, she finally reached one Anthony Michael Cardwell. Cardwell was more sympathetic than Miss Delvecchio, but ultimately no more helpful. True, Shrike Music has a responsibility to the community, and we participate in many projects toward that end, but ultimately we are responsible to our shareholders and our corporate owners, he said. "I believe you can appreciate the difficulty of our position." Bullshit, Cordelia thought, furious. What she said was much the same thing. Definitely too blunt. The president of Shrike Music cut the conversation short. After setting the phone down, Cordelia drummed her fingers on the desktop. "Go upstairs," Luz had said. Cordelia touched the terminal keyboard and pulled up GFG's research list of entertainment industry databases. As she started to dig out the roots of Shrike's corporate family tree, she wondered how Jack was doing. Naturally, Jack had believed Cordelia when she had told him Sunday night that things looked good so far as obtaining permission for Holly to play his own music. More, GFG would take care of Jack's leave of absence Monday morning. That would free Jack so he could help move Holly into Manhattan. Cordelia had arranged a room downtown at the Hotel California, Manhattan's premier hostelry for visiting musicians. The management, Cordelia had said, doesn't care what happens to a room so long as the damage gets paid for. Platinum Amex cards are welcome. By noon Monday, while Cordelia was playing Silicon Nancy Drew, Jack had moved Buddy Holly into his 8th floor room at the Hotel California. "You've got an open account," the desk clerk had said, so they ordered up sumptuous lunches. Jack watched as Holly unpacked a compact tape deck and a box of cassettes. There was an eclectic selection of new age music, lots of Windham Hill albums, along with starkly packaged relaxation tapes of wind, storm, sea, rain, and a varied lot of early rock, blues, and country. "Got some scarce stuff here," said Holly, picking up a handful of what were obviously home-dubbed tapes. Tiny Bradshaw, Lonnie Johnson, Bill Doggett, King Curtis. Got the better-known stuff, too. Roy Orbison, Buddy Knox, Doug Sahm, he chuckled. A real Texas collection, those last boys. Also have some George Jones. Got a soft spot in my heart for that boy, too. Me and my first band played behind him back in '55 on the Hank Cochran Show. "What's that?" Jack pointed at what seemed to be the only vinyl record in the box of tapes. "I'm real proud of that." Holly held up the 45. "Joel Blon, Waylon Jennings' first record. I produced that for him back when he was playing with the Crickets." Jack took the record and examined it gingerly, as though looking at a holy relic. "I guess maybe I heard this on WSN." "Yep," said Holly. "Just about everybody I respect from that era learned about music first from listening to the Grand Ole Opry." Jack set down the 45 of Joel Blon. A tremendous lassitude swept across him. He looked at the remains of lunch. Nausea rocked back and forth in his belly. He sat back on the hotel couch and tried to keep his voice steady. "'Fore I came to New York, I listened to the Opry all the time. Once I was here, I found a station out of Virginia that carried it." "You come from the same place as your niece?" Holly said interestedly. Jack nodded. "Alligator your totem too?" Jack said nothing, trying to control the new pain in his gut. "Gator's a powerful guardian animal spirit," said Holly. "I wouldn't mess with one." Jack doubled up and tried not to whimper. Holly was at his side. "Something wrong?" He ran his hands down Jack's chest and stomach. His fingers fluttered lightly over the man's belly. He whistled. "Oh man, I think you've got some trouble here." "I know," said Jack. He groaned.
Any other year, he'd be pretty sure he could avoid the flu-type stomach bugs, but Tachian had briefed him about opportunistic infections. He'd had the instant image of viruses zeroing in on him from every pest hole in the world. I think maybe it's just the flu. Holly shook his head. It's a heavy-duty power intrusion I'm picking up here. It's a bug. And the bug's getting through to you because your protection, your personal mantle, is screwed. Couldn't have put it better myself, said Jack. Holly took his hands away from Jack's abdomen. Sorry, nothing personal. I don't know if Cordelia told you, but I know something about this stuff. Jack looked back at him bewilderedly. What you need, said Holly seriously, is a traditional treatment. You need to have the intrusion sucked out. I think it's the only way. Jack couldn't help himself. He started chuckling, then guffawing. He couldn't remember the last time he'd laughed like this. It hurt to laugh, but it helped as well.
Buddy Holly looked on, apparently astonished. Finally, Jack straightened a bit and said, "Sorry, I just don't think sucking an intrusion out of my body would be a real wise idea right now." "Don't get me wrong," said Holly. "I'm talking about a psychic thing, pulling out the cause of the discomfort using the power of the soul and the mind." "I'm not." Jack started laughing again. But he did feel better. By 2 in the afternoon, Cordelia had accessed both the New York Public Library reference base and the Public Records DB in Albany. She covered several notebook pages with scrawled numbers and notes. Her task was akin to one of the 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzles she never had the patience to finish. Shrike Music was a wholly owned subsidiary of Monopoly Holdings, a New York corporation. Cordelia had dialed Monopoly's Central Manhattan number and tried for the president. Who she eventually got was the executive vice president for corporate affairs. That man told her the Buddy Holly matter was not his to comment upon, but that she should send a detailed letter to Monopoly's president, one Connell McCrae. But couldn't Cordelia speak to McCrae directly, she inquired? The president was indisposed. It was hard to say when he'd be back in the office. Cordelia ascertained from public records that Monopoly Holdings was a division of the Infundibulum Corporation, a consortium controlled by Cari Bank in Nassau. The call to Infundibulum netted her a frustrating 20 minutes holding for an equally unsatisfactory conversation with the CEO's executive assistant. The long-distance call to Nassau got her a heavily accented Bahamian voice claiming complete confusion about this Holly chap. After hanging up, Cordelia regarded the frustration the phone represented. "I think I go home now," she said to herself. A break was in order. She could come back to the office later and work all night. Veronica and Cordelia shared a high-rise apartment downtown on Maiden Lane. There wasn't much of a view. The living room windows looked out on a narrow courtyard with 11th-floor neighbors only 30 feet away. At first, it had been like watching very dull big-screen TV. Cordelia quickly learned to ignore the rest of the building. It was pleasant just having her own small room. Veronica could use the rest of the apartment as she pleased. Cordelia had made the maximum use of her room, engaging a Soho carpenter to build an inexpensive frame of 2x4s to support her bed. Instant sleeping loft. She just had to remember not to roll off the top during the night. The 6 feet of space beneath the mattress allowed her a closet, bookshelves, and space to store her albums. That left her most of the wall space for prints and posters. One wall was dominated by a color poster of Air's Rock at Dawn. The opposite wall had the common "When You're Up to Your Ass in Alligators" poster, but with the Tired Maxim's payoff amended in black marker to read, "You Know You're Home." Cordelia was slotting a Suzanne Vega tape into the deck when her roommate walked in. Veronica was wearing a slinky white gown along with a platinum wig and violet contacts. "Masquerade?" Cordelia said. "Just a date." Veronica rolled her eyes. "It's a guy from Malta with a crush on both Marilyn Monroe and Liz Taylor." She changed the subject. "Listen, any good tickets left for Saturday?" "At $2,500 a pop, I can't really comp you," said Cordelia. "No problem. These are for management. Miranda and Ichiko can afford them. They just would like a little consideration about table placement." close to the stage, okay? I'll see what I can do." Cordelia jotted a note and put her book of things to do back in her handbag. "So, how's work?" said Veronica innocently. Cordelia told her, "Sounds like you could use a real detective. If I knew one, I'd ask. I'm desperate." "Well," said Veronica, "it just so happens maybe I can help you out. You want to tell me what you're talking about?" It would be so good, thought Cordelia, to turn this over to someone else. "Not yet," Veronica said. "Let me work on it. And you can make sure those seats are good ones." "Help me get Buddy Holly in front of the cameras," said Cordelia, "and I'll let Miranda and Ichiko sit on stage behind the monitors. They can hold the microphones. Anything their hearts desire. It's a deal." "Now then," continued Veronica, "before I go uptown, whose turn is it to buy cat food?" The men sat and listened to music and drank. Buddy drank soda. Jack drank dark beer. Room service was accommodating. They talked. Every once in a while, Holly would get up to change the tapes. They went through Jimmy Rogers and Carl Perkins, Hank Williams and Jerry Lee Lewis, Elvis Presley and Conway Twitty. Jack was surprised that the singer had some tapes of newer artists, Lyle Lovett and Dwight Yoakam and Steve Earle. "Like the monkey said," Holly said simply, "you gotta keep up with evolution." They talked about the 50s, about Louisiana Bayou country and the dry vastness of West Texas. "Tell ya," said Holly, "it ain't saying much about Lubbock when about the only place to go on Saturday night is Amarillo. I went back there after the oil boom and then again after the crash, and nothing much had changed either time." "No Buddy Holly Day?" said Jack. "Figure I'll have to die before that happens." They had a lot in common, Jack decided, except there'd never be a Jack Robichaux Day in Atelier Carish, not even after he died. He fumbled through the box of cassettes and held up one that was unlabeled, except for the word new. "What's this?" "Aw, that's nothing," said Holly. "Nothing you'd want to hear." There was something about the way he'd protested, Jack thought. When Buddy Holly went into the bathroom, Jack set the mysterious cassette in the deck and punched play. The music was simple and unadorned. There was no backup, no double tracking, no layered sound. The singing was reflective in the first song, exuberant in the second. The lyrics were mature. The characteristic hiccup in the vocal line was there. This was Buddy Holly. Jack had never heard either of these songs before. He heard the bathroom door open behind him. Buddy Holly said, "After the plane went down with my family and Shrike bought all my music, people seemed to think I just wasn't gonna write anymore. And for a few years, I guess I didn't." The third song began. "All this is new," said Jack reverently. "Is it not?" Buddy Holly's voice was soft and powerful, just as fresh as resurrection. Tuesday, the Funhouse was no Carnegie Hall, and, as with virtually any other Manhattan club, daylight didn't become it. This morning, the mirrors were streaked and dusty. They'd be polished to a high sheen by Saturday. As Jack looked across toward the stage, what he mostly saw were chairs stacked on tables. The few windows and skylights admitted bars of spring sunlight that contained myriad dancing dust motes. The place smelled stale. The other predominating odor was that of machine lubricant. Jack stood beside Buddy Holly. Holly stood beside C.C. Ryder. On the other side of C.C. was Vagabond. It was an unbreakable protocol. Vagabond had chosen to be C.C.'s constant companion and protector. Jack realized he had consciously picked a similar role with Buddy Holly. He genuinely liked the singer, and it wasn't merely a matter of nostalgia for the 50s and 60s. He felt he was becoming genuine friends with the Texan, though too bad, whispered the nasty voice in his head. You're not gonna be buddies for very long. Jack had seen Dr. Tachyon earlier in the morning. Tachyon had proposed hospitalizing him. No way, he'd said. Tachyon appealed to his reason. Can you really predict what my version of the virus is going to do? He'd asked. Tachyon admitted that he didn't truly know, but there were precautions. Jack had shrugged ruefully and left. Xavier Desmond, his elephantine trunk seeming to wilt down his chest, watched over the stage preparations.
He moved slowly, in the manner of a man knowing the real proximity of death,
Yet he seemed proud beyond words. For a night, the eyes of most of the world would be on his beloved funhouse. The limited space in the club was being further curtailed by the camera tracks laid in front of and to the side of the stage. The tech people had cleverly rigged a super thin Luma boom from the ceiling. "Don't let it brush the chandelier," Des said as the remote operator put the mantis-like camera mount through its paces. Even with the shafts of sun glinting off the mirror bowls, the club looked drab. Buddy Holly scratched his head. "Shoot, I've seen worse stages." CC laughed and said, "I've played them. Guess there won't be no chicken wire around the stage, huh?" CC shrugged and affected a deep, deep Texas accent. "Joe Ellie used to tell me about places so tough you had to puke 3 times and show a knife before they'd let you in. And that was if you was singing." "Des runs a classier dive," said Jack. "I figure people laying out $2,500 a seat aren't gonna heave Corona bottles at the band. Be more real if they did." Holly glanced at CC. "I gotta tell ya, I'm pretty excited about hearing you sing." "Same here," said CC, "though I'm still edgy as a cat." "You decided to go on for sure?" Holly turned to Jack. "Anything from your niece?" Jack shook his head. "I talked to her this morning. I guess things are going slow with Shrike, but she said no sweat, just bureaucratic runaround." CC poked Holly in the ribs. "Listen, man, I will if you will." "A challenge?" Holly slowly grinned. "Think this'll be as much fun as racing for pink slips? What the hell? Okay, I'll go on first, like the ghost of charts past, and if I have to, I'll cover, Billy Idol." "No." Vagabond spoke up. "No, you won't." Things weren't going terribly well for Cordelia. She had gotten into the office by 7. It was too bad about being so phased that she forgot about the sequence of time zones west. Little Steven's road manager wasn't terribly happy about being awakened in his hotel room at a little past 4 in the morning. On the other hand, better news had come in about 10. X-rays had determined that the Edge's fingers were mildly sprained rather than fractured. Even though U2's performance that night in Seattle was being scrubbed, the guitarist had a good shot at being operational by Saturday. Then there was the matter of Shrike music. Cordelia had a terrific flowchart with lines and arrows indicating the tangled skein owning the music publishing firm. She had lists of CEOs, presidents, vice presidents, and heads of promotion departments. And lawyers, Lord, hordes of attorneys. But no one would talk to her. How come, she wondered. Is it my breath? She giggled. Fatigue, she thought. Early burnout. Way too soon. There would be time to collapse after Saturday night. She poured another cup of high-calf Colombian and started thinking seriously about Shrike and its masters, and why everyone was evading as if she were a congressional investigator out bird-dogging payola charges. The phone beeped. Good. Maybe it was one of a dozen executives connected with Shrike or its Byzantine ownership returning her calls. "Hi," said her roommate. "You got the tickets for me? Have you lined up Spencer, or maybe Sam Spade?" "Even better," said Veronica. "Got somebody here I want you to talk to." "Veronica," she started to say. Why was everyone playing Cloak and Dagger? "This is Croyd," said an unfamiliar male voice. "You met me. We had a little date, you, me, and Veronica." "I remember," said Cordelia, "but I'm in investigations." Flatly. "I guess I knew that, but I didn't think—" "Just listen," said Croyd. "This is Veronica's idea, not mine. Maybe I can help. Maybe not. You want to know something about Shrike music? Right. Buddy Holly and I need to find out who really owns his music so I can get permission for him to sing it, and I can convince him to appear Saturday." "So, isn't Shrike in the phone book?" said Croyd. "They've been stonewalling me like they were the mafia or something." She heard a dry chuckle. "Maybe they are." "Anything you can do?" Cordelia said. "I'll be very—" Croyd broke in again. "I'll see what I can find out. I'll get back to you." The connection clicked off. Cordelia set the phone down and allowed herself a smile. She crossed her fingers, both hands. Then she picked up from the desk the next note begging her attention. This one was simpler. Maybe she could find out in less than an hour exactly why Girls with Guns seemed to be hung up in Cleveland. Wednesday, GFG had decided that the Funhouse Club band would back both CC Ryder and Buddy Holly. Actually, it was CC who approved them. GFG paid the checks. "They're all sound musicians," said CC to Holly. "Good enough for me." He watched and listened as the two guitarists, drummer, keyboard woman, and sax player tuned. Jack observed too. Practice would be long and tedious, but if you were an observer, it was show business in action. It was diverting, glamorous. It was heaven. CC led Holly onto the stage. Vagabond sat down at a front table, though the action looked performed under duress. Jack knew that she really did want to follow CC on up there. "Mind if I sit here?" he said to her, setting his hand on the back of the chair opposite. Vagabond's dark eyes fixed on him fiercely for just a split second. She shrugged slightly, and Jack sat. "Okay," CC was saying to the musicians on the stage. "Here's what I'm gonna want to start with, or maybe end with. Damned if I know yet. All I really know is that it's new and it's part of my 20 minutes. She jacked in her ebony 12-string and strummed a chord progression. "We got a whole 3 days to get in tune, so remember the advantage we have over dudes like the boss or you too." Everybody grinned. "Okay, let's do it. This is called Baby, You've Been Dealt a Winning Hand. 1, 2, 3, and..." The moment CC started to play, she looked stricken. Nervous, Jack thought, was too mild a word for it. There was no crowd. There was no audience save the musicians, the technicians working on sound and lights, and the few odd observers, such as Jack and Vagabond. CC's lead went hideously flat. She stopped, looked down at the stage while everyone in the club seemed to hold a collective breath. Then CC looked up, and to Jack it seemed the motion was executed with enormous effort. Her fingers caressed the strings of her guitar. "Sorry," she said, "that was all." And then she played. "Baby, the cards are out. Baby, there is no doubt that when the dealer calls, you've been dealt a winning hand." The drummer picked up the backbeat. The bass player chugged in. The rhythm guitar softly filled the spaces. Jack saw Buddy Holly's fingers lightly stroking the strings of his Telecaster, even though it wasn't jacked in. "You played since you were just a kid. You played till you got old. Baby, you never knew a thing, 'cause all you ever did was fold." The woman on keyboards ran an eerie, wailing trill out of her Yamaha. Jack blinked. Holly smiled. It sounded like the rinky-tink farfaces both remembered from the pre-synthesizer good old days. "Baby, don't ever fold, not when you got that winning hand." When it was done, there were a long few moments of absolute silence in the funhouse. Then the tech people started to clap. So did CC's backup musicians. They cheered. Vagabond get to her feet. Jack saw Xavier Desmond in the back of the room. It looked as if there were tears on his face. Buddy Holly scratched his head and grinned. A little like Will Rogers, Jack thought. "You know something, darlin'? I think maybe all of us here were privileged this morning to see the high point of the concert." CC looked pale, but she smiled and said, "Nah, it's pretty rough. It's only gonna get better." Holly shook his head. CC Ryder marched over to him and tilted her face up toward his. "You're turning the barrel, boyo." The man shook his head, but his fingers were caressing the guitar. CC tapped the side of her head.
"I showed you mine." Holly made a little shrug. "What the heck? Gotta do it sometime, I reckon." "No Billy Idol," Vagabond said. Holly laughed. "No Billy Idol." He strummed contemplatively for a moment, then he said, "This is new." He glanced over at Jack. "This one ain't even on the tape you heard." The strum deepened, picked up strength. "I call this one Rough Beast." Then Buddy Holly played. It was incredible, Cordy. It's the old Buddy Holly with all the maturity laid in. Jack's voice was exuberant and uncritical. Everything he played was new, and it was absolutely great. New, huh? Cordelia tapped the earpiece with her right index finger. As good as That'll Be the Day and Oh Boy? Is Maxwell's Silver Hammer better than I Want to Hold Your Hand? The excitement crackled in Jack's voice. It isn't even apples and oranges. The new stuff's as energetic as his early songs. It's just more... Jack seemed to be searching for the precise words. Sophisticated. Cordelia stared at the photographs across the office, but wasn't seeing them. Click. There might as well be a light bulb switching on, she thought. I've got to slow down. I'm starting to miss a lot. What I'm guessing, she said, is that Shrike doesn't have any claim on the new stuff. What I can do is put him in the hammock in the middle of the show. Maybe cut him down to 10 minutes. 20, said Jack firmly. It has to be as much as everyone else. Maybe, said Cordelia. Anyhow, he's in the center, so the audience warms up before they have to decide whether they're going to be disappointed when Buddy Holly doesn't sing Cindy Lou. There was a silence on the line. Jack finally said, I don't think he'll mind. Okay then, great. This is really going to simplify matters. I can tell the wet brains at Shrike to screw off. Cordelia felt the crushing weight start to lift from her head. You sure hell do the show with new material. Jack's words were a verbal shrug. The ice do seem to be broken. He and CC are reinforcing each other. I think it's all gonna work out. Great. Thanks, Uncle Jack. Keep me current. Cordelia's mood was cheerful after she hung up the phone. So, Buddy Holly was in. And now she could call Croyd off the wild goose chase. But when she phoned the apartment, no one answered. All she reached was the answering machine. Maybe, she thought cheerfully, it's all gonna be downhill from here. Thursday, Cordelia realized she was humming Real Wild Child. The up-tempo rocker perfectly matched her hyper mood this afternoon. She wondered for a moment where she'd heard it as she identified the tune. She knew it was on none of her Buddy Holly albums. The song must just be in the air. She tapped along with her fingers to the guitar runs in her head as she dialed her post-lunch calls. Cordelia had phoned over to the funhouse just about the time her takeout Vietnamese soup had arrived. Jack was sounding up. Practice is going great, he had said. CC and Buddy are getting along fine, and Vagabond even nodded to me when I said good morning. How's the music? They're both doing mostly new stuff. Well, Buddy's is all new. Can he fill the whole 20 minutes? Cordelia had said. Just like before, when I said he wouldn't have any problem, he still won't. You really ought to give it an hour. I'm not sure how you two or the boss would like that, Cordelia said dryly. I bet they'd love it. We won't be finding out. Cordelia sniffed the fragrance of crab and asparagus wafting out of the styrofoam soup bucket. I've got to go, Uncle Jack. My food's here. Okay. Jack's voice hesitated. Cordy? She already had the first spoonful in her mouth. Thanks for asking me to do this. It's a terrific thing. I'm grateful. It's keeping my mind off everything else going on in the world. Cordelia swallowed the hot soup. Just go on keeping CC and Buddy Holly happy. And Vagabond too, if it's possible. I'll try. About 2 o'clock, Cordelia was dialing the contract firm that was trying to exorcise the demons from Showsat 3, when, out of the corner of her eye, she caught an unfamiliar figure silhouetted in the office doorway. Setting down the phone, she saw a distinguished-looking middle-aged man dressed in a cream silk suit that she knew had to be worth 2 or 3 months of her salary. Tailored to the final angstrom unit. Not at foulard, precisely positioned. Head cocked, he regarded her with sharp eyes. You're too well dressed to be Tom Wolfe, she said. Indeed, I am not. Tom Wolfe, that is. He didn't smile. Do you mind if I come in and chat with you? Did we have an appointment? Cordelia said, puzzledly. She glanced down at her calendar. I'm afraid I don't. I was in the neighborhood, said the man. We have an appointment. It's just, I'm afraid you were not informed. He extended one hand. Forgive the lack of formal introduction. I'm St. John Latham, at your service. I represent Latham Strauss. I expect you've heard of us. Cordelia caught a gleam of intensely manicured nails as she grasped his hand. His grip was dry and perfunctory. The attorneys, she said.
Yes, please, do sit down." He took the guest chair. As a backdrop for Latham's suit, the brewer looked a mite shabby. "Let me get to the point, Miss Chison, or may I call you Cordelia? If you wish." Cordelia tried to gather her thoughts. For the senior partner of one of Manhattan's priciest and nastiest law firms to be sitting in her office just might not be a good omen. "Now," said Latham, his fingers steepled, the index fingers just brushing his thin chin, "I am informed you have been causing considerable commotion with a number of Latham Strauss's client corporations. As you doubtless discovered, we are retained by the Caribank Group, and thus have an interest in their respective subsidiary holdings." "I'm not sure I see. You have obviously been rather inventive with your computer and modem, Cordelia. You've not been terribly discreet with your calls to a variety of corporate officials. It was suddenly coming very clear." "Oh," said Cordelia, "this is about Shrike Music and Buddy Holly, right?" Latham's tone was even, and functioned at about the same temperature as a superconductor. "You seem to have an extreme interest in Caribank's corporate family." Cordelia smiled and held up her hands. "Hey, no problem, Mr. Latham. It's not my hassle any longer. Holly's got a whole collection of new music that Shrike can't touch." "Miss Chison, Cordelia, Shrike Music Corporation is the least consequential of your enquiries. We at Latham Strauss are concerned about your apparent need for information about the rest of Caribank's family. Such information could be a bit troublesome." "No, really," said Cordelia decisively. "This is a non-problem. Honest, Mr. Latham, no problem." She smiled at him. "Now, if you don't mind, I've got an incredible amount of work to catch." Latham stared at her. "You will desist, Miss Chison. You will pay attention to your own business, or, I assure you, you shall be very, very sorry. But very sorry indeed." Latham looked at her levelly until she finally blinked. "I hope you understand me." He turned on his heel and exited with a whisper of expensive tailoring. It hit her. "Hang me with corde à boyo," she thought. "I've just been threatened by one of Manhattan's most powerful and predatory attorneys. So sue me." Cordelia had plenty to do that helped take her mind away from Latham's visit. She called the tech people in charge of satellite transmissions and discovered the happy fact that Showsat 3 was operational again. A healthy chunk of the other side of the world would have a shot at viewing the Funhouse benefit after all. "I guess the gremlins are on vacation," said the consulting engineer. Then GFG's switchboard relayed a collect call from Tammy in Pittsburgh. "What on earth are you doing there?" Cordelia demanded. "I sent enough cash so all the girls with guns could fly into Newark today." "You're not gonna believe this," said Tammy. "Probably not. We bought a lot of feathers." "Not coke?" "Of course not." Tammy sounded scandalized. "We ran into a girl who had an incredible selection."
"We need 'em for our costumes Saturday night. Feathers don't cost $600. These do. They're rare. Dose feathers gonna help you fly?" Cordelia said dangerously. "Well, no," said Tammy. "I'll wire some more money. Just give me an address." Cordelia sighed. "So, you ladies enjoy riding the bus?" Friday, Jack and Buddy Holly headed back to the latter's dressing room after they'd both watched the boss do his run-through. Holly's final rehearsal session was scheduled for 10 o'clock, later that night. Little Steven, U2, and the Coward brothers had gotten in their licks early in the afternoon. The Edge had winced a lot, but he'd played. Then came the boss and the other guys from across the river. "Not too shabby," said Holly. "The boss?" said Jack. "Damn straight." "So, how did it feel, him treating you as though you were one of the faces on Mount Rushmore come to life?" "Shoot." Holly said nothing more. "I thought it was pretty impressive when he asked if you'd play Cindy Lou." Holly chuckled. "Funny thing about that tune. You know it almost wasn't gonna be Cindy Lou?" Jack looked at him quizzically. They rounded the corner of the hallway behind the stage. The lighting was something less than adequate. "Watch out for the wire on the floor," said Holly. Good old Cindy Lou. Well, that was the original title all along, but about the time the Crickets and me were gonna record it, our drummer, Jerry Allison, asked if I'd change it. "Change the music?" said Jack. "Change the title? Seems as if Jerry was marrying a gal named Peggy Sue, and he thought she'd be just tickled to death having a song named after her." "But you didn't," Holly laughed. "She jilted him, broke the engagement before anything permanent could be done about the song. So Cindy Lou it stayed." "I like it better," said Jack. They turned a final corner and came to the small room where Holly was keeping his guitar and the other things he'd brought over from the hotel. Holly went in first. When he flipped the light switch, nothing happened. "Blamed bulb must be out." "Not quite," said a voice from inside. Both Jack and Holly jumped. "Who's in there?" said Jack. Holly started to back out of the doorway. "Hold it," said the voice. "Everything's fine as long as you're two Buddy Holly and Jack Robichaux." "You got that right," said Holly. "The name's Croyd." Holly said, "I don't know any Croyd." "I do," said Jack. "I mean, I know who you are." The voice chuckled. "I'm in a bit of a hurry, and I'm trying to be subtle, so why don't the two of you come on in and shut the door?" The two men did so. Croyd snapped on a penlight and let the beam play briefly across their faces. "Okay, you're who you say." He set the light down on the makeup table but didn't turn it off. "I've got some information for your niece," he said to Jack, "but her office doesn't know where she is, and I don't have time to wait around on her." "Okay," said Jack. "Tell me, I'll get it to her." "She's jumping around like a frog in a tub of McElhenny's, with about 10,000 things to get done before tomorrow night." "She asked me to look into Shrike music," said Croyd. "Oh, yeah?" Holly sounded interested. "I thought it might be one of the Gambionne fronts, you know, a mafia laundering operation." "So?" said Jack. "Are Rosemary Muldoon's hands dirty there, too?" "No," said Croyd. "I don't think so. Whatever Shrike is, and I think it's dirty as hell, I really don't think it's connected with the Gambionnes or the other families. Tell Cordelia Chasson that." "Anything else?" said Jack. "Yeah, as far as I could follow the trail back, I got some hints that the brain behind Shrike is Loophole. You know, the lawyer St. John Latham. If I'm right, you better tell your niece to be real careful. With Loophole, I'm talking one dangerous son of a bitch." "Okay," Jack said. "I'll tell her." "If you find out more," Holly said. "I won't. I've got my own problems to deal with." Croyd's chuckle was very dry. "Oh," said Holly. "Well, thanks anyhow. At least I know my songs aren't tied up in pasta." "Listen," said Croyd, some animation coming into his voice. "Shake, Rattle, and Roll is one of the best rockers ever recorded. Don't let anyone ever tell you different. I just wanted to say that before I took off." "Well," said Holly, "thank you very much." He strode forward in the darkness, toward the makeup table. "I'll shake the hand of any man who tells me that." "What can I say?" said Croyd. "I've liked your work for a long time now. Glad you're back." Jack had the impression of a pale albino face in the dark. Pink eyes flashed as the penlight snapped off. "Good luck with the concert." Then Croyd's indistinct form was out the door and gone. "Okay," said Jack. "Let's see if we can round up a fresh light bulb." He winced. The pain was coming back. The pain and something else. In the darkness, he touched his own face. The skin felt scaly. The virus was eroding his control. It was getting harder to remain. He didn't like filling in the blank. Human was the word he was looking for. Saturday. The audio ocean combers of U2 crashed over them. The Edge's picking fingers had healed just fine for tonight. Bono swung into With or Without You with his exuberant, never sing the song the same way twice voice in great form. CC abruptly stared at Buddy Holly with concern. She reached out to steady him. Jack moved in from the other side. "What's wrong, babe?" She touched his forehead with the back of her right hand. "You're burning up." Vagabond looked concerned. "You need a doc?"
The four of them stepped back as a cameraman with a Steadicam double-timed by, heading for the stage. Holly straightened. "It's okay, I'm all right. Just a little flop sweat." "You sure?" Cece skeptically. "I guess," said Holly. "Maybe I was feeling some momentary melancholy." His three companions registered uniform incomprehension. "Waitin' to go on out there. It's getting to me in a strange way. I'm looking at all this and I'm thinking about Richie and the Bopper and how they both went down with Bobby Fuller in that Beechcraft back in '68 when Bobby was trying his comeback tour. Lord, I do miss 'em." "You're alive," said Vagabond. "They're not." Holly stared at her. Then he slowly smiled. "That's putting it straight." He looked past the curtains toward the full house. "Yup, I'm alive." "You're gonna sit down for a bit," said Jack. "Rest, just a while." "Remind me," said Holly, "when do I go on?" "The Coward Brothers are on next. Then Little Steven and me," said Cece. "I'll warm 'em up for you. You'll be up before Girls with Guns and the Boss. Comfortable in the hammock, huh? Heavy hitter company." Holly shook his head. "You know how the world would change if somebody nuked this club tonight?" "Not a bit." He staggered. "Well, maybe just a little bitty bit." "You're gonna sit down," said Cece firmly. Jack looked toward the stage. This was probably the only rock concert he'd been to that wasn't choked with smoke. But in the confined space of the funhouse, the management, the health department, and some of the performers had begged for abstinence. The tech crew was using a fog machine to get the right lighting. With the lights in his face, Jack could see nothing. But he knew who was out there. Cordelia was sitting next to the small, roped-off space where the floor director was sequestered with her video monitors. Everything looked good. The satellite feeds were webbing the globe satisfactorily, though God only knew if any eyes out there were actually watching. Every seat was taken. People had paid $2,000 just for standing room. Cordelia had checked around her chair before U2 had been announced. The table immediately behind her was occupied by New Jersey's junior U.S. Senator, the senator's wife, Hoboken's head of cultural development, a hot teen heartthrob actor, and the actor's ICM agent. The next table to the left held Senator Hartman and his party. Tachion was back there, too. A beaming Xavier Desmond was right up front. Off to her right, Miranda and Ichiko had seen her looking and had waved and smiled. Cordelia had smiled back.
Luz Alcala and Polly Rettig, GFG's top management, also sat at Cordelia's table. Now and then they said appropriately laudatory things to her. Obviously, they were enjoying how the benefit concert was progressing. Boffo, thought Cordelia. That's how Variety will describe this. They better damn better. U2 ended its set, and the Irish quartet trooped off stage. The applause thundered on, and they came back for a quick encore. That had been budgeted into the schedule. It was assumed. After the encore, the screen dropped down from the funhouse's ceiling, barely missing the Luma crane, and the slick, donated media spot for the New York AIDS Project blazed forth. This was the commercial. No one minded. Cordelia wondered if she should go backstage and check that all was in order. No, she decided. She needed to be in place where she was waiting for hideous crises. No use seeking them out. The Coward Brothers came out to a storm of applause. T-Bone and Elvis burned the place up with People's Limousine and another 16 minutes that flashed by like no time at all. Between sets, when the broadcast had gone to a taped message, the lighting director turned the spots on the funhouse's mirror balls and chandelier. The interior of the club exploded in a phantasmagoria of shattered light. Little Steven and his band came on. The roadies had been fast and accurate. The musicians plugged into the house system and were off. Little Steven had a new scarf for each song in the set. The crowd loved it. It was CC Rider's time. She held the neck of her shining black 12-string with both hands. "Don't strangle it," said Holly. He wrapped his hands loosely around hers. "Break a leg." Jack gave her a hug. Vagabond didn't seem to mind. The latter hugged CC in turn for a few seconds and said,
You'll be great." "If I'm not," said CC, "I hope this time I'm an express." Jack knew she was referring to her years ago wild card transformation, when trauma had catalyzed her into becoming a more than reasonable facsimile of a local subway car. CC hit the stage running and never stopped. It was as though she was casting a net of power over the audience. There was a moment at first when she faltered, but then she seemed to gather strength. It was as though energy were flowing out into the people in their seats, then being amplified and broadcast back to the singer. The magic, Jack thought, of genuine empathy. She started with one of her old standards, then quickly segued into her new ballads. Her 20 minutes flashed past for Jack. CC ended with the song she had publicly debuted at the first rehearsal. "Baby, you never have to fold, 'cause what you've got is a winning hand." "Is a winning hand," came the refrain. "Never forget." CC bowed her head. The applause had mega tonnage. When she came off stage, she waited until she was past the curtains before collapsing. Jack and Vagabond both caught her. "What's the matter?" said Vagabond. "Oh, CC." "Nothing," said CC. She grinned up at them, her face lined with exhaustion. "Absolutely nothing." "Okay," Cordelia muttered as the Jokertown clinic spot unspooled above her. "Buddy Holly's next." In spite of what Uncle Jack said, she wondered if she should cross her fingers. Maybe toes, too. "Hold on a sec," said the floor director. She leaned toward Cordelia. "Changin' plans." "Shit," thought Cordelia. "What?" "Seems to be a minor rebellion among the musicians. It's still getting sorted out." "Better be quick." Cordelia glanced at the LED counting down on the director's console. "Like in about 22 seconds. "But I'm supposed to go on now," said Buddy Holly stubbornly. "The deal is," said Jack, "both the boss and Girls with Guns have decided they want to go now, and let you be the final act." Vagabond glanced beyond them. "The boss and that girl Tammy are arm wrestling. Looks like she's winning." "But it's my gig," said Holly. "Shut the fuck up," said the Girls with Guns leader, Tammy, as she strutted up, rubbing her right shoulder. She uttered the words with considerable affection. "Him and Iz," she gestured at the boss, who was ruefully grinning, "we both figure we learned most all we know from you. So you're gonna be the climax. That's it, bud." She leaned up on tiptoes and kissed him on the lips. Holly looked startled. The stage director was signaling frantically. The glass eyes of the Steadicams implacably zoomed in. Girls with Guns upped the energy ante by tearing out the heart of Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart's bubblegum standard "I Wonder What She's Doing Tonight," stomping it into jam, smearing the residue on their sneering lips, and just generally raising hell. They ended up with Proud Flash, a razor-edged anthem of romance and nihilism. "So," said Tammy to the boss as she led her sister swaggering off stage, "top that." The boss did his best. "Oh, God," thought Cordelia, as the echoes finally died. She watched the boss raise his guitar in one hand and elevate a fist with the other. "Let Buddy work, please." The boss gave the audience another bow, then led his band backstage. Cordelia blinked. She thought she'd seen St. John Latham at a table in the back of the club. Latham, Strauss's cash is as good as anyone else's, she thought. The problem was, Latham seemed to be staring directly at her. She sighed as the penultimate PSA faded to black, and the director cued in the Luma. The monitor showed a wide tracking shot sweeping back and up from the stage. "And go," said the director into her mic. "Please," Cordelia again mentally implored. "Hello, Lubbock," Buddy Holly said to the immediate audience and their 500 million electronic shadows. The crowd smiled. Jack smiled too from his vantage at the edge of the stage. He crouched down to avoid getting in the way of the camera dollying past on its track. The pain was gnawing regularly at his gut, and he didn't know how long he'd be able to hold this position. He realized that what he wanted now more than anything else was simply to lie down. He wanted to rest. Soon enough, he thought morbidly, I'll rest all I want, for good. Holly hit his first note, then brushed his fingers across the chord. The magic Buddy Holly touch.
Now it might be a standard technique, but 3 decades before, it had signaled a revolution. Row, 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 row. The characteristic hiccup was still there, though no one in the paying audience had ever heard this Buddy Holly tune before. When the moon slides low and love rubs thin, I'll be knockin', askin' to be let in. To Jack, it seemed a little like vintage Dylan, maybe a dash of Lou Reed, but most of it was just pure Holly. Row, 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 almost a wail. Jack realized he could easily cry. When my friends, like my center, cannot hold, and every feeling I got has just been sold. He was crying. I'm the rough beast's prey, in the rough beast's way. Buddy Holly's Telecaster sobbed, not in self-pity, but in honest grief. Without friends, without love, forever. Jack loved the music, but the pain was horrendous. When he could no longer withstand it, he got up and quietly laughed. He missed the encore. Cordelia was already looking ahead to the final extravagant encore when every performer would come onto the stage and all would stand there with hands and arms linked. She blanked and registered a double take as she realized Buddy Holly looked about ready to fall flat on his face as he stood there taking the applause from his final song. She was close enough that she could see the flush in his face. Holly staggered. Oh, Jesus, she thought. He's sick. He's going to collapse. But he didn't. It was as though the flush in his skin metamorphosed into a ripple of heat that ran along his body from feet to head. What the hell, thought Cordelia. Then it was Buddy Holly's flesh that rippled. A transforming nimbus of energy seemed to glow around his body. He held the Fender Telecaster out in front of him, and something astonishing happened.
The steel strings became ductile, melting like taffy, flashing away from the frets, stretching out and out like lines of silver sparks. They whipped around camera mounts and lights, anchoring themselves like jungle snakes. Illusion? Cordelia thought. Maybe it was telekinesis. The guitar strings formed a kind of enormous cat's cradle. Buddy Holly looked around at this, then at his hands. He slowly raised his head and gazed upward. Holly seemed to be seeing something nobody else could comprehend. He smiled, and the smile transformed into a joyous grin. And then he danced. Slow and deliberate at first, the pace grew more rapid as Holly began to whirl around the stage. The audience stared, gaping. She had seen this dance before, something like it. Cordelia recalled the memory, Wayungare. She had seen the young Aboriginal man dance in this manner, deep within the dream time, far into the desert heartland of Australia. This was a shaman's dance. Holly's grin widened. He leaped and gyrated. Screamin' Jay Hawkins and James Brown could have done no better. Then Holly leaped into the shimmering, almost invisible webwork of silver sparks. He whirled, and his right hand came off, severed at the wrist with a gush of crimson smoke. Someone in the audience gasped. Holly continued to dance. The other hand, the right arm, up to the elbow. His left leg at the knee. Scarlet smoke fanned out like the curving trails of fire from a Catherine wheel. Cordelia became aware the director was addressing her. Should we go to a spot? The director's voice was taut. It was all coming clear to Cordelia. No, she said. No, leave it. Broadcast everything. Buddy Holly whirled within the cradle of sparking tracers. He disassembled himself as the audience murmured and cried out. From the chair beside her at the table, Polly Reddick say, God almighty, it's just like with Kid Dinosaur. No, Cordelia said aloud, it's not. It's the death and resurrection show. It's just a joke. It's entertainment, said Reddick. He's killing himself. I don't think so, said Cordelia. He's transforming, but he's not dying. This is a shaman's trick.
The last of Buddy Holly, a nearly limbless torso, wavered and tumbled to the stage. The body parts lay stacked in a haphazard heap. Curtains of bright smoke rose up. Sparks shot up in fountaining streamers. The audience watched, uncertain how to react. Cordelia felt calm and sure. She trusted Wayungaray. She wondered if Holly's transmogrification was a direct result of the wildcard virus. That would explain his apparent illness. The pile of arms and legs stirred. The bones began to reconnect, joint to joint. The muscles and ligaments wound around them. The skin slithered onto the limbs, and the limbs rejoined the body. Buddy Holly stood before them, whole again. He wasn't completely the physical original. This Buddy Holly was fitter, the spare tire around his waist and the bags under the eyes gone. His hair was a glossy black again, with no gray. His skin was smooth and unwrinkled. The crowd began to clap. The cheering rose as the audience's collective tension released. Someone behind Cordelia said, "That's the absolute fucking performance of a lifetime." The guitar had also reassembled. Holly picked up the Telecaster and held it loosely. He got what he wanted, Cordelia thought. He's become a shaman, she said aloud. Buddy Holly and the Shamans, said a voice behind her. Bitchin' name. After this, it'd sell like Fawn Hall's underwear. Man, this Holly could become a presidential candidate. Cordelia turned and saw it was the ICM man who had spoken. She gave him a frigid stare and turned back toward the stage. The new being that had been Buddy Holly smiled reassuringly. Then he brought his hand across the guitar strings. The chord throbbed, as though resonating with every heart in the audience. The sound, thought Cordelia, it's a trigger for states of heightened consciousness. This is the power of rock and roll. Then Buddy Holly, the reborn man of power, stood before the awestruck audience and played the best version of Not Fade Away that had ever been performed. It was, Cordelia suspected, a portent. As Jack slipped away from the alley door of the funhouse, he felt sick in heart and body. I should have stayed for Buddy's encore, he thought, but Buddy would do just fine. There was the scraping on asphalt of something inhumanly large shifting its weight. Jack stopped abruptly as a shadow deeper than the darkness in the rest of the alley fell across him. I figured a blue ribbon fag party like this would draw all my little buddies, said Bludgeon, but I didn't even hope the first fucker would be you. Without warning, his deformed right hand whistled out, catching Jack across the head and slamming him back into the brick side of a building. Jack felt something give, bone or cartilage, he couldn't tell. All he knew was that he was slipping away from what light there was. He wanted the darkness, but not yet, not this way. He tried to struggle. He was aware that Bludgeon was grasping him tightly and holding him upright. Bludgeon jerked loose Jack's belt and pulled down his pants. Got a little going away thing for you, Jack. Something I figure you'll love. I bet your niece Cordell'll eat it up when I get around to her, too. Jack tried to will himself back into full consciousness. Then he felt what Bludgeon was shoving between his buttocks. Into him, spreading and tearing. Nothing had ever hurt this much. Nothing. I'll save the little girl for later, said Bludgeon. Jesus, thought Jack through the agony. Cordelia, let her alone, you rat bastard cochon. Sticks and stones, said Bludgeon, emitting a high-pitched giggle, but only the fat man can hurt me. He thrust forward, and Jack screamed. Where was the other? Jack thought desperately, his brain seeming to heel over in a grinding haze of pain. I need you, now. I've gotta transform, this once, just to kill the son of a bitch. And then he felt the change coming. He also knew he was dying. Good, he thought, good to both, and a surprise for Bludgeon. Jack felt the teeth springing up as his jaw elongated.
Pestilence or claw, you son of a bitch, you're gone die. The fierce anger carried him a little further. Vagabond, his thought shouted into the night. Hear me, save Cordelia. I'll save the little girl for later, Bludgeon's threat echoed. It all rippled into a void and died. The dead man plunged into darkness. Blood Ties 2. The 7 to midnight shift was just coming off. The midnight to 5 a.m. shift was preparing to sally forth from the Crystal Palace onto the streets of Jokertown. Coughs, hacks, a few subdued laughs as they lined up at the long trestle tables to be served. Hiram Worcester, the immensely large and immensely elegant owner of Aces High, oversaw the feeding effort. It was his way of showing support, and a very welcome one to the always tired Jokertown patrols. Tachyon, seated on a table, with a booted foot propped on the chair, sniffed appreciatively. Coco Vaughn. He noticed Sasha pausing to speak with Hiram. The big ace jerked his head toward one of the secluded alcoves, and they moved away. Business of some sort, mused Tachyon. Everyone did business at the Crystal Palace. The door to the palace was flung open, and Mr. Gravemold surveyed the room. He brought with him an indescribable smell, and the chill of the grave seemed to wash from his tall, wiry person. Beneath his absurd pork pie hat, a skull mask decorated with black and white feathers leered about the room. There were some muttered curses from the assembled jokers. It was going to be tough to choke down even Hiram's delicious food with Mr. Gravemold stinking up the place. Tachyon, a scented handkerchief held to his nose, was about to slide to the floor and join the line when the brash voice of Digger Downs riveted him in place. "Oh, no, you don't, Doc. Interview time." "Why me, Digger?" "Because you owe me for that mind control last week." "Not nice, Tacky, not nice."
Digger, if you weren't so goddamn irritating and unscrupulous, Captain Ellis doesn't approve of this protection racket. The reporter bowled ahead. She says somebody's going to get hurt, and it ain't gonna be the bad guys. I would submit to the good captain that the protection rackets have all been coming from one direction. And she's being unduly pessimistic. I think we can look out for ourselves. Ideal knows we've had enough practice, he added dryly, recalling all the years when the police were curiously uninterested whenever a joker was beaten or killed, but Johnny on the spot whenever a tourist howled. Things were better now, but it was still an uneasy relationship between New York's jokers and New York's finest. Digger licked the tip of his ballpoint pen, a silly, affected gesture. I know my readers will want to know why these patrols consist only of jokers. With you heading up this effort, why not pull in some of the big guns? The Hammer, for example, or Mistral, or J.J. Flash, or Starshine? This is a joker neighborhood. We can take care of ourselves. Meaning there's hostility between jokers and aces? Digger, don't be an ass. Is it so surprising that these people choose to handle this themselves? They are viewed as freaks, treated like retarded children, and ignored in favor of their more fortunate and flamboyant brethren. May I point out that your magazine is titled Aces, and no one is panting to found a concomitant magazine entitled Jokers? Look around you. This is an activity born out of love and pride. How could I say to these people, you're not tough enough or smart enough or strong enough to defend yourselves? Let me call in the aces. Which was, of course, precisely what he had been going to do until Dez had opened his eyes. But Digger didn't need to know that. Still, Tachyon had the grace to blush as he shamelessly appropriated Dez's lecture and passed it on to the journalist. Comment on Leo Barnett? He is a hate-mongering lunatic. Can I quote you on that? Go ahead. So, who's going to be the White Knight? Hartman? Maybe. I don't know. I thought you two were real tight. We're friends, but hardly intimates. Why do you think Hartman's been such a friend to the Jokers? Personal interest? His wife a carrier? Or maybe an illegitimate Joker baby hidden away somewhere? I think he is a friend to the Wildcards because he is a good man,
replied Tachyon a little frigidly. Hey, speaking of monstrous Joker babies, what's the latest poop on Peregrine's pregnancy? Tachyon went rigid with fury, then carefully uncoiled his fists and relaxed. No, Digger, you're not gonna get me again. I will never stop regretting that I let slip that the father of Peregrine's child was an ace. Have a drink on me, Tacky? Asked the journalist hopefully, eyeing the almost empty snifter. No! Just a little hint to reassure all those breathless fans who are worried about Perry? Oh, go away, Digger, do. You plague me worse than horseflies. He waved a hand toward the jokers. Interview them, and leave me in peace. I'm far less important in all of this than they are. Jesus, Tacky, modesty from you? The Tachyon stared hard, and Digger lifted the glass from the table and dribbled the remaining brandy over his head. I'm not in a very good mood right now. The journalist mopped at his wet neck. No fuck. And that makes two, Tacky. I'll be collecting on that next interview soon. I'll count the moments. Asshole. Tachyon stared morosely at his empty glass, then scanned the room for a waiter. Durgit Marak Boesis Vayawansa had been stolidly eating his way through an enormous plate of food. But Tachyon noticed that his pale eyes kept drifting toward the staircase. Chrysalis appeared, and the Marak killer, light-footed despite his incredible bulk, moved swiftly to her side. He lifted her hand with courtly grace and bestowed a fervent kiss upon it. Chrysalis snatched it back and stared coldly down at him. Drawn despite himself, Tachyon drifted toward them, trying to overhear. Suddenly, Chrysalis' hand shot out, and the sharp slap echoed about the crowded bar. Tachyon, she gritted. He obediently followed her to her private table. Lifting her deck of antique cards, she shuffled quickly several times and laid out a solitaire hand. Will you keep your pet freak away from me? He's not mine, his Mark's. And what's the problem? He wants me. Good God! A tangle of conflicting emotions washed through him. Disgust and amazement that Durg could be attracted to the Joker. Monster he might be, but he was still a Tachyon. Shame for his reaction, and pity for Chrysalis beset by such a monstrous lover. Will you get him off my back? I'll do what I can, but remember he was raised from childhood to hate and despise me. First by the Viawand, and then by my cousin Zob. He tolerates me now solely for Mark's sake. Please. All right, but be a bit more forbearing, I beg you. The Marak may be a perversion, but they are Tachyceans, and as such used to getting what they want from groundlings. Never forget he's a killing machine. Thanks so much, Tacky. I feel so much better now. Sorry. Well, maybe the Mafia or the Fists will beat my head in before he does. And to think I let you talk me into this. You know, this really is all your fault. Oh, stop looking so stricken. It was a joke. Not to me. Dita came toddling down the hall, the heels of her improbably high heels clicking on the faded tile floor. Doctor, Mr. Marion quit. Tachyon looked up from the chart he was studying. Who? Mr. Marion, the tutor. Oh, shit. It was not a common expletive from him, and Dita stared. Dita, I'm far too busy to deal with this right now, and since it's a losing proposition anyway, would you please hire a new tutor for me? But I wouldn't know what to look for. A thorough grounding in mathematics and the sciences, some history and literature, and a knowledge or at least an appreciation for music would be nice. The click and hiss of the pager and the smooth voice of the switchboard interrupted. Dr. Tachyon to emergency. Dr. Tachyon to emergency. But just use your judgment. Looping his stethoscope around his neck, Tachyon lifted the phone from the third-floor nurse's station. What is it? Wild card, came the terse response from Dr. Finn. He wasted no more time but headed for the elevator. The child was writhing on the examination table. Finn's hooves were clattering nervously on the tile as he sought to restrain her.
He was the first Joker physician at the Blythe Van Rensselaer Memorial Clinic, and there had been some initial resistance from the Joker community, fearful that he had gotten through medical school because of affirmative action and not through merit. After 2 weeks of working with the young man, Tack could assure them that their fears were unfounded. The child's mother stared with panicked eyes at Tachyon. Superficially, she was Annette. What her genetic code held was of course another matter. Manifestation or new infection? Only testing would show. Initial exam indicates no transformation. We've managed to stabilize pressure and heart rate, and I've ordered up a trump. But, thank you, doctor. Mrs. Wilson, supplied a nurse. Wilson. Tachyon took her arm, urged her away from the convulsing child. Your daughter has contracted the wild card, and it's fairly evident that she's drawn a black queen. The woman gasped, whimpered, clapped a hand over her mouth. We must very quickly make a decision. We can give her a dose of a countervirus, which I have developed. Give it to her. But I must warn you that this treatment is successful only 20% of the time. The usual result is that there is no improvement. The virus runs its course. There is also a very slight chance of death in reaction to the trump. She's dying anyway. It don't matter if she does it faster. A nurse appeared at her elbow with the release. Tachyon was already preparing the syringe. It took Finn and 3 nurses to hold the girl quiet. The plunger was depressed. Tack held her wrist, the flutter of pulse beneath his fingers.
Fainter, fainter. The monitor went flat. The deadly keen was echoed in the mother's cry. The aftermath was always so hateful. The inadequate words of comfort, obtaining consent for an autopsy, blood tests on both parents, in this case unfortunately incomplete, for Beth Wilson was a welfare mother, and the man who'd sired little Sarah had long since vanished from her life. She had spent the last $30 of her welfare check on taxis shuttling from hospital to hospital, being turned away when the virus was discovered, until at last she reached the Jokertown clinic. Tack gave her money and sent her home with Riggs in the limousine. Sprawled back in his chair, Tack pulled a flask from the desk drawer and slugged back a large swallow. "Mind if I have one?" asked Finn. He was on the floor with all 4 legs curled neatly beneath him. His golden hide twitched slightly over one haunch, and he cranked around to scratch the itch. Tack, canted back in his chair, studied the young man and decided that Finn looked like a Disney character. Small, pointed face, tipped-up blue eyes, a riot of white curls that tumbled over his forehead and ran down his spine to form a mane. His tail spread behind him like a white cloak. When he was in surgery, they braided it up and wrapped surgical tape around it. Tack had suggested that he bob it and gotten a horrified look in response. He then realized that that floor-length fall of hair was Finn's pride and joy. Staring at those 4 teacup-sized hooves, Tack wanted to ask if Finn had been born this way or metamorphosed after birth. If his had been an in utero transformation, Tachyon sure as hell bet he had been delivered by cesarean section. But it would be gauche to ask. Although Finn seemed incredibly well-adjusted, Tachyon would be the first to admit that he didn't know the man at all well. The doctor turned the flask slowly between his fingers and frowned off into space. "What's the matter?" asked Tack. "I've never worked among jokers until now." "Oh? Yeah, my old man had enough clout and money to send me to the finest medical schools and get me into a residency program at Cedars in LA. So why are you here?" "I thought it was about time I got to know some jokers. To take a look at the Joker experience. That's quite noble." "No, it's guilt. I grew up in a Spanish colonial palace in Bel Air. If Dad couldn't buy people to accept me, he'd intimidate them until they did." "What did your father do?" "Does. He's a movie producer, a very successful one." "And you became a doctor?" "Well, I could hardly become an actor." "True." Tachyon rose. "If you'd like a bit more Joker experience, I'm on my way over to the Crystal Palace for the Daily Report. If you would care to accompany me?" "Sure. Beats staying here waiting for another Black Queen to be rolled in. Wish you guys had done a little more lab work before field testing xenovirus talkies." "But Finn, by anyone's standards, it was an astounding success." "Yeah, tell that to Mrs. Wilson."
Even the lights had been turned off in an effort to make the skinny teenager who huddled in a chair next to Chrysalis comfortable. Video was an undersized 16-year-old who would never dance at her senior prom or go to the movies or, in short, live with any of the modern conveniences that make life comfortable. For the presence of any electrical equipment in her vicinity sent her into ventricular fibrillation, and without immediate aid, she would die. Until one noticed her eyes, Video seemed normal. Long brown hair, parted in the middle, fell straight to her shoulders. A narrow, worried face peered out from behind this curtain of hair. And the eyes. White and perfectly round, they seemed to billow and change like white tops on waves, or clouds torn by a passing wind. "Hi, Dr. Tachyon," she muttered around a mouthful of gum. "Hi, Video. How are you today?" "Pretty good." "This is Dr. Finn." "Hi." "So, what have you got for us today?" "I got around pretty good, so I got quite a bit." "Excellent." Doctor?" "Yes." You're a friend of Senator Hartman's, right?" "Yes." "Is he gonna run? For president, you mean?" "Yeah." "I don't know, Video." "Well, I wish he would. One of my friends got beat up near that Barnett mission." "Were Barnett's people behind it?" "I don't know. He thinks so. The cops thought it was probably the werewolves. In other words, no proof." "Paul was sure," she said with a mulish expression, "but that's not proof." "Well, I don't think this guy ought to become president." "I doubt he will, Video," said Tachyon, and wished he was as certain as he sounded. "Senator Hartman ought to run. I'll ask him next time I talk to him. I'd vote for him. If I were 18. I'll tell him. Now the replay." "Oh, okay." The girl stared hard at the clear space before Chrysalis' table. Figures sprang to life. An oriental man in gang colors stuck the tip of a switchblade up Gobbler's nose slit. A flick, and blood poured over the old man's beak. With a screech, he collapsed onto the floor. A lean, ganglingly tall street punk, dressed in stained leather pants and chains, grinned, pulling the crawling scarlet and black scars on his face into hideous relief. Spiked hair made him seem 7 feet tall as he gripped the Joker by the tuft of feathers sprouting from his bald skull and pulled him up. The feathers came loose in his fist. "Put him on a hat," yelled the Oriental gleefully. Suddenly Elmo boiled in the door of the deli, launched himself at the tall, scarred Occidental. They wrestled. The dwarf leaned forward, his powerful jaws closing on his opponent's bandaged nose. Elmo reared back, and the man screamed and clapped a hand over the raw, bleeding wound where his nose had been. Elmo spat the nose into his palm. "Gross," said Finn. The twisted sisters shuddered and clung more tightly to one another's waist. Gray hair twisted like smoke about their gaunt bodies. It snaked out as soft and insubstantial as cobwebs, as insinuating as a sigh. It crept up nostrils and past lips, thickened until it lay like cotton wadding in windpipes and lungs. The bully boys collapsed onto the floor of the deli like deflated balloons. A pair of men in polyester sports jackets and a wealth of gold chains thrust Spot's head into one of her own washing machines at the Spots Out laundromat. They dragged her out gasping and dripping, soap clinging to her piebald hair and skin. Mr. Gravemold slipped through the door, flexed his fingers, and laid a hand on one goon's shoulder. The man reared back, cried out, and collapsed. The other soon joined him. "What's he using?" asked Tachyon with a glance to Chrysalis. "Hypothermia." "Oh." He waved to Video to proceed. The back door of the bakery spilling light into the alley. Screams from the kitchen. Shadow fists pausing like alert hounds in the cluttered alley, rushing in to join in a fight with their mafia competitors. Terrified jokers backed against the walls, smoke rising from donuts boiling to ash in the hot oil. In the distance, a clear whistle, floating over the bleat of horns and the rumble of subways. The theme to high noon. Tachyon dropped his face into his hands. "I didn't know you were there." "I can be pretty sneaky," said Video with pride. Chrysalis shot the Takishian an ironic glance. "Very interesting. So our little doctor is riding with the posse. Go ahead, Video. I want to see this." "Doug's Bakery is a block from the clinic. I buy donuts there in the morning. When the call came, Troll and I were convenient." "Right," she drawled. Tachyon, the .357 Magnum like a cannon in his small hand, entering from the alley. Troll roaring in from the front of the bakery.
Troll doubled up a ham-sized fist and beat heads like a man playing bongos. One of the mafia thugs drew a .22 pistol, fired point blank into Troll's massive chest. The bullet ricocheted off the Joker's thick, greenish skin with a whine. The man went white. Troll lifted him by his shirt front. "You shouldn't have done that, mister, because now I'm really mad."
Troll coolly broke both the man's arms, then his legs, and then propped him in a corner like a discarded sack. A sack that screamed. Tachyon switching his gaze from man to man. Each one dropping in a snoring heap as soon as those strange lilac eyes were leveled upon him. One of the fists succeeded in unlimbering a .45 automatic. Tachyon shot the gun from his hand, raised the gun to his lips, and blew lightly across the barrel. "Show off," said Chrysalis. The alien shrugged. "I'm a good shot. I don't believe for a moment that you didn't know video was there. That has got to have been a performance for the applauding masses. Chrysalis, you wound me. Tachyon, you're an arrogant son of a bitch, and don't try to tell me otherwise." "I didn't know you were taking part in all this," said Finn. "I organized it, helped organize it. I should share in the risks." The alien drained his drink and bowed to Video and Chrysalis. "Ladies, I thank you." He paused at the door. "By the way, Chrysalis, how do you think we're doing? I think we've got them on the run. I just hope they don't decide to take a crack at us. Scared? You bet your sweet little alien ass I am. I know more about this situation, who's behind it, than you do. And you're not going to tell me. You've got that right. All the king's horses, v. admission only, $2.50, said the sign over the darkened ticket booth in front of the famous Bowery Wildcard Dime Museum. The booth was empty, the museum doors locked. Tom rang the bell by the ticket window. After a minute, he rang it again. There were shuffling noises from within, and a door in the back of the booth opened. An eye appeared, a roomy, pale blue eye on a long, fleshy stalk that curled around the doorframe. It fixed on Tom, blinked twice. A Joker stepped into the booth. He had a dozen eyes on long, prehensile stalks that sprouted from his forehead and moved constantly, like snakes. Otherwise, he was unremarkable. "Can't you read?" he said in a thin, nasal voice. "We're closed." In one hand, he had a small sign, which he slid in front of the ticket window. It said, "Closed." The way the Joker's eyes kept moving gave Tom a queasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. "Are you Dutton?" One by one, the eyes turned, stilled, until every last one of them was fixed on him, studying him. "Dutton, expecting you?" the Joker asked. Tom nodded. "All right, come round the side." He turned and left the booth, but 2 or 3 of his eyes stared back at Tom, curious and unblinking, until the door shut. The side entrance was a heavy metal fire door opening on an alley. Tom waited nervously while locks were unlocked and bolts lifted inside. You heard stories about Jokertown alleys, and this one seemed to him especially dark and gloomy. "This way," Eye Stalks said when the door finally opened. The museum was windowless, its interior hallways even gloomier than the alley. Tom looked around curiously as they passed down several long corridors, with dusty brass railings and waxwork dioramas to either side of them. He had floated over the Dime Museum thousands of times as the turtle, but he'd never set foot inside. With the lights out, the figures in the shadows seemed remarkably lifelike. Dr. Tachyon stood on a mound of white sand, his spaceship painted on the backdrop behind him, while nervous soldiers climbed from a jeep.
Jetboy clutched his chest as steel-faced Dr. Todd pumped bullets into him. A blonde in a torn teddy struggled in the grasp of the great ape as he scaled a model of the Empire State Building. A dozen jokers, each more twisted than the last, writhed suggestively in some dank basement, clothing strewn all around them. His guide vanished around a corner. Tom followed and found himself face to face with a room full of monsters. Drenched in shadow, the creatures looked so real that they brought him up short. Spiders the size of minivans, flying things that dripped acid, gigantic worms with rings of serrated teeth, humanoid monstrosities whose skin quivered like gelatin. They filled the room behind the curving glass, surrounding him on three sides, crowding each other, slavering to break out. "Our newest diorama," a quiet voice said behind him. "Earth versus the swarm. Try the buttons." Tom looked down. A half-dozen large red buttons were set into a panel by the railing. He pressed one. Inside the diorama, a spotlight picked out a wax simulacrum of Modular Man, suspended from the ceiling, as twin beams of scarlet light flashed down from his shoulder-mounted guns. The lasers struck one of the swarmlings, thin tendrils of smoke rose, and a long hiss of pain issued from unseen speakers. Tom pushed a second button. Modular Man vanished back into the shadows, and the lights found the Howler in his yellow fighting togs, outlined against a plume of smoke from a burning tank. The simulacrum opened its mouth. The speakers shrieked. A swarmling quivered in agony. "The children love it," the voice said. "This is a generation raised on special effects. I'm afraid they demand more than simple waxworks. One must adapt to one's times." A tall man in a dark suit of old-fashioned cut stood in a doorway to one side of the diorama. The Joker with the eye stalks hunched over beside him. "I'm Charles Dutton," he said, offering a gloved hand. A heavy black cape was thrown over his shoulders. He looked as though he'd just stepped from a hansom cab in Victorian London, except for the cowl drawn up over his head that kept his face in shadow. "Well, we'll be more comfortable," Dutton said, "if you'll step this way." Tom was suddenly very uneasy. He found himself wondering once again what the hell he was doing here. It was one thing to float over Jokertown as the turtle, secure in a steel shell, and quite another to venture into its streets in his own all-too-vulnerable flesh. But he'd come this far. There was no backing out now. He followed his host through a door marked "Employees Only" and down a narrow flight of steps. They passed through a second door, through a cavernous basement workshop, into a small but comfortably furnished office. "Can I get you a drink?" the cowled man asked. He went to a wet bar in the corner of the office and poured himself a brandy. "No," Tom said. He was a cheap drunk, too easily affected by booze, and he needed all his wits about him today. Besides, drinking through the damned frog mask would be a bitch. "Let me know if you change your mind." Cradling the snifter, Dutton crossed the room and seated himself behind an antique clawfoot desk. "Please sit down. You look terribly uncomfortable standing there like that." Tom wasn't listening. Something else had caught his eye. There was a head on the desk. Dutton noticed his interest and turned the head around. The face was remarkably handsome, but the oh-so-perfect features were frozen in a rictus of surprise. Instead of hair, the top of the skull was a plastic dome with a radar dish beneath. The plastic was cracked. Severed cables, blackened and half-melted, dangled from the jagged stump of its neck. "That's Modular Man," Tom said, shocked. Numbly, he eased himself down onto the edge of a ladder-back chair. "Only his head," Dutton said. It had to be a wax replica, Tom told himself. He reached out and touched it. "It's not wax."
Of course not, Dutton said. This is authentic. We bought it from one of the busboys at Aces High. I don't mind telling you, it cost us quite a tidy sum. Our new diorama will dramatize the astronomers' attack on Aces High. You'll recall that Modular Man was destroyed during that fracas. His head will give a certain verisimilitude to the display, don't you think? The whole notion made Tom ill. You're planning to put Kid Dinosaur's body on display too, he said testily. The boy was cremated, Dutton replied in a matter-of-fact tone. We have it on good authority that the mortuary substituted a John Doe, cleaned his bones with carpet beetles, and sold the skeleton to Michael Jackson. Tom found himself at a loss for words. You're shocked? Dutton said.
You wouldn't be if you were a Joker beneath that mask. This is Jokertown. He reached up, pulled back the cowl that covered his face. A death's head grinned at Tom across the desk. Dark eyes sunk deep beneath a heavy brow ridge. Leathery yellow skin stretched taut across a noseless, lipless, hairless face. Teeth bared in a rictus of a smile. When you've lived here long enough, nothing shocks you, Dutton said. Mercifully, he yanked up the cowl again to conceal the living skull face, but Tom could feel the weight of his eyes. Now, he said, Xavier Desmond gave me to understand that you have a proposition for me, a major new exhibit. Tom had seen thousands of Jokers in his long years as the Turtle, but always at a distance, on his TV screens, with layers of armor plate between them. Sitting alone in a gloomy basement with a cowled man whose face was a yellowed skull was a little different. Yeah, he said uncertainly. We are always in the market for new exhibits. The more spectacular, the better. Des is not normally given to hyperbole, so when he tells me you're offering us something truly unique, I'm interested. Exactly what is the nature of this exhibit? The turtle's shells, said Tom. Dutton was silent for a moment. Not a replica? The real thing, Tom told him. The turtle shell was destroyed last wildcard day, Dutton said. They dredged up pieces of it from the bottom of the Hudson. That was one shell. There were earlier models. I've got 3 of them, including the very first. Armor plate over a Volkswagen frame. It's got some burned-out tubes, but otherwise it's pretty much intact. You could clean it up, rig the TV screens for closed circuit, make a real ride out of it. Charge extra for people to crawl inside. The other 2 shells are just empty hulls, but they'd still make quite a draw. If you have a big enough haul, you could hang them from the ceiling, like the airplanes in the Smithsonian. Tom leaned forward. If you want to make this place into a real museum, instead of just a tacky freak show for gnat tourists, you need real exhibits. Dutton nodded. Interesting. I'll admit I'm tempted. But anyone could build a shell. We'd need some kind of authentication. If you don't mind my asking, how did they chance to come into your possession? Tom hesitated. Xavier Desmond said Dutton could be trusted, but it was not easy to set aside 24 years of caution. They're mine, he said. I'm the turtle. This time Dutton's silence was even longer. There are those who say the turtle is dead. They're wrong. I see. I don't suppose you'd care to give me proof? Tom took a deep breath. His hands curled around the armrests of his chair. He stared across the desk, concentrated. Modular Man's head rose a foot into the air and turned slowly until its eyes were fixed on Dutton. Telekinesis is a relatively common power, Dutton said, unimpressed. The turtle is distinguished not by the mere fact of his telekinesis, but by its strength. Lift the desk, and you'll convince me. Tom hesitated. He didn't want to queer the deal by admitting that he couldn't lift the desk, not when he was out of his shell. All of a sudden, without thinking, he heard himself say, "Buy the shells, and I'll fly them here. All 3 of them." The words slipped out glib and easy. It wasn't until they were there, hanging in the air, that Tom realized what he'd said. Dutton paused thoughtfully.
We could videotape the arrival, run the loop as part of the exhibit. Yes, I'd think that would be all the authentication we'd need. How much are you asking? Tom felt a moment of blind panic. Modular Man's head thumped back onto Dutton's desk. $100,000, he blurted. It was twice what he'd intended to ask. Too much. I'll offer you $40,000. Fuck that, Tom said. This is a one-of-a-kind exhibit. Three-of-a-kind, actually, Dutton pointed out. I might be able to go to $50,000. The historical value alone is more than that. This is going to give this fucking place respectability. $65,000, Dutton said. I'm afraid that's my final offer. Tom stood up, relieved but somehow disappointed as well. Okay, thanks for your time. You don't happen to have a number for Michael Jackson, do you? When Dutton didn't answer, he started for the door. $80,000, Dutton said behind him. Tom turned. Dutton coughed apologetically. That's it, really. I couldn't do better if I wanted to, not without liquidating some of my other investments, which I'm not prepared to do. Tom paused in the doorway. He'd almost escaped. Now he was stuck again. He didn't see any way out that wouldn't make him look like a fool. I'll need cash. Dutton chuckled. I don't imagine a check made out to the great and powerful turtle would be very easy to negotiate. It will take me a few weeks to raise that much cash, but I imagine I can work it out. The cowled man unfolded from his chair and came around the desk. Are we agreed then? Yeah, Tom said. If you'll throw in the head. The head? Dutton sounded surprised and a little amused. Sentimental, aren't we? He picked up Modular Man's head and stared into the blind, unfocused eyes. It's just a machine, you know. A broken machine. He was one of us, Tom said, with a passion that surprised even him. It doesn't feel right leaving him here. Aces, Dutton sighed. Well, I suppose we can do up a wax replica for the Aces High diorama. It's yours, as soon as we can take delivery on the shells. You get the shells when I get my money, Tom said. Fair enough, Dutton replied. Jesus, Tom thought, what the fuck have I gone and done? Then he got a grip on himself. $80,000 was one hell of a lot of money. Enough money to make it worth turning turtle one last time. Concerto for Siren and Serotonin V. After running a small favor for Veronica, reporting his progress to Theotokopoulos, and phoning Latham, Strauss, for an appointment, Croyd met Veronica for dinner. As he told her of the day's doings, she shook her head when he told her about St. John Latham. You're crazy, she told him. If he's that well connected, what do you want to fool around with him for anyway? Somebody wanted to know about something he was up to. She frowned. I find a guy I like, I don't want to lose him so quick. I won't get hurt. She sighed, put a hand on his arm. I mean it, she said. So do I. I can take care of myself. What does that mean? How dangerous is it? I've got a job to finish, and I think I'm almost there. I'll probably wrap it up soon without any sweat, get the rest of my money, and maybe take a little vacation before I sleep again. Thought we might go someplace real nice together, say the Caribbean. Aw, Croyd, she said, taking his hand, you've been thinking of me. Of course I've been thinking of you. Now, I've got an appointment with Latham for Thursday. Maybe I can finish this thing by the weekend. Then we'll have some time for just the two of us. You be careful then. Hell, I'm almost done. Haven't had any problems yet. After stopping at one of his banks for additional funds, Croyd took a taxi to the building that held the law offices of Latham Strauss. He had made the appointment by describing a fictitious case designed to sound expensive, and he arrived 15 minutes ahead of time. On entering the waiting room, he suppressed a sudden desire for medication. Hanging out with Veronica seemed to have him thinking about it ahead of schedule. He identified himself to the receptionist, sat and read a magazine till she told him, Mr. Latham will see you, Mr. Smith. Croyd nodded, rose, and entered the inner office. Latham rose from his seat, behind his desk, displaying an elegantly cut gray suit, and he offered his hand. He was somewhat shorter than Croyd, and his refined features remained expressionless. Mr. Smith, he acknowledged, won't you have a seat? Croyd remained standing. No. Latham raised an eyebrow, then seated himself.
As you would, he said. Why don't you tell me about your case now? Because there isn't one.
What I really need is some information. Oh? That being? Instead of replying, Croyd looked away, casting his gaze about the office. Then his hand moved forward to pick up an orange and green stone paperweight from Latham's desk. He held it directly before him and squeezed. A cracking, grinding sound followed. When he opened his hand, a shower of gravel fell upon the desk. Latham remained expressionless. "What sort of information are you seeking?" "You have done work for the new mob," Croyd said, "the one trying to move in on the mafia. Are you with the Justice Department?" "No." "DA's office?" "I'm not a cop," Croyd responded, "and I'm not an attorney either. I'm just someone who needs an answer." "What is the question?" "Who is the head of this new family? That's all I want to know." "Why?" "Perhaps someone wishes to arrange a meeting with that person." "Interesting," Latham said. "You wish to retain me to arrange such a meeting?" "No, I only want to know who the person in charge is." "Quid pro quo," Latham observed. "What are you offering for this?" "I am prepared to save you," Croyd said, "some very large bills from orthopedic surgeons and physiotherapists. You lawyers know all about such matters, don't you?" Latham smiled a totally artificial smile. "Kill me and you're a dead man. Hurt me and you're a dead man. Threaten me and you're a dead man. Your little trick with the stone means nothing. There are aces with fancier powers than that on call. Now, was that a threat you just made?" Croyd smiled back. "I will die before too long, Mr. Latham, to be born again in a completely different form. I am not going to kill you. But supposing I were to cause you to talk, to stop the pain, and supposing that later your friends were to put out a contract on the man you see before you, it wouldn't matter. He would no longer exist. I am a series of biological ephemera. You are the sleeper." "Yes, I see. And if I give you this information, what do you think will happen to me?" "Nothing. Who's to know?" Latham sighed. "You place me in an extremely awkward position." "That was my intention." Croyd glanced at his watch. "And I'm on a tight schedule. I should have begun beating the shit out of you about a minute and a half ago, but I'm trying to be a nice guy about this. What should we do, counselor?" "I will cooperate with you," Latham said, "because I don't think it will make an iota of difference in what is going on right now." "Why not?" "I can give you a name, but not an address. I do not know from where they do business. We have always met in no man's land or spoken over the telephone. I cannot even give you a telephone number, however, for they have always gotten in touch with me. And I say that it will make no difference because I do not believe that the interests you represent are capable of doing them harm. This group is too well staffed with aces. Also, I am fully convinced that they are going to manage what we might refer to as a corporate takeover very soon. Should your employer wish to save lives and perhaps even settle for a bit of pocket money as something of a retirement bonus, I would be happy to try to arrange the terms for such an agreement." "Nah," Croyd said. "I don't have any instructions for that kind of deal." "I'd be surprised if you did." Latham glanced at his telephone. "But if you would like to relay the suggestion, be my guest." Croyd did not move. "I'll pass the word along, with the name you're going to give me." Latham nodded. "As you would. My offer to negotiate does not assure the acceptance of any particular terms, though, and I feel obliged to advise you that it may not be acceptable at all to the other side." "I'll tell them that, too," Croyd said. "What's the name?" "Also, to be completely scrupulous, I ought to tell you that if you force me to divulge the name, I have a duty to inform my client that this information has been given out, and to whom. I cannot take responsibility for any actions this might precipitate. The name of my client has not been stated either. As with so much else in life, we must be guided by certain suppositions.
Stop beating around the bush and give me the name. Very well, Lather told him. See Ma. Say again. Latham repeated the name. Write it down. He jotted the name on a pad, tore off the sheet, and handed it to Croyd. Oriental, Croyd mused. I take it this guy is head of a Tong or a Triad or a Yakuza? One of those Asian culture clubs? Not a guy. A woman? The attorney nodded. Can't give you a description either. She's probably short, though. Croyd looked fast, but he could not decide whether the residue of a smile lay upon the other's lips. And I'll bet she's not in the Manhattan directory, Croyd suggested. Safe bet. So, I've given you what you came for. Take it home, for all the good it will do you. He rose then, turned away from his desk, moved to a window, and stared down into traffic. Wouldn't it be great, he said, after a time, if there were a way for you wildcard freaks to bring a class action suit against the Takizis? Croyd let himself out, not totally pleased with what he had let himself in for. Croyd required a restaurant with a table within shooting distance of a payphone. He found what he was looking for on his third try, was seated, placed his order, and hurried to make his first call. It was answered on the fourth ring. Vito's Italian. This is Croyd Crenson. I want to talk to Theo. Hold on a minute. Hey, Theo. Then, he's coming. Half a minute. A minute. Yeah? This Theo? Yeah. Tell Chris Mazzuccielli that Croyd Crenson's got a name for him and needs to know where he wants to hear it. Right. Call me back in half an hour, 45 minutes, okay? Sure. Croyd phoned Tavern on the Green then, and was able to make reservations for 2 at 8:15. Then he phoned Veronica. It was answered on the sixth ring. Hello? Her voice sounded weak, distant. Veronica, love, it's Croyd. Not to be carried away, but I think I'm just about done with this job, and I want to celebrate. What say we cut out about 7:30 and start doing it? Oh, Croyd, I really feel shitty. I ache all over. I can't keep anything down, and I'm so weak I can hardly hold the phone up. It's gotta be flu. All I'm good for is sleeping. I'm sorry. You need anything? Aspirins, ice cream, horse, snow, bombitas, you name it and I'll pick it up. Aw, that's sweet, lover, but no, I'll be okay, and I don't want to expose you to this thing. I just want to sleep, okay? All right. Croyd headed back to his table. His food arrived moments later. When he finished it, he ordered again and rolled a pair of pills between his thumb and forefinger. Finally, he took them with a swallow of iced tea. Then he ordered again and checked various of his personal phones for messages till his next order arrived. He went back and took care of it, then buzzed Theo again. So, what did he say? I haven't been able to get hold of him, Croyd. I'm still trying. Get back to me in maybe an hour. I will, Croyd said, and he called Tavern on the Green and canceled his reservation, then returned to this table to order a few desserts. He phoned before the hour had run, as there were a number of matters he was anxious to attend to. Fortunately, Theo had made a connection in the meantime, and he gave him an apartment address on the Upper East Side. Be there 9 o'clock tonight. Chris wants you to make a full report to the management. It's just a lousy name I could give him over the phone, Croyd said. I am only a message service, and that is the message. Croyd hung up and paid his tab. The afternoon opened before him. As he stepped outside, a short, broad-shouldered man, with an oriental cast to his features, emerged from a doorway perhaps 10 feet to the left. Hands within his blue satin jacket, gaze focused on the ground. As he turned toward Croyd, he raised his head, and their eyes met for a moment. Croyd felt later that he had known in that instant what was to occur.
Whatever the case, he knew for certain a moment later when the man's right hand emerged from his jacket, fingers wrapped in an unusual grip about the hilt of a long, slightly curved knife, its blade extending back along the man's forearm, edge outward. Then his left hand emerged as he moved forward, and it held a matching blade in an identical grip. Both weapons moved in unison as his pace accelerated. Croyd's abnormal reflexes took over.
As he moved forward to meet the attack, it seemed as if the other had suddenly dropped into slow motion. Turning to match the double-bladed pass, Croyd reached across a line of gleaming metal, caught a hand, and twisted it inward. The weapon's edge was rotated back toward the attacker's abdomen. Its point entered there, moved diagonally upward, and was followed by a rush of blood and innards. As the man doubled, Croyd beheld the white egret that decorated the jacket's back. Then the window at his side shattered, and the sound of a gunshot rang in his ears. Turning, drawing his collapsed assailant before him, he saw a dark, late-model car moving slowly along the curbside, almost parallel to him. There were two men in the vehicle, the driver and a passenger in the rear seat, who was pointing a pistol in his direction through the opened window. Croyd moved forward and stuffed the man he held into the car. He did not fit through the window easily, but Croyd pushed hard and he went in nevertheless, losing only a few pieces along the way. His final screams were mixed with the roar of the engine as the car jumped forward and raced off. It had been, he realized, a kind of proof that Latham had told him the truth, and nothing but, though not necessarily the whole truth, and by this he was pleased with his work, after a fashion. Now, though, he had to start looking over his shoulder and keep it up till he had his money. And this was aggravating. He stepped over some of his attacker's odds and ends and felt in his pocket for one of his pillboxes. Aggravating. As Croyd approached the apartment building that evening, he noted that the man in the car parked before it appeared to be speaking into a small walkie-talkie and staring at him. He'd grown very conscious of parked cars following the second attempt on his life a little earlier. Massaging his knuckles, he turned suddenly and stepped toward the car. "Croyd," the man said softly. "That's right. We'd better be on the same side." The man nodded and shifted a wad of chewing gum into his left cheek. "You can go on up," he said. "Third floor, apartment 32. Don't have to ring. Guy by the door'll let you in." "Chris Mazzucalis there?" "No, but everyone else is. Chris couldn't make it, but it don't matter. You tell those people what they want to know. It's the same as telling him." Croyd shook his head. "Chris hired me. Chris pays me. I talked to Chris." "Wait a minute." The man pressed the button on his walkie-talkie and began speaking into it in Italian. He glanced at Croyd after a few moments, raised his index finger, and nodded. "What's coming down?" Croyd asked when the conversation was concluded. "You find him all of a sudden?" "No," the guard answered, shifting his wad of gum. "But we can satisfy you. Everything's okay in just a minute." "Okay," Croyd said. "Satisfy me." They waited. Several minutes later, a man in a dark suit emerged from the building. For a moment, Croyd thought it was Chris, but on closer inspection, he realized the man to be thinner and somewhat taller. The newcomer approached and nodded to the guard, who nodded at Croyd and said, "There he is." "I'm Chris's brother," the man said, smiling faintly, "and that's as close as we can get at the moment. I can speak for him, and it's okay for you to tell the gentleman upstairs what you've learned." "Okay," Croyd said. "That's good. But I was thinking about collecting the rest of my money from him too." "I don't know about that. Maybe you better ask Vince about it. Schiaparelli. He sometimes does payroll. Maybe you shouldn't, though." Croyd turned toward the guard. "You've got the bitch box? You call the guy and ask him. The other side's already hit on me today for what I got. If my money's not here, I'm walking." "Wait a minute," Chris's brother said. "No reason to get upset. Hang on." He pointed at the walkie-talkie with his thumb, and the guard spoke into it, listened, waited, glanced at Croyd. "They're getting Schiaparelli," the guard said. After a longer while, he listened to a low squawking, spoke, listened again, looked at Croyd again. "Yeah, he's got it," he told Croyd. "Good," Croyd said. "Have him bring it down." "No, you go up and get it." Croyd shook his head. The man stared at him and licked his lips, as if loath to relay the message. "This does not make a very good impression, for it is as if you had no trust." Croyd smiled. "It is also correct. Make the call." This was done, and after a time, a heavy-set man with graying hair emerged from the building and stared at Croyd. Croyd stared back. The man approached. "You are Mr. Crenson?" "That is correct." "And you want your money now?" "That's the picture." "Of course I have it here," the other told him, reaching into his jacket. "Chris sent it along. It will grieve him that you are so suspicious." Croyd held out his hand. When the envelope was placed in it, he opened it and counted. Then he nodded. "Let's go," he said, and he followed Schiaparelli and Chris's brother into the building. The man with the walkie-talkie was shaking his head. Upstairs, Croyd was introduced to a group of old and middle-aged men and their bodyguards. He declined a drink, just wanting to give them the name and get out. But it occurred to him that giving the money's worth might entail stretching the story out a bit to show that he'd earned it. So he explained things step by step, from demise to loophole. Then he told them of the attempt to take him out following that interview before he finally got around to giving them Siuma's name. The expected question followed. Where could she be found? "This I do not know," Croyd replied. "Chris asked me for a name, not for an address." "You want to hire me to get that for you too? I suppose I could do it, though it would be cheaper to use your own talent." This drew some surly responses, and Croyd shrugged, said goodnight, and walked out, stepping up his pace to the blur level as the muscle near the door looked about as if for orders. It was not until a couple of blocks later that a pair of such street troops caught up and attempted to brace him. He tore out a sewer grating, stuffed their bodies down through the opening, and replaced it, for his final bit of subtlety before closing the books on this one. The Hue of a Mind by Stephen Lee. Wednesday, 9:15 a.m. For 7 days since Misha had arrived in New York, she had met nightly with the Joker Gimli and the abominations he had gathered around him. For 7 days she had lived in a festering sore called Jokertown, waiting. For 7 days there had been no visions, and that was most important. Visions had always ruled Misha's life. She was Kahina, the seeress. Allah's dreams had shown her Hartman, the Satan who danced puppets from his clawed hands. The visions had shown her Gimli and Sarah Morgenstern. Allah's visions had led her back to the desert mosque the day after she'd slit her brother's throat, there to be given by one of the faithful the thing that would give her revenge and bring Hartman down, Allah's gift. Today was the day of the new moon. Misha took that as an omen that there would be a vision. She had prayed to Allah for well over an hour this morning, the gift he had bestowed upon her cradled in her arms. He had granted her nothing. When she rose from the floor at last, she opened the lacquered clothes trunk sitting beside the rickety bed. Misha took off her chador and veils, changing into a long skirt and blouse again. She hated the light, brightly colored cloth and the sinful nakedness she felt. The bared arms and face made her feel vulnerable.
Misha covered Allah's gift with the folds of the chador she didn't dare wear here. She had just hidden it under the black cotton when she heard the scrape of a footstep behind her. Mingled fear and anger made her gasp. She slammed down the lid of the clothes trunk and straightened. "What are you doing in here?" She whirled around, not even realizing she was shouting in Arabic. "Get out of my room!" She'd never felt safe in Jokertown, not once in the week she'd been here. Always before there had been her husband, Saeed, her brother, the Noor. There had been servants and bodyguards. Now, Misha was in a country illegally, living alone in a city full of violence, and the only people she knew were jokers. Only 2 nights before, someone had been shot and killed in the street outside these ramshackle sleeping rooms near the East River. She told herself that it had only been a joker, that the death didn't matter. Jokers were cursed, the abominations of Allah. It was a joker standing at the door of her dingy room, staring at her. "Get out," she said in shaky, accented English. "I have a gun." "It's my room," the Joker said. "It's my room and I'm taking it back. You're just a gnat. You shouldn't be here."
The thin, scrawny shape took a step forward into the light from the room's one window. Misha recognized the Joker immediately. Gray-white rags of torn cloth were wrapped around his forehead, and the grimy bandages were clotted and brown with old blood. His hair was stiff with it. His hands were similarly covered, and thick red drops oozed through the soaked wrappings to fall on the floor. The clothing he wore over his emaciated body bunched here and there with hidden knots, and she knew that there were other seeping, unclosing wounds on the rest of his body. She'd seen him every day, staring at her, watching. He would be in the hallways outside her door, on the street outside the tenement, walking behind her. He'd never spoken, but his rancor was obvious. Stigmata, Gimli had told her when she'd confessed his fear of him the first day. That's his name. Bleeds all the fucking time. Have some goddamn compassion. Stig's no trouble to anyone. Yet Stigmata's sallow, drawn stare frightened her. He was always there, always scowling when she met his gaze. He was a joker. That was enough. One of Satan's children. Devil-marked by the wild card. "Get out," Misha told him again. "It's my room," he insisted, like a petulant child. He shuffled his feet nervously. "You are mistaken. I paid for it. It was mine first. I've always lived here, ever since—" His lips tightened. He drew his right hand into a fist. The sopping bandages rained scarlet as he brandished it before her. His voice was a thin screech. "Ever since this. Came here the night I got the wild card, 9 years ago, and they kick me out 'cause I don't pay the last couple months. I told them I was gonna pay, but they wouldn't wait. They'll take Nat money instead." "The room's mine," Misha repeated. "You got my things. I left everything here." "The owner took them, not me. They're locked in the basement." Stigmata's face twisted. He spat out the words as if they burned his tongue, almost screaming them. "He's a gnat. You're a gnat. You're not wanted here. We hate you." His accusations caused Misha's masked frustrations to boil over. A cold fury claimed her, and she drew herself up, pointing at the Joker. "You're the outcasts," she shouted back at Stigmata, at Jokertown itself. She might have been back in Syria, lecturing the Jokers begging at the gates of Damascus. "God hates you. Repent of your sins, and maybe you'll be forgiven. But don't waste your poison on me." In the midst of her tirade, there was suddenly a whirling, familiar disorientation. "No!" Misha cried against the onslaught of the vision. And then, because she knew there was no escape from Hikmah, Inshallah. Allah would come as he wished, when he wished. The room and Stigmata wavered in her sight. Allah's hand touched her. Her eyes became his. A waking nightmare burst upon her, melting away the gritty reality of Jokertown, her filthy room, and Stigmata's threats. She was in Badiat Asham again, the desert. She stood in her brother's mosque. The Nur al-Allah stood in front of her, the emerald glow of his skin lost beneath impossibly thick streams of blood that trailed down the front of his jalaba. His trembling hand pointed at her accusingly. His chin lifted to show the gaping, puckered, bone-white edges of the wound across his throat. He tried to speak, and his voice, which had once been compelling and resonant, was now all gravel and dust, choked. She could understand nothing but the hatred in his eyes. Misha gasped under that baleful, accusing gaze. "It wasn't me," she sobbed, falling to her knees before him in supplication. "Satan's hand moved mine. He used my hatred and my jealousy. Please." She tried to explain her innocence to her brother, but when she looked up, it was no longer Nur al-Allah standing before her, but Hartman. And he laughed. "I'm the beast who rips away the veils of the mind," he said. His hand lashed out, clawing for her as she recoiled belatedly. Like talons, his nails dug into her eye sockets, slashed the soft skin of her face. Blinded, she screamed, her head arced back in torment, writhing but unable to get away from Hartman as his fingers tore and gouged. "We don't wear veils here. We don't wear masks. Let me show the truth underneath. Let me show you the color of the Joker below. He clenched harder, ripping and tearing. Ribbons of flesh peeled away as he clawed at her, and she felt hot blood pouring down her ruined features. She moaned, sobbing, her hands trying to beat him away as he raked again and again, shearing flesh from muscle and muscle from bone. "Your face will be naked," Hartman said, "and they will run in horror from you. Look at the colors inside your head. You're just a joker, a sinner like the rest. I can see your mind. I can taste it. You're the same as the rest. You're the same." Through the streaming blood, she looked up. Though the apparition was still Hartman, he now had the face of a young man, and the whine of 1,000 angry wasps seemed to surround him. Yet, in the midst of her torment, Misha felt a comforting hand on her shoulder, and turned to see Sarah Morgenstern beside her. "I'm sorry," Sarah told her. "It's my fault. Let me send him away." And then Allah's vision withdrew, leaving her gasping on the floor. Trembling, sweating, she raised her hands to her face. Marveling, she touched the unbroken flesh there. Stigmata stared at the woman sobbing on the splintery pine boards. "You ain't no damn gnat," he said, and his voice was touched with a grudging sympathy. "You're just one of us," he sighed. Slow droplets of blood welled, fell. "It's still my room, and I want it," he added, but the bitter edge was gone from his voice. I'll wait. He walked softly to the door. "One of us," he said again, shaking his gory, swaddled head, and went out. Friday, 6:10 p.m. "So all the rumors are true. You are back again." The voice came from behind him, in the shadow of an overflowing trash container. Gimli whirled, scowling. His feet kicked up oil-filmed water pooled in the alleyway, the remnants of the afternoon's showers. "Who the fuck are you?" The dwarf's left hand was fisted at his side. His right stayed very close to the open flap of the windbreaker he wore, despite the warm night, where the weight of a silenced .38 hung. "You've got about 2 seconds before you become gossip yourself." "Well, and as temperamental as ever, aren't we?" It was a young man's voice, Gimli decided. Streetlight flowed over a figure beside the trash. "It's me, Gimli," the man said. "Croyd. Move that damn hand from the gun. I ain't no cop." "Croyd?" Gimli squinted. He relaxed slightly, though his squat, muscular body stayed low. "Your ace sure screwed up this time. I've never seen you look like that." The man chuckled without mirth. His face and arms were a shocking porcelain white, his pupils dull pink. The tousled dark brown hair only accentuated the pallor of the skin. "Shit, yeah. Gotta stay out of the sun, but then I've always been a night person. Dyed the hair and started wearing sunglasses, but I lost the shades. Still got the strength this time, though. It's a damn good thing, too," he added reflectively. Gimli waited. If this guy was Croyd, fine. If he wasn't, Gimli didn't intend to give him a chance to do anything. Being in New York again made him edgy. Polyakov wouldn't meet with them until Monday, when Hartman was rumored to be making his bid. The fucking Arab woman was a Joker hater who spouted religious nonsense half the time and had visions the other. His old JJS people had lost their fire while he'd been in Europe and Russia. And with the Shadow Fist Mafia wars and Barnett's rabble-rousing, no one felt safe. Yet staying cooped up in the warehouse made him edgy. He had told himself that taking a brief night walk would take some of the edge off. Another fucking bad idea. Gimli was seeing enemies in every shadow. That was the only way to stay alive and free. It was bad enough that Hartman had the federal and state authorities digging up the old JJS network and hassling everyone. With the JokerNet underground skirmishes, it seemed like every fucking cop in New York was in Jokertown, and Gimli was too recognizable to feel comfortable on the streets, no matter what precautions he took. He wasn't going to pretend that Hartman wouldn't prefer Gimli was shot resisting arrest than jailed. He wasn't that damned stupid. Better to be cautious, better to be furtive, better to make a mistake and leave someone else dead than to be noticed. "Look, Croyd, I'm just a little paranoid at the moment. I'm real uneasy about people I don't know seeing me. Croyd took a step closer. Crooked teeth snagged his lower lip. The albino's gums were a startling bright red. Gimli was reminded of a B-movie zombie. You got any speed, Gimli? Your connections were always good. I've been away. Things change. No speed? Shit. Gimli shook his head. That at least sounded like Croyd. The man frowned, shuffling from foot to foot. So it goes, he said. I've got other sources, though they're drying up or dying on me. Listen, the talk on the streets is that the JJS is reforming. Let me give you some free advice. After Berlin, you should give up on Hartman. He's a good guy anyway, no matter what you think. Take out that SOB Barnett instead. I might have considered it myself if I'd woken up with the right power. Everyone in Jokertown would thank you for it. I'll think about it. The albino laughed again, the same dry cackle. You don't believe it's me, do you? Gimli shrugged. His hand moved significantly back toward the windbreaker. He saw the man watching the movement carefully. You're still alive, aren't you? That's something. The albino, who might or might not be Croyd, sidled closer until Gimli could smell his breath. Yeah, he said, and maybe next time around I'll just pound you a lot closer to the pavement than you already are. Croyd remembers things, Miller. Croyd coughed, sniffed, and wiped his nose on his sleeve. With a bloodshot, overdone leer, he moved off. Gimli watched him, wondering if he was making a mistake. If he wasn't Croyd, he let him go. Gimli waited in the alley until he turned the corner back onto the street, and then headed off again, taking a few extra turns just to see if he was being followed. In time, he came to the back door of a dilapidated warehouse near the East River. Gimli could see video on the roof. He waved to her and nodded to Shroud, who materialized from the shadows of the entrance. Gimli grimaced. He could hear the argument inside the frame building, twined voices snarling like a rumbling thunderstorm heard just over the horizon. Fuck, not again, he muttered. Shroud adjusted the strap of his machine pistol and shrugged. We need some entertainment, he said. It's almost as good as Berlin. Gimli shoved open the door. Muffled words coalesced into intelligibility. File was shouting at Misha, who stood with arms folded and a righteous expression on her face as Peanut tried to hold back the rasp-skinned Joker. File waved a fist at Misha, shoving at Peanut. Your self-centered, blind fanaticism. You and the Nur are just Barnetts in Arabian drag. You have the identical hatred in your pompous souls. Let me show you hatred, bitch. Let me show you what it feels like. As the rusty hinges of the door screeched, Peanut glanced over, his arms still wrapped around File. Peanut was scraped from the effort of holding the Joker, his forearm scored with long, bloody scratches. A gnat's skin would have been scoured entirely off, but Peanut's chitinous flesh was more durable. Gimli, he said, pleadingly. File spun in Peanut's grip, tearing a pained screech from Peanut. He pointed at Misha as he glanced at the dwarf. Get rid of her, he shouted. I won't put up with this crap much longer. Twisting, he tore himself away from Peanut, who let him go this time. Just what the fuck's going on? Gimli slammed the door shut behind him and glared. I could hear you people halfway down the alley. I won't tolerate any more insults. File stalked toward Misha threateningly, and Gimli planted himself between the two. She said Father Squid's going to hell when he dies, Peanut added, dabbing at his cuts with a handkerchief. I told File she just don't understand, but I told the truth. Misha sounded bewildered, as if she failed to believe their lack of comprehension. Her head shook, her hands were spread wide as if to absolve herself of guilt. God showed his displeasure with the priest when he made him a joker. Yes, this Father Squid might be sent to hell, but Allah is infinitely merciful. See? Peanut smiled at File tentatively. It's okay, huh? Yeah, and I'm a joker, and you are jokers, and we're all being punished too, right? Well, that's bullshit, and I'm not gonna listen to it. Screw you, cunt. File flipped a finger in Misha's direction and spun on the balls of his feet.
The slamming of the door reverberated for several seconds after his exit. Gimli looked over his shoulder at Misha. To him, she was quite remarkably good-looking out of the friggin' black funeral dress, but she never seemed at ease in Western clothing. Her mysticism and bluntness unsettled his people. File, Shroud, Marigold, and Video absolutely loathed her, while Peanut, oddly enough, seemed utterly infatuated, even though she gave the half-witted Joker nothing but scorn. Gimli had already decided he hated her. He regretted the impulse that had led him to meet with her after the Berlin fiasco. He wished he'd never steered her toward Polyatov. If it weren't for the evidence she claimed to have against Hartman and the fact that they were still waiting for the Russians' information, the Justice Department would have received an anonymous tip. He'd like to see what fucking Hartman would have them do with her. She was a damn ace. Aces only cared about themselves. Aces were worse than gnats. "You got remarkable tact, you know that?" he said. He asked, "I only told him what Allah told me. How can truth be wrong? You want to live very much longer in Jokertown? You'd better learn when to keep your fucking mouth shut. And that is the truth." "I'm not afraid to be a martyr for Allah," she answered haughtily, her accent blurring the hard consonants. "I would welcome it. I'm tired of this waiting. I would rather attack the beast Hartman openly." "Hartman's done a lot for the Jokers," Peanut began, but Gimli cut him off. "It'll be soon enough. I talked to Jube tonight, and the word is Hartman's going to speak at the rally in Roosevelt Park on Monday. Everyone thinks he'll make his announcement then. Polyakov said he'd contact us as soon as Hartman made things official. We'll move then. We must contact Sarah Morgenstern." "The visions don't mean anything," Gimli interrupted. "We'll make plans when Polyakov's finally here."
I will go to this park, then I want to see Hartman again. I want to hear him. Her face was dark and savage, almost comically fierce. "You'll stay away, goddammit," Gimli said loudly. "With all the shit going down in this city, the place'll be crawling with security." She stared at him, and her gaze was more intense than he had thought it could be. He blinked. "You are not my father or my brother," she told him, as if speaking to a slow child. "You are not my husband. You are not the Noor. You can't order me as you do the others." Gimli could feel a blind, useless rage coming. He forced it down. Not much longer, only a few more days. He stared back at her, each reading the other's dislike. "Hartman might make a good president," Peanut's voice was almost a whisper as he glanced from one to the other. They ignored him. The scratches on his arms oozed blood. "I hate this place," Misha said. "I look forward to leaving." She shuddered, breaking eye contact with Gimli. "Yeah, there's a lot of fucking people about here who feel the same way." Misha's eyes narrowed at that. Gimli smiled innocently. "A few more days. Be patient," Gimli continued. "And after that, all bets are off. I'll let File and the rest do whatever they damn well please with you. Until then, keep your goddamn opinions to yourself," he added. Monday, 2:30 p.m. Misha, who had once been known as Kahina, remembered the sermons. Her brother, Nur al-Allah, had been at his most eloquent, describing the torment of the afterlife. His compelling, resonant voice hammered the faithful from the mimbar while noontime heat swirled in the mosque of Badiat Asham, and it had seemed that the pits of hell gaped open before them. Nur al-Allah's hell had been full of capering, loathsome jokers, those sinners Allah had cursed with the affliction of the wild card virus. They were an earthly image of the eternal torment that awaited all sinners. The vile underworld was slathered with twisted bodies that were a mockery of the human form, slick with pus oozing from scabrous faces, full of the stench of hatred and revulsion and sin. The Noor had not known, but Misha did. Hell was New York. Hell was Jokertown. Hell was Roosevelt Park on a June afternoon. And the great Satan himself capered there before all his adoring followers. Hartman, the devil with strings lacing his fingertips, the phantom who haunted her waking dreams.
the one who had, with Misha's own hands, destroyed her brother's voice. She'd seen the papers, the headlines praising Hartman and extolling his coolness in crisis, his compassion, his work to end the sufferings of jokers. She knew that the thousands in the park were there to see him, and she knew what they hoped he would say. She knew that most considered Hartman to be the one voice of sanity against the pious, hate-filled ravings of Leo Barnett and the others like him. Yet Allah's dreams had shown her the real Hartman, and Allah had placed in her very hands the gift that would bring him down. For just a moment, the reality of the gathering in the park shimmered and threatened to give way to the nightmare again, and Misha nearly cried out, "You okay?" You shivered. Peanut touched her on the arm, and Misha felt herself draw away involuntarily from contact with his horn-like, inflexible fingers. She saw hurt in his eyes, nearly lost in the scaly shell of his face. "You're not supposed to be here," she told him. Gimli said, "It's all right, Misha," he whispered. The Joker could barely move his lips. The voice was a poor ventriloquist's rasp. "I hate the way I look, too. A lot of us do, like stigmata, you know. I understand." Misha turned from the guilty pain that the sympathy in his ruined voice gave her. Her hands ached to pull the veils over her face and hide herself from Peanut. But the chador and veils were locked away in the trunk in her room. Her hair was unbound and loose around her shoulders. When you are in New York, you can't wear black, not on a summer day. They'll already suspect that you're there. If you must go out, at least take care that you blend in if you intend to stay free. Be glad you can at least go walking in daylight. Gimli won't dare show his face at all. Polyakov had told her that before she left Europe. It seemed small consolation. Here in Roosevelt Park, despite what Gimli had said the night before, there was no chance she would be conspicuous. The place was packed and chaotic. Jokertown had spilled its vibrant, strange life onto the grass. It was 76 again, the masks of Jokertown pleasurably aside. They walked unashamed of Allah's curse, flaunting the visible signs of their sins, mixing unchecked with the ones they called gnats. They stood shoulder to misshapen shoulder around the stage set at the north end of the park closest to Jokertown, cheering the speakers who preached solidarity and friendship. Misha listened, she watched, and she shivered again, as if the afternoon heat was a chimera, a dream phantom like the rest. "You really hate jokers, don't you?" Peanut whispered as they moved closer to the stage. The grass was torn and muddy under their feet, littered with newspapers and political tracts. It was another thing she detested about this hell. It was always crowded, always filthy. "Shroud, he told me what your brother preached. The Nord don't sound awful different from Barnett. The Quran teaches that God directly affects the world. He rewards the good and punishes the wicked. I don't find that horrible. Do you believe in God? Sure, but God don't punish people by giving them no damn virus." Kahina nodded, her dark eyes solemn. "Then yours is either an incredibly cruel God who would inflict a life of pain and suffering on so many innocents, or a poor, weak one who cannot stop such a thing from happening. Either way, how can you worship such a deity?" The sharp rebuttal confused Peanut. In the days since she'd been here, Misha had found the Joker to be friendly but extraordinarily simple. He tried to shrug, his whole upper body lifting, and tears welled in his eyes. "It ain't our fault," he began. His pain touched Misha, stopping her even as she started to interrupt. Again she wished for the veil to hide her empathy. "Haven't you listened to what Tachyon and the others have hinted at between the lines?" she wanted to rage at him. "Don't you see what they don't dare say? That the virus amplifies your own foibles and weaknesses, that it only takes what it finds inside the infected person." "I'm sorry," she breathed. "I'm very sorry, Peanut." She reached out and brushed his shoulder with her hand. She hoped he didn't notice how the fingers trembled, how fleeting the touch was. "Forget what I said. My brother was cruel and harsh. Sometimes I'm too much like him." Peanut sniffed. A smile dawned on his sharp-edged face.
"Oh, sko, Misha," he said, and the instant forgiveness in his voice hurt more than the rest. He glanced at the stage, and the valleys deepened in his craggy skin. "Look, there's Hartman. I don't know why you and Gimli got such a beef against him. He's the only one who helps." Peanut's observation trailed off. At that moment, the packed masses around them shoved fists toward the sky and cheered. And Satan strode onto the stage. Misha recognized some of those around him. Dr. Tachyon, dressed in outrageous colors. Hiram Worcester, rotund and bloated. The one called Carnifex, staring at the crowd so that she wanted to hide herself. A woman stood beside the senator, but it wasn't Sarah, who had also been in her dreams so often, with whom she'd talked in Damascus. Ellen, his wife, then. Hartman shook his head, grinning helplessly at the adulation that swept through the crowd. He raised his hands, and the cheering redoubled, a roaring crowd voice echoing from the skyscrapers to the west. A chant began somewhere near the stage, rippling back until the entire park resonated. "Hartman! Hartman!" they shouted to the stage. "Hartman! Hartman!" He smiled then, his head still shaking, and then he stepped to the battery of microphones.
His voice was deep and plain, and full of caring for those before him. That voice reminded Misha of her brothers. When he spoke, the very sound was truth. "You people are wonderful," he said. They howled them, a hurricane of sound that nearly deafened Misha. The jokers pressed around the stage. Misha and Peanut thrust forward helplessly in the tidal flow. The cheering and chanting went on for a long minute before Hartman raised his hands again, and a restless, anticipatory hush came over the crowd. "I'm not going to stand up here and feed you the lines you've come to expect of politicians like me," he said at last. "I've been a long time away, and what I've seen of the world has, frankly, made me feel very frightened. I'm especially frightened when I return and find that same bigotry, that same intolerance, that same inhumanity here. It's time to quit playing politics and taking a safe, polite course. These aren't safe, polite times. These are dangerous times." He paused, taking a breath that shuddered in the sound system. "Almost exactly 11 years ago, I stood in the grass of Roosevelt Park and made a political mistake. I've thought about that day many times in the past years, and I swear to God that I've yet to understand why I should feel sorry for it. What I saw before me on that day was senseless, raw violence. I saw hatred and prejudice boiling over, and I lost my temper. I got mad." Hartman shouted the last words, and the jokers shouted back to him in affirmation. He waited until they had settled into silence again, and this time his voice was dark and sad. "There are other masks than those which Jokertown has made famous. There is a mask which hides a greater ugliness than anything the wild card might produce. Behind that mask is an infection that's all too human, and I have heard its voice in the tenements of Rio, in the kraals of South Africa, in the deserts of Syria, in Asia and Europe and America. Its voice is rich and confident and soothing, and it tells those who hate that they are right to hate. It preaches that anyone who is different is also less. Maybe they're black, maybe they're Jewish or Hindu, or maybe they're just jokers." With the emphasis on the last word, the crowd beast howled again, a wail of anguish that made Misha shiver. His words echoed the visions uncomfortably. She could almost feel his fingernails clawing at her face. Misha looked to her right and saw that Peanut was craning forward with the rest, his mouth open in a cry of agreement. "I can't let that happen," Hartman continued, and now his voice was louder, faster, rising with the emotions of the audience. "I can't simply watch, not when I see that there's more I can do. I've seen too much. I've listened to that insidious hatred, and I can no longer abide its voice. I find myself becoming angry all over again. I want to rip the mask off and expose the true ugliness behind, the ugliness of hatred.
The state of this nation and the world frightens me, and there's only one way that I can do something to ease that feeling." He paused again, and this time waited until the entire park seemed to be holding its collective breath. Misha shuddered. Allah's dream. He speaks Allah's dream. "Effective today, I have resigned my seat in the Senate and my position as chairman of SCARE. I've done that to give full attention to a new task, one that will need your help as well. I am now announcing my intention to be the Democratic candidate for president in 1988. His last words were lost, buried under the titanic clamor of screaming applause. Misha could no longer see Hartman, lost in the rippling sea of arms and banners. She had not thought that anything could be so loud. The acclamation deafened her, made her clap hands to ears. The chant of "Hartman, Hartman" began once more, Joker fists pumping in time with the beat. "Hartman, Hartman." Hell was noisy and chaotic, and her own hatred was lost in the joyous celebration. Beside her, Peanut chanted with the rest, and she looked at him with revulsion and despair. "He is so strong, Allah, stronger than the Nur. Show me that this is the right path. Tell me that my faith is to be rewarded." But there was no answering dream. There was only the beast voice of the Jokers and Satan basking in their praise. At least now it would begin. Tonight. Tonight they would meet and decide how to best destroy the devil. Monday, 7:32 p.m. Polyakov was the last one to arrive at the warehouse. That pissed Gimli off. It was bad enough that he wasn't sure he could trust any of the old New York JJ's organization. It was enough that he'd been dealing with Misha for nearly 2 weeks now, putting up with her contempt for jokers. It was enough that Hartman's Justice Department aces were prowling all over Jokertown after him, that Barnett's rabble-rousing had made any joker fair game for the Nat gangs, that the continuing battles between the underworld organizations had made the streets a gamble for all. On top of everything else, he could feel a cold coming on. Gimli sneezed and blew his nose into a large red handkerchief. It was shit time in Jokertown. Polyakov's arrival only made Gimli's temper more vile. The Russian stamped into the place without a knock, throwing the door back loudly. "The Joker on the roof is standing against streetlight," he proclaimed loudly. "Any fool can see her. What if I'd been police? You would all be under arrest or dead. Amateurs, dilettante." Gimli wiped his bulbous, tender nostrils and glanced at the handkerchief. "The Joker on the roof's video. She threw an image of you in the room to let us know you were on the ways. She needs the light to project. Peanut and File would have taken you out at the door if I hadn't recognized you." Gimli stuffed the damp handkerchief back in his pocket and pounded on the wall twice with his fist. "Video," he shouted to the ceiling. "Give our guest a replay, huh?" In the center of the warehouse, the air shimmered and went dark. For a moment, they were all looking at the alleyway outside the warehouse, where a portly man stood in shadow. The darkness coalesced, pulsed, and they were seeing a head and shoulders view of the man, Polyakov, grimacing as he looked toward video. Then the image faded to Gimli's laughter. "And you never fucking saw Shroud behind you, did you?" he said. A slender figure materialized out of the shadow behind Polyakov. He poked a forefinger in Polyakov's back. "Bang," Shroud whispered. "You're dead. Just like a Russian joker." Alongside the door, Peanut and File grinned. Gimli had to admit that Polyakov took it gracefully enough for a gnat. The burly man just nodded without looking at Shroud at all. "My apologies. You obviously know your people better than I." "Yeah, don't I?" Gimli sniffed. His sinuses were dripping like an old faucet. He waved to Shroud. "Make sure nobody else gets in. There's no more invitations." The thin, dark Joker nodded. "Dead meat time," Shroud said. Another whisper. A grin came from the vaporous form, and then he dissolved into shadow. "We have aces with us then," Polyakov said.
Gimli laughed without amusement. Get video near an electrical device and her nervous system overloads. Put her in front of a damn television and her heart will go into arrhythmia. Too close and she'll die. And Shroud loses substance every day, like he's evaporating. Another year and he'll be dead or permanently immaterial. Aces, shit, Polyakov. They're jokers, just like the rest. You know, the ones you cull out in the Russian labs. Polyakov merely grunted at the insult. Gimli felt disappointed. The man brushed his fingers through stubbly gray hair and nodded. Russia has made her mistakes, as has America. There are many things I wish had never happened, but we're here to change what we can, are we not? He fixed Gimli with an unblinking stare. The Syrian ace has arrived? I'm here. Misha came from the rear of the warehouse. Gimli saw her glance sharply at Peanut and File. Her attitude was sour and condescending. She walked as if she expected to be catered to.
Gimli might find her Arabian darkness extremely attractive, but except in late-night fantasies, he didn't delude himself that anything might come of it. He knew what he looked like, a warty, noxious little toadstool feeding on the decaying log of ego. Wilde's phrase, Gimli was a joker. That was the bottom line for the bitch. Misha had made certain that Gimli knew he was tolerated only to gain revenge on Hartman. She didn't see him as a person at all. He was just a tool, something to use because nothing else would do. The realization gigged him every time he looked at her. Just seeing the woman was enough to make him want to shout at her. I'll make you a fucking tool of my own one day. I'm ready to begin. The visions, she smiled, making Gimli scowl in response, have been optimistic today. Gimli scoffed. Your goddamn dreams ain't gonna worry the senator, are they? Misha whirled around, eyes flaring. You mock Allah's gift. Maybe your scorn is why he made you a squashed mockery of a man. That was enough to shatter what little restraint he had. A quick, molten rage filled Gimli. You fucking bitch, he screeched. The dwarf's stance widened on muscular legs, his barrel chest expanded. A finger stabbed from the fist he cocked at her. I won't take that shit, not from you, not from anyone. Stop this! The shout came from Polyakov as Gimli took a step toward Misha. The roar brought Gimli's head around. The movement made his stuffy head throb. Amateurs! Polyakov spat out. This is the stupidity that Molnia said destroyed you in Berlin, Tom Miller. I believe him now. This petty bickering must end. We have a common purpose. Focus your anger on that. Pretty speeches don't mean shit, Gimli scoffed, but he stopped. The fist lowered, the fingers loosened. We're a damn unlikely conspiracy, ain't we? A joker, an ace, and a gnat. Maybe this was a mistake, huh? I'm not so certain anymore that we share much of a common purpose. He glared at Misha. Polyakov shrugged. None of us want Hartman to gain political power. We have our separate reasons, but on this we agree. I would not care to see an ace with unknown powers as president of the nation that opposes my own. I know the Kahina would like to exact revenge for her brother. You have a long-standing grudge of your own against the senator. And as little as you may care for this woman, she has brought hard evidence against Hartman. So she claims. We ain't seen it yet, have we? Polyakov grunted. Everything else is circumstantial, hearsay and speculations. So let us begin. I, for one, would like to see Misha's gift. Let's talk reality first, then we can indulge in religious fantasies, Gimli argued. He could feel control of the meeting slipping from him. The Russian had presence, charisma. Already the others were watching Polyakov as if he were the head of the group. Forget how lousy you're feeling. You've got to watch him or he'll take over. Nevertheless, the Russian insisted. Gimli cocked his head at Polyakov. Polyakov stared back at him blandly. Finally, Gimli cleared his throat noisily and sniffed. All right, he grumbled. The stage is yours, Kahina. When Gimli glanced at her, she gave a quick, triumphant smile.
That decided Gimli. When this was over, the bill would come due for Misha's arrogance. He'd exact the payment himself if he had to. Misha went to the rear of the warehouse again and came back with a rolled bundle of cloth. When the aces attacked us in the mosque, Hartman was wounded, she said. His people examined him there, quickly, but they retreated immediately afterward. She stopped, and a look of remembered pain darkened her face. I had already fled. My brother and Saeed, both horribly wounded, gathered their followers and went deep in the desert. The next day, a vision told me to return to the mosque. There I was given this. It is the jacket Hartman was wearing when he was shot. She unrolled her package on the cement floor. The jacket wasn't all that impressive. A great checked sports coat, dusty and bedraggled. The cloth held a faint stench of mildew. At the right shoulder, a frayed hole was surrounded by an irregular splotch of brown-red, spreading as it crept down the chest. Packed inside were a sheaf of papers in a manila envelope. Misha riffled through them. I went to 4 doctors in Damascus with the jacket, she continued. I had them examine the bloodstains independently, and each gave me a report that said the blood had definitely come from someone infected with the wildcard virus. The blood type matches Hartman, A positive. I have verification from the man who gave it to me that this is Hartman's jacket. He picked it up after the fighting, thinking to keep it as a relic of the Noor. A verification letter from a terrorist and blood that could have come from fucking anyone, Gimli snorted. Look, all of us here might believe it's Hartman's blood, but alone it's nothing. The bastard's got his blood test on record. You think he can't produce another negative one with the people he knows? Polyakov nodded ponderously. He can. He would. Then attack him physically, Misha said, wondering at these people. If you don't want my gift, kill him. I will help. The look on her face made Gimli laugh, and the laughter brought on a hacking, phlegm-filled cough. Christ, all I need is a cold, he muttered. Then, awfully fucking bloodthirsty, ain't we? Misha folded her arms beneath her breasts, defiant. I'm not afraid. Are you? No, goddammit. Just realistic. Look, your brother had him surrounded by guards with Uzis and he got away, didn't he? I had the fucker tied to a chair, all of us armed, and one by one most of us left, a decision we can't believe we made an hour later. Then Mackie Messer, who was a loaded gun with no safety anyway, goes fucking berserk and slices up everyone that's left, yet somehow doesn't hurt the good senator at all. Gimli spat. He can make people do things. That's gotta be his power. He's got aces all around him. We ain't gonna get to the man, not that way. Polyakov nodded. Unfortunately, I must agree. Misha, you don't know Molnia, the ace who was with Gimli in Berlin, he said. He could have killed Hartman with a simple touch. I spoke to him at length. He did things there that were sloppy and senseless for a man of his loyalty and experience. His performance was utterly inconsistent with his past record. He was manipulated. Part of the evidence I have is his deposition. File elbowed Peanut. 76, he said to Gimli. I remember. You talked to Hartman when we were all ready to march. Suddenly you were telling us to turn around and go back into the park. The memory was as sour now as it had been 11 years ago. Gimli had brooded on it many times. In 76, the JJS had been on the verge of becoming a legitimate Joker voice, yet somehow he'd lost it all. The JJS and Gimli's power had fallen apart in the aftermath of the rioting. Since Berlin, since his meeting with Misha, that brooding had taken a different turn. Now he knew who was to blame for his failure. Damn right, the son of a bitch. That's why I want him taken down. With Barnett or any of the other Nat politicians, we know what we're dealing with. They're all known quantities. Hartman's not, and that's why he's more dangerous than any of the rest. You remember Aardvark, Peanut? Aardvark died in Berlin, along with a lot of others. His death and all the fucking rest are ultimately Hartman's fault. Peanut's entire body moved as he tried to shake his head. That ain't right, Gimli, really. Hartman does work for the Jokers. He got rid of the acts, he talks nice to us, he comes to Jokertown.
Yeah, and I'd do the same damn thing if I wanted to lull everyone's suspicions. I tell ya, we know where Barnett stands. We can deal with him any time. I'm more afraid of Hartman. Then do something about him, Misha interjected. We have his jacket. We have your story and Polyakov's. Take it to your press and let them remove Hartman. Because we still ain't got shit. He'll deny it. He'll produce another blood test.
Hell, point out that the evidence was produced by a Joker who kidnapped him in Berlin, a Russian who has connections with the KGB, and you, who says that her dreams tell her Hartman's an ace, and who's suffering under the lunatic delusion that she was made to attack her terrorist brother? A fucking classic example of guilt transference. Gimli enjoyed the flush that climbed Misha's neck. Yeah, that one hit home, didn't it, bitch? We've circumstantial evidence, sure, Gimli continued, but if we bring it forward, hell just laugh it off and so will the press. We have to link with someone else, let them be the front. I take it you have someone in mind, Polyakov commented. Gimli thought he heard a faint challenge in the man's voice. Yeah, I do, he told Polyakov. I say we take what we have to Chrysalis. From what I hear, she's awfully damn interested in Hartman herself, and she doesn't have any grudges. No one knows more about anything in Jokertown than Chrysalis. No one knows more about Hartman than Sarah Morgenstern. Misha waved away Gimli's suggestion. Allah's dreams have shown me her face. She is the one who will destroy Hartman, not Chrysalis. Right, she's Hartman's lover. We think Hartman's got mind powers. So, who's he most likely to control? The headache was slamming at Gimli's temples now, and his head felt packed full of mucus. We have to go to Chrysalis. We don't know that Chrysalis would have any interest in helping us. Maybe Hartman controls her as well. My visions. Your visions are crap, lady, and I'm getting fucking tired of hearing about them. They are Allah's gift. They're a gift from the wild card, and every last Joker knows what's in that package. Gimli heard the door to the warehouse open. His gaze spun away from Misha to see Polyakov standing there. Where the hell are you going? Polyakov exhaled sharply. I've heard enough. I won't be caught with fools. Go to Chrysalis or go to Morgenstern. I don't care which. I even wish you luck. It may work, but I won't be associated with it. You're walking? Gimli said in disbelief. We have a common interest, as I've said. That seems to be all. You do as you like. You don't need me for that. I will pursue this my own way. If I uncover anything of interest, I will contact you. You try something on your own, and you're more likely to get caught. You'll alert Hartman that people are after him. Polyakov shrugged. If Hartman is the threat you think he is, he already knows that. He nodded to Gimli, to Misha, to File and Peanut. He stepped outside and closed the door softly behind himself. Gimli could feel the gazes of the others on him. He gestured obscenely at the door. To hell with him, he said loudly. We don't need him. Then I go to Sarah, Misha insisted. She will help. You don't have a choice. Not now. Gimli nodded reluctantly. All right, he sighed. Peanut will get you a plane ticket to Washington. And I'll see Chrysalis. He touched his hand to his forehead. It felt suspiciously warm. In the meantime, I'm going to bed. Tuesday, 10:50 p.m. Gimli had told her that she must be careful, that no one was watching Sarah's apartment. Misha thought the dwarf paranoid, but she waited several moments before crossing the street, watching. There was never a way to be sure. Saeed, her husband, who had been in charge of all aspects of the Norsect security, would have agreed. No amateur will ever see a professional unless he wants to be seen, she remembered his saying once. Thoughts of Saeed brought back painful memories. His scornful voice, his overbearing manner, his monstrous body. She'd felt relief mingled with horror when he'd been struck down in front of her, his bones snapping like dry twigs, a low animal moaning coming from his crumpled body. Misha shuddered and crossed the street. She pressed the intercom button at the front door, marveling again at the American obsession with ineffectual security. The door was beveled glass.
It would hardly stop anyone desperate to enter. The voice that answered sounded tired and cautious. Yes? Who's there? This is Misha. Kahina. Please, I must talk with you. There was a long silence. Misha thought that perhaps Sarah wasn't going to answer when the intercom speaker gave a dry click. You may come up, the voice said. Second floor, straight ahead. The door buzzer shrilled. For a moment, Misha hesitated, not certain what to do, then pushed the door open. She entered the air-conditioned foyer and went up the stairs. The door was cracked open. In the space between the door and jamb, an eye stared at her as she approached. It withdrew, and Misha heard a chain raveling. The door opened wider, but only enough to let her pass. Come in, Sarah said. Sarah was thinner than Misha remembered, almost gaunt. Her face was sallow and drawn. There were pouchy dark bags under the eyes. Her hair looked as if it hadn't been washed in days, lying limp and lusterless around her shoulders. She locked the door behind Misha, then leaned back against it. You look different, Kahina, Sarah said. No chador, no veils, no bodyguards. But I remembered the voice, and your eyes. We've both been changed, Misha said softly, and saw pain flicker in Sarah's dark-rimmed pupils. I guess we have. Life's a bitch, huh? Sarah pushed away from the door, knuckling at her eyes. You wrote about me. After the desert. I read it. You understood me. You have a kind soul, Sarah. I don't write much lately. She went to the center of the living room. Only one lamp was on. Sarah turned in dim shadow. Listen, why don't you sit down? I'll get something to drink. What would you like? Water. Sarah shrugged. She went into the kitchen, came out a few minutes later with 2 tumblers. She handed one to Misha. Misha could smell alcohol in the other. Sarah sat on the couch across from Misha and took a long swallow. I've never been more frightened than the day in the desert, she said. I thought your brother... She hesitated, glancing at Misha over the rim of the glass. I thought he was utterly mad. I knew we were all going to die. And then, she took a long sip. Then, I cut his throat, Misha finished. The words hurt, they always did. Neither one of them looked at the other. Misha put her tumbler on the table beside the couch. The chiming of ice against glass seemed impossibly loud. That must have been a very hard decision. Harder than you could believe, Misha answered. The Noor was, and still is, Allah's prophet. He is my brother. He is the person my husband followed. I love him for Allah, for my family, for my husband. You've never been a woman in my society. You don't know the culture. You can't see the centuries of conditioning. What I did was impossible. I would rather have cut off my hand than allow it to do that. Yet you did. I don't think so, Misha said softly. I don't think you believe it either. Sarah's face was in darkness, haloed by backlit hair. Misha could see only the gleam of her eyes, the shimmer of water on her lips as she raised her glass again. Kahina's dreams again? Sarah mocked. But Misha could hear the words tremble. I came to you in Damascus because of Allah's visions. I remember. Then you remember that in that vision, Allah told me you and the senator were lovers. You remember that I saw a knife and Sayyid struggling to take it from me. You remember that I saw how Hartman had taken your distrust and how he would take my feelings and use them against me. You said lots of things, Sarah protested. She huddled back deeper in the couch, hugging her knees to her chest. It was all symbols and odd images. It could have meant anything. The dwarf was in that vision too, Misha insisted. You must remember, I told you. The dwarf was Gimli, in Berlin. Hartman did the same thing there. Sarah's breath was harsh. Berlin, she breathed. Then, it's all coincidence. Greg's a compassionate and warm man. I know that, better than you or anyone. I've seen him. I've been with him. Is it coincidence? We both know what he is. He is an ace, a hidden one. And I tell you that's impossible. There's a blood test.
And even if it were true, how does that change things? He's still working for the rights and dignity of all people, unlike Barnett or your brother or terrorists like the JJS. You've given me nothing but innuendo against Greg. Allah's dreams. They're not Allah's dreams, Sarah interrupted angrily. It's just a damned wild card, flashes of precognition. There are half a dozen aces with the same ability. You see glimpses of the possible futures, that's all. Useless little previews that have nothing to do with any god. Sarah's voice had risen. Misha could see her hand trembling as she took another drink. What did you think he'd done, Sarah? She asked. Why did you once hate him? Misha had thought that Sarah might deny it. She didn't. I was wrong. I thought he might have killed my sister. There were coincidences, yes, but I was wrong, Misha. Yet I can see that you're frightened, because you might have been right, because what I'm saying might be the truth. My dreams tell me. They tell me you've been wondering since Berlin. They tell me you're frightened because you remember one other thing I told you in Damascus, that what he did to me, he would also do to you. Don't you notice how your feelings for him change when he's with you? And doesn't that also make you wonder? Damn you, Sarah shouted. She flung the tumbler aside. It thudded against the wall as she rose to her feet. You have no right. I have proof. Misha spoke softly into Sarah's rage. She looked calmly upward into the woman's glare. Dreams, Sarah spat. More than dreams. At the mosque, during the fighting, the senator was shot. I have his jacket. I had the blood analyzed. The infection is there, your wildcard virus. Sarah shook her head wildly. No, that's what you want the tests to show. Or Hartman had his own blood test falsified. That would be easy for him, wouldn't it? Misha persisted. The wild agony in Sarah tore at Misha, yet she persisted. Sarah was the key. The visions all said that she was. And it would mean that perhaps you were right about your sister. It would explain what happened with me. It would explain what happened in Berlin. It would explain everything, all the questions you've had. Then go to the press with this proof. I am, right now. Sarah's head swayed back and forth in dogged refusal. It's not enough. Maybe not by itself. We need all that you can tell us. You must know more. Other strange incidents? Other deaths? Sarah was still shaking her head, but her shoulders slumped, and the anger had drained away. She turned from Misha. I can't trust you, she said. Please, just go away. Look at me, Sarah. We're sisters in this. We've both been hurt, and I want justice for that, as you want justice for your sister. We cry and bleed, and there's no healing for us until we know. Sarah, I know how we can mix love and hate. We're related in that strange, awful way. We've both allowed love to blind us. I love my brother, but I also hate what he's done. You love Hartman, and yet here's a darker Hartman underneath. You can't move against him, because to do so would prove that giving yourself was a mistake. Because when he's here, all you can think about is the Hartman you love. You'd have to admit that you were wrong. You'd have to admit that you let yourself love someone who was using you. So, you wait. There was no answer. Misha sighed and nodded. She couldn't say any more, not when each word tore a visible wound in Sarah. She moved toward the door, touching Sarah gently on the back as she passed. Misha could feel Sarah's shoulders moving with silent tears. Misha's hand was on the knob when Sarah spoke behind her. Her voice choked. You swear it's his jacket? You have it? Misha kept her hand on the knob, not daring to turn, not allowing herself to feel hope. Yes. Do you trust Tachyon, the alien? I don't know him. Gimli doesn't seem to like him. But I will trust him if you do. I have to be in New York later this week. Meet me in front of the Jokertown clinic Thursday evening at 6:30. Bring the jacket. We'll have Tachyon examine it, and then we'll see. We'll see. That's all. Is it enough? Misha almost gasped with the relief. She wanted to laugh, wanted to hug Sarah and cry with her. But she only nodded. I'll be there. I promise you, Sarah. I want the truth. That's all. And if Tachyon says it proves nothing, then I'll learn to accept the guilt for what I did myself. Misha started to turn the knob, stopped.
If I'm not there, know that it's because he stopped me. You'll have to decide what to do then." "Which gives you a convenient out," Sarah said derisively. "All you have to do is not show. You don't believe that, do you?" Silence. Misha turned the knob and went out. Tuesday, 10 p.m. Chrysalis swung open the door to her office. She paid very little attention to the dwarf who sat in her chair, his bare feet propped up on her desk. She shut the door. The sounds of another busy night at the Crystal Palace dropped to a distant tidal soughing. "Good evening, Gimli." Gimli was feeling rotten. The lack of surprise in Chrysalis's startling eyes only made him feel worse. "I should learn that you're never caught off guard." She gave him a tight-lipped smile that floated over a webbing of muscles and tendons. "I've known you were back for weeks. That's old news. So, how's your cold?" Gimli sniffed, a long, wet inhalation. Another chill rattled down his spine like a tray of ice cubes. "Shitty. I feel like hell. I've had a fever I haven't been able to kick for 2 days now. And I've evidently got somebody in my organization who can't keep his or her mouth shut." He gave her a rueful grimace. "You wouldn't get colds if you'd wear shoes. You brought me a package, too." "Fuck," Gimli spat out. He swung his legs down and hopped from the chair with a grimace. The sudden movement made him dizzy, and he steadied himself against the desk with a hand. "I might as well have come in the front door. Why don't we just skip the conversation entirely and you just give me an answer?" "I really don't know the question yet, for certain." Her laugh was short and dry. "There are some limits, after all, and I've been concerned about more immediate things than politics recently. It's not safe out there for any Joker, not just you. But I can make an educated guess," Chrysalis continued. "I'd say that your visit concerns Senator Hartman." Gimli snorted. "Shit. After the fuck-up in Berlin, that doesn't take much of a guess. You're the one who's impressed by what I know, not me. You're the one who has to hole up near the East River so the feds don't snatch him. I've got a big goddamn leak." He shook his head. Gimli lurched around the side of the desk and hauled himself into her chair again. He closed his eyes for a second. "When you get back, you can go to bed again. Maybe this time when you wake up it'll be gone. God, I do feel like crap. Nothing infectious, I hope. We've both already had the worst fucking infection we're ever like to get." Gimli glanced at Chrysalis with a sidelong, bloodshot stare. "And speaking of which, I suppose you already know that our Senator Hartman's a goddamn ace?" "Really?" Gimli scoffed. "There are things I know too, lady. One of them is that Downs has been asking odd questions, and that you've been seeing a lot of each other. My guess is that you're thinking the same thing. And if I am, even granting that you're correct, and I'm not, why should you care about it? Maybe an ace president would be good. A lot of people feel Hartman's done more for the JJS." Gimli shot to his feet at that, his illness forgotten. Rage eroded deep canyons in his pudgy face. The goddamn JJS was the only organization that told the fucking gnats that they can't jerk us jokers around. We didn't stand there holding our hats in our trunks like old kiss-ass Daz. The JJS made 'em pay attention, even if we had to do it by beating 'em in the face. I'm not going to listen to crap about Hartman being better than the JJS. Then I suggest you leave. If I do, then you don't see the fucking package."
He could see Chrysalis considering that, and he smiled, the anger quickly forgotten. "Yeah, you're hungry for that. Old Chrysalis just playing it cool. I knew she'd want to see it, and fuck Misha if she doesn't like it. You've never been one to be free with things, Gimli. What's the payment for the package? You go public with this. You spill it with the rest of what I've got for you, along with anything you and Downs have dug up. We take Hartman out of the race. Why? Because he's an ace, or because it's Gimli's personal little vendetta?" Gimli gritted his teeth and then destroyed the image with a sneeze. "Because he's a power-hungry bastard. He's just like the rest of the money-grubbing, self-centered bureaucrats in government, only he's got his ace to help him. He's dangerous. You get rid of Hartman, and the next president might be Leo Barnett." "Shit," Gimli spat. Chrysalis looked at the globule on her rug in dismay. He might get the nomination, but that's not the presidency. Barnett's just a gnat. He can be removed if he has to be. With Barnett, we at least know what to expect. Hartman's a fucking unknown. You don't know what he's got or what he's gonna do with it. Like, maybe make a few things right? Like, maybe make things worse. This ain't for me. This is for the jokers. Look at the damn facts you prize so much. What Hartman touches gets destroyed. He uses people, chews 'em up and spits out the carcass when the flavor's gone. He used me. He used the nurse's sister. He fucked with the minds of the people around me in Berlin. He's a goddamn bottle of nitro. God knows what else he's done. He paused, waiting for her to object, but she didn't. Gimli pulled a wad of tissues from his pocket, blew his nose, and grinned at her. "And you suspect the same thing," he continued. "I fucking know it, 'cause you wouldn't have stood there and listened to me for this long if you thought otherwise. You want my little package because it might prove it true. Proof is a nebulous thing. Look at Gary Hart. No one needed proof with him, just a lack of denial. There is proof with the wild card, in the blood, and I've got Hartman's blood." Gimli brought out Misha's jacket. As he spread the blood-stained cloth on Chrysalis' desk, he gave her the story. When he'd finished, a faint flush had appeared in Chrysalis' transparent skin, the lacework of blood vessels spreading and widening in excitement. Gimli laughed even though his head pounded from the fever. "It's yours, free," he told her. A coughing fit took him, deep hacking spasms, and he waited until they'd passed, wiping his nose on his sleeve. "You know me, Chrysalis. I might do a lot of things, but I don't lie. When I tell you that's Hartman's blood, it's the truth. But it ain't enough, not without more. You just have to do something with it. Interested?" She took the cloth between her fingers, touching the bloodstains tentatively. "Let me keep it," she said. "I want a friend to run the tests. It might take a few days. If the stains are from an ace, then yes, we might have a deal." "I thought so," Gimli said. "Which means you have more on Hartman, don't you? Take good care of the jacket. I'll check with you later. Right now, I'm gonna go home and fucking die." Tuesday, 11:45 p.m. Gimli was shaking with fever by the time he left Chrysalis. He'd ridden over in the back of File's van, but had told the Joker that he'd get back himself. "Fuck the risk," he'd said. "I'm tired of playing the fugitive. I'll be careful." He let himself out the back door of the Crystal Palace into an alleyway that reeked of stale beer and rotting food. Quick nausea slammed him in the gut. Leaning with one hand against the dumpster, he heaved violently, emptying his stomach with the first wave and then retching uselessly. Afterward, he felt no better. His stomach was still knotted, his muscles felt as if he had been beaten, and the fever was getting worse. "Oh, fuck," he gasped. He spat dry-mouthed. He wished he'd listened to File and let him wait. He pushed off the dumpster and, holding his stomach, began to walk toward the warehouse. 6 damn blocks. It ain't so far. He'd made it 4 when his stomach rebelled again. This time it was far worse. There was nothing in his stomach. Gimli tried to ignore it, shuffling forward. "Christ!" he shouted, his face twisting with surprised agony. The pain drove him to his knees. He knelt behind a row of trash cans, desperately trying to breathe between the waves of helpless retching. His insides were on fire. His head pounded. Sweat soaked his clothing. He pummeled the concrete with his fists until they were torn and bloodied, trying to block the inner torment with outside pain. It got worse. Every muscle in his body seemed to go into spasm at that moment, and Gimli bellowed, a shrill, inhuman screeching. He rolled on the ground, twitching, the muscles of his body in uncontrolled rebellion, legs flailing, hands clenched, spine arched in torment. His arms snapped under the pressure of wildly contracting biceps and triceps, the jagged end tearing through skin. The bone wriggled before his eyes like a live thing, tearing the wound wider. His intestines felt as if acid had been poured on them, but somehow the pain seemed to be receding, and that scared him worst of all. He was going into shock. The spasms ended abruptly, leaving him in a curled fetal position. Gimli couldn't move.
He tried, willing himself to blink his eyes, bend a finger. He had no control of his body at all. For a moment, Gimli thought that at least it was over. Someone would find him. Someone would have heard his screams. The denizens of Jokertown knew what to do. They'd take him to Tachyon. But it wasn't over. His broken arm was sitting in front of his open, staring eyes, and as he watched, the spear of bone from his arm was melting like a candle in an oven. He could feel his body sagging, shifting inside, liquefying. His skin bulged, spread like a huge balloon filled to bursting with scalding water. He tried to scream and could not even open his mouth. His eyes, too, the trash cans, the wall, his broken arm in front of him, all dissolved in his sight, distorting as the world turned dim and then was gone. He could not draw a breath. He felt himself suffocating, unable to take in air. At least Chrysalis has the fucking jacket. The thought had a finality that surprised him. There was a sound like tearing paper, startling a curious rat that had crept closer to the strange mound. Gimli couldn't see it or hear it, but the feeling was there, like a white-hot poker rammed into his spine. A small rent appeared in the middle of his back. Slowly, the fissure grew, his flesh tearing open in long, jagged strips. In his soundless, anguished void, Gimli wondered if he hadn't already died, if this wasn't the eternal hell Misha had promised him waited for all Jokers. He mind-scroomed, cursing Misha, cursing Hartman, cursing the wild card and the world. And then, blessedly, he lost consciousness. Wednesday, 12:45 a.m. The waking dream hit her just as she pushed open the door to the warehouse. The graffiti-scrawled paint became fluid. The door sagged like a lead figurine thrown into a fire. In the darkness beyond, she could hear laughter, Hartman's laughter, and the strings of a puppet danced in the air before her. As Misha recoiled, the strings tightened and rose, and she could see a hunchbacked figure lolling on the ends. The malevolence of that face staggered her. A pimply boy's face, but one so infused with evil that its very breath seemed a poison. She remembered that face from her visions. The smile was twisted and cruel, and the bright eyes held the promise of pain. The creature stared at her, twisting in the strings, silent and unmoving, as Hartman's laughter boomed. And then it was gone. There was the door, and her hand ready to twist the key. Allah, she breathed, and shook her head. The motion did nothing to dispel the lingering feeling of dread. The images of the dream stayed with her, and she could hear her heart pounding.
The lock clicked open, and she pushed the door wide. "Gimli?" she called. "Hello?" The warehouse was as dark as her dream, and empty. Misha's pulse roared in her head, and the dream demon threatened to reappear. In the dim reaches of the warehouse, whirling splotches of light moved with her momentary dizziness. The door to the office swung wide, the glare from behind the lamps inside nearly blinding her. A shadow loomed. Misha cried out. "Sorry, Misha," Peanut's voice said. "I didn't mean to scare you." His hand reached out as if he was going to pat her shoulder, and Misha drew back, leaving his hand extended awkwardly. She frowned as she regained her composure. "Where's Miller?" she asked sharply. Peanut's hand dropped, his sad gaze regarding the stained concrete floor. Heavy, clumsy shoulders lifted. "Dunno. He should have been here hours ago, but I ain't heard from him. File and Video and Shroud was here, said they'd be back later. They wouldn't stay with me." "What's the matter, Peanut? You've been here alone before." Polyakov hay phoned, said to tell Gimli that Mackie was here, in the States. Said that the paper trail was all official stuff, government. He told me to tell Gimli that he was afraid Hartman knew it all, everything. "Does Gimli know?" "Not yet. I gotta tell him." "You wait with me?" "No." She said it too quickly, too harshly, but she didn't try to soften the word with an explanation. "I talked to Sarah. I need the jacket. We're going to take it to Tachyon." "You can't have the jacket. Gimli took it with him. You'll have to wait." Misha only shrugged at that, surprising Peanut, who had expected her to fly into a rage. "I'm going to my place. I'll come back here later." "I don't hate you," Peanut's childlike voice said behind her. "I don't hate you 'cause you got lucky with the wild card and I didn't. And I don't even hate you for what you and the nerd did to people like me. I think I got a lot more reason to hate than you, but I don't, 'cause I think maybe the damn virus has hurt you more than me after all." Misha had kept her back turned, stiffly, from his first words. "I don't hate you, Peanut," she answered. She was tired from the long day, from the flight, from the meeting with Sarah, and the in-coat feeling of dread that still enveloped her. There was no energy in her to argue or explain. The Nur hates jokers. Barnett hates jokers. Sometimes jokers hate jokers. And you and Gimli and the Russian want to hurt the one guy who looks like he might care. I don't understand. Peanut sighed. So what if he's an ace? Maybe that explains why he works so hard for the jokers. I might keep it secret too if I could. I know how people treat you different and stare at you and try to pretend it doesn't matter when it does. Haven't you listened to us, Peanut? Misha swung around, sighing. Hartman's a manipulator. He plays with his power. He uses it for his own ends. He hurts and kills people with it. I'm still not sure I believe that, Peanut insisted. Even if I did, didn't what you and the Nur preach kill? Didn't you cause hundreds of jokers to die? His mild voice only made the truth of the accusation sting more. Blood on my hands too. Peanut, she began, then stopped. She wanted to bring the veils over her eyes and hide her feelings behind black cloth. But she couldn't. She could only stand there, unable to look away from his sad, puckered face. "How can you not hate me?" she asked him. He almost seemed to smile. "I did, once. Till I met you anyways. Hey, your society fouled you up. Does that to everyone, huh? I see you fight against it, and I know you care underneath. Gimli says you didn't like a lot of what the nurse said either." Now he did smile, a tentative grin that heightened the ridges in his thick flesh. "Maybe I could come with you and protect you." She could only smile in return. "Well, ain't this touching?" The voice, so utterly unexpected, caused them both to whirl. The words had a strong Germanic accent. A hunchbacked, anemic young man in black stepped through the wall of the warehouse as if it were a mist. Misha knew that cruel, lean face instantly, knew the sickness that lurked behind the eyes. The hammering of fear in her body was reminder enough, and he had the same feral casualness of the figure hanging in Hartman's strings. "Kahina," he said, in a jittery, quick voice, and with the use of that honorific, she knew it was over. The youth was breathing like a nervous thoroughbred, smiling lopsidedly. "Hartman knows. He's found us. It's time." She could only shake her head. Peanut moved to put himself between the intruder and Misha. The boy man's sardonic gaze flicked toward the Joker. "Ain't Gimli told you about Mackie? Man, everyone's scared shitless of Mackie. You should have seen the fraction bitch's eyes when I offed her. I've got an ace, better than anything." There was an eager satisfaction in Mackie's rambling voice. He reached for Misha. Peanut tried to strike Mackie's hand aside, but suddenly the hand shivered and began to vibrate with a fierce thrumming. Blood fountained impossibly. Peanut's severed forearm dropped to the floor. Peanut stood for a moment, staring in disbelief as pulsing red jetted from the stump. Then he screamed. His legs buckled. He collapsed. Mackie raised his hand again, a deep buzzsaw whine coming from the blur. "No!" Misha shouted. Mackie hesitated, looking at her. The pleasure she saw in the boy made her sick. It was a look she'd seen in her brother. It was a look she'd seen on Hartman's face in all his dreams. "Don't," she pleaded. "Please, I'll go with you. Whatever you want." Mackie's breath was harsh and loud. Emotions crossed his pinched face like quick cloud shadows. Peanut moaned beneath him. "He's a damn joker. I thought you wanted them all dead. I can do it for you. It'd be quick, it'd be good." His face had gone serious now, and the sickness was like a lust in him. "Please." Mackie didn't answer. Misha stopped and ripped a strip of cloth from the hem of her dress. She knelt beside the stricken Joker, who writhed on the floor. "I'm sorry, Peanut," she said. She wrapped the cloth around his arm above the stump, pulled it tight until the blood flow eased, and nodded it. I didn't hate you. I just couldn't manage to say it. Mackie's hand touched her arm, and Misha flinched. Though the horrible vibration was gone, his fingers gripped her until she cried out in pain. Now, Mackie said. He glanced down at Peanut. His tone was almost conversational. Next time you see Gimli, tell him Mackie said Auf Wiedersehen. And then he was grinning again as he pulled Misha up. Don't be frightened, he told her. This is going to be fun. Lots of fun. His manic laughter cut into her like 1,000 glass shards. Thursday, 3:40 a.m. In the alley behind the Crystal Palace, a bulky figure in a black cloak approached a man wearing a clown's mask. The cloaked figure's hooded face was hidden behind what looked to be a fencing mask. Okay, Senator, we were the last ones out, the apparition said. The rest of the customers are gone. The staff just left. The place is empty. Chrysalis is in her office with Downs. The quiet voice sounded female, which meant that the Patty persona was in charge of Oddity tonight. Greg's understanding was that the Joker had once been 3 people, 2 men and a woman, involved in a long-standing love relationship. The wild card had joined them into one being, though the fusion had been incomplete and fluid. Shapes humped and shifted under Oddity's cloak. Oddity's body was never at rest. Greg had once seen it without the concealing fabric, and the sight had been disturbing. It, or perhaps they, since Oddity always referred to itself in the plural, was constantly undergoing metamorphosis. Patty, John, Evan, never entirely any one of them, never stabilizing, always struggling against itself. Bones creaked, the flesh bulged and twisted, the features came and went. The endless process was agonizing. Puppet Man knew that best of all. Oddity gave him the emotional nourishment he craved simply by existing.
Oddity's world was a wash of pain, and the trebled matrices of its mind were quick to shift into black, sullen depression. The only constant of Oddity was the strength of its malleable form. In that, Oddity surpassed Carnifex, and perhaps rivaled Mordecai Jones or Braun. Oddity also had a great loyalty to Senator Hartman. After all, Oddity knew that Greg was compassionate. Greg cared about the Jokers. Greg was the voice of reason against fanatics such as Leo Burnett. Why, he was one of the few who ever asked Oddity about itself, and he listened sympathetically to the long tale of the Joker's life. Greg might be a net, but he came among the Jokers and talked to them and shook their hands and then kept his political promises. Oddity would have done anything Senator Hartman asked it to do. The thought made Puppet Man wriggle with delight inside Greg. Tonight held the promise of being delicious. Puppet Man was tired of playing it safe, even if Greg was not. Greg forced that hidden personality into the recesses of his mind. "Thanks, Patty," he said. Through Puppet Man, he could feel a tinge of pleasure at that the individual psyches in Oddity likes to be recognized. "You know the rest?" Oddity nodded. What might have been a breast pushed sluggishly at the left side of the cloak. "I'll watch the place. No one gets in or out but the 2 you told me about. Simple enough." The words were slurring as the shape of the mouth altered behind the fencing mask. "Good. I appreciate this. No problem for you, Senator. All you ever have to do is ask." Greg smiled and forced himself to clap Oddity on the shoulder. There were sliding things underneath. He suppressed a shudder as he squeezed slightly. "Thanks again, then. I'll be out in 20 minutes or so." The gratitude and loyalty radiating from Oddity made Puppet Man laugh inside. Greg adjusted the clown's mask as Oddity leaned against the back doors. They groaned. A metal chain snapped inside. Greg strode through the sagging doors and into the club. Were closed. Chrysalis was standing at the door to her office with a nasty-looking gun in her hand. Behind her, Greg could see Downs. "You were expecting me," Greg said softly. "You sent me a message." He took off the clown's mask. Even without a puppet's link to the woman, he could sense the mingled fear and defiance in her, a bitter metallic tang that roused Puppet Man.
Greg chuckled, letting a little of his own nervousness into the sound. Why so uncertain? That should be obvious. Even with the information video fed us, we don't know everything. Gimli didn't trust video enough. He didn't let her see everything. They have whatever it was Kahina and Gimli had. And you have me. Greg had planned it well. Video had been a wonderful, pliant puppet for years. Yet even with what she'd managed to funnel to him, even with what he'd garnered from government intelligence agencies and other sources, he was still grasping in twilight. A misstep here, and it might all be over. Greg had always been cautious, had always sought the safe path. Recklessness was not something with which he was comfortable, and this was reckless. But since Syria, since Berlin, it seems he'd been forced to choose this path. "Sorry I couldn't make it during your business hours," he continued, his voice nearly apologetic. "I felt your meeting might be too private for that." "Good. Let them think they're negotiating from strength, at least for a bit. You need to know what they know." Chrysalis lowered the gun, muscles expanded under her transparent arm and across her chest. The dress she wore did little to conceal her body. Red lips that seemed to float on glassy flesh pursed. "Senator," she said, with that breathy, fake accent that Greg disliked, "I assume you know what Mr. Downs and myself would like to discuss." Greg took a breath. He smiled. "You want to talk about aces," he said, "especially ones who, so to speak, up the sleeve, and who intend to stay that way. You want to see what I might be able to do for you? I think it's usually called blackmail. Ah, that's such an ugly word." She stepped back into the office. Her lips tightened, the horror show skull eyes blinked. "Please, come in." Chrysalis's office was luxurious. A polished oak desk, plush leather chairs, an expensive rug over the center of the hardwood floor, wooden bookcases on which gold leaf spines were lined neatly in sets. Downs was sitting nervously. He smiled tentatively at Greg as the senator entered. "Hey, Senator, what's shakin'?" Greg didn't bother to answer. He stared hard at Downs. The little man sniffed and sat back in the chair. Chrysalis brushed past him in a wave of perfume and took her seat behind the desk. She waved at one of the empty chairs. "Have a seat, Senator. I don't believe our business will take that long." "Exactly what are we talking about?" "We're talking about the fact that I'm considering telling the public that you're an ace. I'm sure you'd be very unhappy with that." Greg had expected Chrysalis to threaten. She was no doubt used to getting results from that tactic. And he didn't doubt that she considered herself safe from physical violence here. Greg watched Downs from the corners of his eyes. The reporter had shown himself to be the nervous type on the wildcard tour, and he couldn't control his agitation now. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He rubbed his hands and squirmed in his seat. If Chrysalis was at ease with this, Downs was not. "Good." Puppet Man came alert. "We made a mistake not taking him. Let me have him now." "No, not yet. Wait. You are an ace, aren't you, Senator?" Chrysalis asked the question coolly, pretending nonchalance. He knew they expected him to deny it. So he simply smiled. "Yes," he answered, just as calmly. "Your blood tests were faked, as they can be faked again, but I don't think I'll have to do that. You're rather overconfident in your ability then." Greg, looking at Downs rather than Chrysalis, could see the uncertainty. He knew what the man was thinking. A projecting telepath? A mental power like tachyons? What if we can't control him? Greg smiled calmly to lend credence to that misconception. "Your friend Downs isn't so certain," he told Chrysalis. "Everyone in Jokertown knows about Gimli's empty skin being found last night in an alleyway, and he wonders about whether I had anything to do with that. It was a bluff. Greg had been as surprised and delighted as anyone else at the news. But Greg saw the color drain from Downs's face. He wonders if I might not be able to coerce your cooperation through my ace. You can't. And whatever happened to Gimli had nothing to do with you, not directly," Chrysalis answered forcefully. "No matter what he thinks." My best guess is that you've a mind power, but with a rather limited range. So, even if you can make us say yes now, you can't enforce it." "She knows!" Puppet Man's wail echoed in Greg's head. "You've got to kill her! Please! It will taste good! We could make Oddity do it!" "She suspects, that's all," he answered. "What's the difference? Have them killed. We have puppets who would find pleasure in it. Have them killed and we don't have to worry. Kill them now and we have more trails to cover up. Misha wouldn't talk. We still don't know what evidence Chrysalis was given. Gimli's taken himself out of the picture, but there's still the other man in Video's memory, the Russian, and Sarah. Puppet Man's scorn was a barb. Shut up. Sarah we can control. Chrysalis will have plans made against her own death. We can't risk that." The inner debate took only a moment. "I'm a politician. This isn't France, where the wild card is chic. I'm in a fight where Leo Barnett will use Joker hatred as a tool. I've already seen Gary Hart's career wiped out by innuendo. I'm not going to let that happen to me. Still, people might look at whatever evidence you have and wonder. I might lose votes. People will say that blood tests can be faked. They'll look at Syria and Berlin with suspicion. I can't afford to lose ground to speculation."
"Which means we can come to an accommodation," Chrysalis smiled. "Maybe not. I think you still have a problem. Senator, the press has its obligations," Downs began, then fell silent with the withering gaze Hartman gave him. "Ace's magazine is hardly the legitimate press. Let me put it this way. Your problem is that you don't know what I'm capable of. I will tell you that Berlin and Syria weren't accidents. I'll tell you that even now, Gimli's little cadre is being arrested. I'll tell you that there's no way you can escape me if I want to find you." He turned his head slightly toward the door. "Mackie!" he called. The door opened. Grinning, Mackie entered, supporting a stumbling woman wrapped in a long cloak. Mackie jerked the cloak from the woman's shoulders, revealing her naked and streaked with blood. He shoved the woman from behind, and she sprawled on the carpet in front of the horrified Chrysalis. "I'm a reasonable man," Greg said, as Chrysalis and Downs stared at the figure moaning on the floor. "All I ask is that you think about this. Remember that I will contest any evidence. Remember that I can and will produce that negative blood test. Think about the fact that I don't even want to hear the faintest whisper of a rumor. And realize that I leave the two of you alive because you're the best sources of information I know. You hear everything, or so you'd have me believe. Good. Use those sources. Because if I hear any rumors, if I see a piece in the papers or Aces, if I notice that people are asking strange questions, if I'm attacked or hurt or even feel vaguely threatened, I'll know where to come." Downs was staring slack-jawed at Misha. Chrysalis had sunk back against her desk. She tried to meet Greg's eyes and failed. "You see, I intend to use you, not the reverse," Greg continued. "I hold the two of you responsible for silence and safety. You're both so damned good at what you do. So start learning who my enemies are, and work at stopping them. I'm vindictive, and I'm dangerous. I'm everything Gimli and Misha were afraid I might be, and if anyone else ever learns that, I'll consider it your fault. You might damage my presidential campaign by being heroes, but that's all. You can't prove anything else. After all, I've never actually killed or hurt anyone myself. I'd still be on the streets afterward, and I'd find you without any trouble at all, and then I'd do to you what I'd do to any enemy." Puppet Man was chuckling in his mind, anticipating. Greg smiled at Chrysalis, at Downs. He hugged Mackie, who was watching him eagerly. "Enjoy yourself," Greg told him.
He gave Chrysalis a small nod that was chilling in its nonchalance and left the office. He shut the door behind him, leaning against it, until he heard the whine of Mackie's ace. He let Puppet Man loose to ride with the youth's strange, brightly colored madness. He hardly had to nudge Mackie at all. Inside, Mackie knelt and cradled Misha's head in his arms. Neither Chrysalis nor Downs moved. "Misha," he crooned. The woman opened her eyes, and the pain he saw behind them made him sigh. "Such a good little martyr," he told her. "She wouldn't talk no matter what I did, you know," he said to the others admiringly, his eyes skittering, bright. His hands roamed over her lacerated body. She could be a saint. Such silence in suffering. So frigging noble. The smile he gave Misha was almost tender. "I took her like a boy first, before I cut her at all. Anything to say now, Misha?" Her head rolled side to side, slowly. Mackie was smiling fitfully, breathing hard and fast. "You couldn't really have hated the Jokers," he said, looking down at her face. "You couldn't, or you would have talked." There was a strange sadness in the way he said it. Shaheed. The word was a whisper from swollen, blood-caked lips. Mackie leaned close to hear it. "Arabic," he told them. "I don't understand Arabic." His hands were buzzing now, screaming. He ran his fingers around her breasts like a caress, and blood followed. Misha shrieked hoarsely. Downs gagged and threw up. Chrysalis remained stoic, until Mackie slid his hand down Misha's stomach and let the coils of intestines spill wetly out over the carpet. When he was done, he stood up and brushed away the gore covering the front of him. "The senator said you'd know how to take care of the mess," he told them. "He said you knew everything and everybody." Mackie chuckled, high and manic. He began to whistle, Brecht, the Threepenny Opera. With a casual wave, he strolled through the wall and away. Thursday, 7:35 p.m. Sarah stood on the corner of South across from the Jokertown clinic. A cool front had moved in from Canada. Low, scudding clouds spat wet circles on the pavement. Sarah glanced again at her watch. Misha was over an hour late. "I'll be there, I promise you, Sarah. If I'm not there, know it's because he stopped me." Sarah cursed under her breath, wishing she knew what to think, what to feel. "You'll have to decide what to do then." "Can I help you, Ms. Morgenstern?" Tachyon's deep voice made her start. The scarlet-haired alien peered down at her with a look of intense concern on his face that she might have found comical at another time. During the recent junket, he'd more than once indicated he found her attractive. She laughed, hating the hysteria she heard in the sound. No, doctor. I'm all right. I was waiting for someone. We were supposed to meet here." Tachyon nodded solemnly, his startling eyes refusing to let her go. "You seemed nervous. I watched you from the clinic. I thought perhaps there was something I could do. Are you sure there's nothing I can help you with?" No, her denial was too sharp, too loud. Sarah was forced to smile to soften the effect. "Really, thank you for asking. I was just about to leave anyway. It doesn't look like she's going to show." He nodded. He stared. At last he shrugged. "Ah," he said. "Well, it was good seeing you again. We don't need to be strangers now that the trip is over, Sarah. Perhaps dinner one night." "Thank you," but Sarah bit her lower lip in agitation, just wanting Tachyon to leave. She needed to think, needed to get away from here. "Maybe next time I'm in the city. I'll hold you to that." Tachyon inclined his head like a Victorian lord, staring at her strangely, then turned. Sarah watched Tachyon make his way across the street to the clinic. The sky was beginning to let down a steady drizzle. Streetlights were flickering in the early dusk. Sarah looked again up and down the street. A joker with oddly twisted legs and a carapace scuttled from the sidewalk to the cover of a porch. Rain began to pool in the trash-clogged gutters. "We're sisters in this." Sarah stepped from the curb and hailed a cab parked down the street. The Nat driver stared at her through the rearview mirror. His gaze was rude and direct. Sarah turned her face away. "Where you going?" he asked, with a distinct Slavic accent. "Head uptown," she said. "Just get me out of here." "What he did to me, he would also do to you. Don't you notice how your feelings for him change when he's with you? And doesn't that also make you wonder? Ah, Andrea, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Sarah sat back and watched the rain smear the towers of Manhattan through the windows. Blood Ties 3, a grid map of Manhattan from 87th down to 57th Street, glowed on the computer. Tachyon punched in a marker. Brought up another 30-block section. Studied the 2 red dots. Wished he had a really big screen that could give him a full view of all of Manhattan. Decided that despite the growing crises at the clinic, he would have to spend several hours aboard Baby. Her wetware and hardware were far superior to anything on Earth, and she could give him a full-screen view of this mysterious and elusive wildcard source. Victoria Queen, the clinic's chief of surgery, entered without knocking. "Tachyon, you can't go on like this, spending time with the Joker patrols, working with patients, doing research, and racing around with your grandson trying to be super dad."
He dug his thumbs into his gritty eyes, then rapped his knuckles against the CRT screen. "The answer is here somewhere. I just have to find it. 18 new cases of wild card in a 4-day period. It's not rational. It shouldn't be happening. I had hoped it was something simple, a hitherto undisturbed cache of spores, but the dispersal of the cases makes that impossible. I put in a call to the National Weather Service, and they're up sending weather tapes covering the past 2 weeks. Perhaps that will be the key. Some climactic and seismic anomaly that has caused this outbreak. Pointless and hopeless, and a waste of your already limited time. God damn it!" He used the desk to lever himself out of his chair. "I've got the goddamn press breathing down my neck, demanding answers, demanding some reassurance for their readers. How long can I continue to make reassuring noises before this becomes a full-scale panic? And just think what Barnett will do with that." She gripped his wrists, pinning his hands to the desk, leaned in until their noses were almost touching. "You can't be responsible for every damn thing that happens in the world, for gang wars in Jokertown and right-wing cranks running for president, or for Wildcard either. I am bred to be responsible, by blood and bone, by 1,000 generations. This is my town, my people, my grandson, and my clinic, and yes, my virus. Don't be so fucking proud of it. I'm not." Snatching his hands away, he stormed across the room. "You're arrogant and irrational. So what do you suggest? To whom do I abdicate this responsibility? Whom do I condemn to bear the guilt and the hate? My people? Yes, and at base, every one of them hates my guts." Laying his head against the wall, he burst into wild sobs. The woman's face hardened. Filling a glass with water from the bathroom tap, she yanked him around by a shoulder and flung it full in his face. "That's enough. Get hold of yourself." She punctuated each word with a hard shake. Coughing, he mopped his face, drew a shaky breath. "Thank you. I'm all right now. Go home, get some sleep, accept some goddamn help. Get Meadows in here to help with the research, and let Chrysalis run the goddamn patrols. And Blaze? What do I do with Blaze?" He scrubbed at his face. "He's the most important thing in my life, and I'm neglecting him. The problem with you, Tachyon," she said as she walked out of the office, "is that everything is the most important thing in your life. A routine appendectomy. He shouldn't have taken the time, but Tommy was old Mr. Cricket's nephew, and you don't ignore old friends." Tatch stripped out of the bilious green scrubs, brushed out his cropped hair, and made a face. He then took a turn through each of the clinic's 4 floors. The hospital had been dimmed for the evening. From various rooms, he heard muted televisions, the low hum of conversation, and from one, a sad, hopeless sobbing.
For a moment, he hesitated, then entered. Powerful mandibles and opaque oval eyes stared out, framed by stringy gray hair. The emaciated body beneath the hospital gown revealed it to be a woman. "Madam?" He lifted the chart. "Mrs. Wilma Banks, age 71, cancer of the pancreas." "Oh, doctor, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean—" "I'm fine, really. I don't mean to be a bother. That nurse was so sharp." "You're not a bother. And what nurse? I don't mean to be a talebearer or unduly troublesome." It was obvious that she was, but Tachyon listened politely. No matter how tiresome a patient might be, he insisted upon courtesy and service from his staff. If someone had violated this most basic rule, he wanted to know. "And my children never come to see me. I ask you, what's the good of children if they abandon you when you most need them? I worked every day for 30 years so they could have the advantages. Now my son, Reggie, he's a stockbroker with a big Wall Street firm. He has a house in Connecticut and a wife who can't stand to look at me. I've only been to their house once when she was away with my grandchildren." There was nothing to say. He sat, her hand resting lightly in his, listening. Brought her a glass of cranberry juice from the nurse's station, and had a few rather sharp words with the floor staff. Moved on. The coffee he'd been drinking all day was jumping in the back of his throat, sour with stomach acid. Well, if he was going to feel bilious, he might as well get it over all at once. He pushed open the door to a private room and entered. He could ill afford the space, but no patient deserved to be placed with the horror that lay comatose behind his door. After 40 years of viewing wildcard victims, he had thought he was inured to anything, but the man who lay twisted on the bed made a mockery of that assumption. Caught partway between human and alligator, Jack's body was warped by the unnatural pressures of the wild interacting with the AIDS virus. The skull bones had elongated, producing the snout of an alligator. Unfortunately, the lower jaw had not transformed. Small and vulnerable, it hung below the razor-sharp teeth of the upper jaw. Stubble darkened the chin. In the torso area, skin melded to scales. The line between the intersecting areas had split into angry red lines, and serum oozed from the cracks. Tachyon shuddered and hoped that deep within his coma, Jack was beyond pain. For this had to be agony. For years, Jack had faithfully, patiently visited Cece Ryder. Now, ironically, she had been cured and released into a new life, while the faithful, patient Jack had taken her place. Oh, Jack, what lover grieves for you? Or did he die before you entered this living death? He whispered. Lifting the chart, Tachyon read again his notes, which indicated that the AIDS virus did not advance when Jack was in his alligator form. Memories lay like scattered leaves, black and sere. Tachyon walked among them, flushing with guilt, for this was an intrusion. Deep within Jack's dying mind lay a spark of light, a fitful glitter, the human soul. Deeper yet, the trigger that would throw Robichaux completely into his alligator form. A touch from Tachyon, and the transformation would be permanent. He was a physician, sworn to the task of saving lives. Jack Robichaux lay under sentence of death. The presence of the wild card, twined into the code of his cells, currently held the AIDS virus at bay. But it merely delayed the inevitable. Eventually, Jack would die. Unless Tachyon changed him forever. What was not human could not die from a human disease. But was life worth any price? And did he have the right? What should I do, Jack? Do I make this choice for you since you can't make it yourself? Was it any different than unplugging a respirator? Oh, yes. Later, as he leaned back against the elevator wall as it whined slowly to the ground floor, he considered again Queen's advice that he bring in help. But so much of this only I can do. And there's only one of me, and everyone wants a piece. Shaking his head like a tired pony, he stepped out into the emergency room, and was nearly run down by a nurse hurrying past with a vial of the trump. 32, he thought, upping the count, and followed her through the screen. Finn was preparing the injection. Stepping to the gurney, Tachyon began a fast exam. The woman's blouse was open, revealing the rich café au lait of her skin. Monitors were taped to her chest. A nurse held a mask over mouth and nose. A noxious slime covered the patient's body, wetting her clothing, pouring from every pore. It was a measure of his physician's detachment that he didn't recognize her until he peeled back an eyelid. The nurse removed the mask to give him room to work, and, gagging, he pushed aside the smelling salts, fought free of the restraining hands. "Are you all right, doctor? Drink this. Forget me." Clinging like a drunk to a nurse's arm, he struggled to his feet. Catching Finn's wrist, he forced away the syringe. "What the hell are you doing? It's our only shot. It's wild card."
"Come, little cuckoot, I'll buy you dinner at McDonald's. Oh joy, the tutor hasn't quit." The thought was so breathtaking that it brought him up short. "The tutor hasn't quit!" Tachyon repeated with dawning wonder. He ran to the office door, flung it open. Dita slewed around to stare nervously at him. "The tutor hasn't quit!" he shouted. "Dita, you're wonderful!" Blood washed into her cheeks as he kissed her and pulled her around the office in a lurching polka. He dropped her back into her chair and collapsed on the sofa, panting and fanning himself. The weeks of unremitting work and strain were taking their toll. "I must see this paragon for myself. I'll be back in 1 hour." He could hear Blaze's voice piping like a young bird or a silver flute, and the deeper rumbling tones of the man's voice, a cello or a bassoon. There was warmth in that voice, and comfort, and something tantalizingly familiar. Tachyon stepped out of the tiny foyer and into the living room. Blaze was seated at the dining room table, a stack of books before him. A heavy-set older man with graying hair and a faintly melancholy expression kept the boy's place with a blunt forefinger. His accent was musical, rather like Tachyon's. "Oh, ideal. No." Viktor Demyanov raised his dark eyes to meet Tachyon's lilac ones. His expression was both ironical and slightly malicious. "Kijdad, this is George Goncharenko." His grandsire's alarming rigidity seemed to penetrate, and the boy faltered and added, "Is something wrong?" "No, child," said George Victor. "He is merely surprised to see us getting along so well. You have terrified so many of my predecessors." "But not you," said Blaze. Then he added to Tachyon, "He's not scared of anything." "You had better be afraid of me." Tachyon shot at the KGB agent telepathically. "No, we hold one another in the palms of our hands. Blaze, go to your room. This gentleman and I need to talk." "No, do as you're told. Go, child." George Victor coaxed him with a gentle hand. "It will all be all right." Blaze gripped the older man in a fierce hug, then ran from the room. Tachyon flung himself across the room and poured a brandy, with hands that shook with fear and shock. I thought you were out of my life. You told me you were retiring. It was finished. You lied. Let's talk about lying. You withheld something I needed, something which cost me everything." I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, come now, dancer. I trained you better than that. You deliberately withheld the information about Blaze. You have enough tradecraft to have known the value of that little piece of information." Hamburg, 1956. A shabby but clean boarding house, and Victor doling out booze and women in limited doses while he trained and questioned the shattered Takhishan. A few years, and they had kicked him loose to continue his descent into the gutter. He had given them all that he had, and it hadn't been enough. The secret had gnawed at him for years, but 30 years was a long time, and he had begun to think himself safe. And then had come the phone call during the final leg of the World Health Organization tour, and his KGB control was back in his life. My superiors learned of Blaze, his potential and power, but I, who trained you and ran you, was left ignorant. They did not assume it was stupidity, but rather duplicity. They drew the only conclusion. His raised eyebrows drew the answer from his former pupil. They assumed you had rolled over, become a double agent. Victor grimaced a bit at the theatrical phrase.
The brandy exploded in the back of his throat as Tachyon tossed it down. Some explanation, some justification seemed necessary. I wanted him safe from you. I would say I am the least of his problems. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Nothing. Never mind. Is that a comment on me? Good God, no. I merely point out that we live in dangerous times. Victor, are they looking for you? Tachyon asked, not certain if he referred to the Russians, KGB masters, or to the CIA. No, they all think I'm dead. All that remains is a charred car and a pair of corpses burned past recognition. You killed them? Don't look so shocked, Dancer. You too are a killer. In fact, we have more in common than you might think. Like that child. I want you out of my life. I'm in your life for good. You better get used to it. I'll fire you. Demyanov's voice froze him before he had taken 3 steps. Ask Blaze. Tachyon remembered the hug. Never in the weeks since he had smuggled Blaze out of France had the child given him so affectionate a gesture. The boy obviously loved the grizzled Russian. What would it do to Takshin and the boy's relationship if he now abruptly removed this man? He sank onto the sofa and dropped his head into his hands. Oh, Victor, why? He didn't really expect an answer, and he didn't get one. Oh yes, since we're going to be friends, you should know my true name. Friends don't lie to each other. My name is Georgy Vladimirovich Polyakov, but you can call me George. Victor is dead. You killed him. Addicted to Love by Pat Cadigan. The view of the city from Aces High was breathtaking, even inspirational. Beached on the shores of the afternoon, Jane stared blindly down at it from the kitchen window, frustration and unhappiness doing their usual waltz in her stomach. Behind her, the kitchen staff worked away at winding down the afternoon luncheon service before preparing for the dinner custom, politely ignoring the fact that she'd left the salad they'd made for her untouched. Her appetite was poor these days. Lately, she had even abandoned the pretense of wrapping the food up for later and tossing it out on the sly. She knew there were whispers that she'd gone anorexic, not exactly the best advertisement for a place such as Aces High. It was like a bad joke on Hiram after he'd increased her responsibilities at the restaurant from hostessing to pinch-hit supervising. Hiram was pretty weird himself these days, but he wasn't shedding any weight. He'd been on a round-the-world goodwill tour. Hiram Worcester, Goodwill Ambassador. It beat the hell out of Jane Dow, Mafia dupe. Memories of the time with Rosemary drove her deeper into depression. She missed her. Rather, she missed the person she'd thought Rosemary had been and the work she'd thought she'd been doing for her. It had all sounded so fine and noble, trying to counteract the anti-Ace, anti-Joker hysteria that had been building up, fueled by hysterical extremist politicians and evangelists. Rosemary had been a real hero to her, someone with a shining light around her. She'd needed a hero very badly, after all the nastiness with the Masons and a terrible, grotesque murder of Kid Dinosaur. Her own brush with death had not left much of an impression on her, except for the contact with that horrible, evil little creature called the Astronomer. She had seldom thought of it afterward, and Rosemary had been the antidote to the Astronomer's poison. Until March, when she began to find herself thinking that it might have been better if Hiram had just let her plummet to the street. She seemed to have an unerring instinct for getting mixed up with exactly the wrong people. Maybe that was her real ace power, not the water-calling ability. She could hire herself out as a bad guy's detector, she thought sourly, change her name from Water Lily to Dowsing Rod. Yes, I just love these people. I'd follow them anywhere, do anything for them. Call the cops. They must be white slavers and kitty pornographers. Her mind gave her an image of Rosemary Muldoon, smiling at her, praising her for her hard work, and she felt a pang of disloyalty and guilt. There was no way she could think of Rosemary as a truly bad person. A big part of her still wanted to believe that Rosemary had been sincere about the work,
that whatever else she had been involved with as the head of a mafia family, Rosemary really had wanted to do something for the victims of the wildcard virus.
Yes, she thought fiercely. There was plenty of good in Rosemary. She wasn't like all the others. Maybe something awful had happened to her that had driven her to accept and embrace the mafia. She could understand that. God, could she understand it? Her mind shoved aside the memory and came to rest on the man named Croyd. She still had the phone numbers he'd given her. Anytime you want some company, someone to talk to. I bet I could listen to you for hours, maybe even all night, but that would be up to you, Bright Eyes. No one had ever showed quite so much panache flirting with her. Mirror shades Croyd, calling her Bright Eyes? She was unaware of smiling at the memory. There had been no link exposed between him and Rosemary's organization. Either it was buried too deeply, or he'd been another idealist like herself. Since she wanted to believe it was the latter, that most likely meant it was the former, and she was still tempted to take out those phone numbers and surprise him by calling him. There was no way she could ever really bring herself to do it, which could well have been why he'd given her the numbers in the first place. Her whole life was upside down and backward. Maybe that was what the wildcard virus had really done to her. Fixed it so she would live as the butt of every practical joke the world could play on her. Abruptly, Sal's voice seemed to be speaking to her in her head. You're not being fair with yourself. You never believed the Masons were good. You weren't blind to what the astronomer really was. And as for Rosemary, she was just a whole lot smarter than you, street smart. She took advantage of you, and that should be her shame, not yours. If she even has the capacity to feel shame. Yeah, Salvatore Carbone would have said something very like that to her if he'd been alive. The fact that she could come up with it herself must have meant she wasn't completely hopeless, she thought. But the idea didn't improve her mood or bring her appetite back. "Excuse me, Jane," said a voice behind her. It was Emile, who had started at Aces High not long before she had and was now the new maitre d'. She wiped at her wet face hastily, glad that she had managed to gain more control over her tendency to pull enormous amounts of water out of the air when under stress, and turned around, trying to smile at him politely. "I think you'd better come down to the loading dock." She blinked at him in confusion. "Pardon? A situation has developed, and we think you're the only one who could handle it. Mr. Worcester, always. Hiram isn't here, and frankly, we doubt he'd be much use if he were." She stared up at Emile tensely. Emile was one of the most vocal and unforgiving critics of Hiram's behavior, a group that seemed to gain more members every day, all of them disgruntled employees, and all of them, to her complete dismay, more in the right than she wanted to admit. Ever since his return from the tour, Hiram had been strange. He seemed to have little real interest and no enthusiasm for Aces High these days, acting as if the restaurant were some awful albatross around his neck, a burdensome annoyance that was keeping him from something of greater importance. And he was behaving abominably toward his staff. His almost courtly manners had disappeared, and he ranged from distracted to abusively rude. Except for herself. Hiram was still friendly toward her, though it seemed to be an enormous and obvious effort to control himself and focus his attention. He had always been attracted to her. She'd known that since the night he had saved her life. And she felt guilty for not feeling the same way toward him. Being obligated to someone who cared for her when she couldn't return the affection was one of the most uncomfortable situations she could imagine. She had repaid him for the expensive clothes, and she had made every effort to be the best employee he could have asked for in exchange for the security of the job and the generous salary he'd given her. Lately, that meant taking up for him, even against people who had known him far longer than she had, and supposedly had many more reasons to be devoted to him. Some of these were the most virulent, maybe because they had so many more better days to remember at Aces High. If only she could get through to Hiram, she thought, looking into Emile's cold green eyes. If only she could make him understand how badly he was eroding his own authority and credibility and respect,
He would be able to halt this terrible decline, turn it around, and become Hiram Worcester, Grand Master Restaurateur again. Right now, it was as if he were dying. "What kind of situation?" she asked carefully. Emil shook his head in a small, tight way that was more shudder than anything. "It's easier if you just come," he said. "What we need right now is quick, decisive action from someone who has the authority to take it. Please, just come down with me." Taking a deep breath, she forced composure on herself and went with Emil to the elevator. The scene on the loading dock was like something out of a Marx Brothers movie, only not quite so funny. Like something out of a remake of a Marx Brothers movie, she thought. Watching the dock crew work furiously at reloading a truck while 2 employees of the Brightwater Fish Market kept unloading it, or perhaps re-unloading it, while a 3rd Brightwater employee stood on a box nose to nose with Tomoyuki Shigeta, the new sushi chef. Brightwater's man was a short, stocky gnat who appeared to have high blood pressure. Tomoyuki was a slender 7-foot ace who, during the period of the new moon, lived as a dolphin between the hours of 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. Together, they looked like a comedy team rehearsing an act, although Brightwater's man was doing all the yelling, with Tomoyuki occasionally putting in a couple of soft words that seemed to provoke the other man to higher volume. "What's going on here?" Jane asked in her most businesslike voice. No one heard her. She sighed, glanced at Emil, and then hollered, "Everybody shut up!" This time her voice cut through the air, and everyone did shut up, turning toward her almost as one. "What's going on?" she asked again, looking up at Tomoyuki. He made a slight bow. "Brightwater has delivered a shipment of bad fish. The entire load has gone over, and it went over quite some time ago." Tomoyuki's cultured Boston Brahmin tones held no hostility or impatience. Jane thought he was the most professional person she had ever met, and she wished she were more like him. "Sometime before it was loaded onto this truck for delivery here. Unless Hiram has another source, we will be unable to offer the Twilight Sushi Bar this evening." Jane tried to sniff the air without being obvious about it. All she could smell was overwhelming fish, as though the greater part of the ocean had been caught and dumped in the immediate vicinity. She could not tell whether the odor was good or bad, only that it was offensively strong. And if the load stayed on the dock much longer, it would go bad if it weren't already. "Look, lady, this is fish, and fish stinks," said Brightwater's man, rubbing his upper lip directly under his nose as though to emphasize the point. "Now, I been deliverin' loads of stinkin' fish to Hiram Worcester and a good many other people for a long, long time, and the stuff always smells like this. I don't like the way it smells either, but that's just how it is." He glanced up at Tomoyuki in disgust. "Fish is supposed to smell bad. Nobody's going to tell me different, and nobody's going to tell me to take my load back unless it's Hiram Worcester himself." Jane nodded very slightly. "Are you aware that Mr. Worcester has empowered me to act as his agent for all business transactions having to do with the Aces High menu?" Brightwater's man, Aaron, was the name on his shirt pocket, tilted his wide head and looked at her through half-closed eyes. "Just say it, okay? Don't try and jack me around with double talk. Just look me in the eye and spit it out."
"What I meant," Jane said, slightly embarrassed, "is that any decision I make is a Hiram Worcester decision. He will back it 100%. Aaron's gaze traveled from Jane to Emil to one of the dock crew and came to rest on Tomoyuki, who stared down at him impassively. "Oh, for Chris' sakes, what am I looking at you for? You'll back her up 100%. Tomoyuki turned to Jane, raising his eyebrows in a silent question. "Is the fish bad, Tom?" she said quietly. "Yes, definitely. Is that what you would tell Mr. Worcester?" "In a minute," she nodded. "Then it goes back to Brightwater. No arguments," she added as Aaron opened his mouth to protest. "If it isn't off this loading dock in 15 minutes, I'll call the police." Aaron's broad face twisted into an expression of hostile disbelief. "You'll call the cops? On what charge?" This time, Jane's sniff was as audible as she could make it. Littering, illegal dumping, air pollution. Any of those would stick. Good day to you. She turned sharply and fled back into the building with her hand over her mouth and nose. The smell had suddenly become too nauseating to bear. "Well done, Jane," Tom said, as he and Emil caught up with her at the elevator. Hiram himself couldn't have carried it off much better. "Hiram couldn't carry it off, period," Emil muttered darkly. "Don't, Emil," she said, and felt him staring at her in surprise. "Don't what?" The elevator door slid open and they all got in. "Don't badmouth Hiram, Mr. Worcester, I mean." She pushed the button for Aces High. "It's bad for morale." "Hiram's bad for morale, in case you hadn't noticed. If he'd been on top of things, Brightwater wouldn't have even thought of trying to pass their rotted stuff off on us. It just shows the word must be out on him. Everyone must know he's no good anymore. Please, Emil." She put a hand on his slender arm, looking into his face imploringly. "We all know something's wrong, but every time you or one of the other employees says something like that, it diminishes the chances of his being able to put it right again. He can't recover from whatever is wearing on him if we're all against him." Emil actually looked mildly ashamed of himself. "God knows, if anyone wishes him well, I do, Jane. But the way he is these days, he reminds me of a junkie." He shuddered. "I detest junkies, and all addicts." "What you say is very true, Jane," said Tom, from the opposite corner of the elevator, where he was standing with his arms folded against his sleek body. "But none of it gets us a Twilight sushi bar for this evening. And Hiram never saw fit to let me in on his backup plan for this kind of eventuality. So, unless you know what to do, or can find Hiram and get him to tell you, Aces High is actually going to renege on an offering, which may well be its ruination. A little bird told me Mr. Dining Out has reservations here tonight, specifically to review the sushi bar for New York Gourmet. I don't have to tell you what it would mean for Aces High to get a bad review." Jane rubbed her forehead tiredly. This must be what they call black comedy, she thought. When everything just gets worse and worse, and you think you might start laughing and never stop till they take you away. Casually, Tom moved to the other side of the elevator, to stand near Emil. Just as casually, she turned away, so they could touch without her seeing. No one was supposed to know they were lovers, but she wasn't sure why they were so fanatical about keeping it secret. Something to do with AIDS, perhaps, she thought. The perception of all gays as AIDS carriers had brought renewed persecution to homosexuals. She could almost be glad that Sal hadn't lived to see that. "I can find Hiram," she said after a bit. "I'm pretty sure I know where he is. Emil, you keep order until I get back." She handed Emil the spare key to Hiram's office. "You won't need this, but just in case of something. When I come back, we'll have a sushi bar. The selection might be a little more limited than we'd like, but we can carry it off if we do it with enough, panache. Can we, Tom?" "I am panache," Tomoyuki said, his face completely impassive, while Emil suppressed a smile. The sight of the two of them made her feel suddenly and unbearably alone. "Good," she said miserably. "I'll just get my purse and be on my way." The elevator stopped to let them off at the Aces High dining room. "With any luck, you'll hear from me in about an hour." "And without any luck?" said Emil, pressing, but, she could tell, not unkindly. "Without any luck," she said thoughtfully. "Do you think you could get sick, Tom?" "I could have done that to begin with," he said, a little curtly. "Yes, but then we would not have tried, would we?" She tried to look up at him as if they were eye to eye. "We'll continue to try until there's nothing to try for. Do you understand?" Both men nodded. "And one more thing," she said as they started to turn away. "From now on, refer to him as Mr. Worcester." Emil frowned slightly. "To everyone, even to me. It will help morale, even ours." Emil bit his lip tensely, and then, to her relief, nodded. "Understood, Jane. Or should that be Miss Dow?" She let her gaze drop for a moment. "I'm not power mad, Emil. If you really understand, you know that.
I'm trying to save him, Mr. Worcester. I owe him that." She looked up at him again. "We all do, in our own particular ways." Tom was staring at her, and for the first time she saw a fondness in his smooth, cold face. Feeling awkward, she excused herself to retrieve her purse from Hiram's office and call a cab. There was a sense of victory within her as she rode down in the elevator again. The temperamental Tomoyuki liked her, no small achievement, and she had managed to get Emil on her side, at least for a while. He must like her too, she thought, almost giddy. Perhaps it was a terrible weakness to want to be liked so much, but she certainly was getting a lot accomplished because of it. Or she would, if she could just get Hiram to come through on the promises she'd made, or implied. The cab was waiting in front of the entrance for her. She climbed in and gave the driver an address in Jokertown, ignoring the double-take he gave her. "I know, I don't look like much beyond a bite for the big bad wolf," she thought acidly as she settled back in the seat. "Wouldn't you be surprised to know that I've killed people, and that I could return you to the dust too, if you gave me any trouble?" She suppressed the thought, feeling ashamed. She'd lied when she said she wasn't power mad. Of course she was. It was hard not to be when you had an ace ability. It was the dark side of her talent, and she had to struggle against that all the time. Or she might become like that awful astronomer, or poor Fortunato. She wondered briefly where he was now, and if he remembered the way she did. They stopped at a red light, and a ragged joker with enormous donkey ears threw himself halfway onto the hood to wash the windshield. Blocking out the sound of the cab drivers yelling at him, she tried to compose herself for the inevitable confrontation with Hiram. She wasn't supposed to have this address, and she wasn't supposed to know whose address it was. Hiram might just fire her and throw her out without letting her get a word in edgewise, while Ezeli stood behind him laughing. Jane dreaded facing Ezeli. Ezeli Rouge, everyone called her. The scuttlebutt around Aces High was that she had been some kind of super prostitute in Haiti, whom Hiram had rescued from the crushing poverty of the slums, i.e., she was virtually an ace in the sex department, and any man or woman who had ever had the experience was spoiled for anyone else. And Hiram had supposedly had the experience. There were other rumors. She was the ex-toy of a super drug kingpin in hiding. She was a drug kingpin herself. She had blackmailed Hiram or somebody into bringing her to the States, and any number of other things. Whatever the truth might have been, Jeu didn't like her, and the feeling was mutual.
The one time Ezeli had come to Aces High, it had been hate at first sight for both of them. She'd been completely taken aback by the overbearing heat that seemed to pour out of her, and she was completely intimidated by her strange eyes. What should have been whites were blood red instead. Ezeli haughtily addressed her as Miss Dow, mispronouncing it to rhyme with cow instead of low, with a sneering intonation that produced an instant rise in her. What made it worse was the fact that Hiram really did seem to be under her influence. Whenever he had looked at her or even mentioned her, Jane could read a bizarre mixture of desire, subservience, and helplessness in his face, although occasionally an expression of pure loathing surfaced, making Jane suspect that at heart Hiram really didn't like Ezeli any more than she did. "Hey, gorgeous!" She looked up, startled, to see the Joker pressing his face against the back window. "Get on out of that cab, baby, and I'll take you to heaven. I got more than just the ears of a donkey." The light changed and the cab lurched forward, knocking the Joker away. In spite of herself, Jane found herself almost wanting to laugh. There was no comparison between the Joker's crudeness and the genteel come-ons she politely turned away at Aces High. But for some reason, something about it had touched her. Maybe just because it was so funny, or because the Joker was a victim refusing to kneel to his affliction, or because he hadn't actually come out and said what else it was he had. Someone earthier than she would have laughed out loud. "I'm just a hothouse flower," she thought, a bit ruefully. "A hothouse killer flower." The cab turned a corner sharply and went down 2 blocks before pulling over in the middle of the 3rd. "This it?" the driver said, sullenly. "You mind hurrying?" She looked at the meter and pushed several bills through the slot in front of her. Keep the change. The door was stuck, but the driver showed no inclination to get out and help her. Disgusted, she kicked it open on the second try and got out. "Just for that, I won't bother telling you to have a nice day," she muttered as the cab roared away from the curb, and then she turned to look at the building in front of her. It had been renovated at least twice, but nothing had helped. It was just plain ugly and shabby, though obviously solid. It wasn't going to fall down unless the great ape kicked it down, except, she remembered, the great ape didn't exist anymore. 5 stories, and the place she wanted was on the top floor. She'd grown up in an apartment on the top floor of a 7-story tenement building, the kind with no elevators, and she'd sprinted up and down all 7 flights without stopping several times every day of her young life. 5 floors wouldn't give her any problem, she thought. Her sprinting gave out in the middle of the second flight, but she did manage to keep going without pause, albeit more slowly, catching her breath on each landing. The darkness was relieved by the frosted skylight directly over the squared-off spiral of the stairs, but the light was anemic and depressing. There was only one apartment on the top floor. Hiram might as well have had his name on it, she thought as she paused at the head of the stairs, panting a little. Instead of the drab, grayish door that all the other apartments had, there was a custom hardwood job with an ornate brass knocker and an old-fashioned handle instead of a doorknob. The lock above it was completely modern and made to look just as refined. Hiram, Hiram, she thought sadly, does it pay to advertise in a place like this? What would he say when he opened the door and saw her? What would he think? It didn't matter. She had to make him see what was happening, because then it would save him, save his life. It would be a bit different from the way he had saved hers, but Aces High was his life, and if she could save that for him, then she would have repaid him for her own life. The balance between them would be restored after all, whereas before she hadn't thought there'd be any way to do that. No way but one, and she couldn't. The feeling wasn't there. She knew Hiram would have welcomed her regardless, that he would be considerate and tender and funny and loving and everything a woman could want in a lover. But ultimately it would be horribly unjust to him, and when it came to its inevitable end, it would be painful and scarring to both of them. Hiram deserved better. Such a good man deserved someone whose devotion would match his, someone who would enter fully into every part of his life and give him all the pleasures of attachment. He needed someone who could not live without him. Instead of someone who would have died without him, her mind whispered nastily, and she felt another hard pang of guilt. All right, I'm a bitch and an ingrate," she scolded herself silently. "Maybe it's some fatal flaw in me that I don't love him, as good as he is. Maybe if gratitude could make me fall in love with him, I'd be a better person. And maybe he wouldn't be holed up in a Jokertown apartment with poison like Azili Rouge either." God, Jane thought, she had to talk to Hiram. She couldn't believe he would really want to keep company with such a creature. She had to help him get away from her, find some way to bar her from Aces High. Whatever she had to do to help him, anything at all, she would do it, especially if saving Hiram meant she never had to see that woman again. She forced herself to walk along the landing to the apartment and gave the brass knocker 3 sharp taps. To her dismay, it was Azili who answered. Azili was dressed, if that was the word for it, in a whisper of transparent gold material over nothing. Jane looked steadily into Azili's face, refusing to let her gaze fall below the woman's chin, and said in her driest, most controlled voice, "I've come for Hiram. I know that he's here, and it's imperative that I see him." A slow, hot smile spread across Azili's face as if Jane had said the one thing in the world she could possibly have wanted to hear. Swaying a little, as though dancing to some inner music, she moved back and gestured gracefully for Jane to enter. The apartment was a surprise. The living room had been carefully decorated in a completely Haitian motif that also reflected Hiram's high tastes. Jane found herself unable to look at anything except the deep brown carpet, exactly like the one in Hiram's office.
The place was so Hiram, but Hiram changed. Hiram the stranger who had come back from the tour. With Ezeli, who was moving leisurely around her like some sort of predatory creature whose favorite dinner had walked obligingly into its claws. "Hiram's in the bedroom," she said. "I guess if it's imperative that you see him, then you can see him there." Standing in front of Jane, she lifted her arms to run her hands along the back of her own neck, practically thrusting her large breasts into Jane's face. Jane maintained her steady, even gaze, refusing to look. Something shiny flashed on Ezeli's right hand as she brought it around. Blood. Jane's severe composure almost broke. Blood? What in God's name could Hiram have gotten himself into? Ezeli's reddened hand undulated through the air in a pointing gesture. "That way. Just walk in and you'll see him. In bed." Jane marched past her to the shadowy doorway and stepped into the bedroom. She cleared her throat, started to speak, and then froze. He was not in bed, but kneeling on the floor next to it in an attitude of prayer. But he was definitely not praying. At first, she thought she had surprised him in the act of giving a piggyback ride to a small child, and it flashed through her mind that it was his child by Ezeli, the pregnancy, birth, and growth drastically foreshortened by the wildcard infection, which had also made the child a hideously deformed Joker. She took a step toward him, her eyes filling with tears of pity.
"Oh, Hiram, The look on Hiram's face went from rage to agonized sorrow, and she saw what it really was on his back. Hiram, her voice died away as a bizarrely alien expression of curiosity spread over Hiram's face. It was not the expression of a father interrupted while tending to his child, and no child would have been fastened to a father's neck by the mouth. The wizened creature on Hiram's back quivered in a way that reminded her of Ezelis's movements. Even as she turned to bolt for the door, she knew it was too late. She thought she must have weighed at least 300 pounds when she hit the floor. Later on, when she thought of it, when she could bring herself to think of it, she knew that it could have been at most half a minute before Hiram moved from the bed to where she was anchored to the floor on her stomach. It was completely silent in the apartment for what seemed to Jane like an excruciating stretch of time before Hiram finally rose and came to stand over her where she lay, with water pouring off her, soaking her clothes and the carpet. She tried to say something to him, but all the breath had been knocked out of her by the fall. In a minute, when she could talk, she would tell him he hadn't had to do that no matter what kind of trouble he was in, she wouldn't give him away to anyone, and she would try to help him in any way she could. There was a quiet rustle as Hiram lay down on the carpet next to her, facing her with that same peculiar expression of curiosity. "He doesn't recognize me," she thought with horrified amazement. The creature was still on his back, and she squeezed her eyes shut against the sight. "In a few moments, you won't find me so hard to look at," Hiram said. His voice sounded strange, as if someone were doing a creditable imitation of him. "Hiram," she managed in a whisper, "wouldn't hurt." Small fingers touched her back, and she realized what was happening. She opened her eyes. "No, Hiram," she begged, her voice getting stronger. "Don't let it. Don't let it." Hiram's curious look had vanished. In its place was an expression so grief-stricken she automatically tried to reach out to him, but the weight barely let her move her hand. He looked into her eyes, and she had the impression he was struggling with something. The thing was fully on her back now, nestling in. She could feel something moving along her neck. Suddenly, the weight was gone. Tears glittered in Hiram's eyes, and she thought she heard him whisper, "Run!" And then something stabbed her neck. She must have blacked out at the first contact. She felt as though she were swimming through the air or being carried to and fro by air currents. "The weight's gone," she thought. "Hiram's made me weightless, and I'm floating through the room." Then her vision cleared, and she saw she was still lying on the floor. Hiram was reaching for her, intending to gather her to him in an embrace. "Stop!
It was her voice, but she had no control over it. Something else was speaking through her. The panic that rose in her at the realization transmuted into a mild pleasure that began to grow more intense. Hiram hesitated for a moment and then continued to pull her close. I said, "Stop!" The command in her voice stopped Hiram cold. From the last tiny part of her that was still herself, Jane watched as her hand lifted and paused. A small waterfall congealed out of the air and splashed down on the carpet. A wave of pleasure swept through her, overruling that little bit of her that was horrified. It was as though she had been split into two people, one very large one full of irresistible pleasure and energetic appetites, and one very, very small Jane Dow, confined in a cage and buried too deeply to surface, but able to observe and feel everything the large one did. The large one, she realized, was the creature on her back. She got to her feet and stretched, feeling her muscles. Hiram sat up and watched her with hurt, suspicious eyes. "You promised," he said, sulkily, as though he were a little boy deprived of a treat. "I promised you pleasure beyond anything in your artificial, white world," the creature said with her voice. "You have that. Please do not disturb me when I am getting the feel of a new mount." The little tiny Jane gave a surge of outrage, but was quickly subdued. Somewhere in her mind, she felt the presence of humiliation and panic, but it was so far away, it might as well have been happening to someone else. The pure pleasure coursing through her body in ever-strengthening waves, that was the only thing really happening to her. "Why not?" Hiram said, sounding almost whiny. "Haven't I been good to you? Don't I give you everything and everyone you ask for? I even gave you her. I wanted her all to myself, but I didn't hold out on you." The creature used Jane's laugh. There was another surge of outrage that turned to pleasure even more quickly than before. "You're in love with this little white flower?" Hiram dropped his gaze for a moment and muttered something she couldn't hear. It might have been yes. There was a part of her that was important to, but the rising pleasure displaced everything. Nothing could be important next to that. "Ah, but you love me more, don't you?" Hiram raised his head. "Yes," he said, tonelessly. Jane felt the creature move her hand to touch Hiram's head with the benevolence of superiority, noblesse oblige, and every movement sent new waves of pleasure through her. She had not thought it possible that just simple movement could suffuse her with pure ecstasy. That was the only word for it. Ecstasy. "And I love you too, of course." The creature was feeling around in her mind for all her thoughts of Hiram. She had a faint, distant sense of wanting to shut him off, evict him. How dare he? But the pleasure, no. He could take what he wanted, take anything he wanted, take it all if it meant that she could go on feeling like this. How could I not love such tastes and appetites, such a capacity to enjoy life? The creature probed more deeply, and Jane thought she must be ringing like a bell, vibrating with heaven. "I'm quite attached to you. I couldn't live without you." She knelt down beside him and touched his face. Hiram looked as though he were about to cry. "Is it hard for you to hear those words from this mouth?" The creature poured its knowledge into her mind, and she wanted to be sorrowful, but it seemed that even the chemical reactions in her brain cells detonated more pleasure within her. How could someone feel so much of this without dying, she wondered. Perhaps she was dying. If so, that was fine. She would die too if it felt this good. "Whatever," she promised the creature, begging it to like her, love her. "Whatever. Always." She was telling it something it already knew, and such a superior form of life could hardly be bothered with her supplications, but she made the offering anyway. It deserved no less. "We must always do whatever is in our best interests," the creature told Hiram through her, and she felt herself wiggling inwardly like a delighted puppy, because it had chosen to acknowledge her by using her words. "Hiram, my own, this is a mount with everything to discover. Everything. Yes, everything, anything, she gibbered. Whatever, always. This will be a new pleasure for me, the pleasure of discovery, of gratification finally taken. The creature using her face to smile was a sun shining within her. Call Easily to us. Hiram went to the doorway. Jane pulled herself up onto the bed, enjoying each separate part of the movement and all of it together. How was it she had never realized what a good body she had, how much feeling it was capable of? Well, she would not waste any more time. The world was full of pleasure. Ah, as I thought. She turned at the sound of Azelis's voice and laughed. Easily J. Rouge, my own. See this unexpected pleasure? Jane stood up, rejoicing in the sensation, and smoothed her hands over her hips. Azili walked over to her and looked her up and down.
Does it please you, then? She was looking into Azila's face as though it were the most fascinating thing she had ever seen. How could she have ever thought Azila's eyes were evil? The red in those eyes was pleasurable to see. Seeing was another act of pleasure, and seeing Azili was even more pleasure, because she pleased him so much. She could only love Azili helplessly because Azili made her master so happy, and her master's happiness meant more ecstasy for herself. It pleases me so much. Jane's hand moved toward Azili and then paused, shaking a little. Her vision swam and darkened, and for a moment she was thinking, "What am I doing? No! Stop! Stop!" And then the pleasure was back, bringing with it the anticipation of even greater pleasures, and her hand was moving on Azilis' breast. Azili quickly pulled down the front of her dress. Jane looked over at Hiram with a smile. "Here's something I bet you never thought you'd see." Moisture condensed out of the air and fell on herself and Azili in a gentle mist, moving over them selectively. She bent her head to Azilis' breast. The wet flesh was soft and firm and very warm. Hiram made a small noise. It registered on her only as the vague noting that hearing, too, could turn the pleasure up higher and higher. Absolute pleasure, she discovered, could make a person swoon. At least it did her. Sometimes it seemed she was nearly at the point of blacking out, and then she would find herself following a smooth curve of hip or gazing down at Azilis' face. The pleasure pulsing through her would grow again until it overwhelmed her. Once she found herself staring into Hiram's eyes while Azili knelt before her, and she felt an almost psychic connection with him. He was hungry for her, for Azili, for both of them, but even more for the thing on her back. He felt a bit bewildered and abandoned. He knew this pleasure, not just the pleasure of Azilis' body, but of this contact, the ecstasy of the kiss. The kiss. Azili's mouth, skilled as it was, paled next to the real kiss. Absently she pushed Azili away and gave herself over fully to the creature, obeying its silent commands, reveling in what it could do for her all by itself. Eventually, she found herself languid on the bed, drifting in half-consciousness, still aglow with pleasure. She was aware of the way the covers felt against her skin, of the wetness between her thighs, and the water still slowly caressing her body, of the murmur of Hiram and Azilis talking. It should have been uncomfortable with her master on her back. T. Malice, her mind told her, and she accepted the name. But it felt perfectly natural there, as though it were something that always should have been there, and had been missing until now. She sighed with contentment. How had she gone all her life without the comfort of the weight there, the sweet pressure at her neck? She had been incomplete before, pathetically unfinished. Now she was whole, more than whole, perhaps even more than human. Yes, much more than human. She had been waiting for this all her life without knowing it, to be ridden by this creature of beauty that could bring her spirit to new heights of awareness.
This was living a plane above human. All the new thoughts it gave her, but most of all, the pleasure. She had been made for pleasure, she thought happily. How fortunate that she had been able to find that out. Azili, her voice said. Somewhere out of the range of her vision, she felt Azili snap to attention. I have been waiting, Azili said, sounding acquiescent and yet petulant all at once. It is not done yet, Azili sighed. A moment later, she felt the touch of Azili's hand. No, not that. Is your traveling cloak here? We wish to travel. Jane heard herself laugh softly. What about me? Hiram said. You can help me dress. Jane's hand lifted in his direction. Come, help me up. The traveling cloak was a long, flowing cape with a cowl and a large collar in layered ruffles. The ruffles hid the hump the creature would have made under the more conventional covering of a sweater or a jacket. The cloak itself was a bit ostentatious, but on the streets of Wildcard, New York, it wouldn't cause much comment. The shrouded forms of jokers hiding some prominent feature or another had been commonplace for years. Azili pulled up the cowl so that it hid Jane's face completely. Jane gathered the cloak about herself, enjoying the small pleasure of the way it touched her. Somewhere interesting, she told Azili. Something in a man this time. And I just stay here and wait for you, Hiram said. His tone was satisfyingly servile. You know I will come back for you later. Be here. Yes, said Hiram, always. He kept his gaze on the carpet. I'll phone for the car. Jane was delighted to see that Hiram was traveling by private limo these days, with a driver who left the soundproofed partition up at all times. It gave her the privacy she wanted, with Azili or anyone else. It was like being a queen, Jane thought, a queen or an empress. Now she could understand what it must have been like to be the astronomer the way he was. She had been calling him poison and resisting certain aspects of her own power. It was to laugh. What she had thought of as evil was just a matter of power. There wasn't really even such a thing as evil or good. Only power and the pleasure that it brought. And anything could be sacrificed for that. Anything at all. And everything if necessary. Whatever. Always. They passed a newsstand, and she had a glimpse of a magazine with a picture of Jumpin' Jack Flash on the cover. Something twanged within her. How nice it would have been to have him now. But there were plenty of good-looking men in the world, red-haired or not. And what did good-looking have to do with it anyway? There were whispers about jokers, about how sometimes the more grotesque the deformity, the more endowed and skilled they were for certain things. Hey, baby, I got more than just the ears of a donkey. She gave Azili an attention-getting pinch, once more generating a burst of pleasure just in the movement, and told her where she wanted to go. Then she sat back while Azili told the driver, experiencing the ecstasy of just breathing in and out. In and out. If the joker with the donkey ears recognized her, he gave no sign. He stood gawking with his squirt bottle in one hand and a filthy rag in the other, as Jane beckoned through the open door to him. For a moment, he looked as though he were going to climb in, but when he saw Azili, he suddenly bolted. Surprise and anger surged through Jane, and that too was great pleasure to feel. From now on, she would feel every emotion there was to feel, anything that pleased her master. Whatever. Always. Azili shut the door and told the driver to go on. Don't worry, she purred. To Jane or to T. Malice, it didn't matter. Sound was exquisite. Well, find another that isn't all talk. The next joker they found was Eyeless, but he had no problem climbing into the back of the limo. Jane studied him. His head was elongated, bullet-shaped, with just a blank expanse of skin running from the straight hairline to his nose. Seeing deformity was as delicious as seeing Azili naked. The joker sniffed suspiciously and turned his face to her.
"How many of you are there?" he said. Jane reached down between his legs, and he jumped. Azili held him back against the seat. "Hey, hey," the Joker shrilled. "You don't have to pin me down. I know what you want." He began to undo his baggy trousers. Her master rode her awe as if it were a wave. "Is that standard equipment?" she was allowed to ask. The Joker gave a high laugh. "It is on this model. God bless the wild card, hey, ladies?" Her master bent her head for her. Even the anticipation of pleasure was a whole pleasure in itself, as was having Azili watch. The bar was dark, except for the hot white spotlight on the small stage, where a many-breasted hermaphroditic Joker and a normal man did unusual things to each other in time to music.
Jane watched through her new eyes, embracing the experience of curiosity and interest. Even more interesting was the way the other patrons cruised her and Azili. They moved past their corner table, ostensibly on their way to the bar or to the restroom, slowing to make eye contact. It was exhilarating to find she could dismiss someone with a look. They all wanted her. Some of them stared at Azili, but they all looked at her, nestled in her cloak, hiding the spirit of power on her back. They knew, she thought. They all knew that she was the real presence, and Azili wasn't much more than her servant, if that. Servant to the thing on her back, yes, but it was on her back. No matter what happened later, it was on her back now, and even if it should leave, if she should never have it again, she had been the queen of pleasure for a little while, and she could not imagine not feeling that way ever again. There was a young man standing in front of the table expectantly. Her master told Jane to appraise him. Skinny, young, probably not more than 17 or 18. No visible distinguishing characteristics other than his shaggy red hair. A little pretty boy. She leaned forward. "You're blocking our view. Why don't you sit down?" She indicated the chair beside her. The boy sat down, staring at her intently. Then, without a word, he slid off the chair and knelt in front of her. When she pulled up her dress, she knew it was the creature moving her arms, but she poured all her enthusiasm into it, going with him joyfully, accepting the pleasure of her fingers twisting in the boy's hair. Red hair, she thought dreamily. I'll pretend it's him, jumping Jack Flash. There was a mild ripple in the pleasure running through her, as though something in her had been distracted. Without volition, she looked over her shoulder at Azili. "It's starting to bore me," she heard herself say in a flat voice. "Perhaps it doesn't fight me enough, or perhaps it just doesn't have enough ideas of its own. Take the cape, Azili." Azili's eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. "Move carefully, my own." Azili whispered something in French and slipped under the side of the cloak, putting one arm around Jane. Jane held tighter to the boy's head, feeling something like hurt surprise. It was leaving her? Now? Even as she thought it, she felt it withdraw from her neck. There was a moment of sharp pain, followed by a sudden blankness, as if a switch had been thrown to off. She was aware of the creatures moving from her back to Azili's, and she wanted to turn and grab it back, but she couldn't move. And the cloak was resettled around Azili's shoulders, and she was now the queen of pleasure. Azili rose from her chair as if she were levitating and looked down at Jane with scornful triumph. "Why?" Jane pleaded. "I thought—" Azili stroked Jane's head roughly, as if she were a dog. "Old favorites are not forgotten. New pleasures bring great thrills, yes, but the old favorites, such as this mount, it knows how to please me. And the richness of its appetites. You have far to go, little mount, before you can compare with this." Azili cupped her hands around her breasts and held them out proudly. Jane turned away, starting to tremble. Azili bent down and put her mouth close to her ear.
Goes right to the pleasure place in your brain, did you know that? She said in her own hateful Azili voice. Yeah, maybe you can get hold of some drug does the same. Might get you through the hours without him. You can try that. Might help. And maybe you'll be a lot nicer to me now, white meat, if you want the kiss again. She thrust her tongue into Jane's ear, and Jane gave a little screech, slapping at her. Azili laughed and moved around the table, going toward the exit. Wait, Jane shouted over the music. Where are you going? Azili paused, sneering at her. Out for some real action? What about me? She cried desperately. Azili laughed again. The cape swirled gracefully as she headed for the exit. Jane sat frozen for a moment. Drown her, she thought, but her mind shied away from the necessary concentration. The pleasure that had been thrumming all through her, like the vibrations from some smooth-running engine, were gone, and in its place was a terrible hollowness, as if, when the creature had pulled away from her, it had taken everything inside of her with it. Then she looked down and saw the boy between her legs, grinning up at her, his mouth and chin shining wetly in the faint light. "Get away!" she shrieked and beat at him madly, horrified at herself and him and at the way the creature had left her. "Hey, hey!" the boy yelled, trying to fend off her flailing hands. "Handyman, help! Cunt gone crazy!" Several arms grabbed her from behind, pinning her arms to her sides. "Let me go!" She tried to twist away, and the arms hugged her tighter, threatening to crush her rib cage. She tried to call water to dash it into her captor's face, but her ability seemed to have deserted her. There was only hollowness where it had once been. Panic jumped in her. "Help! Police! Somebody!" "Shut your fucking mouth, cunt," said a deep male voice close to her ear, the same ear where Azili had stuck her tongue. Jane squirmed in revulsion, and the arms squeezed again painfully. She forced herself to go limp. After a moment, the arms relaxed slightly, ready to tighten again if she started to struggle. "Now what were you saying about the police? Maybe you seen a crime being committed?" Jane looked around. They were all staring at her, all the people at the little tables spread through the room. But there was no emotion in most of the faces. On stage, the hermaphrodite and the man had paused, sitting on a platform with legs entwined, squinting out at the room in annoyance. "Hey, do you fucking mind?" she yelled, her face turned in Jane's direction. "I'm trying to concentrate up here. You think this she-male shit's easy or something? Go fuck yourself," someone yelled hoarsely. "That's the Late Show, sweetheart." "Okay, cunt, let's go," said the male voice in Jane's ear. "You ruined the show." The arms lifted her and dragged her across the back of the room to a different exit than the one Azili had taken. The red-haired kid ran to open the door, and Jane was shoved out into a narrow, dirty alley. She hit the ground on hands and knees, crying out in rage and pain. "Blow, cunt, and don't bring it around here again." She scrambled up, ready to protest, and then jumped back, falling against some garbage cans. The man standing in the doorway was no taller than she was, but his torso was wide and misshapen, to accommodate the 3 pairs of arms. Behind him, the red-haired boy glowered at her and wiped his mouth show-offly. "She didn't pay, handyman," he said. The man glanced at the kid and then came at Jane, moving more quickly than she had thought he would have been able to. "Nobody stiffs one of my boys," he said, "especially not some skinny fucking cunt who yells for the cops. Give it up, dickhole, and you're free to go." Before she could run, he was on her, running all of his hands over her in a rough search. "Come on, where do you keep your wad?" One hand clamped between her legs. Jane opened her mouth to scream, and another hand clamped over it, while 4 hands continued to pat her down. "Shut up. You keep it down there, in the safety deposit box? I'll give you one chance to get it yourself, and then I go in after it." Jane stared at him pleadingly. He pulled the hand at her mouth away. "Well?" "I don't have anything," she whispered. "They left me here with nothing." The man picked her up and tossed her away. She landed heavily on her side in a spill of garbage.
Tough stuff, cunt. But I'll let you off with a warning. This time. Don't bring it back here, I mean it. Jane raised herself slowly to a sitting position, drawing her legs up protectively. The man started to turn away, and then feigned a lunge at her.
She gave a small yelp, and he laughed at her, the red-haired boy joining in from where he stood at the doorway, hanging on the jamb by one arm, as though this were some idle, late summer afternoon and he was being entertained by the antics of his friends. In the light, it was obvious that he was younger than she'd thought. Revulsion and pity for him began to well up in her, and suddenly cut off as it met the great hollowness of Time Malice's absence from her body and mind. She burst into tears, and something in her gave. Suddenly she was covered with water. "What the fuck is that?" the man shouted at her. "What the fuck are you?" He backed away from her. The sight of the six-armed Joker flinching from her water-calling power gave her small, bitter amusement. She concentrated, and this time found the power, pulling a couple of gallons of water out of the air to fling in his face. Then, while he was still sputtering and roaring with anger, she got up and ran. She called the water out of her clothing as best she could, but the power was weak, and she stayed moderately damp as she wandered aimlessly through Jokertown in the deepening twilight. Aimless? Not quite. Lifeless, perhaps, lifeless and empty, but on the lookout for Hiram's car. Perhaps Ezalee had gone back to Hiram, or Hiram had gone back to Ace's High. If she called Hiram, he might send someone out for her. The memory of what had happened with Hiram was like a fist in her stomach. She could see his face, the sorrow, the anger, the despair, that alien curiosity, and then Ezalee and herself. She bent over, choking and gagging, unmindful of the stares from people passing by. Oh God, how could she have? What had made her? With Ezalee, she must have been mad, crazed, possessed. Someone bumped into her and she staggered against the side of a building, sobbing into her hands. Possessed, yes, but now it was gone, leaving her worse than alone. The hollowness inside of her seemed to swell, and she had an image of herself being sucked down a huge drain. To live without the fullness the creature brought her, to exist with no pleasure at all, was unbearable. Trembling doubled her over again, and she sobbed harder. More. She needed more. She needed to feel herself whole again, nestled in the glow of pleasure that only the creature could give her. And if she had to go to Ezalee again, to Ezalee and Hiram together, if she had to go to that bar and walk up on stage to the hermaphrodite and the man and the six-armed Joker and the red-haired boy all at the same time, it would not have been too much to ask of herself if the thing asked her to cut her own throat at the end of it. Hey, easy now. Gentle hands were on her shoulders. She twisted around, desperate hope rising, and then plummeting to despair as she looked into the grotesque clown face. "Go away," she said, pushing at the strange man feebly. "There now, I'm just trying to help you. Don't let the face put you off. I know it's silly. Just my bad luck to be in makeup when the virus showed. Now I can't get it off. Not the worst thing that could happen, I guess. Just looking at you." The man hauled her to her feet and stood her against the wall, dabbing at her face with a handkerchief. The sadness in his eyes made the clown white and the big red nose even more absurd, but she didn't feel much like laughing. "Go away," she moaned. "You can't help me. No one can help me. Only him. I have to find him." Weeping, she looked down at her arms. Dry. She touched her face. It too was dry. She couldn't even call her own tears anymore. Had that been the last of it, back there in the alley? "Water!" she cried. "I want the water!" Shh, we'll get you some water," said the clown man, trying to hold her still. "Please, he's taken the water." She collapsed against the man, crying weakly, but still without tears. Curled up on the bed in the fetal position, she heard the clown man talking to one of the clinic nurses without really listening to what he was saying. Every so often, her body gave an uncontrollable shudder, but she remained dry. Dried up, she thought, all dried up without him, without the kiss and the pleasure and the fullness.
Something about water, the clown man was saying. Hysterical, said the nurse. Hysteria seems to be the condition of the moment around here. Nah, it's more than that. I've got a bad feeling. She ought to be watched. The nurse sighed. Maybe, but we just don't have the people. The new cases are coming in almost faster than we can log them, all jokers and worse. If we don't find the cause, the whole city could get infected. You're running a pretty bad risk yourself, Bose, the clown man grunted. What's a joker got to lose? You'd know the answer to that if you saw the locked ward. That's just a small locked ward you got here. Out there, it's a big locked ward, and we're all locked into it. And when I walk around it, I just see my brother again, turned inside out, screaming every time his heart beat. Hell, you don't have the people to stay with her. I'll stay with her. Watch her for signs that she's been infected. A fresh bout of shuddering racked Jane's body. She tried to quell it and listen to what they were saying. That's big of you, Bose, but just from the quick exam we gave her in the emergency room, I'd say she's suffering from drug withdrawal, not a new wildcard infection. The idea seemed to flood Jane's mind with a bright light. She sat up and turned to the nurse. Drugs! I need a drug! The nurse glanced at the clown man. What did I tell you, Bose? Just another junkie courtin' AIDS. I am not a junkie, you bitch. I am an ace, and I demand to see Dr. Tachyon at once. The scream tore out of Jane's throat, leaving it raw. She imagined she could hear her words echoing all through the clinic, reaching all the way to Tachyon himself, wherever he was. And apparently she had imagined it right. A few moments later, Tachyon appeared in the doorway, alarm large on his drawn, tired face. The nurse started to speak to him. He waved away her words and went to the bed, taking Jane's hand in his. Water Lily, he said, his voice full of compassion. What has happened to you? This undid her completely, and she clung to him, sobbing dryly. He held her, letting her get it all out, and then gently pushed her back down on the bed. Don't leave me like this, she cried, grabbing at his hands. Shh, Jane, I won't leave you, not for a few minutes anyway. She saw that he was not just weary, but near complete exhaustion. Then she brushed the fact aside. He was here to help her. He had to help her. It was all his fault to begin with. And if that meant he had to work exhausted once in a while, that was his tough stuff, which was nothing compared to what she was going through. I need a drug, she said shakily. I was given something. It wasn't my fault. I didn't want to take it. It was forced on me. I don't want it anymore, but I have to have it. I don't know. What was it? He asked quietly, pushing her down as she tried to rise. I don't know, she snapped impatiently. Just something. It goes right to the pleasure place. It does. But you must have a drug, something you can make from your world, something that will cure me, or replace it, like methadone. You need methadone? His expression was stricken. No, not methadone, something like methadone, but from your world, something that will make me stop craving. Tachyon wiped a hand over his face. Please, you're babbling. Please try to calm down. If you're addicted to a drug, I can send you to another clinic. It's not a drug, she screamed, and Tachyon put his hands over his ears. I'm sorry, oh, I'm so sorry, she went on in a whisper, but it's not a drug, not exactly, but it's like a drug. Tachyon pulled away from her, pressing his palms against his forehead. Jane, please, I've lost count of the number of hours I've been up. I can't even put forth my mind to calm you. The nurse will give you a sedative and will transfer you to another hospital.
No, please, don't send me away. She grabbed at his arm, and he twisted away from her. You can't stay here. We need the beds for the new cases. But Tachyon pulled away from her firmly. The nurse can give the name of a clinic not far from here. They can help you. Or just outside. I'm sure there's someone who can give you the name of a source, if that's what you're really after. He got up and walked wearily to the door, pausing to look back at her. I had expected you to end up differently, Water Lily. You must be a great disappointment to Hiram Worcester. He was gone. Speechless, Jane fell back against the pillow and stared at the ceiling.
He was tired, so exhausted that he saw her as just another drug addict. A great disappointment to Hiram Worcester? At the thought of Hiram, the craving burst upon her with an intensity that brought her up out of the bed and sent her charging for the doorway. Just at the threshold, she collided with the nurse. "Whoa, wait a minute," the nurse said, thrusting a piece of paper at her. "Dr. Tachyon told me to give you the name of this clinic." Jane snatched the paper from her and stared at it, trying to drown it in a gout of water that would turn it to mush, but the terrible need blocked her again. She looked up at the nurse. "No drug?" she said belligerently. The nurse's eyes were hard. "Not here, lady." She could still call a little water, albeit in a rather conventional way. She spat on the paper and flung it in the nurse's face. Then she turned and ran down the hall to the exit. On the 4th number she dialed, the answering machine message cut off, and a low voice said, "It better be good." Jane's voice suddenly deserted her. She hung on the payphone in the telephone booth, her mouth opening and closing impotently. "Okay, kid, we had Prince Albert in a can, but we let him out last week. Now go call your mommy." She heard him start to hang up. "Croyd!" she wailed. She could actually sense him shifting gears at the sound of a female voice. "Go ahead, I'm listening." It's me, Jane. Jane Dow," she added, trying to force herself to sound calm. "Jane? Well?" His pleasure-filled laugh grated on her painfully. "So you didn't throw away the numbers I gave you? You sound a little breathless. Everything okay?" "No. Yes, I mean..." She slumped against the wall of the phone booth, gripping the receiver with both hands. "Jane, you still there?" "Yes, of course." Slowly she straightened up and tried to compose herself into the Aces High hostess who flirted so easily with the man with the faceted eyes. The overwhelming emptiness inside of her made that woman a stranger to her now. "I'm still here, and you're there. I think that means one of us is definitely in the wrong place." Her voice broke on the last word, and she jammed her knuckles into her mouth to smother the sound of her crying. "If you're saying you'd like to rectify that situation, that's the best thing I've heard today." He paused. "Are you sure everything's okay?" Something in the back of her mind was trying to tell her Croyd sounded as though he were on the thin edge himself, but she ignored it. If there was anyone who could get her a drug, it was Croyd. Whatever she had to do for him in return was not too much to ask. "Everything will be okay when you give me your address," she said shakily. When he didn't answer, she added, "I really want to see you. Please?" I never could resist a woman who said please. "Tell me where you are, and I'll tell you the best way to get to where I am." The door opened a wide crack to reveal the mirror shades gleaming at her with an insectile coldness. Croyd licked his lips and opened the door wider. "Come into my parlor, Bright Eyes, if you'll pardon the expression. I'm afraid parlor is all there is." The voice was different, the man was taller, and his skin was white all over, but the words were pure Croyd. She stepped into a shabby one-room apartment, lit only with a few small lamps scattered in odd spots. The furniture was negligible. A bureau that might have come from the same flea market as the lamps, an old wooden table, and a couple of chairs, a broken-down sofa near the windows. It was not the most reassuring place she had ever come to, but, she reminded herself, she had not come for reassurance. "This is not the place I usually choose to entertain in," Croyd was saying as he shut the door and ran down a line of 4 locks. He turned to her, raising a hand to his mirror shades, and licked his lips again. "So, I'm afraid I don't have a lot to offer you in the way of refreshment, but I can make any kind of gin and tonic you like." She laughed nervously, hugging herself. "How many kinds are there?" "Well, there's gin and tonic, of course." "Tonic and gin," he said, moving closer to her. She made a countermove farther into the room, hugging herself tighter. "Gin and not much tonic." "Gin and no tonic at all." "Gin and an ice cube," which sounds great to me. You think it over. He licked his lips for the 3rd time in his minutes and went to the kitchenette. Jane turned away, trying to get the shudder building inside of her under control. In the company of this man who wanted her, the void was eating away at her like acid,
It would make no difference if Croyd's latest persona were the god of Eros. Just being in the same room with him was an excruciating reminder that pleasure could only be Team Alice. Anything else was a pale, crude substitution to force time to pass. Decided? She jumped as he touched her shoulder and moved away from him, rubbing the spot as if it were bruised. No, nothing for me, I guess. She gave another nervous laugh and winced. He tilted his head curiously, and she saw two Janes in the mirror shades. The distortion made her look as if she were trying to disappear into herself. You sure? Croyd upended the glass and took a couple of ice cubes into his mouth, crunching them noisily. There were only ice cubes in his glass, she saw. Nothing at all? Well, not nothing. She made a face, giving a long sigh. God, I'm no good at this. At what? Croyd had another ice cube. What is it you're not good at, Bright Eyes? He came a little closer, and she backed away. And why is it so important to be good at it? Something caught her abruptly behind the knees, and she plumped down hard on the couch. Croyd moved in quickly beside her, rolling another ice cube around in his mouth. His left arm slid along the back of the sofa, and she shrank away from him. His knee touched hers just as his hand went from the couch to her shoulder, moving very lightly. He reached over and set the glass on the windowsill behind the couch, disturbing the drawn shade. His hand, she saw, was trembling slightly. Jane looked from the glass to Croyd. His tongue flicked out and ran along his lips every few seconds now. It was more like a tick than an expression of desire. "Talk to me, Jane," he said gently, as she reached the corner of the couch. He put his other hand on her arm. She flinched at the contact. There was another sensation under the displeasure of a touch that was not Team Alice's, a trembler, as if he were running a long distance and going as fast as he could, instead of sitting here on the couch trying to take her in his arms. Come on, talk to me. Tell me. The words came to her unbidden. Sleeper speeding, people bleeding. He froze. Jane looked into the mirror shades, seeing only her twin reflections. Impulsively, she reached for the glasses, and he pulled back. Don't. He twisted around, looking for the ice cubes, and Jane nodded at the windowsill. Thanks. Speed dries you out. Where do you get it? She asked. What, the speed? Why? He crunched a couple of ice cubes. You planning to stay up all night? I was just wondering if whoever you got it from might, well, stock other things. She took a deep breath. Other kinds of drugs. He looked at her sharply for a moment and then suddenly lunged at her, grabbing her upper arm to pull her close.
Stop! You're hurting me! Jane flinched from the mirror shades thrusting themselves into her face and tried to pry his fingers off her arm. Are you strung out? Is that why you came here? He was almost laughing. She twisted away from him, started to get up, and stumbled, landing on the floor in a heap. Get up! He pulled her back onto the couch roughly. Talk to me, and this time, tell me something I don't know. Are you strung out? It's not what you think, she said, not looking at him. It never is, Bright Eyes. He was licking his lips again. It was beginning to drive her crazy. So, what kind of drug were you shopping for? Horse? Lady? Blue Dreamers? Reds? White Crossroads? Black Bombers? Screaming Yellow Zonkers? What's your pleasure? His voice was hard and ugly, and she was aware, with no little amazement, that he was as disappointed in what he thought she was as Tachyon had been. God, what am I supposed to be? Everyone's idea of Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm, the sweet virgin ace? She shouted at him. Am I supposed to stand up here on my pedestal, playing God's good girl, just so you can all pat me on the head and call me virtuous in between your own debaucheries? Dear little water lily, lily white water lily, virgin white water lily, it doesn't work that way. You all had to drag me into this. You had to involve me in your stupid games, in your fucking gang wars. You all had to use me for your own purposes. And now everyone's so shocked because I've turned up with the same filth you wallow in, splashed all over me. What did you expect? She realized she was kneeling over him on the couch, screaming into his face. A few flecks of saliva were spattered on the mirror shades. He stared up at her open-mouthed. I guess, he said, pausing to lick his lips, Speed isn't the only thing that can dry you out. Jane doubled over with a sob as the aching emptiness renewed its attack on her. She felt Croyd's hand lightly on her hair and shouted, "Don't touch me, it hurts." "I thought it was kinda strange that you weren't, moist, but I wasn't sure. Everything seems a little strange at this point." He crunched the last of the ice cubes. "What is it? Plain old heroin, or something more exotic?" She raised her head from the musty cushion. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Try me. Tell me what you're looking for." With great effort, she pulled herself all the way up and sat with her legs tucked under her. "I need something that goes directly to the pleasure center of the brain and stimulates it continuously." "Don't we all?" Croyd said grimly, tapping the last drop of water from his empty glass. "Well," she said after a moment. "Well, what? Do you know of anyone who has such a drug and will sell it to me?" He gave a short, humorless laugh. "Hell no!" She stared at him, feeling the void consume her hope along with the rest of her, and then, absurdly, she sneezed. "Gesundheit," he said automatically. "Listen, there's no such thing, not animal, vegetable, or mineral, except maybe about 5 hours of good, dirty sex, and frankly, I'm not up to more than an hour at a time. Terrible to have to admit that." She was off the couch, heading for the door. "Hey, wait!" She stopped and turned, looking at him questioningly. "Where are you going?" "The only place I can go." "And where might that be?" She shook her head. "You're wrong, Croyd. There is such a thing. It exists. I know it. And I hope you never do. It's the worst thing in the world." He licked his lips again and wiped his mouth with the palm of his hand. "I doubt that, Bright Eyes." "Good," she said. "I hope you always will. Stay where you are. I'll let myself out." But she couldn't. She had to wait patiently while he undid all 4 locks before she could rush away from the twin reflections of her own hopeless face. Hiram opened the door to her this time, Hiram all alone in the empty apartment. She didn't have to ask to be let in. "It left you," he said quietly. "Yes." Her voice was a whisper as she stood with her head bowed. "Are you—" His voice failed him for a moment. "Are you all right?" She looked up at him, and his eyes reflected the emptiness she felt inside. "You know I'm not, Hiram, and neither are you." "No, I suppose we're not." He paused. "Can I get you anything? A glass of water, or something to eat? Or—" His words hung in the air between them, futile absurdities. He was offering a teardrop to a forest fire. It was too painful to leave at that. Jane raised her head with as much dignity as she could muster. "A cup of hot tea would be nice, thank you." It would be no such thing, and she almost never drank hot tea anyway, but it would be something they could do besides just stand there and ache together. He busied himself in the kitchenette while she sat at the small table, staring at nothing. If pleasure was real, then the absence of pleasure was a palpable thing as well. Where there had been rapture in every movement, there was now the pain of the void he had left. "My master," she thought with dull revulsion. I called him my master. "I couldn't let you go after you'd seen," Hiram said abruptly. He didn't turn around, and she didn't look up. "I'm sure you understand that, now that you know." She made a small murmur, but said nothing else. "And he'd seen you in my thoughts many times as well. So, when you showed up—" Pause. "Why did you come here?" The memory made her burst out laughing. Alarmed, Hiram turned around from the counter where the tea was brewing and stared at her. He looked so frightened that she tried to stem her laughter, but she had no control. She only laughed harder, shaking her head and waving him away as he made a move toward her. "It's all right," she gasped after a while. "Really, it's just... She was off again for nearly a minute while he stood watching her, misery emanating from him in waves she could almost feel. "It's just... insignificant," she said when she could finally speak again. "Brightwater delivered a load of rotten fish, and I had to send it back. Nobody knew what to do about getting in a replacement shipment for the sushi bar, and Tomoyuki said that Mr. Dining Out was coming from New York Gourmet to review the Twilight Sushi Bar." She laughed again, but weakly this time. "I guess we won't be offering the sushi bar tonight. I told Tom to get sick if I wasn't back in an hour. That was... I don't know. What time is it?" Hiram didn't answer.
No, I guess it doesn't matter, does it? She said, staring at him. I got the address off the back of your desk blotter, but I wasn't going to use it unless I really had to, and I felt like I did. They're all turning against you, Hiram. Emily's walking around saying he thinks you're a junkie. I am, Hiram said bleakly. He checked the teapot and then set it on the table with 2 cups. And so are you, and easily, and everyone else he's kissed. Is that what you call it? She said as he poured the tea. Do you have a better word for it? No, it's an instant, permanent addiction, Hiram went on, almost matter-of-factly. He connects directly to the pleasure center of your brain. That's why everything feels so good. Eating, moving, making love, just breathing. And when he leaves you, it's like death. There's no cure, no relief, except the kiss. I'll do anything for it, and so will you. No. Hiram paused in the act of raising his teacup. We've got to pull ourselves together. There must be some kind of cure or even a drug that could act as a block or a replacement. No, nothing. Hiram shook his head with finality. There must be. We could look for it together, you and I. I went to Tachyon. Hiram's cup clattered into the saucer. You what? You went to Tachyon? His face had actually gone gray. She thought he might drop dead of horror. Don't worry, I didn't tell him, and he didn't find out. He's swamped with new wildcard cases. He didn't bother reading my mind. But if you went back there with me and talked to him... No! He roared, and she jumped, spilling tea all over the table. Hiram immediately went for a dish towel and began wiping up the mess. No, he said again, much more quietly.
If anyone finds out, they'll kill him. He can't survive without a human host. We'd lose him, and we still wouldn't have a cure. We'd have to be like this for the rest of our lives. Could you stand that? God, no, she whispered, putting her forehead in her hand. Then don't talk crazy. Hiram tossed the dish towel at the sink and took her hand. It'll be all right, really. It's not so bad a lot of the time, not really. I mean, does he demand that much for the pleasure he gives? And he does leave you alone a lot, and it's not like he's evil, not really. If you were the only mount, could you deny him his life? If you knew he would die without you, could you let that happen? She pulled her hand away, shaking her head. Hiram, you don't know what's happened to me. You don't know what's happened to me, he cried. He knelt down to look into her face, and she was horrified to see tears in his eyes. Whatever you've done is nothing compared to what I've done. Don't you think it's been horrible for me? The fear of detection, the powerlessness? I've considered suicide. Don't think I haven't. But the awful part is, there might be an afterlife, and he wouldn't be there, and that really would be hell. What happened to you? Know what happened to me? I let him take a friend. I swore I would not, and I did it anyway. I let him take you. She pulled away from him. Oh, Jesus, Hiram, I wish I died that night when the astronomer came to Aces High. I wish you had let me fall. I wish I had too, he bellowed at her. Hiram's statement seemed to echo in the silence that followed. It was over, she realized wonderingly. Aces High, her obligation to Hiram, her life as an ace, if she'd ever really had one, everything. It had all been wiped out, leaving both of them with nothing. You're not wet, Hiram said, belatedly aware. Before she could answer him, there was a knock at the door. Hiram jerked his head at the bedroom, and she went without protest, pulling herself into a huddle on the floor next to the bed. Whatever was coming next, she wasn't ready for it. Exhaustion suddenly swept over her. She leaned her head against the side of the mattress and let herself fall into a strange half-sleep. She heard the voices in the other room, but they made no impression on her, even when Hiram's rose angrily. Some uncounted time later, she sensed someone's approaching, and she tried to push down into unconsciousness, away from the presence, fantasizing again that Hiram had made her weightless so she could drift off into the sky. But strong hands pulled her up and flung her down on the bed. She struggled feebly, her eyelids fluttering with groggy alarm. Then she felt the feather touch of small fingers along her back, and she stretched her neck obligingly for the kiss.
The scene in the living room was troublesome, but she was far above it, riding in a state of transport with her master. There was Hiram, of course, and Azili, and two men she didn't recognize, and couldn't be bothered to care about, and Emil, of all people, bound and gagged and lying on the carpet. Her master forced her attention to him, and she acquiesced, all the while reveling in the renewed contact. "Jane?" Hiram said tensely. She turned to look at him through pleasure-glazed eyes. He seemed to be having some difficulty keeping his gaze on her, or perhaps on her master. It didn't matter, though. Everything was all right again. "Jane?" "Heard you," she said, completely happy. "What is it? Why did you give Emil the spare key to my office?" Her master commanded that she answered, and it was exquisite to obey. "I put him in charge while I was gone. It seemed to be the logical thing to do. When I gave you that key, I told you no one but you was to have it, for any reason. You gave me that key ages ago, before you left on the trip, and after you came back, I thought you'd forgotten all about it. It just didn't seem to make any difference, because you didn't seem to care anymore." She smiled dreamily. Hiram's fist was clenched, but she wasn't worried. With her master, there was nothing to worry about. She marveled at how the surrender could be so much more profound on the second time. On the third time, she would probably lose herself to him completely, and that would be absolute perfection. She could hardly wait. "You don't understand what you've done, Water Lily," Hiram said miserably. "You've killed this man." Something in her started at the use of her ace name, but she let it go. Her master liked it. He liked the water that was trickling down her face and running from her hair, saturating her clothes and soaking the carpet around her feet. "If she's responsible," her voice said at her master's command, "then she can take care of it, yes, Hiram?" "It will kill her," Hiram said, "or drive her mad. She's already mad." Her master had her laugh for him. "And she's not really so terribly interesting, except for her power." Her face turned to Emil. His eyes widened, and he made desperate little noises against the gag. "Get him ready for her, Azili," said her master. "I am so curious as to what it will be like." Azili struggled to pull down Emil's trousers while he tried to wiggle away from her. One of the men Jane didn't know forced Emil over onto his back, crushing his bound hands against the floor, and knelt on his shoulders. Emil began to scream against the gag, but it came out as muffled bleats. His bound legs kicked upward, and the man pressed harder on his shoulders until he was still. After a while, Azili got up, wiping her mouth delicately. "Show him a good time, little girl." Jane moved to Emil and knelt beside him. Her master had already explained wordlessly what was required of her. It wasn't too much to ask. He wanted to know how it would feel. Her only mission in life was to show him. She pulled up her dress and casually ripped away her underpants. The horror in Emil's eyes fed her sensation as she straddled his body and lowered herself onto him. He stiffened, and she heard him grunt in pain. Water poured down on him in rhythmic splashes. More sensation. She gave herself over to it, letting her consciousness dissolve so that it too was like fluid. Somewhere lost in the pleasure was the little tiny Jane screaming against this atrocity. But little tiny Jane didn't count for much in the face of this magnificent pleasure power. What had to be sacrificed for Team Elisa's enjoyment would be. If Emil could have known, he might have offered himself up willingly. It was more than an honor. It was a blessing. It was a state of grace. It was. Her eyes met Emil's. Motionless and stiff beneath her, he was staring at Team Elise. The waves of pleasure parted suddenly, and for a moment there was a small rift between her and her master. She opened her mouth to scream, and then the waves crashed together again, and she fell forward. Water poured over her and Emil in a small flood. Team Elise was talking to her as he rifled through her sensations and thoughts. He laughed at the memory of the clinic and Dr. Tachyon. "No, little Mount, there is no drug that could go directly to the pleasure place, as you call it," and took special note of the contagious virus. "You would never expose me to that, little Mount. You will give your life before you allow that to happen to me." Even as her body moved and twisted and reveled, she worshipped the thing at her neck, promising everything to it, offering everything she had. Whatever, always. She felt him bring her up to full awareness, to concentrate on Emil.
Whatever, always. He had her bring tears to Emil's eyes, and together they watched as he struggled, trying to blink them away. Her master found the calling of the water a wonderful sensation, and wanted more. She did more, calling the water only from his body and not out of the air around him, because her master liked it so much. He made another suggestion, and pleasure surged anew as Emil bucked beneath her, the involuntary action turning quickly to pain for him. If he only knew what his body was serving, she thought.
The power seemed easier to wield now than it ever had before. She was whole again, she thought, watching with T. Melissa's pleasure as the blood swelled from Eimel's pores and he screamed against the gag. She had never realized how good it felt to do that, to call the moisture from a living being instead of the lifeless air. If she really let herself go with it, it was better than anything, even better than the sex T. Melisse enjoyed so much. And at last the permission was given, and she did let herself go with it, all the way to finality. Whatever, always. It was an explosion that went beyond pleasure, into something that was completely alien, a ripping away of whatever humanity had been left to her in T. Melisse, leaving the hard, bright, burning thing that had thrust itself upon them in an act of irrevocable conquest. For one single eternal instant, they were purely the living wild card virus, not just living, but sentient. Then she was herself again, watching through a haze of dying sensation as T. Melisse himself trembled under this new awareness. This had almost been too much, even for him. She could not even raise a protest as he left her for Esley again. A little later, she realized she had been blinded by the last of the fluids she had called out of Eimel's body, and there were only his clothes and some substance that looked like a spill of powder on the floor where he had been. She took a long fall into blackness, screaming all the way down. Faces came out of the darkness at her. She made them fade away. At some point, she was looking at Hiram's face, and try as she would, she couldn't make him vanish. He seemed to be trying to explain something to her, but none of it made any sense. "I quit," she told him at last, and that finally made him go. "Clean her up, get her some clothes, and get her out of here. For now," said Esley in her own voice, "she makes me uncomfortable." Laughter. Then the craving hit her, and the lack of T. Melisse was too much to bear. Her mind folded itself up into a tiny little box and flushed itself away. She was walking through a bizarre, wasted wonderland, and Sal was at her side. She was only mildly surprised that he was there with her. She thought it might have been because T. Melisse had left her with so little that she wasn't completely in existence anymore. But it was nice that, of all the ghosts she could have run into, she had somehow met up with Sal. Meeting Emil would have been terribly unpleasant. Perhaps he hadn't been dead long enough to have become a ghost yet. She covered everything that had happened within the first few minutes they were together. All the degradation, the lies, the broken promises. Sal asked her what broken promises those were. "Why, that I was done leaning on anyone, Sal, remember? I promised that after the cloisters, and now look at me. I'm leaning so hard I'm tipped over." Then she realized he'd known, and he just wanted her to say it, to admit it. "All right, I admit it. I admit it all. I said I'd never kill anyone again, no matter how bad they were, even if it meant they'd kill me first. And I killed Emil because he wanted to watch how he'd die." She didn't have to explain who he was. Sal knew that too. "And I always promised I'd be responsible with my body. Maybe it was easier to lock myself up than finally accept that we would never be together." Sal thought that was kind of funny. After all, he wasn't just gay, he was gay and dead. Been that way for quite some time, too. "Well, Sal, being dead, you wouldn't have any idea how easy it can be to remain faithful to someone's memory. It's real easy when you're too scared to face a living person. Live men are real intimidating, Sal." Sal said he knew what she meant. "Yeah, I guess you would, wouldn't you? I guess it's kind of a funny coincidence then that the first time I'd be with a woman, and then the first man I ever really had would also be gay."
Sal said he didn't see what that had to do with anything. Well, it's like a recurring theme. Sal said he still couldn't see it. Never mind. I'm just glad now that you didn't live to see what I've come to. That's something you missed by drowning in the bathtub, Sal. That and the big AIDS epidemic. I mean, if you really had to go and die, drowning was the better way. You wouldn't want to die of AIDS. Or of me. Sal said he'd never been that paranoid. Well, there's plenty to be paranoid about these days. I found out there's a contagious form of the wild card virus. No one knows how it's being transmitted, and most people die from it. Sal said that certainly was a revolting development. Yes, it certainly is. And you know what else, Sal? Sal asked her what that was. There's no way to tell if you've been exposed, till it happens. Maybe I've been exposed. Maybe I'll get it and die. I just hope I can't give it to anyone else. Honey, you're not the only one. Jane was about to answer when she realized she had heard Sal's voice for real, but it didn't sound very much like Sal. She turned to him in surprise and found it hadn't been Sal beside her after all, but some stranger. A skinny man with a rat-like face, down to the mangy fur covering his cheeks, the pointed nose, and the whiskers. "It's a mouse face, lady, not a rat face," the man said wearily. "You can tell by the teeth if you know anything about rodents. I used to be an exterminator, okay? Give me a hard time about it, why don't ya? I tagged along with you to see what a little piece of chicken could want wandering around in Jokertown at this hour of the night. Frankly, lady, you got a lot more problems than I have, and I don't want none of them." He was gone, and she was standing in the middle of a sidewalk under a buzzing street lamp. "Sal?" she asked the air. There was no answer. At first, she'd been afraid she'd come back to the same bar, but then she saw it was different. No stage set up for a live sex show, for one thing, and the clientele was a lot livelier, more brightly dressed, some of them even in costumes. When she saw the eyeless man behind the bar, she panicked, and then she realized it couldn't be the same one she'd taken into the limousine. When had that been? At least 1,000 years ago. Like a sleepwalker, she moved to the bar and took one of the high stools. The eyeless bartender, working expertly, suddenly straightened up and turned his face in her direction. "Trouble, Sasha?" A dwarf materialized at her side and clamped one thick hand on her arm. The bartender backed away. "I don't want to be near her. Get her away from me." "Come on, honey. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here." The dwarf started to pull her off the stool. "No, please," she said, trying to twist her arm out of his grasp. "I have to see someone." She knew where she was now, and it was the only place she could have come to find what she needed. Chrysalis, or someone around Chrysalis, would know where she could get a drug that would fill in the void Team Elise had eaten away in her. She turned to look at the bartender. "Please, I'm not going to hurt anyone." "Get her out," the bartender said urgently. "I can't stand the way she feels." Jane looked around wildly and then spotted Chrysalis at a corner table. She gave a mighty tug and slipped out of the dwarf's grip. "Hey!" he yelled. Ignoring the stares of the other patrons, she darted between the tables to the corner where Chrysalis was sitting, watching with those strange, floating blue eyes. "Gotcha!" The dwarf seized her around the waist, and she fell to her knees, crawling the last few feet to Chrysalis's chair, dragging the man with her. Chrysalis lifted a finger. The dwarf's arms loosened, but he didn't let go of her completely. "I need information," Jane said in a low voice, "about a drug." Chrysalis didn't answer. Whatever expression might have been on her peculiar face was impossible to read. "I've been addicted to something against my will. I need... She dug in her pants pocket, and miraculously, there was money there. A small, flat fold of bills.
Hurriedly, she unfolded them and held them out. I can pay. Flicked briefly at the bills Jane was thrusting at her. Jane looked. There were 3 bills, 2 10s and a 20. $40. Bad joke. Chrysalis shook her head and waved a hand. "Like I said, honey," the dwarf said, "you were just leaving." She leaned against the side of the building with the bills crumpled in her hand.
The void in her widened until she thought the craving had to split her open right there. "Excuse me, Kim Toy?" She blinked and then realized it wasn't Kim Toy after all. This woman was younger and taller, and her features were different. "I saw Chrysalis give you the bum's rush. Some nerve she's got, huh? The twerp took you by my table, and I couldn't help thinking I knew you from somewhere." Jane turned away from her. "Leave me alone," she muttered, but the woman moved closer. "Like, I think you used to work for Rosemary Muldoon, didn't you?" Jane stumbled away from the woman and then fell to her hands and knees, shaking all over. Underneath the ache, she felt something else, a sickness that was more physical, as if she were coming down with the flu or something worse. The idea was so absurd she could almost have laughed. "Hey, are you sick or something?" The woman bent down, putting concerned hands on her shoulders. "You strung out?" she asked in a low voice. Jane could feel herself weeping without tears. "Come on," said the woman, helping Jane to her feet. "Any friend of Rosemary Muldoon's is a friend of mine. I think I can help you out." In spite of the hollowness eating away at her, Jane was overwhelmed by the luxurious apartment. The sunken living room was as large as a ballroom. The predominant color was a delicate, pearlized pink, even to the silk wallpaper and the enormous crystal chandelier. The woman led her down the steps and sat her on an overstuffed sofa. "It's something, isn't it? Looks like a dump on the outside and heaven on the inside. Had to grease a lot of palms to keep the condemned sign out front. Just finished the place last week, and I've been dying to entertain. What are you drinking?" "Water," Jane said weakly. Across the room, at the ornate wet bar, the woman looked over her shoulder with a near smile. "Thought you could get your own." Jane stiffened. You know? Didn't I say I knew you? You think I'd really bring anyone here I wasn't sure of?" The woman brought her a cut-glass goblet of ice water and sat down next to her. "Of course, it isn't all mine. It really belongs to the people I work for. Best job I ever had, needless to say." Jane sipped her water. Her hands began to shake uncontrollably, and she handed the goblet to the woman before she could spill it. The physical illness was crawling over her again, like a cramp, except it was all over her body. She held very still until it subsided. "Whatever you've got, I hope it isn't catching," the woman said, not unkindly. "What happened? You fall in with one of those sleaze bags around Rosemary and get turned on to junk?" Jane shook her head. "Not Rosemary." "Oh, that's too bad. I mean, I was sort of hoping you were still in touch with Rosemary, because I'd like to see her again." She leaned over to open a pink lacquered box on the oversized coffee table. "Joint? It'll take the edge off. It really will. This is like nothing you've ever had before." "No, it isn't," Jane said, looking away from the proffered joint. "What are you on, anyway?" "It's something that goes straight to the pleasure center of the brain. You don't want to know." Or perhaps she would, Jane thought suddenly. Her thoughts began to coil toward a plan. What if she could get this woman to go back to the apartment with her and offered her to T. Mollis? He loved new mounts, she knew that. "Oh, that's easy," the woman said. "What?" Jane looked at her, startled. The woman tilted her head to one side, eyeing her curiously. "I've got an associate who's developed something that'll go straight for the pleasure center of the brain." "Who is it?" Jane said, grabbing the woman's shoulder. "Can I meet him? Where can I find him? How—" Whoa now, slow down." The woman plucked Jane's hand off herself and moved away slightly. "This is top secret stuff. Stupid of me to mention it, but you being a friend of Rosemary's and all, I kind of forgot myself. Come on, mellow out and let's talk about Rosemary." She lit the joint with a crystal table lighter, took a deep drag, and offered it to Jane. She accepted the joint and tried to do exactly as she'd seen the woman do. The smoke burned in her lungs, and she coughed it out. "Keep practicing," the woman said, laughing a little. "It'll really take the edge off." A few drags later, she had gotten more than just the hang of it. So this was what they meant by getting a buzz on, she thought. It was a buzz you felt rather than heard, and it would have been pleasant.
except that it couldn't get between herself and the gnawing void. She tried to give the joint back to the woman, but she told Jane to keep at it. She needed it more. Instead, she put it out carefully in the cut glass ashtray on the table. "Don't like it?" the woman said in surprise. "It's okay," Jane said, and her voice seemed to stretch out and out and out, like long, slow elastic. Her head felt ready to float off her shoulders like a helium balloon and rise up to the ceiling. She wondered if Hiram knew about this. But the woman wanted to talk about Rosemary, and between trying to keep her head on her shoulders and fighting against the need for T-Mollis, it was hard to keep track of what she was saying. If the woman would just shut up, she might achieve some kind of equilibrium, something that would steady her long enough to break the water glass on the table and use one of the shards on her throat. That was the only answer now. The dope was helping her see that. She would never be free of the need for T-Mollis, and if she went back, when she went back, she could only look forward to worse things, more degradation, more killings, all done willingly, just to feel the bliss of his presence within her. All the things she had wished for Hiram, that he would find someone to make his life complete, she had inadvertently gotten for herself, except it was T-Mollis instead of the vague, unidentifiable man she had always dreamed of, who had sometimes resembled Sal and sometimes Jumpin' Jack Flash and sometimes even cried. Another bad joke in an ongoing series. It had to end. The woman kept on talking and talking. Occasionally, there were long periods of silence, and Jane came out of her fog to find that the woman was no longer on the couch with her. She would lie back against the cushion, glad of the silence, and then the woman would magically rematerialize next to her, going on and on about Rosemary Muldoon until she thought she might cut her throat just to get away from that voice. But that was awfully ungrateful. The woman was just trying to help her. She knew that. She should do something in return. Offer her something. Rosemary's phone number swam to the surface of her mind and waited for her to pick it up. And after a while she did, and the woman disappeared for the longest time ever. Someone was shaking her awake. The first thing that hit her was the need, and she doubled over, beating her fist on the couch cushion because it wasn't T-Mollis there, but a slender Oriental man kneeling on the carpet next to her, smiling polite concern at her. "This is the associate I was telling you about," the woman said, pulling her to a sitting position. "What? Why?" Jane looked around, but the room wouldn't come clear yet. Her head felt heavy and thick. "Just my way of saying thanks." For what? She felt her sleeve being pushed up and something cold and wet on the inside of her arm. "For Rosemary's phone number." "You called her?" "Oh no, you're going to do that for me." The woman tied a piece of rubber around Jane's upper arm and pulled it tight. "And in return, you get a trip to heaven."
The Oriental man held up a syringe and grinned as though he were a game show host showing off a prize. But the woman was shoving a cordless receiver into her hand. You'd like to see her again, wouldn't you? Jane let the phone drop to her lap and wiped her face tiredly. "I'm not so sure, really." "Then maybe you'd better get sure." The woman's voice hardened. Jane looked up at her in surprise. I mean, I'm sure. I have a lot to talk about with Rosemary. The sooner you contact her, the sooner you go to heaven. You want to go to heaven, don't you?" "I don't know if I can. I don't know if she'll even take my call." The woman leaned down and spoke directly into her face. "I don't see where you've got a choice. You're strung out and you've got nowhere to go. I can't let you stay here indefinitely, you know. The company that owns this place might not want me to have a roommate. Of course, they'd feel differently if you did something for me." Jane drew back a little. "Who do you work for?" "Don't be so nosy. Just make the call. Get her to meet you here if possible, anywhere else if necessary." She was about to say no when the craving gnawed at her again, shutting off the word in her throat. "This drug," she said, looking at the syringe, "it's good?" "The best." The woman's face was expressionless. "You want me to dial?"
"No," she said, picking up the phone. "I'll do it." The man put the point of the needle to the inside of her elbow and then held it there, waiting, still wearing his wide game show host grin. She could hardly keep her mind on Rosemary's voice. There was no way she could keep her own voice steady. At first, she tried to sound friendly, but Rosemary got it out of her that she was in trouble. The man and the woman didn't seem to mind what she said, so she plunged on, begging Rosemary to come to her. But maddeningly, Rosemary kept telling her she would send someone to pick her up, and she had to insist over and over that that wouldn't do at all. She didn't want anyone but Rosemary. Nobody else, especially no men. She would run away if she saw any men. This seemed to please the man and the woman a great deal. And at last she got Rosemary's consent and read the address to her off a card the woman held in front of her. Rosemary hesitated, but she pleaded again, and Rosemary gave in. But not there, not at that address. Someplace out in the open, Sheridan Square. A glance told Jane that would be fine with her new friends, and she told Rosemary she would be there. "Once a social worker, always a social worker," the woman said, hanging up the phone. She nodded at the man. "Give it to her." "Wait," Jane said weakly. "How can I get there if—" "Don't worry about a thing," said the woman. "You'll be there." The needle went in, and the lights went out. The lights came up dimly, and she saw she was leaning against the side of a building. It was the ridiculous theatrical company, and she was waiting to get in to see a play. Late performance, very late, but she didn't care. She loved the ridiculous theatrical company best, and she'd been to lots of theaters. The small ones in Soho and the Village, and the Jokertown Playhouse, which had closed down shortly before she'd gone to work for Rosemary. Rosemary. There was something she had to remember about Rosemary. Rosemary had betrayed her trust. But perhaps that was only fair, since she was such a great disappointment to Hiram. It hit her so powerfully she thought it had to knock her down, but her body didn't move. Warm maple syrup was running through her veins. But underneath the warmth and the languor, the void remained, wide open, eating away at her. And whatever this lassitude was, only made it possible for the wanting to crunch at her bones without a struggle. Her stomach did a slow forward roll, and her head began to pound. A shadow by her feet chittered softly. She looked down. A squirrel was staring up at her as if it were actually considering her in some way. Squirrels were just rats with fancier tails, she remembered uneasily, and tried to edge away from it, but her body still wasn't moving. Another squirrel chittered somewhere above her head, and something else ran past, almost brushing her legs. When was the theater going to open so she could get away from all this vermin? Sheridan Square had gotten really bad since she'd last been there, to see the late Charles Ludlam in a revival of Bluebeard. Charles Ludlam she'd loved him too, and it had been so unfair that he'd had to die of AIDS. She sighed, and a voice said, "Jane?" Rosemary's